I looked at the game panel that appeared in the void in front of me, and the words that were flashing with blood-red light, and I felt a sharp pain in my head. When I looked up, I saw a room of about 20 square meters, which looked like a brick house. The walls were colorful and the material was unknown. The bricks on top looked more like large shells. I sat on the bed, feeling depressed. Of course, I knew about time travel, but it was too outrageous to travel through time with the bed in the low-rent apartment. I must not be the only one trapped in this game. Wait, deep sea. How can a room be built in the deep sea? The water pressure from the deep sea would collapse the room in an instant. The room has a transparent floor-to-ceiling window. I walked to the window and vaguely saw aquatic plants emitting faint fluorescence in the half-meter darkness outside the window. Based on this fluorescence, I can conclude that this is underwater. Perhaps, as the game says, I am already at the bottom of the sea. I opened my phone with a heavy heart, and the light red game panel immediately appeared. Personal information, forum, exchange, synthesis house, space grid, exploration bubble. These functions were arranged side by side. I frowned and clicked on my personal information, and a new page popped up. Name, Xiao Hao, number 869, age, 20, HP, 100/100, stamina, 100 out of 100, spirit pearl, none, safety factor of Shanbei room, 1 star, the safety factor of Shanbei room is extremely low, and perhaps a passing deep-sea beast can destroy it at will. Please collect the spirit pearl as soon as possible. Guardian of Shanbei room, none, area of Shanbei room, 20 square meters, personal skills, none, strength assessment, weak. This looks like the farming games I played before. The routine is probably to upgrade the Shanbei room, constantly increase the spirit pearl and guardian, and these have to be found outside the room. But the problem is, how can a person walk under the deep sea? Let alone finding supplies, I don't even have the ability to walk out of the safe zone. I closed the personal information interface and turned my attention to the forum function, thinking that maybe I could find useful information here. Sure enough, the forum was already in an uproar. The world has changed when I woke up. Damn it. What's going on with you? My room is pitch black, and there seems to be a giant creature swimming outside the room. I hid in the quilt and dared not make any sound. Don't be scared on the second floor, go out and do it. I'm usually a novice when playing games, barbecue. Where exactly is this place? The room is dry, are you sure this is the deep sea? This is definitely not the scientific world. I'm a biologist. I can recognize that the plants at the door are indeed deep-sea plants. It's amazing to say, I opened the door and found a wall of water. The water didn't pour into the room at all. I don't want to participate in anything deep-sea survival game, I want to go home, woo woo woo. Someone come and save me. There is no signal on my phone, I can't even call the police. Damn it, what is going on? Everyone, didn't you notice that there is no food in the room? There is nothing to eat or drink. It's over. There is really nothing. Well, there is, in the space grid. I am lazy and stay at home, I like to eat in bed, so I put a lot of snacks on the bed. I didn't expect to bring them here now, the snacks are almost filling up the space grid. Little brother, can you give me some? Handsome boy, I want it too. Haha, wishful thinking. The speakers in the forum only have numbers and pure white avatars. I am alone and don't care who is speaking. The information refreshes very quickly, and I can only filter out some barely useful information from the many invalid ones. First, this is not the original scientific world, and I am indeed in the deep sea. Second, the space grid is similar to a space ring, which contains the initial survival supplies given by the game. I clicked on the space grid, and there were only 2 kinds of supplies in the many blank grids, mineral water ×1, bread ×2. For players like me who don't put food on the bed, these things can't last for a few days. The biologist in the forum said that the water can't be poured in. Should I try to open the door? Sooner or later, I have to open the door. After hesitating for a while, I still walked to the door, holding the mobile phone in my left hand, and my right hand on the door handle, ready to unscrew the door handle to take a look. At this moment, I suddenly found a line of words gently passing through the game panel in the void, just like the comments on a video on a certain website. Looking closely, the words are not big, a little transparent, and overlap with the game panel. Another one is about to die. He definitely didn't expect that there was a deep-sea ghost lurking outside the door. I was stunned. This game has hints. The hand on the door handle froze suddenly. I stopped and didn't turn the door handle. What's going on? Since it's a survival game, why is there a hint? I opened the forum again. If everyone has this line of hints, someone in the forum should say it. But the strange thing is that I have read it for a long time, and there are all kinds of topics, but no one said there is a hint. However, from the forum, I learned a little more information. The Shanbei room has its own light. The light on button is a shell protruding next to the door. Press it and the room will light up. This way, you don't have to keep the phone light on. I happened to be standing next to the door, and I pressed the shell switch. The shell on the roof lit up like an incandescent lamp. I turned off the light of my phone, wondering if this barrage was unique to me or if everyone had it. If everyone had it, why didn't they say it out loud? Wouldn't anyone doubt its authenticity? I tentatively asked in the forum. Number 869, are there any other hints in the game? Is it just the introduction at the beginning? No, I didn't see it. I read it inside and out for no less than 10 times, and there was only the introduction and basic functions. Did you find other hints for the game? Hurry up and tell everyone, be quick. Seeing the third guy answering the question, I couldn't help but click to see who it was. His number was 666, and he was the one who had just hoarded a bed of snacks and showed it off everywhere. Good guy, he has a lot of food but doesn't share it, and he is so confident in asking for information. I replied at that time. Number 869, yes, I saw a small line of game prompts. Number 666, tell me quickly. If you satisfy me, I might give you a piece of potato chips. 1 piece. It's really amazing to be so picky. Number 869, in the lower right corner, the prompt is, the final right of interpretation belongs to this game. Number 666. Number 666, how dare you play tricks on me? Don't beg me when you are about to starve to death. That's right. He actually dared to play tricks on Brother 6. He is tired of living. Brother 6, ignore him. Below are many followers of Brother 6, who attacked me. Even if there is a bed of snacks, how much more can there be? Since I am the only one with the hint. I don't know who will ask whom for help in the future. There is a deep-sea ghost outside the door, so I can only familiarize myself with the functions in the game and wait for it to leave. First, the exchange, the trading column was full of things, and many people sent over the things on their beds. Some people exchanged charging cables for food, some exchanged pillows and quilts for food, and even lubricants and. The things in the exchange were constantly refreshed, and the successfully traded goods would disappear. I looked at it for a while, figured out the trading method, and then clicked on the synthesis house. The synthesis house has many blueprint templates, and you can synthesize items by consuming the corresponding materials. Ordinary coral stick, coral, 0/1, watergrass, 0/1, exquisite coral stick, coral, 0/4, copper block, 0/1, coral spear, coral, 0/1, iron block, 0/5. I looked through the densely packed blueprints, most of which were weapons and protective clothing. There were fewer blueprints for daily necessities, most of which were various types of clothes, water purifiers, farm tools, etc., and the materials required were also different. The barrage in the void had long disappeared, and it seemed to be effective. I didn't open the door blindly. This is not the farming game I played before that can be pushed back and started over. Losing may be fatal, so I must be cautious. The whole morning passed like this. I didn't see any bullet screen prompts, so I could only continue to wait. I didn't move the supplies in the space grid. There was little food, so I saved as much as possible. Seeing that it was past noon, everyone's comments on the forum became more chaotic, mostly complaining, wailing, and cursing. I skipped the invalid information and looked for possible survival tips. Soon, I found some relatively useful comments. Oh my god. The seawater didn't pour into the Shanbei room because there is magic. The total amount of magic is limited. I got up from the bed in shock. Magic. Others can find this message, they must have found a prompt from the room. I walked closer to the wall and took a closer look. The colorful wall may have made me overlook something. Looking carefully inch by inch, I finally found a small gadget similar to a gray screen in a slightly higher position in the corner, which was inconspicuous under the color matching of the wall. Magic power, 955L, used magic power, 45L, when the magic power is exhausted, the seawater will crush the Shanbei room. I took a breath of cold air, and the already difficult survival game became even worse. But it was a little surprising that magic was measured in L. Was it because we were in the deep sea? It had been about 4.5 hours since I woke up, so I could roughly estimate that 10 L of magic was consumed per hour. That means the Shanbei room could only last 100 hours, a little more than 4 days. Maybe there was more hidden information, so I continued to look through the forum. Hooray! I just went out to explore and found an ordinary coral treasure chest. There are all kinds of daily necessities in it. The only pity is that the exploration bubble consumes a lot of magic power. I suggest that you must be quick when you go out to explore. Return to the house immediately after finding something, and don't waste time outside the house. Exploration bubble. I just looked at the function. The system only said that it is necessary for going out, but did not say that it consumes magic power. Maybe, the Shanbei room can't last 4 days. I carefully checked the pictures in the forum and finally found the pictures related to the exploration bubble. It looks like the bubble of Aquaman in the DC movie I watched before, which can fill the bubble with air. It seems that the exploration bubble is like this. According to what the player said, the rate of consuming magic power is probably not low. I went back and forth to look at the forum several times, but I didn't find any useful information. When I was about to close the game panel with my mind, the panel suddenly popped up a bullet screen. This guy is really lucky. The deep-sea ghost has gone. It is safer to go out now. He probably doesn't know that exploring and soaking for 1 minute consumes 1 L of mana. In the past, many players went out to explore the coral room and used up half of their mana. Suddenly, their whole body was squeezed by the sea water. Lucky? Not necessarily. There is a prehistoric thorn shrimp staring at him 20 meters in front of his door. He will be attacked if he is 2 meters away from it. Under the dark seabed, he may die without knowing what killed him. Hey! There is a nest of shadow seahorse eggs in front of him on the right. If he gets it before the eggs hatch, it will be a great start. But if he doesn't get it after they hatch, then this player is dead. Even if he gets it, the player doesn't know how to use it. If it were me, I would choose the coral treasure chest on the left. Barrages of comments appeared on the Void game panel, and I decided to believe the comments. Since I have decided, I will not hesitate. I turned the door handle and a wall of water stood in front of me. Even with the light of the coral room, the visibility on the seabed is only 1 or 2 meters. The Explore bubble function on the game panel lit up. I took a deep breath and stretched my hand out of the door to see if I would touch the sea water. When I was about to touch the sea water, the water wall dented. I felt relieved and slowly walked out of the door. The surrounding sea water flowed back and forth. I felt like I was in an air bubble with a diameter of about 2 meters. When I stepped out of the room with my second foot and stood outside the door, a chill spread from the soles of my feet to my heart, and my hair trembled immediately. I looked down and saw that the dark red ground outside the door was a little muddy, as if it was made of broken bones and meat. I felt a chill in my heart. This game is more difficult than I thought. Recalling the bullet screen prompts, I turned left and walked forward. It was dark after a few steps. When I looked back, I could no longer see the coral room. There was only the light of the phone screen in front of me. I clearly remember that the lights in the room were not turned off, but after a few steps, the light seemed to be swallowed up. This sea water, can it even swallow light? I turned on the light of my phone and shone normally in the exploration bubble, but once I passed through the exploration bubble, the visibility was rapidly shortened and could only illuminate about 1 meter. I pointed the light of my phone behind me and vaguely saw the outline of the coral room. Fortunately, the coral room was still there. After confirming the retreat, I immediately continued to move forward. The exploration bubble consumes magic power, and I must find the treasure chest as soon as possible. After winding forward and searching for several minutes, I finally found the coral treasure chest. The color of the treasure chest was chaotic and gray. It was not big or small. It took at least 2 hands to move the treasure chest. I didn't have a third hand to hold the phone to light the way. The game should not have such a big mistake. I opened the game panel and tried various functions. Finally, I found the pickup function in the space grid. When I was familiar with the panel before, there was no such function. This game has too many pitfalls and the basic functions are not explained. I didn't spend too much time thinking and directly used the space grid to pick up the treasure chest. I'd better go back and open the treasure chest first, so as not to waste mana. After walking back for a while, I returned to the room, hesitated for a moment, and decided to bring back the shadow seahorse egg. Since what the barrage said was true, the egg was probably true too. I'm not sure when the egg will hatch, and the sooner I get it back, the safer it will be. Maybe the barrage will prompt how to use it, and even if it doesn't, it can kill the danger before it hatches. After making a decision, I stepped out of the door again and groped in the direction mentioned in the barrage. After searching for a full 10 minutes, my inner uneasiness became stronger. The visibility was too low, and my hands were sore from holding the phone, but I didn't dare to put it down. Once the phone light went out, I would die in the dark seabed in minutes. The barrage indicated the direction but not the distance, so it was difficult for me to find it. From time to time, I heard the sound of water flowing and the roar of creatures, like the calls of large marine creatures in fantasy movies. After a few minutes, my brows were frowned more and more. If I couldn't find the eggs again, I had to go back. The magic power of the Shanbei room couldn't stand such a waste. Just when I was about to give up and turn around to walk back, I saw a dark red mound. In the middle of the mound were some dark little balls, the size of a thumb, nestled there. I quickly approached and opened the game panel, picking up all the little black balls. The space grid showed the name of the supplies, and the grid behind the treasure chest said Shadow Seahorse Eggs ×8. I found the thing. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to go back to the house, just in time to see the bullet message in the void. Did he lift the skirt of the goddess of luck? Why does he always happen to find good things? There are so many live broadcast rooms, there are always one or two who are particularly lucky. It's okay, good and bad are interdependent. Although he got a lot of good things, the deep-sea ghost is back again. With the speed of the deep-sea ghost, it is estimated that it will arrive within 30 seconds, 30 seconds. I was shocked and sweat broke out on my forehead. It took me more than 10 minutes to find these eggs. Now I have to rush back to the room within 30 seconds. Seeing the last bullet message, I quickly turned around and sprinted, while recalling the search process and the journey in my mind. Although it took more than 10 minutes, I walked slowly when looking for eggs, and I was actually not too far from Shanbei's room. The barrage gave the general direction, and the route was curved when I was looking for it, for fear of missing it. Now I sprinted back to the room in a straight line, and the distance was much closer. Roughly speaking, the straight line distance to Shanbei's room should not exceed 100 meters. There is still hope. The fire of survival ignited in my eyes. Due to the obstruction of vision, I couldn't sprint at full speed. I used the light of my mobile phone to illuminate the ground and recalled the features on the road to ensure that the route was good. Fortunately, I remembered a lot of marks after careful searching. There were no such marks in the dark seabed, and it was extremely easy to get lost. Thump, thump. My heart was pounding, and I tried to calm down. If I didn't stay calm at this time, I would definitely die. It's okay. I will definitely survive. I have never felt that 100 meters is so long. Faster. Faster. The cold feeling kept coming. I was sweating profusely, but my whole body was cold, and my hair stood up. Finally, I saw the tiny light in Shanbei's room. At the same time, a sharp and piercing laugh of a female ghost sounded behind me. This scream stimulated my potential and my sprint speed increased a bit. At the moment of life and death, I didn't have time to think too much, and rushed into Shanbei's room with all my strength. The moment I rushed into the door, the excitement and joy of survival surged into my body, but at this moment, the smile on my mouth froze. The ghost's claws broke through the water wall and pierced my pajamas. My back was held tightly and bloody marks were left by the claws. I don't want to die. The desire to survive burst out, and I moved forward desperately. There was a tearing sound, and my pajamas were torn apart. I was caught off guard and fell to the ground, not forgetting to look back. I saw the ghost's hand piercing the water wall. Her arm was like a dead branch, and her 5 fingers were like rootless sickles, holding the blood-stained rags. Under the shell light, her arm was sizzling with white smoke. I endured the severe pain and slammed the door hard. With a bang, I blasted its arm out of the door. The ghost outside the door screamed shrilly and grabbed the door unwillingly a few times. I collapsed to the ground helplessly, my heart almost jumped out of my throat, my back was in great pain and coldness, but there was no medicine in the room to treat it. I gasped, turned my head to look at Shanbei's room, and took a few steps back in fear. At this time, the deep-sea ghost was lying outside the French window. The ghost's facial features were hollow, and the facial flesh stuck to the bones, washed white by the sea water. The uneven teeth chewed the rags, and the 10 sickle fingers grabbed the glass window. The 10 fingers scratched the glass, and the sound was sharp and piercing. The ghost's teeth stopped chewing, and the whole piece of rag was swallowed. With the help of the light, I clearly saw the purple blood vessels on the ghost's neck and the tumor-like flesh sliding down the throat. My scalp was numb and goosebumps all over my body. The ghost lay for a while, and finally gradually disappeared in front of the window. Before leaving, the empty eye socket stared at me. I had a hunch that it would not let me go. The ghost left for a long time before I recovered and was scared. This ghost is scarier than any horror movie I have ever seen. If it weren't for the barrage prompts, I would have been eaten alive. The sharp pain in my back stimulated me. I couldn't ignore it. I endured it and looked at the game panel. Maybe the barrage could save my life again. He even escaped. What a tough life. Even if he escaped, he wouldn't live long. Since it's a game, as long as the bleeding can be stopped, the blood volume can be slowly restored. But the attack of the deep-sea ghost carries soul poison. If there is no soul-replenishing grass, he will be dead when the upper limit of physical strength reaches 0. Soul poison. Physical limit. I opened the game panel and clicked on the personal information column. Name, Xiao Hao, blood volume, 60/100, physical strength, 40/90. Ignoring other information, I saw at a glance that the upper limit of physical strength was reduced from 100 to 90. According to the prompt, this upper limit will be reduced. Damn, the upper limit of physical strength is 0, isn't it death? I clicked on the space grid with my mind, hoping that there would be something useful in the treasure chest. Click on the treasure chest, and the open and close boxes appear. I took a deep breath and clicked to open. Cloth times 20, bread times 5, mineral water times 3, coral times 5, iron block times 1, copper block times 1, blood agent times 1, a large box popped up in the game, with a lot of things, but disappointment flashed in my eyes, even though I was mentally prepared. After clicking OK, the things were stored in the space grid. I felt dizzy and clicked on my personal information, and found that my blood volume dropped from 60 to 30. Yes, the wound on my back has not stopped bleeding. Other places can still be bandaged with cloth, but the back can't be reached at all. How can I stop the bleeding? Oh, blood agent. If nothing unexpected happens, this thing should replenish blood. There is no other way, I can only try it. I clicked on the blood agent icon and clicked to use. A test tube filled with red liquid appeared on the ground. I didn't hesitate, opened the mouth of the test tube, and drank it all. A warm current rushed into my body, and I felt a burning sensation on my back, and my mind was clearer. In a place where he couldn't see, the flesh and blood on my back squirmed and gradually stuck together. Xiao Hao looked at his personal information again. His health had risen to 85 and was still rising. Even his physical strength had recovered a little, but unfortunately the upper limit of his physical strength was still 90. Xiao Hao took off his shirt and used cloth to make 2 sets of clothes in the synthesis room. Unfortunately, there was no cotton, so he couldn't make sweaters or coats. They could barely cover the body, but they were not warm. Xiao Hao ate a piece of bread and half a bottle of water. He was not full, but he didn't dare to eat any more. He had to keep some things to see if he could trade them for soul-replenishing grass and weapon materials at the exchange. As for weapons, the materials were enough to synthesize the exquisite coral stick, but the coral stick was still inferior to the spiked coral spear. Now that he is safe and has some time to rest, Xiao Hao also has the energy to think about the content of the barrage. Recalling the comments just now, Xiao Hao remembered that one of the comments read, "With so many live broadcast rooms, there are always 1 or 2 that are particularly lucky." Live broadcast room. Is this really a game? Is every player a streamer? So, who sent the barrage? If this is the case, then I'm afraid every player has someone watching him, and there are barrages in every live broadcast room. The only difference is that you can see the content of the barrage, while other players cannot. Life really has no rehearsal, it is live broadcast every day. Xiao Hao couldn't decide whether the person who sent the barrage was a human or not, so he could only put it aside for the time being. The most important thing now was to solve several problems. One is the problem of the mana of the room. Adding the mana consumed by exploring the bubble, a total of 80 L is consumed, leaving 920 L. The second is the problem of soul poison. When he went out to explore, he took many plants as landmarks, perhaps there were soul-replenishing herbs hidden among them. Heck, after 30 minutes of exploring, the sunbeam room consumed 5 L, and the exploration soak consumed a full 30 L. The soul poison problem is probably more urgent than the magic power. Xiao Hao is not sure whether this thing will fall into a sleep and never wake up. He clicked on his personal information again, and his upper limit of physical strength dropped from 90 to 89. The effect of the blood potion wore off, and he always felt a chill on his back. As a last resort, Xiao Hao could only ask on forums and exchanges whether there was soul-replenishing grass. As expected, no one had it. The early stages of the survival game are too dangerous. It's either life or death. There are very few people like him who are half dead. If you survive to the later stages, when your level has risen and you have guardians to help you, you will not die after encountering wild monsters, but the number of injuries will increase significantly. At that time, soul-replenishing grass will be easier to buy. Since other players don't have it, you can only rely on yourself. He has to go out again in the afternoon. While his physical strength is still sufficient, he must find the soul-replenishing grass as soon as possible. Xiao Hao found some players selling iron blocks in the exchange, and he quickly exchanged 2 pieces of bread for 4 iron blocks. Synthesize coral spear. Xiao Hao clicked yes worriedly. The materials in the space grid disappeared, and a coral spear slowly materialized on the ground. Xiao Hao took a deep breath, picked up the spear with a serious expression, and was suddenly surprised. This coral spear is surprisingly light. Damn it, he remembered that weapons in general games weighed dozens or hundreds of pounds, and the so-called divine weapons were not bold enough to show off if they didn't weigh tens of thousands of pounds. Not to mention whether you could aim accurately when fighting monsters, you might not even be able to lift them. Fortunately, this game system is relatively user-friendly. The weapons weigh about 10 kilograms, so even delicate women can lift them. Xiao Hao touched the coral spear and found it had a good texture. He swung it a few times, performing it quite skillfully and with great vigor. I glanced at the game panel and no more barrage popped up. If every player has a live broadcast room but no barrage, does it mean that no one will watch his live broadcast? So, as long as he attracts enough viewers, he will get more barrage prompts. Judging from the previous barrage content, the audience should not know that he can see the barrage prompts. In other words, in order to prevent being deliberately misled by some viewers, while attracting more viewers to watch his live broadcast room, he cannot let them know that he can see the barrage they send. So, how do you attract viewers to your live broadcast room? This is a survival game. Even at a life and death moment, judging from the few comments just now, there may not be many people watching. There are too many people experiencing life and death moments, which is not new to the audience. Xiao Hao suddenly remembered that he had joined a street dance club in high school. From dancing wildly with other freshmen in the beginning to being the most handsome guy in the street later on, his street dance may not be as good as the big names on TV, but at least it is relatively in line with the public's aesthetic taste. Xiao Hao has never been a host, but he knows that the audience likes to watch something new and exciting. Suppressing the shame and the chill on his back, Xiao Hao stood up, played music on his mobile phone, and danced to the beat. After jumping for a while, Xiao Hao saw the barrage pop up on the game panel. Ha 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 ha, what is he doing? It's dancing, right? You dance pretty cool, I want to learn it too. What are you learning? He has 2 long legs, and you only have a fish tail. Xiao Hao was shocked when he saw this. The person who sent the barrage was indeed not a human. Is it an alien? I love this anchor, I have taken a screenshot. Screenshot +1. If he can clear the game, this map will make him die several times. Ordinary people take screenshots, while experts record screens. Xiao Hao. With more people, the barrage will naturally be more varied. This live broadcast room is interesting, playing dancing, but the live broadcast room 456 is also very interesting, hee 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 hee. I'm afraid of 404, you guys should figure it out yourself. By the way, there are fewer live broadcast rooms in this area, and people die too quickly. Yes, so many people died on the first day. There are less than 800 live broadcast rooms left out of 1,000. Xiao Hao's mood suddenly became heavy. No wonder the frequency of content refresh in the forum has decreased, and there are not many people talking. It turns out that this is a regional channel. Xiao Hao couldn't even save himself, so he couldn't do anything about others. Topics keep popping up in the barrage, and the content of the discussion is also strange. The most important thing now is to guide this group of audiences to help themselves through the difficulties. Xiao Hao pretended not to see the content of the barrage, and said with a sad face, "My back has been chilled, and I can't dance anymore." Xiao Hao, who was concentrating his attention, immediately saw a lot of related comments pop up. Nonsense. You've been poisoned by the soul, so of course you feel cold. I'm new here, he looks fine, how could he be poisoned? He was grabbed by the deep-sea ghost on the back, and the wound has been healed by the blood potion, but he did not pick the soul-replenishing grass to cure the soul poison. The areas where deep-sea ghosts appear usually have soul-replenishing grass, but the problem is that he is too weak, and he must avoid the ghosts to collect soul-replenishing grass. However, soul-replenishing grass grows in areas where such ghosts appear, and he cannot avoid it at all. This is simply a dead end. In fact, there is still a glimmer of hope. He got the Shadow Seahorse Egg before. Shadow Seahorse Egg. A great start. Brother, don't get excited. No matter how powerful the egg is, it's just an egg. After hatching, it's just a larva. The combat power of that deep-sea ghost has already reached its ceiling in the novice village. The soul poison will slowly wear away his upper limit of physical strength, and he won't survive more than 3 days. Even if you hatch seahorse eggs, going straight to find the soul-replenishing grass will only lead to your death. The only hope now is to hatch the seahorse eggs as soon as possible, quickly accumulate resources to upgrade the level, and then find the soul-replenishing grass before the physical strength limit drops below 10, and fight the deep-sea ghosts in groups. If the physical strength is less than 10, you can't even move. Can't move? No problem, I'll do it. At this point the barrage started to go astray. Xiao Hao didn't pay attention to the comments below, which included things like, "So perverted, I like it." His life was at stake now, and he had no time to read useless information. After opening the space grid and taking out the seahorse egg, Xiao Hao wondered how to hatch it. By chance, Xiao Hao saw the bloody rags and pajamas by the door. Or add some blood. It seems that all novels are written like this, just like testing one's blood relationship to identify one's relatives. Try it, maybe the barrage can give you some hints. Xiao Hao held the bloody cloth in one hand and the cell phone in the other. Sure enough, he got the answer from the barrage. How did he know that seahorse eggs need blood to bind to the host? Maybe it's because there was only blood left by him in the room. Then why doesn't he use mineral water? Brother, this egg was originally taken from the bottom of the sea, and it is surrounded by water. The host probably thought that blood had more nutritional value, so he decided to give it a try, and it turned out to be a good thing. After seeing the last comment, Xiao Hao expressed his relief. He just likes this kind of imaginary weirdness. He doesn't even need to find excuses himself, it can help him make them up. Next, let's look forward to the grand appearance of the Shadow Seahorse, which is called A Great Start by netizens from another world. Xiao Hao placed 8 black eggs on the folded blood cloth. The blood on the blood cloth seeped into the egg visibly, and the whole egg seemed to be a small black hole swallowing up the surrounding light. In other words, it emits black light. It also has a little bit of luster, quite similar to the black and gold color on the invitation letter. Soon, the 8 eggs seemed to have absorbed enough blood and began to move slowly. Just like Venom in Marvel movies, it takes shape. A newborn seahorse is not as ordinary as the seahorses in the real world. Its dorsal fin has black and gold spurs dotted with porcelain white stripes, and the skin between the spurs is like black gauze. Its head is shaped like a horse's head, but its snout is like an elongated cone with a black gold spike and a small round mouth at the top. Its chest and abdomen are protruding, and its torso is composed of many angular bone rings. Its tail is slender and quadrangular, curled up, and if you look closely you can see that the tail is covered with barbs. The entire shadow seahorse is about 20 to 30 centimeters long, and its dark round pupils are facing Xiao Hao. Although he was in Shanbei's room, surrounded by air, Shadow Seahorse seemed to be in the sea water, suspended in the air. Is this my guardian? Putting aside the question of whether her fighting ability is strong or not, her appearance is off the charts. On the game panel in the void, the barrage of comments became increasingly dense. Ah. This is Shadow Kaiba. Combining combat power and good looks in one, I envy you. In the early stage, the Guardian mainly relies on combat soldiers, but becomes weak in the later stage. The most buggy thing about Kaiba is that it can still work in the later stage. If it's not bound, it can't be changed. The leaders of our race will probably have to replace all the soldiers with shadow seahorses. Even through the game panel, Xiao Hao could feel the sourness all over the screen. However, from the many confusing information, Xiao Hao noticed the key point. If it's bound, it can't be changed. This isn't like other games. Other games will give you a weak hero in the early stages, and will require you to spend money or work hard for a period of time before giving you a powerful hero. While playing the game, heroes can be switched. But the most annoying thing about this survival game is that you can't switch. As can be seen from the key points, there are restrictions on binding heroes, or guardians. Otherwise, there is no need to change it, just bind more. The barrage says that it cannot be changed, and even the big guys can't get it if they want it, which shows how rare the number of bindings is. Full of anticipation, Xiao Hao clicked on the Guardian information page. Guardian, Unit Shadow Seahorse, Juvenile. Attributes, Dark, Water. Quantity, 8/10. Level, 0. Reserves, 0. Skill. Shadow Transformation. Shadow Seahorse can transform into a shadow, and the shadow transformation state increases movement speed. Dark Erosion. Shadow Seahorse is good at using dark energy to erode the enemy's life, consuming the enemy's blood every moment. As long as there is darkness in this world, erosion can ignore defense. Dark Domain and Dark Corrosion complement each other. As long as they are in the Dark Domain, all enemy units will suffer from Dark Corrosion. Overlay. Shadow Seahorses work together, and when several layers of Dark Erosion are superimposed, the rate at which the enemy's health is consumed will increase several times, and the dark area will also expand accordingly. After reading the detailed information about Shadow Seahorse, Xiao Hao finally realized how buggy it was. Assuming it consumes 1% of the enemy's health per second, 8 of them can consume 8% of the enemy's health, and the enemy can be killed in less than 2 minutes. The most outrageous thing is that the skill of Dark Corrosion ignores defense. Unfortunately, the quantity is 8/10, and the estimated bound quantity cannot exceed 10. Wrong. Judging from the skills alone, Shadow Kaiba is unreasonably strong. But if that were the case, the barrage wouldn't say that the ghost couldn't be defeated. Xiao Hao continued to look at the content of the barrage. Perhaps the barrage could help him avoid the pitfalls of the game. Hee. Do you think he feels invincible? Shadow Seahorse is powerful, but the health consumed by low-level Seahorse is too low. The main reason is that the game is too bad. No matter whether the wild monsters are level 50 or 5, their health is only 100. Yes, the health value of 100 in the game represents a percentage, not the actual health value. You thought the deep-sea ghost only had 100 HP, but in fact it has several thousand HP. It will take forever to consume it. Xiao Hao's mouth twitched. He knew it wasn't that simple. This game is full of traps. Next we need to upgrade quickly. Guide these audiences. Xiao Hao seemed to be talking to himself and said, the game prompts that I need to collect spirit beads to level up, but how do I collect spirit beads? Sure enough, the audience was led to the answer by him. The treasure chest may reveal a spirit pearl. Don't count on treasure chests, the main way to get spirit beads is to kill monsters. Very rivery. Spirit beads are used for upgrades, which are equivalent to experience points. Killing monsters increases experience points, which is a common routine in the game. While thinking, Xiao Hao suddenly found that the fingers on his right hand were faintly visible. What is going on? Xiao Hao clicked on his personal information page. In the personal skills column, Xiao Hao found that he had 4 more skills. Transform into a shadow. Darkness encroaches. Dark realm. Overlay. Players can actually possess the skills of guardians. Hehe, Zhubo must be dumbfounded. Only the skills of the soldiers can be acquired by the player, and the general can only choose one skill. Ignoring the other netizens from other worlds who were teasing him, Xiao Hao directly used his skills. Transform into a shadow. Xiao Hao's entire body, including his clothes, turned into a shadow, and the way he moved was like the shadow of a leaf moving in the breeze under the scorching sun. Xiao Hao quickly became familiar with the new way of movement. As he became more and more familiar with the skills, Xiao Hao's movements became more and more awesome. Is it really that smooth? After stopping the skill, a shadow turned back into Xiao Hao's true body. Xiao Hao felt his body was hollowed out, his legs went limp and he fell onto the bed. I never expected that performing skills would consume so much energy. It seems that it is best not to use skills unless it is absolutely necessary. Fortunately, in addition to these active skills, Xiao Hao also gained night vision ability to a certain extent, and his physical fitness has also been significantly improved. Now through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Xiao Hao's field of vision is about 10 meters. After a while, Xiao Hao finally recovered. I don't know if the monster is gone. Let's go fight the monsters. Laughing, he can't see you posting a barrage here. Xiao Hao raised his eyebrows. Ah, yes. He cannot see. Xiao Hao gently turned the door handle and stepped out of the room again. Woo. There are also the distant cries of giant creatures. It is extremely clear in this deep and dark seabed. Stepping on the muddy dark red ground, the cold feeling continued to stimulate Xiao Hao. He did not forget the prehistoric spiny shrimp 20 meters in front of the door. Let's just operate on it first. Even though he had night vision, Xiao Hao still turned on the light of his cell phone. Light can sometimes give people courage. Gradually approaching the prehistoric spiny shrimp, Xiao Hao vaguely saw the appearance of the spiny shrimp and broke out in a cold sweat. Prehistoric spiny shrimp are completely different from the shrimp we eat every day. A pair of giant eyes with stalks are like the protruding eyeballs of a tentacle monster, a pair of multi-segmented thorny tentacles are like 2 giant centipedes, a flat body like a crocodile, and fins like oars growing on both sides. This thing is called shrimp. The flesh at the bottom of the head of the several-meter-long spiny shrimp split open. It's nothing else. It's its caliber. The round mouth was covered with densely packed blade-like teeth, and it roared at Xiao Hao. This roar made Xiao Hao's heart beat wildly. The fear penetrated into his bones like a cancer, and his teeth chattered wildly. The whites of Xiao Hao's eyes were covered with bloodshot as he stared at the shrimp in front of him. He can't run. If he turns around, he will surely die. The prehistoric spiny shrimp had no patience and it pounced towards Xiao Hao. The blood-red opening like a manhole cover was facing Xiao Hao directly. The squirming teeth of the blade were sharp and shiny, even reflecting the light of Xiao Hao's mobile phone. Xiao Hao was trembling all over, which was his body's natural reaction. The giant caliber was aimed at Xiao Hao's head. Xiao Hao clearly saw that the densely packed blades were like a meat grinder, still chewing up the broken bones and flesh. At that moment, Xiao Hao subconsciously thought of the content of the barrage. The barrage said that if you get 2 meters close to it, you will be attacked. The distance was 7 or 8 meters. How could it attack? His guardian hadn't been summoned yet. Xiao Hao suppressed his fear and roared, "Transform into a shadow." The spiny shrimp rushed into the exploration bubble, but even the exploration bubble with a diameter of more than 2 meters could only cover part of its body. The sharp teeth stabbed past and the phone fell to the ground. The light shone upwards, and Xiao Hao in the shadows could clearly see its white belly. The thrust was very fast, and the shrimp rushed out of the exploration bubble again due to its own inertia. It chewed for a while, but found that it was chewing in vain. The shadow condensed into a human form again. After the extreme fear, there was extreme anger. Almost there. Just a little bit. A second before he transformed, he even smelled the foul bad breath of the prehistoric spiny shrimp. Xiao Hao turned around and stared at the shrimp with his bloodshot eyes. Little seahorses, kill it. The game panel in the void appeared like a 3D image, emitting a scarlet light, and shadow seahorses emerged from the Guardian information page of the game panel. The 8 shadow seahorses were like 8 aurora shadows. The shadow transformation skills of the seahorses were completely different from those used by Xiao Hao. Roar! 8 black shadows seemed to have turned into ligaments that tightly wrapped around the shrimp, and the dark erosion started. With the help of the mobile phone light, Xiao Hao clearly saw where the black shadow was entangled. The white belly of the spiny shrimp seemed to be stained with a layer of gray-white dye and was gradually rotting. The tentacles of the prehistoric thorn shrimp lashed directly at the black shadow, and the dark ligament was instantly broken. Xiao Hao hurriedly checked the game panel and found that one of the seahorses had lost half of its blood. It just whipped. Just lost half of his blood. Don't entangle it. Use the dark field to grind its blood. The attack of the underwater creatures was disorganized, so Xiao Hao decided to take over command. The seahorses immediately abandoned the dark ligaments that the shadows had transformed into, and instead formed a dark halo around the spiny shrimp. Overlay. 8 times the blood loss. Despite this, Xiao Hao could also find that the decay rate of the shrimp's body had slowed down. Xiao Hao was not surprised. After all, the entanglement just now was a single-target blood-consuming skill, and the dark field was an AoE skill, so the blood-consuming aura formed was definitely weaker than the single-target skill. AoE is much stronger than single-target health consumption, because in the dark area, the seahorses become shadows in the area, and the enemy cannot find their true identity. This means that with the skills of Domain plus Shadow plus Corrosion, Shadow Seahorse can reduce the enemy's health without taking any damage. The prehistoric spiny shrimp lost its target, and its tentacle-like eyes turned to Xiao Hao again. Really staring at each other. Xiao Hao has to give the seahorses enough time. He really wanted to go and collect blood with the seahorses, but his body wouldn't allow it. His body is far inferior to that of the Guardian. The prehistoric spiny shrimp pounced towards Xiao Hao again. Xiao Hao fell to the side, but was still hit on the back by its paddle-like fins. He grimaced in pain. The speed of the spiny shrimp's charge was obviously much slower than at the beginning, and this time he had time to react and pounce. Xiao Hao felt a little happy in his heart, but when he turned around, the extremely cold fear suffocated him. The shrimp's eyeball was almost hitting his face. In other words, it was right behind his head. The centipede's tentacles were like the god of death's scythe, swung down over Xiao Hao's head. 2 shocking scratches were left on the ground, with a dark shadow in the middle. When the shadow seahorses merge into the dark realm, the monster will not be able to sense them, and Xiao Hao is also ready to merge into the dark realm. This time, even the mobile phone was assimilated into a shadow by Xiao Hao. As soon as the cell phone light went out, the whole world was shrouded in darkness. The black shadow was like a fish entering the sea. Just when Xiao Hao felt relieved, the shrimp's tentacles stabbed at Xiao Hao again. What's going on? Xiao Hao quickly used Huaying's built-in speed bonus to avoid the tentacles. How does it perceive itself? The tentacles attacked again, and Xiao Hao dodged extremely poorly. He didn't think he could avoid its tentacles every time. I can't hold on any longer. Xiao Hao's voice came from the darkness. 1 unit consumes blood, entangle it. The dark area slowly disappeared, and dark ligaments bound the prehistoric spiny shrimp. While the prawn was trapped, Xiao Hao's eyes became fierce, and a spear suddenly appeared under the prawn's white belly, and he stabbed it upwards fiercely. It is the coral spear synthesized by Xiao Hao. Go. Die. Ah. Blood spurted out, the shrimp struggled frantically, and even its dark ligaments were broken. If you can't hold it, continue to erode it with the dark realm. When the dark shadow ribbon falling in the sea heard this, it suddenly spread out like black gauze, forming a dark circle of light. The smell of blood was overwhelming and the surrounding sea water was dyed red by blood. But the prehistoric spiny shrimp was not dead yet and was dizzy. It rushed left and right, and the coral spear that pierced its body went deeper because of its rushing. The surrounding sea water was stirred by it, and dark red mud flew on the seabed. While the spiny shrimp was going crazy, Xiao Hao quickly hid in an area with dense aquatic plants, waiting for the seahorse to kill it. But Xiao Hao's hiding was useless. The prehistoric spiny shrimp could still easily sense him. The thorn shrimps attacked him madly. Xiao Hao tried his best to stay calm, but death was before him and he could not control his panic at all. The transformation just now almost drained Xiao Hao's physical strength. This time, Xiao Hao was powerless to stop the shrimp's desperate charge. He knew that he couldn't escape this time. Is this a survival game? How cruel. Xiao Hao lowered his eyebrows, and just when he thought he was about to die, all the seahorses in the dark realm revealed their true forms. One by one, the seahorses pounced on the prehistoric spiny shrimps and pierced their long conical snouts into the shrimps' bodies. 8 seahorses were distributed around the spiny shrimp, and their hooked tails pierced into the bloody holes left by the coral spears and drilled in fiercely. The prehistoric spiny shrimp screamed in pain, and the coral spear that had originally pierced it had disappeared. The body of the shadow seahorse was clamped between the fin paddles on both sides of the spiny shrimp, and its tail was stuck in the belly of the spiny shrimp, stirring constantly. The spiny shrimp tried to attack the seahorse with its tentacles, but the seahorse was sandwiched between its fins, and it couldn't see or hit it from that position. It became ruthless and lashed its tentacles towards the seahorse, but it missed the seahorse and instead lashed its own oars and fins until they were bloody. The hooks of its tentacles instead tore at its own flesh. The spiny shrimp fell to the bottom of the sea with a bang, its body twitching from time to time and a large amount of blood gushing out. The seahorses had no intention of stopping their attack, and their sharp tails kept stirring in the shrimp's body. After waiting for a long time, the game prompt appeared. Prehistoric spiny shrimp is dead. Spiritual pearl plus 400. Is it bound to the prehistoric spiny shrimp? Binding. Could it be possible to obtain the prehistoric spiny shrimp as a guardian after binding? But Xiao Hao remembered that the number of bindings should be limited. He looked away from the scarlet words on the game and focused his attention on the barrage. The prehistoric spiny shrimp is pretty standard. The host should know how to bind. Generally, players will bind the first monster they encounter. There is no other way, in order to increase the survival rate. That's why they regretted it when they encountered better monsters. This is a pitfall. There is only one binding quota for every 10 levels of a general in this game. This is too few. But if it is bound to the prehistoric lobster, it is still too weak against ghosts. The level of the thorn shrimp that appeared in the novice village is definitely not above level 10, and the deep-sea ghost is at least level 10. The prawn's defense is so fragile that the ghost can tear it into pieces with just a wave of his hand. Good job. Such an outrageous monster, not only is its level below level 10, but it can also be killed instantly by other wild monsters. Then binding this thing will only waste the spot. Xiao Hao curled his lips and refused to bind, and gave an explanation to the netizens from another world who were watching the live broadcast. It's too ugly, I don't want to bind this thing. A series of question marks appeared in the barrage. Brother, are you serious? Most monsters don't look good. Although the guardians I bound to all look weird, I am able to survive thanks to them. There was a lot of complaints in the barrage, but Xiao Hao didn't see any useful information. For this kind of game anchor, netizens who watch the live broadcast will generally discuss which monster is better to bind. Just like when playing games, everyone will discuss which hero has a higher win rate. Xiao Hao wanted to see the netizens' suggestions, but unfortunately they didn't reveal them. Looking at the corpse of the spiny shrimp, Xiao Hao had a bold idea. After upgrading for a while, return to Shanbei's room to upgrade again. Get the coral spear back first. The MVP of this weapon is the little seahorse, and the second is this spear. Retrieve the spear and cut some meat. Whether this meat is edible or not can be determined by looking at the comments. Sure enough, with some casual guidance, Xiao Hao came to the conclusion that he could have a big meal. All the cut meat was thrown into the space grid. He couldn't wait to upgrade. After returning to Shanbei's room, Xiao Hao suddenly remembered something. Broken. There is no kitchen in the Sanbei room. He eats chicken. How could this meat ghost dare to eat it raw if he didn't know if it had any parasites? Forget it, let's put the food issue aside for now, he needs to upgrade the Shanbei room first. On the personal information page, there is an additional column for level, and a plus sign in brackets. Level 0, plus. Xiao Hao clicked the plus sign, and the level became 1. There were also brackets in the Shadow Seahorse level column on the Guardian interface. Originally, the Guardian had no brackets or plus signs. It seems that the level of the Guardian cannot be higher than that of the Shanbei room. Looking at the number of spirit beads, Xiao Hao's eyes lit up. Only 10 spirit beads were consumed. Upgrade Seahorse. Consumes 80 spirit beads. Very rivery. 8. The amount consumed is 8 times as much. Xiao Hao didn't forget the magic meter. I looked at the magic meter in the room and it was full. Can I get full mana back by upgrading? Xiao Hao reached the next level, consuming 20 spirit beads. Shanbei room became level 2, and the magic meter changed. Magic power, 2000 L. 30 spirit beads. Level 3. Magic power, 3000 L. It seems that we don't have to worry about the magic power of the room for the time being. Xiao Hao used the remaining spirit beads to upgrade the seahorse, but it could only be upgraded to level 2. Upgrading to level 3 required 240 spirit beads. After one upgrade, there are 100 spirit beads left. It can be used to upgrade Shanbei room, but Xiao Hao has no plans to do so. The most important thing now is to improve the combat power. It would be better to keep the spirit beads for upgrading the Guardian. He wanted to upgrade the seahorses one by one, but unfortunately as a type of soldier, seahorses cannot be upgraded one at a time. After the upgrade of Shanbei room, the safety factor is still 1 star. However, the space was much larger and there was an extra bathroom, which touched Xiao Hao. Hopefully, going into the bathroom won't be broadcast live. After entering the bathroom, Xiao Hao immediately opened the game panel. This is too formal. The host was being distant and didn't treat us as one of his own. It would be nice if the bathroom didn't block the live broadcast. I guess you've been holding back for a whole day. I see other anchors urinating and defecating everywhere. That scene is so beautiful that I can't bear to look at it directly. The host is so handsome, it's a pity that I can't see him. Shut up, he's my husband. Only I can see it. Are you living in a dream? With your race's facial features, aren't you afraid of the host's values? Humph. Our love transcends race. Our love transcends gender. It seems that I discovered something extraordinary. God knows how many intelligent species have been socially killed by this game. The leaders of our race paid a heavy price to completely erase their dark history. I believe my male god will not have any dark history. Never before has Xiao Hao felt that privacy is so important as it is now. Touching. The man was silent and the woman was in tears. Xiao Hao never thought that one day he would be moved by being able to go to the toilet alone. After opening the bathroom door, Xiao Hao felt refreshed and his face and ears were flushed. What I know is that he went to the toilet. If you don't know, you might think he's doing something bad. Xiao Hao glanced at the game panel, and the comments that flashed across the screen made his eyes twitch. Xiao Hao accidentally imagined the miserable conditions of other players, and the immersive visual experience made his eyes hurt. I dare not think about it. I dare not even think about it. I opened my phone and it was already past 10 o'clock. Before I knew it, the day had passed. I looked out the floor-to-ceiling windows and saw that no matter whether it was day or night, there was endless darkness outside. Xiao Hao said softly, "Good night." It seemed like he was talking to himself, and the gentle voice seemed to be mixed with anticipation for tomorrow. Good night. Good night. The netizens from the other world didn't know that Xiao Hao was saying good night to them. In the softest part of his heart, Xiao Hao silently said 2 words, "Thank you." Xiao Hao is an orphan. He rarely feels kindness from the outside world. More than that, it's malicious. Being an orphan means having no support and no background. Starting from kindergarten, when he was at his weakest, everyone could come up and step on him. From childhood to adulthood, everyone around him has a safe haven called home. He has nothing. He can only use indifference as a weapon to protect himself. The most ironic thing is that in such a cruel game, he felt so much kindness. Xiao Hao slept peacefully that night. It feels more secure than the low-rent housing he lives in real life. The alarm rang on time, still playing that familiar nursery rhyme. After a simple breakfast, Xiao Hao prepared to go out and fight monsters. At the latest tomorrow, he would have to go collect soul-replenishing herbs. The moment I stepped out of the door, the dark red muddy ground and the cold feeling spread to my heart again. But this time, Xiao Hao was not so nervous. In order to avoid being caught off guard like the last time he fought monsters, Xiao Hao released the shadow seahorse first. After the seahorse came out, Xiao Hao discovered that the seahorse, which was originally about 20 to 30 centimeters long, had grown to about half a meter. Larva has disappeared from the game information page. Good job. It grew up overnight. What brand of hormone did it take? Netizens from another world had a god's perspective, and with the help of Barrage, Xiao Hao quickly found the treasure chest. Mostly food, with a few blood potions, cotton, and the like. God knows how excited Xiao Hao will be when he sees cotton. Can you imagine that Xiao Hao was wearing pajamas, broadcasting live, and running around in the sea for a whole day yesterday? Shivering with cold. When fighting monsters, the special effects of wild monsters and seahorses are very gorgeous. But Xiao Hao, who is wearing synthetic pajamas next to him, can easily distract people from the show. If he could survive to the end, this would probably become his famous scene. In the real world, he would be a total social failure. Fortunately, this is in a different world. After comparing with many players, Xiao Hao felt much better. After putting on a black tight similar to a military uniform and holding a coral spear tightly in his hand, Xiao Hao continued to move forward. In front of him was the wild monster mentioned in the barrage, the human-faced strange-spined fish. My husband looks so handsome in this outfit. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he is handsome and elegant. Isn't this my boyfriend who I have been lost for more than 20 years? Ahem, those coming later please get in line, he is my boyfriend, thank you. Stop arguing, Xiao Shuai is going to fight monsters. The human-faced strange-spined fish is a dramatic character, husband, don't be fooled. Woo-woo. As the distance got closer, Xiao Hao faintly heard crying in the front. The continuous crying sound, soft and sticky, easily makes people think that it is the sad cry of a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, the barrage had already revealed its true intention, and Xiao Hao, who should have cooperated with the performance, pretended to turn a blind eye. As the distance got closer, Xiao Hao saw a pit in front of him. The crying sound came from the pit. Xiao Hao asked the shadow seahorse to explore the way, but it did not attack the seahorse. Xiao Hao approached slowly with doubts. He could even hear his own heartbeat, and sweat broke out on the palm holding the spear. The closer Xiao Hao got to the pit, the slower his speed became, and even his breathing became lighter. He was afraid that a wild monster would suddenly jump out of the pit and catch him off guard. The tip of the spear was pointed at the pit, and Xiao Hao finally moved to the edge of the pit. There was a woman's head in the pit, and below the neck was a fish body. The woman was crying, and Fishtail wiped her cheeks from time to time, as if wiping away tears. Xiao Hao almost couldn't help but complain, "This is at the bottom of the sea, you are immersed in the water, what the hell are you doing?" The head saw Xiao Hao and made some strange syllables. Xiao Hao didn't know what bird language it was speaking, but he could actually understand its meaning. "I have been cursed by a witch. Only the prince's kiss can break the curse. Are you willing to help me?" Xiao Hao's face was filled with black lines. He always felt something was wrong. If you just look at the woman's head, there is no doubt that her face is extremely beautiful, delicate, and her skin is so moist that it looks like water is bouncing off it. Combined with this face and tone, it has a fairy tale feel. But isn't this a horror game? Well, dark fairy tales are pretty scary too. Looking at the monster's expectant expression, Xiao Hao felt that it would be quite rude not to reply and just start fighting. So Xiao Hao replied very politely, "I'm sorry, I'm not a prince and I can't lift your curse, but it doesn't matter, I can relieve your pain." After saying that, the seahorses understood and used the dark domain. The head let out a scream, and the shrill soprano voice made Xiao Hao's scalp numb. Glancing at the tip of the spear, Xiao Hao decided to use it to block her mouth. Zheng. What stunned Xiao Hao was that when the iron spear was thrust forward, the beauty's fangs instantly grew longer, and her vampire-like sharp teeth bit the tip of the spear. Xiao Hao could even hear a sound similar to the collision of weapons. Her teeth were really good. Xiao Hao's look of disbelief and the beauty's eyes that revealed her true colors met each other, and the scene was very awkward for a while. The beauty reacted quickly, and her originally fierce eyes turned into timid ones. The beautiful and delicate woman bit the spear with her sharp teeth. She was a dramatic girl with a wronged look on her face, but she couldn't shake Xiao Hao's straight heart. Not only does he bite, he also twists. It looked like he had been stabbed by a spear. Xiao Hao wanted to pull out the spear, but she bit it too hard and he couldn't pull it out for a while. She still looked like a victim, as if Xiao Hao was poking her hard. After pulling for a while, Xiao Hao said as if he was gathering strength, 3, 2. Then he pulled out the spear while she was not paying attention. Hey! You didn't expect that. He started exerting force before he even said 1. The beauty was so angry that she almost blurted out, "This is not a moral code of martial arts." Xiao Hao couldn't help but sigh that it was awesome. The iron tip was very sharp, but she still managed to hold onto it. Xiao Hao regrouped and prepared to hit her again. The fish scales on her body also looked hard, so he aimed at her eyeballs. Xiao Hao didn't believe that her eyeballs could be that hard. The beautiful woman hurriedly uttered a few syllables, "No, no. I don't want you to relieve my pain." Xiao Hao said righteously, "Don't be polite to me, helping others is a good virtue." After saying that, Xiao Hao stabbed him hard. As a result, the monster dodged it flexibly. "I'm not a human. I love helping animals, too." A poke. Hide. Damn it, I was dodged again. I don't want to lift the curse. I've transcended. You need salvation more than transcendence. The dark realm was like a disillusioned light and shadow, with dark ribbons binding her. "Now, let's see how you hide." She twisted hard, hoping to break free from the dark ropes, but the 8 seahorses were like 8 big men, binding her so that she could not move. The woman looked towards Xiao Hao and begged, "Being kind to others is also a good virtue, please let me go. You are not human. You like helping animals too. That's why I want to relieve your pain." The beauty's head looked desperate. "Well, then don't stab me with your spear, use something else." Hateful. This drama queen actually wants to disturb my peaceful mind. Don't even think about it. Just when Xiao Hao was about to end its life with his spear, the wild monster suddenly raised its head and sprayed a stream of water from its mouth. The water column even broke through the exploration bubble and pierced through Xiao Hao's chest. Xiao Hao's body slowly disappeared like a 3D phantom, leaving a shadow in its place. Transform into a shadow. I knew this guy was not honest. Xiao Hao, who was in the shadows, glanced at the ground behind him. A big hole had been blasted out by the water column. Dark red mud was flying all over the sky, and the surrounding sea water was all polluted. Isn't this power outrageous? It turns out that this guy looks so delicate and weak that he can be killed with just a spit. That was a close call. Fortunately, Xiao Hao never let his guard down. The human-faced strange-spined fish blinked and saw Xiao Hao in the shadows regain his human form. He smiled awkwardly and said, "If I say it was an accident, would you believe me?" Xiao Hao realized that this monster was just stalling for time. It seems that this ultimate move still needs to be charged up. Xiao Hao politely replied, "I will pray for the salvation of the donor right away." After saying that, without giving it any more chances, he pierced its eyeball with the iron spear and went straight into its brain. Every monster must not be taken lightly. Xiao Hao looked at the panel. This thing should be worth a lot of spirit beads. The human-faced strange-spined fish has died. Spiritual pearl plus 500. Do you want to bind the human-faced strange thorny fish? Xiao Hao did not bind immediately, he wanted to hear the opinions of netizens. I told you my husband wouldn't be fooled. See? What husband? He's your brother-in-law. As we all know, the brother-in-law treats his sister-in-law, ha. It's over, this child is hopeless. This building is bent again. Xiao Hao had to straighten the building. Do you want to bind the human-faced strange-spined fish? Tied. Definitely tied. Just for this beauty, you would be a fool if you don't tie it up. The corner of Xiao Hao's mouth twitched as he remembered the reason he gave for refusing to be bound last time, ugly. But what he wanted to know was whether this thing could deal with deep-sea ghosts. This generation of netizens is really difficult to lead. Xiao Hao whispered softly, can the human-faced strange-spined fish deal with deep-sea ghosts? The only things the human-faced strange-spined fish can do are confusion and water cannon. The confuse is ineffective against deep-sea ghosts, and the water cannon can only be used as a bath water for it. If it encounters a ghost, it will still be killed in seconds. Bath water, ha. It's this guy again. Her smile is too obscene. Quick, cover her mouth. Xiao Hao's face was filled with black lines. This group of netizens made Xiao Hao worry a lot. Xiao Hao refused to be bound, and once again made up an excuse, I like people who are above board. This guy is too pretentious. I refuse. After saying this, Xiao Hao regretted it. Because. See. My husband likes me who is open and above board. If I like you, I like you. I express my love boldly. In that case, I will also compete with you sisters. The little brother is so handsome, why does he want to snatch the handsome guy from us? Hey, everyone knows that we silver people are good with both men and women. Wow, all handsome guys are handsome. Draw your sword. My husband can only be mine. There is no hope in life. Sure enough, no matter what race the netizens were from, veins popped out on Xiao Hao's temples. After eating something simple to replenish his strength, Xiao Hao decided to upgrade on the spot and then continue fighting monsters. 600 spirit beads are just enough to upgrade Shen Bifang and Haiba to level 4. The upgrade may not seem to change much in appearance, but the improvement in strength is real. I fought monsters twice, and the second time was much easier than the first time. Just when Xiao Hao was about to guide netizens to give him hints, the barrage of comments suddenly became much denser. The deep-sea ghost is coming. It's over. The host is too far away from Shanbei's room now. He can't outrun the ghost in this short time. Ah, I finally met a player I like, it's such a pity to see him die like this. What should I do? Even though the ghost is several hundred meters away from him, it has already discovered him. Ah. Husband, please don't die. Barrages of comments flashed by, and the dense barrages made it impossible for Xiao Hao to check how to escape for a while. Xiao Hao tried hard to calm down. If it were in the past, it would be difficult for him to do it. But after going through several near-death experiences, Xiao Hao's heart has become much stronger. My night vision is only about 10 meters away, but the deep-sea ghost discovered me from hundreds of meters away. You can see how powerful it is from the side. It was unrealistic to escape back to Shanbei's room. I was injured during the last 100-meter sprint, not to mention that I was at least several hundred meters away from Shanbei's room now. You can't beat him, and you can't escape him. Xiao Hao was extremely anxious, and the only option at the moment was to hide. Xiao Hao resolutely turned off the light of his mobile phone. The moment the light disappeared, Xiao Hao felt a sense of dullness and depression. It seemed as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Even a stone or a plant seemed to have grown eyeballs, all staring at him. Trying hard to suppress the strange feeling, Xiao Hao didn't bother to remember the surface features under his feet. With the help of the barrage, he didn't have to worry too much about getting lost on the seabed. Fortunately, there has always been a human-faced spiny fish living here. The water column it blasted out in the past caused many large pits on the surface. Some of the pits even connected together to form a small crack, giving Xiao Hao a place to hide. Xiao Hao did not hide in the pit in the direction of Shanbei's room. Instead, he stayed away from Shanbei's room and chose a relatively complicated gully-like pit. Xiao Hao did not hesitate and turned into a shadow and flowed into the pit. Half a minute, it can be said that Xiao Hao had just hidden himself when the ghost came. It was pitch black and dead silent all around. Xiao Hao was squatting in a small hole in a ravine. There was only one exit. If he was discovered, he would be dead. Relatively speaking, this hiding place is also very good. Even the top of the head is covered with dark red soil and rocks. There is only one exit about the size of a ventilation pipe, which makes it difficult to be discovered. Xiao Hao didn't dare to make a sound. He didn't know if it was his illusion. Under the silent seabed, the sound of his heart thumping was unusually clear. The host was very smart and did not run away blindly. By the way, How did he know that the deep-sea ghost had discovered him? At this moment, Xiao Hao didn't dare to speak out loud to find excuses to explain. Cold sweat continued to seep out of his forehead and flow to the corners of his mouth. Xiao Hao didn't dare to wipe it off. Xiao Hao was like a wax figure, not daring to move. There are always some people who have a strong sixth sense, so it is normal for them to spot ghosts. Who? Ghosts were floating around above, and Xiao Hao was under great psychological pressure. In order to prevent himself from getting too excited, Xiao Hao could only watch the barrage to lower his blood pressure. Suddenly, the whirring sound stopped. The female ghost's teasing voice sounded. I found you. Xiao Hao's heart couldn't help beating violently, but he remained motionless. The sweat from his nose flowed to his lips. Xiao Hao pursed his lips, but still tasted a hint of saltiness. Don't hide, I can see you. These words rang above Xiao Hao's head. There is only a thin layer of soil between them. Xiao Hao was covered in cold sweat, and he looked like he had just been pulled out of the water. In the pitch-black environment, everything around him seemed to have grown densely packed eyeballs, all staring at him mockingly. He knew that it was his illusion, but the feeling of being spied on was extremely clear, as if there was something horrible behind him, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Even though his legs were numb from squatting, Xiao Hao still didn't move. The psychological pressure continued to increase and my heart almost beat out of my throat. There is no escape. Xiao Hao must take a gamble. It's blocked and it can't find itself. The surroundings became quiet. It was just a few minutes, but it seemed like centuries. Sweat oozed from his forehead and suddenly flowed into Xiao Hao's eyes. The bloodshot on the whites of his eyes gradually became denser, and the stinging sensation in his eyeballs eroded Xiao Hao's spirit. Xiao Hao's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly, but he still held on tightly, and even his breathing was very light, for fear that the slightest sound would attract the ghost. Get out of here. Hearing the ghost getting angry, Xiao Hao actually felt relieved. The bet won. It didn't find itself. There was a loud bang, and the ghost was furious. He swept his sickle fingers across, cutting the earth and rocks as easily as cutting tofu. A big pit. One claw. It was filled up. The rumbling sound kept getting closer, and Xiao Hao could only watch as the only hole was filled up. The originally bumpy ground has long since turned into a plain. I don't know how long it was before the soft ground suddenly moved. A hand stretched out from the ground. It's Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao was covered in mud and looked miserable, but there was a smile on his face. Barrages of comments kept popping up in front of me. Escape. This ghost must not have thought that the anchor was hiding under its feet. The anchor would rather be buried alive than come out. He is too cruel to himself. To be honest, I have seen many players, but he is the first one to escape the ghost pursuit in this way. The novice player is really bad, but the anchor made me look at him with new eyes. I'm following him because of his ability to handle stress. If it were me, and there was a ghost floating around next to me, I would definitely run away. I originally wanted to continue killing monsters, but ended up running into this kind of thing. Fortunately, I was bound to a guardian and my physical fitness improved a lot, otherwise I would definitely not be able to climb out. Xiao Hao was not in good condition, so he had to go back to Shan Bei's room to rest for a while. On the way back, I didn't forget to open a few more treasure chests. Now Xiao Hao basically doesn't have to worry about food sources. When turning on the shower, Xiao Hao felt that the bath water was a little sticky. It turned out that the bath water was seawater. Yes, if it is fresh water, there is no need to open the water from the treasure chest. Xiao Hao suddenly remembered the water purifier drawings in the synthesis room. What raw materials does he not have? Synthesis. It's comfortable to take a bath with water purified by a water purifier. After taking a shower, Xiao Hao lay on the bed and opened a forum that he hadn't visited for a long time. He could see the game panel in the void without holding up his phone. He wanted to see what the other people were doing. Maybe some other players had obtained the soul replenishing grass, so he wouldn't have to face the ghost. Unfortunately, no one has. There are a few more competitors. Xiao Hao didn't hate these competitors, he even felt a sense of sympathy. Soul replenishing grass is needed only when the soul is damaged. They are all poor people. Number 666, help. Help. My leg is broken. Please, everyone, give me blood, give me blood. Number 666, I am willing to exchange food for you. Please, save me. Xiao Hao must have been the only player who had offered blood potions, but no one was willing to take them out for exchange. There will definitely be food when you open a treasure chest, but blood potions may not necessarily be found. There was a barrage of prompts, and Xiao Hao opened more than a dozen treasure chests before getting 4 bottles. Xiao Hao gained experience points by opening treasure chests. The treasure chests would refresh in different locations and the time limit was only about 2 hours. If you missed it, it would be gone. The screen was filled with requests for help, but still no one took out the blood potion. He sent a picture of many snacks, and Xiao Hao quickly recognized this top player. The one whose bed is filled with snacks. This is only the second day of the survival game, and blood is too scarce at this stage. Players who are able to obtain blood potions basically don't have to worry about food problems. There were also many other players who were originally chasing him, saying that he was going to die anyway, so they asked him to contribute all the food. Brother 6 is going crazy, but still no one is willing to make the swap. Instead, more and more people are trying to morally blackmail him. Xiao Hao looked at the blood medicine in the space. There was not much, but not a little either. If he wanted, it was not difficult to obtain the treasure chest, and blood medicine was also a relatively stable source. Thinking of this, Xiao Hao used the camera function of the game panel to take a picture of the blood potion, which immediately blew up all the players who were lurking in the forum. What does the boss want? I have iron, coral, copper, and gold. I just want you to sell me blood potion. I have wood, cotton, cloth, and the raw materials for a water purifier. I want a blood potion. The forum was suddenly filled with information, and notifications of friends adding their friends popped up like crazy. Number 666, boss. I was wrong. I'll give you all my snacks. My health is almost down to 0. Please. It seems that blood potion is even rarer than he thought. The demand is too great. Xiao Hao opened the space grid and found that he had all the supplies provided in the forum. It seems like there's nothing needed. The notification for adding friends was still popping up, but Xiao Hao blocked it directly. I asked if I could buy soul replenishing grass, but still couldn't find any. It seems that I have to pick the soul replenishing grass myself. Number 666, Big Brother, please, I am wrong, I am really wrong, I will give you all the snacks, can you save my life? Number 666, Big Brother, a large piece of flesh was bitten off my thigh, the bone was broken, and the bleeding continued. I will never dare to be arrogant again. Please have pity on me and save me. Why? We can't waste a bed full of snacks. Xiao Hao agreed to Brother Six's friend request. You already have a bed full of snacks, why are you still so upset to go out? I see a lot of people opening treasure chests in the forum and getting a lot of stuff. I am jealous. However, I have to say that this guy is quite courageous as he dared to go out when there was enough food. When Xiao Hao saw the snacks hanging on the exchange, he didn't waste any time and directly exchanged them for blood. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Dad. I'm so grateful. This son Xiao Hao doesn't want to recognize. I scanned the forum, but didn't find any useful information. Xiao Hao was offline, and there was wailing all over the forum. If you die in the game, your avatar will turn back to black, and it will be gray when you go offline. Did you notice that a mantis shrimp appeared 1,000 meters away? Really? I saw it. The peacock mantis shrimp is a very rare wild monster. With it, you won't be killed instantly when facing a ghost of level 10. Seeing this, Xiao Hao couldn't sit still anymore. While groping on the seabed, Xiao Hao did encounter other wild monsters. But none of these monsters could block a basic attack from the ghost. Finally, he found the right wild monster in the barrage. The originally tired Xiao Hao was startled and woke up instantly. What else is there to say? Let's go. After going out, Xiao Hao looked around. At 3 o'clock, catch the mantis shrimp, go for it. Can you please stop being funny? The host can't see our comments. I am the king of words, so what? I am in charge. What do you care? A smile appeared on Xiao Hao's face. Ah, yes, yes, yes. He can't see. Thanks to the king of mouth. Xiao Hao seemed to be moving towards the 3 o'clock direction casually. Ha, look. I'm the one directing the anchor. What a shit luck. That's a distance of thousands of meters. Even if the anchor is in the right direction, he can't go that far. With my command, the anchor will surely be able to do it. Of course you can. Ha ha. I'll just watch you show off. With a distance of thousands of meters and no landmarks, anyone would get lost. Ha ha ha, just look at it, I said the host wouldn't be there. Anchor, move a little to the right, a little to the right. It's useless. You still want to bind the mantis shrimp with this. I need to strengthen my mind. Anchor, I can sense you through telepathy, please move a little to the right. Xiao Hao did not adjust direction immediately. He didn't want these netizens from other worlds to know that he could see the barrage. Telepathy. Do you have to be so childish? This childish cheer brand milk powder is very suitable for you. The unknown netizens were still mocking, and just when the king of mouth was about to give up, Xiao Hao happened to see a huge rock in front of him. He couldn't just bump into it, could he? So, Xiao Hao naturally adjusted to the right direction. Ha 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 ha, I told you I can command, see. Ha ha. I didn't see it. It is recommended to donate the eyes if they are not used. Half an hour later, Xiao Hao finally reached the location mentioned in the barrage, and Xiao Hao quickly found the mantis shrimp. What surprised Xiao Hao was that the mantis shrimp was like an ultimate evolved version of the mantis shrimp. It is about 4 meters long and 2 meters tall, with emerald leather armor. Its tail lives up to its name, with the emerald color gradually changing to black and gold, with a sapphire blue outline and red diamond stripes. Its dozen or so pairs of limbs look like they are made of red diamonds, with 2 soft tentacles with branches and scales on the front of its head, and 2 giant mantis emerald tentacles under its head. Xiao Hao's heart was moved by this strong and handsome wild monster. The mantis shrimp took a step forward. Its sharp tentacles were like the giant scythe of the god of death. Just by moving forward, it could cut the soil and rocks into pieces with a light stab. It did not notice Xiao Hao. After comprehensive analysis, Xiao Hao thought that this monster could easily kill him in seconds. There was no other way. Xiao Hao could only ignore the moral ethics, give some instructions to Haima for a while, and then quickly find a place to hide. As soon as the dark halo enveloped the mantis shrimp, it noticed it immediately. The mantis tentacles waved instantly, like a master swordsman, cutting through plants, soil, and rocks at a speed that couldn't even keep up with the afterimage of the sickle tentacles. Xiao Hao quickly sensed Haima's emotions, and the crisis warning was like an alarm red light. In the dark area, the shadow is not only completely invisible but also has a speed bonus. The speed of the Aurora shadow is so fast that it can even give a crazy warning. This mantis shrimp is ridiculously strong. The knife marks around the mantis shrimp became more and more dense, and Xiao Hao, who was 8 or 9 meters away, was frightened. A prompt pops up on the game panel in the void, saying that Shadow Seahorse is about to be exhausted. Faced with this wild monster with almost unreasonable combat power, Xiao Hao would never go and die. After carefully observing the mantis shrimp's attack range, Xiao Hao quickly discovered that its sickle tentacles could hardly hit the ground under the limbs. Xiao Hao gave secret commands, and the seahorses immediately moved to right under it. The warning prompt on the game panel finally disappeared, and Xiao Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After swinging for a while, the mantis shrimp realized that its attack could not hit the little mouse in the shadow. Except for the ground under its feet, everything around it had been cut into pieces by it. After a pause, it raised its limbs, and the end of the limbs was like the tip of a spear, stabbing into the ground fiercely. Now, the seahorses had to leave their safe zone. The ground beneath his feet was pierced by numerous spear spikes, and mantis sickles were waving around. The alarm on Xiao Hao's panel sounded again. To turn into a shadow, into an illusion, is weightless. Its attack is indeed fierce, but at least it won't attack itself, right? Xiao Hao immediately ordered the seahorses to hide on its leathery back. After a few more minutes, the mantis shrimp began to breathe heavily. It can't sense where these little things are, But having lived in this terrifying seabed for many years, it still realizes that these little things are likely hiding on its back. The scarlet scales tentacles suddenly extended, just like Kaniki's scales in Tokyo Ghoul, and lashed at his back fiercely. With the abnormal defensive power of the emerald leather armor, the whipping of the Linha tentacles did not hurt at all, but Xiao Hao was frightened when he looked at the game panel. The health bars of 4 seahorses were almost emptied. The seahorses could only use Aurora Shadow's speed again to dodge the attack. The mantis shrimp branches out more scaly tentacles, which constantly whip and pierce itself. This time, it's a real 360 degrees attack with no blind spots. There's no point in hiding. Leaving the dark circle and being discovered is courting death. Xiao Hao tried hard to calm himself down. If he came to trouble the mantis shrimp, he would be courting death, and the barrage would not have kept reminding him to come. So, what is the way to win? Come on, Anchor, I believe in you. There are no unsolvable monsters in the novice village, the Anchor is here. You guys don't even know how to deal with it, yet you're asking the Anchor to bind it. Come on. He can't see the comments, how could we have asked him to come? The corners of Xiao Hao's mouth twitched wildly. At critical moments, you still have to rely on yourself. Xiao Hao tried hard to ignore the red warning on the game panel and his mind was working frantically. The mantis shrimp branched out more scaly tentacles, and the warning frequency of the panel became higher and higher, constantly urging Xiao Hao. Quick! Find a solution quickly. The seahorses can't hold on any longer. Looking at the many scaly tentacles that turned into afterimages, cold sweat flowed down Xiao Hao's temples. What to do? The difference between the shrimp in the game and the real shrimp is so huge. It has so many tentacles that it looks like a tentacle monster. How can I defeat it and bind it? Xiao Hao had just finished roaring in his heart when suddenly an inspiration flashed through his mind. Tentacle. Bind. Xiao Hao's pupils suddenly dilated as he caught the fleeting inspiration. Xiao Hao immediately closed his eyes and transmitted the complicated movement methods in his mind to Haima. After binding, the player and the guardian have gradually developed a certain degree of telepathy. Commonly known as telepathic connection. The solution to the problem has been given to Kaiba. All that is left is to believe in them and believe in your guardians. The waving mantis shrimp soon spotted a seahorse and immediately controlled its tentacles to lash out. After being hit, the seahorse turned into shadow again. Having a method does not mean that you can use it skillfully. Kaiba made a mistake. The apparition tentacle cannot be given to a severely injured seahorse. Now 5 seahorses are seriously injured and they only have 3 chances. They can only be defeated one by one again and again. Xiao Hao commands the seahorse, ready to make a desperate attempt. Success or failure depends on this one move. 3 seahorses suddenly appeared around the mantis shrimp, and their different directions made the mantis shrimp a little flustered. It controlled its scaly tentacles to stab the 3 seahorses respectively, but by the time the scaly tentacles passed, the seahorses had already turned into black shadows. Successfully disrupted its rhythm. Xiao Hao pursues the victory. Before the mantis shrimp could react, 3 seahorses appeared again. The mantis shrimp had been corroded for more than 10 minutes. It had little blood left and started to get anxious. It immediately controlled its scaly tentacles to stab forward again. Xiao Hao used the same trick again, and soon the speed of the tentacles slowed down. The seahorses gradually became familiar with the method, and the seriously injured seahorses occasionally appeared to distract the mantis shrimp's attention. With the coordinated efforts of 8 seahorses, the mantis shrimp quickly tied itself up into a ball of fur. This time, even it itself was confused. It has so many tentacles that they are like tangled silk threads, tied together. The mantis shrimp was now anxious. It tried to pull out its tentacles, but no matter how hard it tried, the tentacles were tightly entangled together. In the spirit of helping others, Xiao Hao tied more than one knot on it. The mantis shrimp took in big gulps of sea water, as if it was breathing heavily. Its body was trembling a little, and its originally emerald leather armor gradually dimmed. It has been eroded by darkness for too long. Admittedly, its level is much higher than that of the seahorse, but it cannot withstand such a long period of blood loss. The mantis shrimp tried hard to support its body, and with a ruthless heart, it swung the emerald mantis knife and actually cut off all its tentacles. The tentacles broke apart, and the blood spurted out like red ink spilled into the water. How painful it must be. The mantis shrimp's determination to break off its horns to survive made Xiao Hao feel awe-inspiring. Sorry. Xiao Hao couldn't let it run away. The mantis shrimp's attack and defense are very abnormal, but its speed is not as fast as that of the seahorse. No matter which direction it struggled, the dark halo followed it. Finally, the mantis shrimp fell to the ground with a bang, and the last bit of luster on its body was completely eroded. A binding prompt popped up on the game panel, and Xiao Hao realized that he was sweating profusely. Restraining his excitement, Xiao Hao bound himself immediately. With his first warrior, he has entered a new stage in the survival game. At least he will no longer be at the mercy of deep-sea ghosts. Spiritual Pearl plus 550. How can such a perverted monster be worth only 550 spirit beads? Mantis shrimp and human-faced strange-spined fish are not on the same level at all. Why does it only have 50 more spirit beads than the strange-spined fish? Xiao Hao couldn't help but ask his own questions. That's right, a level 10 wild monster is worth exactly 550 spirit beads. The host has almost defeated all the small bosses in the novice village. We still need a small boss and a big boss. Speaking of which, this anchor is really awesome. Other players start by fighting small monsters, but this anchor fights small bosses right from the start. Yes, most players can hardly even find the boss, but the anchor encountered the boss casually, and even ran so far to encounter such a rare boss. The host's luck is incredible. Xiao Hao was confused again. So starting from the first monster, all he fought were boss-level monsters in the game. No wonder he always felt that this game was ridiculously difficult. Even the bug-level Shadow Kaiba was so hard to beat, how could others survive? It turns out that he has been playing in hell mode all along. Still lucky. Hasn't he always been following the barrage? After a little thought, Xiao Hao figured it out. How could netizens be interested in watching him fight monsters? If you want to fight, you should fight the boss. Therefore, it is normal to guide him to fight the boss. These netizens didn't even know that it was they who guided Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After summoning the mantis shrimp, Xiao Hao always felt that this guy had shrunk. The information page shows that the mantis shrimp has returned to level 0. Well, it takes a total of 550 spirit beads to upgrade to level 10, which is exactly equal to the number of spirit beads it explodes. Unfortunately, the guardian level cannot be higher than the level of the Shanbei room. All 550 spirit beads were used up. The Shanbei room was upgraded to level 5, the seahorses were upgraded to level 5, and the mantis shrimps were upgraded to level 4. Ride on the mantis shrimp's leather back and you won't be able to walk back by yourself. I want to ride a mantis shrimp, too. It looks so majestic. So cool, I'm jealous. This is more majestic than Pegasus. Sitting on the leather armor, Xiao Hao didn't feel any shaking at all. With more than a dozen pairs of red diamond limbs, it walks so steadily. While Xiao Hao took out the spicy strips from the space, he looked at the barrage and forum. His stamina limit is only 50, so he has to go collect soul-replenishing herbs tomorrow. How did he know the way back? After a while, Xiao Hao saw the fluorescent aquatic plants and explained casually, well, this is the landmark, so this is the direction. The host has such a good brain. People with poor directions are envious online. Oh my god, running thousands of meters in the dark seabed, the anchor actually relied on these small landmarks to remember the direction. Aren't you afraid of getting confused? Wow, I am a waste dot. Back then, I relied on the big guys to survive. Compared with the anchor, forget it, there is no comparison. Xiao Hao almost blushed. Fortunately, I am thick-skinned enough. Keep praising, don't stop. I opened the forum and it was still bleak. There was no useful information, so Xiao Hao turned it off. What he didn't know was that someone had already discovered him as soon as he came online on the forum. Before the players had a chance to call him boss, Xiao Hao went offline again, which made the players who wanted to curry favor with him feel depressed. Hey, which warrior skill did the host choose? I don't know, but I heard that mantis shrimps are very rare and have many unique skills. Xiao Hao then remembered that he had not yet selected the general skills. I was in a hurry to go back to Shanbei's room to repair it, so I upgraded it directly without taking a closer look. Xiao Hao immediately clicked on the Guardian information page of the mantis shrimp. Guardian, Warrior Peacock Mantis Shrimp. Attributes, Gold, Water. Level, 4. Skill. Emerald Armor. The mantis shrimp's armor is a golden emerald armor, which has extremely strong defense and is basically immune to physical attacks of the same level. Mantis Sickle. The scythe tentacles of the mantis shrimp are extremely sharp, and have the special properties of splitting and penetrating. Opponents of the same level are basically unable to defend against its death scythe. Scaled Tentacles. Mantis shrimp can branch out numerous scaled tentacles to attack or bind enemies, and the tentacles have the ability to regenerate. Sea Fantail. The sea fantail of the mantis shrimp can create undercurrents or waves. Even in waterless areas, it can condense water molecules in the air through the sea fantail to form waves. Immortal Body. Passive skill. Immortal Body can greatly improve the physical fitness of the mantis shrimp and continuously develop its physical potential. It is the key to the mantis shrimp's unbridled display of skills. Wow, the mantis shrimp's tentacles are really scaly. I don't know if this Lin He is the same as that Lin He, but they look very similar anyway. When Xiao Hao saw the last skill, his heart skipped a beat. Xiao Hao also wanted the other 4 skills, but the last passive skill was the key. The key to unleashing skills. God knows how painful it is for Xiao Hao to have the skills of seahorses but be unable to use them. It can only be used for a few seconds at a time, and it will be exhausted after 2 or 3 times. How weak this body must be. Immortal Body. The immortal body must be chosen. The game panel is light red, and the 5 skills emit a faint green light. Xiao Hao clicked on the immortal body with his mind, and a box popped up immediately. Have you selected the warrior skill, Immortal Body? Is there any need to say more? Yes. A warm current suddenly burst out from his dantian and flowed to his limbs. Sweat continued to seep out of his skin. Xiao Hao could even feel the flow of blood, as hot as magma. After returning to Shanbei's room, Xiao Hao discovered that there was an extra kitchen in the level 5 base camp. He rushed into the bathroom without taking a closer look. When he took off his clothes, his 8 angular abdominal muscles were exposed. Xiao Hao was stunned. This skill also has a bodybuilding effect. Without caring about too much, Xiao Hao turned on the shower. The cold water washed over Xiao Hao, but a cloud of steam rose. After showering for a while, the temperature of his body finally dropped. Xiao Hao wiped the large mirror in the bathroom, looked at his muscular body, and the corners of his mouth curled up wildly. I don't know which girl I will give it to in the future. As he was thinking, Xiao Hao returned to reality. Let's get through this difficult time first. The crisis has not yet passed, and my pure mind cannot be shaken. Xiao Hao casually put on a set of pajamas and walked out of the bathroom. It was only after he lay on the bed and opened the game panel that he saw the dense barrage of comments. This skin is so delicate. Her eyes are firm, with a layer of transparent water vapor, and she is barely visible in her nightgown. This hazy feeling is so sexy. Smooth and not greasy. I remember that there was no beauty filter in the live broadcast of the game. Why does the anchor look like he has turned on the level 10 beauty filter? Having just acquired the immortal body skill, I feel a rush of blood in a physical sense. Xiao Hao was so focused on cooling down that he forgot he was still live streaming. Then, just like before, he came out in his pajamas. Finished. There is one more famous social death scene. Xiao Hao hugged the quilt tightly and his old face turned red. He couldn't help but be thankful that he didn't have the habit of sleeping naked, otherwise this level of social demise would drive him crazy. Let go of that quilt and come to me. Go to hell. Looking up at the kitchen, the meat that Xiao Hao stored in the space grid finally came in handy. Unfortunately, he ate too many snacks when he came back, so he is not hungry now. Xiao Hao was too tired to cook after a day of fighting. Xiao Hao turned off Shanbei's light and said softly, "Good night." My husband is so gentle, he even says good night to me at night. So cool, so ceremonial, I want to learn from him and say good night to myself in the future. Good night, you will definitely be able to pick the soul replenishing grass tomorrow. Yes, we are always with you. Good night. A new day, a new hope. Xiao Hao glanced at the information page and saw that his maximum stamina had dropped to 45. There is still some time to kill monsters. The barrage has reminded me that the deep-sea ghost has more than 10 levels, and every 10 levels are a watershed. To the deep-sea ghost, level 1 monsters and level 10 monsters are actually similar and can be solved with one basic attack. Even the mantis shrimp can only block a few more basic attacks at most. The ultimate move is still an instant kill. Therefore, Xiao Hao's upgrade focus fell on the seahorse. The reason for binding the mantis shrimp is because of its tank positioning. If Xiao Hao's position is discovered, the mantis shrimp can at least help him block a few more attacks. However, Xiao Hao did not expect that the mantis shrimp also had the unexpected surprise of immortal body. This allows Xiao Hao to remain in shadow for a long time, greatly increasing his survival rate. However, no matter how complete and detailed the battle plan is, there is still no guarantee against the deep-sea ghosts. The level difference is too huge, and being above level 10 can be said to be a great realm. If you can avoid facing ghosts, try your best. The barrage hinted that the remaining small boss is called Ancient Snail Fish. However, Xiao Hao had to go collect soul-replenishing grass in the afternoon, so he didn't plan to fight the monster in the morning. There is a huge difference between small monsters and small bosses, because small monsters are basically at level 1 or 2, with the lowest being level 0, and they don't even drop spirit beads. Xiao Hao killed a few small monsters, and only 50 spirit beads dropped in total, which was just enough for the mantis shrimp to upgrade to level 5. After the mantis shrimp reached level 5, Xiao Hao stopped spawning monsters and went back to his room to adjust his condition. After calming down, Xiao Hao finally opened the door. Following the direction indicated by the barrage, Xiao Hao rode the mantis shrimp forward. After walking nearly 1,000 meters, the barrage prompts became more frequent. Walk straight for another 300 to 400 meters and you will reach the place where ghosts often linger. I hope the anchor doesn't go the wrong way. The host can definitely do it. He seems to have extraordinary perception abilities. Xiao Hao continued walking forward for a while, and the ghost in the distance suddenly screamed excitedly. Discovered. Xiao Hao was not surprised. He immediately put away the mantis shrimp and turned into a shadow and ran towards Shan Bei's room. Taking advantage of the terrain, Xiao Hao quickly disappeared, but the deep-sea ghost continued to chase him in that direction. After chasing for a while, the ghost was a little lost. Its skull swayed from side to side, looking for Xiao Hao's footprints. The flesh stuck on its face swam in the sea as the skull swayed. After a while, the lights a few hundred meters ahead attracted its attention. The ghost continued to chase him angrily. It didn't believe that he could escape back to Shan Bei's room after such a long distance. The fact that he had gotten away with it last time already filled Ghost's chest with rage. No one has ever played with it like this. After chasing for a while, it became a little confused. Why can this human perform this skill for such a long time? Soon, the lights ahead went out again. The ghost continued to chase him for a while, and realized that he would definitely hide back in Shan Bei's room, so he simply chased in the direction of Shan Bei's room, blocking his way back to the room. It also wants this human to experience the feeling of being crushed by intelligence. Soon, the ghost came near the room, and the light in the room was not on. The ghost knew that the other party could not go back to Shan Bei's room, and he was so excited that his 2 rows of teeth were separated by a gap. The roots of the back molars of the upper and lower rows of teeth were connected to the pieces of meat, which were torn as the ghost opened his mouth. He hasn't come back yet. Thinking about how he would disembowel him later, the ghost prepared to rip open his chest and then swallow his heart in one gulp while it was still beating. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The gap between his 2 rows of teeth gradually widened, the flesh on his cheeks was torn tight, and his lower jawbone was pulled down desperately. At this time, the ghost's huge mouth was deformed exaggeratedly, enough to fit a football. After a while, the ghost discovered that there was indeed a shadow in front of him crawling towards him. The ghost screamed excitedly and immediately chased after the shadow, even digging its 10 sickle fingers into the ground and exerting force backwards so that it could catch up with the shadow faster. Shadow sensed an undercurrent ahead and immediately fled into an area with complex terrain. This area not only has dense aquatic plants, but also has an uneven surface. How easy is it to find a shadow in this area? The ghost's excitement subsided and he became more rational. He stopped venting his anger at the terrain and returned to the vicinity of Shanbei's room, continuing to wait for Xiao Hao. The palm where the sickle fingers were connected was sticky and had corpse spots on it, and the ghost's skinny chest rose and fell slightly, indicating that it was impatient. The shadow didn't expect the ghost to have much patience, and soon it slowly crawled over again. The ghost's head suddenly turned 180 degrees behind it, its eye sockets aimed at the shadow, its neck twisted abruptly like a towel, its purple blood vessels squeezed and exposed, and the muscles on its throat stretched to the limit, as if they would break in the next second. The ghost's body slowly turned along with the head, followed by the 10 sinister sickle fingers. The sickle fingers slashed backwards, and the ghost's body immediately rushed over. The shadow group seemed to be frightened and immediately hid back in the complex terrain. This went on for an hour, and the ghost's patience was finally worn out. Maybe that human has already run back to collect soul-replenishing grass. The ghost suddenly rushed to his lair, but after running a few hundred meters, the Shanbei room behind him was lit. As long as he didn't go, even if he hid in Shanbei's room, he wouldn't survive tomorrow. This time, it will stay at the door and watch him die with its own eyes. The ghost rushed back to the floor-to-ceiling window of Shanbei's room, only to find a black and gold shadow seahorse floating in the room. At this time, its conical little mouth was pressing on the light switch button of Shanbei's room. The ghost was shaking with anger. It's been fooled again. I was completely fooled. With an angry scream, the ghost rushed back, hoping that the human had not found the soul-replenishing grass. On the other side, Xiao Hao pulled out the last soul-replenishing grass that was emitting a light blue light and slowly exhaled. Looking at the corpses all over the mountains, Xiao Hao sighed. Xiao Hao was searching for the soul-replenishing grass in several mountains of corpses. If it weren't for the barrage of prompts, it would take him forever to find it. Holding the soul-replenishing grass in his hand, he didn't expect that these things came from this. Soul-replenishing grass, of course, needs many souls to absorb in order to grow. Ghost monsters can improve their strength by more than just collecting spirit beads. The following comments did not mention these things anymore, because the post went astray again. But Xiao Hao guessed it easily. Since the soul-replenishing grass can enhance the strength of ghost monsters, then the corpses of wild monsters scattered all over the mountains are probably the work of deep-sea ghosts. Xiao Hao suddenly remembered that level 0 wild monsters could not drop spirit beads. However, Ghost still has other ways to exploit these level 0 monsters. After putting the soul-replenishing grass back into the space grid, Xiao Hao suddenly felt the alarm of the shadow seahorse in his heart, and he knew that his plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain had been discovered. But it doesn't matter, he has already picked all the soul-replenishing herbs. It takes about 1.5 minutes to get here from Shanbei room at the speed of deep-sea ghost. Xiao Hao didn't dare to delay and immediately transformed into a shadow and took another route back. The immortal body can extend the time and frequency of Xiao Hao using his skills, but it cannot allow him to use his skills all the time. Fortunately, he had already used the soul-replenishing grass, and his physical strength limit returned to 100. There was a small hill of corpses outside the mountain of corpses. Xiao Hao and the ghost passed each other by each other. From a distance, Xiao Hao heard the ghost's angry scream. The scream was full of brutality and madness, and Xiao Hao said he could understand it. After all, no grass grew wherever he passed. A mountain of corpses nurtured a small patch of soul-replenishing grass, which was swept away by Xiao Hao like a swarm of locusts. How can I not be angry when the soul-replenishing grass that I cultivated with great effort was destroyed in one fell swoop? Not only that, Xiao Hao also took away all the other useful and useless things. After performing skills continuously for 2 minutes, Xiao Hao had to transform into a human form to rest for a while. Riding on the mantis shrimp, Xiao Hao continued to rush back. He wasn't sure if the ghost would be so angry that he would go back to Shanbei's room. Ah! Hearing the scream of a female ghost behind him, Xiao Hao got goosebumps all over his body. The ghost is coming. Xiao Hao had already found a hiding place, but he found that no matter which direction he hid, the ghost could quickly adjust direction and chase him straight. What's going on? How did it find itself? Xiao Hao's heart was filled with alarm and he summoned the mantis shrimp again, urging it to run away quickly. After a rough estimate, the distance between him and Shanbei's room is about 400 meters, and the distance between him and the ghost is the same. It takes about 30 seconds for the ghost to catch up with you, and 1 minute to catch up with Shanbei's room. That is to say, if the ghost speed exceeds 13.3 meters per second, your own speed cannot be lower than 6.6 meters per second. The data flashed through his mind. Mantis shrimps are not good at speed. The speed of seahorse Aurora Shadow must be more than 6.6 meters per second. But this is the speed of seahorse, which does not mean that he can reach this speed. Xiaohao's shadow transformation was faster than the mantis shrimp, so he simply took back the mantis shrimp and went on his own. Xiaohao could hold on for dozens of seconds with the shadow transformation skill. It's a pity that being able to hold on doesn't mean you can run fast. Barrages of comments kept popping up, indicating that Xiaohao's ghost was getting closer, while Shanbei's room was still in sight. Finished. At this speed, Xiaohao couldn't possibly outrun the ghost. Xiaohao forced himself to calm down. Since they were both shadow transformation skills, there was no reason why Kaiba's skill would be so much stronger than Xiaohao's. If there was originally a difference in physical fitness, then Xiaohao now also possesses the immortal body that Kaiba does not have. After all, what's the difference? Aurora Shadow. Aurora. Shadow Ribbon. Float. Yes. Float. Xiaohao's shadow is attached to the ground, but the shadows of the seahorses can float forward directly. Xiaohao tried to make himself float, but found it difficult to control. Xiaohao, who was floating up, had a sense of weightlessness and found it difficult to maintain his balance. There is no time now for him to slowly learn to balance. Xiaohao's current situation is like riding a bicycle for the first time, and he has to race at high speed. The risks involved can be imagined. A dark aurora shadow sped forward, and the ghost behind it screamed in anger. It discovered the shadow faster. It's not that its speed can't keep up, but that he can enter Shanbei's room before he arrives. If you look closely, this black aurora shadow looks a bit weird, shaking back and forth like a person with epilepsy. The door of Shanbei's room slowly opened, and it was Kaiba who opened the door inside the room. The aurora shadow broke through the water wall and applied emergency brakes. But he still crashed into the coral wall, blood trickled down his forehead, and Xiaohao grimaced in pain. Through the thin layer of water, Xiaohao clearly saw the angry ghost. The purple blood vessels all over its body were exposed, and 2 rows of yellow molars could be seen clenched tightly. It kept making low hissing sounds, which showed how angry it was. The door was clearly open, but it still didn't dare to enter. It is worthy of being the safe zone prompted by the game. Even if the door is wide open, wild monsters dare not break in. The ghost was so angry that he leaned forward and was actually trying to enter Shanbei's room. Xiaohao was shocked. If the wild monster could really enter Shanbei's room, it would not just grab his pajamas the first time. The ghost's upper body broke through the water wall, and the brightness of the light in Shanbei's room suddenly increased. The ghost's withered tree branch arms suddenly caught fire, and the 10 sickle fingers turned red as if they were about to melt into molten iron. The rags covering his body were also ignited by the withered tree arms. The ghost let out a heart-wrenching scream and immediately retreated back into the water layer. Its entire body was like a red-hot iron block immersed in the water, with a large number of bubbles emerging and making a sizzling sound. After a while, cooled by the cold sea water, the ghost finally felt better. He looked at Shanbei's room but did not dare to go beyond that. Both sides could sense the hatred in the other. Xiaohao gloated and sneered as he watched the ghost retreat in embarrassment. The grudge has grown bigger. Both sides are fighting to the death. Some wild monsters have no intelligence, while others have higher intelligence. Ghosts are obviously the latter. From the very beginning, it bit itself like a mad dog. Xiaohao is not a saint, so he naturally has a temper. The soul-replenishing grass is just interest. One day, he will make Ghost pay with his life. Xiaohao drank the blood potion, rinsed himself, and lay exhausted on the bed. Host, I am blowing it up, okay. I was discovered before I even reached the corpse mountain. I thought the host was stupid, thinking he was on the 1st floor and I was on the 5th floor. I didn't expect the host was actually in the atmosphere. He was discovered on purpose. In order to prevent the hatred from being unstable, after hiding, release the mobile phone light to taunt. Then let the seahorse and the ghost drag on and on to waste time, while I go to the corpse mountain to look for the soul-replenishing grass. Oh my god, in the end, his position was exposed by the breath of the soul-replenishing grass, but he was able to remain calm in the face of danger and comprehend the advanced use of skills. It doesn't look complicated, but the terrain for hiding, the immediate direction of escape, the way and position of the seahorse and ghost pulling, etc., are very brain-consuming. Is this the correct way to open the game? My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Ever since I opened the 869th live broadcast room, I can't stand watching other players' live broadcast rooms anymore. It's just noobs fighting each other. They can even fight a level 0 monster to a standstill. The host's fighting style is more advanced and requires brain power, while other novice players' fighting is as simple as a turn-based game. Xiao Hao suppressed his smile. Netizens overlooked one point. The early terrain surveys, coordinate locations, etc. are indeed very brain-intensive. But the hardest part is actually the landmarks and directions. You know, he is now at the bottom of the sea, there is almost no light, and his night vision range is very limited. If a person is placed in a vast desert, without any guidance, he can only go around in circles and cannot get out of the desert. Right-handed people will circle counterclockwise, and left-handed people will do the opposite. Therefore, when Xiao Hao was running away, his escape direction would unconsciously deviate from his route, even if Huaying could not use his legs. It's like a right-handed person riding a bike with his eyes blindfolded. He still can't go straight forward and can only go in circles. Therefore, the difficulty for Xiao Hao was to keep his brain running at a high speed, adjust the direction in time, and mark the inconspicuous landmarks he remembered along the way while running away quickly. In fact, Xiao Hao didn't think his brain was that amazing. He just did his best and left the rest to fate. He is just like most ordinary people. Just as ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't be just a corporate slave in the real world. He just tried his best to survive, that's all. However, this does not prevent him from enjoying the praise from netizens from another world. Unfortunately, the host didn't know that picking soul-replenishing grass would be contaminated with soul aura, otherwise the plan could have been made more perfect. Yes, when we passed each other across the hill, I was worried about the anchor. Luckily, the mountain of corpses was filled with chaotic soul auras, otherwise Zhubo wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Xiao Hao wanted to make a summary of this action, but found that the barrage had already done it for him. Indeed, he was not cautious enough. When he was collecting the soul-replenishing grass, he smelled the scent of the soul-replenishing grass and it had no smell at all. I thought that after picking the soul-replenishing grass, putting it into the space grid, and hiding in an area with complex terrain, I could escape perfectly. However, I did not consider that the soul also has breath. This was beyond his knowledge, but fortunately, nothing serious happened. Xiao Hao opened the exchange and found that there was nothing in the entire exchange that was not in his space. Clicking on the forum, the players are still equally depressed. Xiao Hao originally wanted to close the forum, but the players who were waiting for the big boss in the forum immediately discovered that Xiao Hao was online. Boss. Boss number 869. Do you have any more blood potions? Blood medicine. Xiao Hao looked at the space grid and saw 6 bottles. Seniors, are you selling soul-replenishing grass? I bet the damn ghost deliberately revealed the soul-replenishing grass in order to drag me into hell. No wonder the players knew about the soul-replenishing grass, it turned out that it was revealed by other ghosts. However, looking at these lines of words, Xiao Hao felt more and more that something was wrong. Not like the way Chinese people speak. It seems that the game has not only spread all over the world, but also has its own translation function. Yes, the wild monsters only uttered these few syllables when they came and went, and Xiao Hao could actually understand them, all thanks to the game translator. As for soul-replenishing herbs, Xiao Hao has a dozen. However, they did not have what Xiao Hao wanted. If you are short of soul-replenishing herbs or blood potions, take out the things you have saved. If there is something I want, I can trade with you. 1 stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Ah. The boss has another blood potion. He even has soul-replenishing grass. I have a piece of iron. Number 869, forget about the materials. We have no shortage of them. Number 869, oh, and I don't need food either. What do you need? Oh my God, I'm still worried about food, but someone else has already solved the problem of food and clothing. Are we really playing a game? Information explosion in the forum. Xiao Hao waited quietly. He knew very well that there were many magical props and equipment in the game. Because he had found them in treasure chests, and he had also looted a lot from ghosts. It's a pity that Xiao Hao doesn't like many of the props. For example, pleasure nicotine allows smokers to enjoy 10 times the pleasure, but its side effect is that they will become addicted to cigarettes. Xiao Hao threw this junk prop into the space grid and soon forgot about it. Fortunately, Xiao Hao got rich from the ghost, and obtained many magical props and equipment from its lair. Most of the props are cards, which are mainly used to defend Shanbei's room, while the equipment is used on yourself. Wild monsters will not actively attack Shanbei's room, so Xiao Hao skips the card-type ones. These are the two main pieces of equipment. The first one was a faceless mask, completely black. This is how the game introduces it. Shadow mask, a special piece of equipment. Wearing it will blur your face and make you immune to detection skills. Xiao Hao tried it on, and after putting it on, his entire face turned into a shadow, quite similar to the shadow. The only difference is that it only turns the face into a shadow. The most important thing is that this equipment only blurs the face and does not consume any energy. The second piece of equipment is a pair of silk gloves. Redo gloves, copy any skill of any guardian. You can only copy one at a time. If you copy again, the previous skill will be forgotten. After putting on the gloves, they seem to blend into the skin of your palm without affecting the touch at all. The function of the gloves only needs to be selected like selecting skills. Just select the guardian's skills and they can be temporarily copied to the personal information panel. Xiao Hao is still single player now, so he cannot use the shadow mask for the time being. Reusable gloves are very useful. Leave the offense to the guardian, and copying the emerald armor can make up for the lack of defense. Xiao Hao tried to use the jade armor skill, and actually conjured up a set of jade armor and wore it on his body. The transformed armor is not only extremely handsome and cool, but also weightless and does not affect flexibility at all. Unfortunately, Xiao Hao could feel his strength draining away as he was wearing armor. When Xiao Hao's equipment was almost tested, a buyer of the soul-replenishing grass finally couldn't wait any longer. Those who can escape from ghost-like monsters are not simple. You're collecting equipment. After asking this question, Xiao Hao knew that he had something in his hand. Yes. Look at this. I wouldn't trade it if my life wasn't at stake. After saying that, the other party sent a screenshot of the equipment information, which was a pair of black marten boots. Bouncing marten boots, wearing them, no matter how high you jump from, you can land without injury, and it also greatly improves the wearer's jumping ability. I don't know what it does for now, but I changed it anyway, just in case. The next player to trade the soul-replenishing grass issued a card. Slow card. When wild monsters attack the base camp, the slow card can reduce the monster's attack speed. Time limit, 8 hours. Yes, all cards have a time limit. These cards seem to be telling Xiao Hao that one day, the game would lift the restriction that wild monsters could not attack Shanbei's room. The ghosts of the deep sea will surely come back again. Xiao Hao replaced the card without hesitation. The last person who wanted the soul-replenishing grass was the one who had been begging for help in the forum and kept calling, "Senior, Senior." It's a pity that he has neither equipment nor cards. If there are too many supplies to use up, Xiao Hao doesn't mind being a saint. But these things were earned by Xiao Hao with great effort. It would be better to give such alms to people with more ability. The other party couldn't get the soul-replenishing grass, so he gritted his teeth and initiated another transaction request. It's a promise. The content of this promise is that in order to obtain the soul-replenishing grass, he will unconditionally execute one of Xiao Hao's orders. Even if Xiao Hao ordered him to die, he had to do it. Of course, there are limits to promises, and you can't make buggy commands like, "Obey my orders" a few more times. With the game as collateral, Xiao Hao was not worried about the other party breaching the contract. What he considered was whether the other party was worth it, and that this commitment was very risky. He might die in the next second, and then the promise would be invalid. Far below the sea, the player was on pins and needles. After a few minutes, the game prompted that the transaction was successful. He was so excited that he accidentally fell off the bed. After he calmed down, he found that his forehead was covered with cold sweat. In the end, Xiao Hao still invested. The fact that he was able to survive attacks from ghost-type monsters shows that he is stronger than the average person. In this case, a mandatory commitment is not a disadvantage. If you are lucky, you might even make a lot of money. Of course, Xiao Hao did not expect how strong he would be in the future, because the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Xiao Hao soon forgot about the casual investment. As for the players who were looking to buy blood potions, most of them really wanted to get something for nothing. Without even a decent promise, Xiao Hao decisively refused. After browsing the forum for a while, Xiao Hao logged off and suddenly a prompt popped up on the game panel. Player notice, the 3-day novice protection period is about to end, and the monsters will soon be free from the restriction on attacking Shanbei's room. Looking at the game prompts, Xiao Hao felt a chill in his heart. If nothing unexpected happens, an accident is going to happen. I didn't expect that I would have to face the deep-sea ghost again so soon. I wanted to have a good sleep at night, but I was notified that my death was coming. Okay, forget about sleeping, stay up late and fight monsters. As for the group of small monsters, Xiao Hao didn't dare to provoke them for the time being. The shadow can only last for several minutes at a time. Although, Immortal Body can allow him to recover quickly and use his skills again, the time interval is enough for the monsters to overwhelm him. If you lose your composure at this time and provoke the monsters yourself, you may die faster. I picked up a few low-level spiny shrimps and stopped when I got 60 spirit beads, which was just enough to upgrade the Shanbei room once more. One must be fully alert to deal with the boss, so Xiao Hao doesn't dare to kill monsters all night. The next morning, Xiao Hao was awakened by the game alarm. Whether it is day or night, the seabed is always dark. Xiao Hao turned on the Shanbei light and was startled by the ghost face that suddenly appeared outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Deep-sea ghost. At this moment, the deep-sea ghost grinned like a slit-mouthed woman. Upon closer inspection, there were actually a few parasites wriggling in the ghost's empty eye sockets. The skull had only a little flesh glued on it, so it was impossible to tell whether it was smiling or not. However, Xiao Hao had a strong intuition that it was smiling. That feeling is like the excitement of a hunter about to catch his prey. The ghost placed his 2 sticky palms on the floor-to-ceiling window, sticking to the glass, and his 10 sickle fingers, each more than 10 centimeters long, pierced the window. Because the palm of the ghost was pressed against the glass, Xiao Hao could clearly see that there were parasites drilling in the epidermis of its palm with corpse spots. Perhaps he covered his hands too tightly, and the ghost moved his hands away from the French window suddenly, tearing the skin off his palms. The skin of his palm was stuck to the outside of the floor-to-ceiling window, and the parasites crawling on it were so disgusting that Xiao Hao almost vomited the food in his stomach. The dead tree slowly raised its arm and grabbed the floor-to-ceiling window fiercely. The sickle finger even drew sparks outside the window, and 5 scratches suddenly appeared on the outer surface of the thick floor-to-ceiling window. This scared Xiao Hao a lot. Fortunately, the floor-to-ceiling window slowly returned to its original state, the scratches healed automatically, and the ghost's sickle finger turned red like magma, and bubbles kept coming out to cool the sickle finger. Xiao Hao looked at the magic meter. The upper limit of 5000 L of magic power was only 4250 L left. Xiao Hao immediately did mental calculations on all the data in Shanbifang. The day before yesterday, I upgraded the Shanbei room to level 5. Excluding the magic consumed automatically by the Shanbei room and the magic consumed by exploring the bubble, the ghost claw probably consumed about 20-30 L of magic power of the Shanbei room. One of the ghost's hands was red, but the other was intact. With one claw, sparks flew. Magic power, 4225 L. After about half a minute, the ghost's claws cooled down. Another claw, 4204 L remaining. The estimate was correct, but with this abnormal rate of consumption, Shanbifang's magic power could only last for a few hours at most. Xiao Hao quickly checked all the cards that could be used in the space grid. In addition to the slow cards that can be traded, there are also some cards given as a friendly gift by the deep-sea ghosts. Rebound card: when a wild monster attacks the base camp, you can use the rebound card to rebound the monster's attack. Number of times, 3 times. Shield card, Invincible Defense Shield. If the base camp's magic power is less than 100L, the magic power will be locked at 100L and will not be reduced in any way. Time limit, 1 minute. Double card, when the base camp is attacked, the Guardian's attack power and any form of attack skills will be doubled. Time limit, 1 hour. Maintenance card, when the base camp is attacked, the base camp's magic power will be restored at a rate of 1L/S point, time limit, 8 hours. Silence card, wild monsters that attack the base camp will be silenced and pinned to the spot for 3 seconds, unable to move. Number of times, 1. Calm card, when a wild monster attacking the base uses an attack skill, it will be forcibly interrupted. Time limit, 3 hours. Including the slow card, there are 7 cards in total. During this time of dawdling, the ghost lost another 25L of magic power. He looked at the ghost, then at the card. Xiao Hao had a sense of déjà vu as if he was playing a game called Lie Down and Develop, Haunted Dormitory. But the problem is, the players of that game can earn gold coins just by lying down, but Xiao Hao can't earn spirit beads just by lying down. Why is there no movement outside the window? Xiao Hao looked up and saw that energy was overflowing from the ghost's sickle finger, transforming into a giant purple-black energy claw. The energy claw is like an oversized eagle claw, and the Shanbei room is like a toy in the hand of the energy claw, and is easily held in its hand. Is this turned up high? Xiao Hao quickly clicked to use the calming card. The giant energy claw that was about to explode suddenly dissipated. Ghost turned his head and seemed a little confused. Seeing Xiao Hao holding a card in Shanbei's room, he screamed angrily. The ghost girl's scream frightened the parasites in her eye sockets, and they drilled towards her brain. Isn't this its thing? This bastard actually used its things to deal with it. Xiao Hao ignored the impotent and furious ghost outside the room, and quickly put away the calming card. At this time, the calm card time limit is 2 hours, 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Xiao Hao's smile gradually became abnormal. This calming card can also be used to catch bugs. Use the calm card at the moment when the wild monster releases its ultimate move, and you can interrupt its ultimate move. If that's the case, can other cards be used to cause bugs? The card with a limited number of times will definitely not be stuck, and the card with a time limit. The doubling card probably won't cause a bug, because the Guardian skill is used continuously. If you stop using it, the power of the dark erosion will immediately decrease. The same goes for maintenance cards, which are equivalent to the spare health bar of the room. The bug that the shield card can be stuck in is more comfortable. When the magic power in the room is about to return to 0, using the shield card will not only make you invincible, but also lock the magic power at 100L, which is equivalent to restoring nearly 100L of magic power in Shanbei's room. As long as the shield is locked well, the 1-minute time limit can be extended to 1 hour, or even to dozens of hours. At this time, the ghost outside the room was furious. It was scratching at the window outside the door, but he ignored it. He actually ignored it. 10 black sickles suddenly stretched out, looking very similar to the giant sickles of the god of death in Western fantasy films. No one has ever dared to humiliate it like this. If it could catch this damn human, it would definitely torture him in different ways. The huge blade of the Grim Reaper's sickle is at least 2 meters long, and there are 10 such sickles. If this were caught on Shan Beifang would have to use hundreds of L of magic power to offset it. Xiao Hao was quick to use the calming card. The giant Grim Reaper's scythe shrank back before it could grab Shan Beifang, and the ghost's angry blow hit lonely again. The expression on Xiao Hao's face seemed to be saying, "Calm down. Calm down." The ghost was filled with anger, but had no place to vent it. The ultimate move that was forced out was forcibly pushed back. Who can stand this? What it didn't know was that Xiao Hao not only wanted to suppress its ultimate move, but also wanted to push it back into its mother's womb. It doesn't need to use any special moves, it can break into Shanbei's room with ordinary attacks. The ghost ignored the pain from his sickle finger and increased the frequency of his attacks. But soon, it felt something was wrong. It's like time has slowed down. Raising the head with little flesh and blood left, The ghost's eyes were fixed on the card in Xiao Hao's hand. I must be using its card against it again. It remembers that it has 6 similar cards. Damn it, unforgivable. Even if you have a card, don't even think about surviving it. It's not like it hasn't dealt with players who have cards before, but it knows that these cards have limitations and cannot be used indefinitely. The ghost calmed down, and the stable attack frequency made Xiao Hao frown. If its mentality explodes, Xiao Hao still has a chance. But it is so powerful and has a stable output that no matter how many cards Xiao Hao has, they will all be consumed. The game shouldn't have such a big error. There must be another way. Perhaps the comments could give him a clue. If it keeps scratching the door, then the player is doomed, right? Isn't this game too flawed? Xiao Hao said to himself. The barrage of comments gave him the answer he wanted. No, if wild monsters scratch the door, they will be counterattacked by magic. Unfortunately, the anti-injury is not omnipotent and has no effect on wild monsters that have the ability to recover health. The most important thing is to eat. When wild monsters eat, they will leave. Unfortunately, these are the experiences summarized by our races. The races newly added to the game can only rely on themselves to open up new land and summarize their own experiences. So, Xiao Hao shamelessly summarized the good experiences summarized by the barrage. No, there won't be such a big mistake in the game. If I were the one scratching the door, I couldn't keep scratching it. I have to eat, drink, poop, urinate and sleep. Ghosts don't need to sleep. At this point, Xiao Hao was shocked, his expression horrified. It wouldn't pee or poop outside my window. Ha 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 ha. Zhuobo, do you want to make me laugh to death so that you can inherit my emoticon pack? I never pay attention to live broadcasts, but this man made me make an exception. I was worried about him, but I couldn't help laughing. What's going on? The ha 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 pop-ups from the barrage filled the screen in the void, and the ghost scratching the glass outside the window was so angry that it was almost gasping for breath. If ghosts could get asthma. The female ghost screamed with great anger and resentment. Ah. After saying that, he couldn't help but use a big move. Xiao Hao calmly used the calming card. Sure enough, it understands. It's much easier to irritate it that way. No matter how offended you are, you still have to be polite. So, Xiao Hao said politely, don't be embarrassed, if you really need it. You still can't use the bathroom. You can go squat in the bushes over there. As he spoke, Xiao Hao also considerately pointed in the direction. Still the shrill soprano voice, ah. The female ghost scratched angrily, and Xiao Hao noticed that this claw actually consumed 50 L of magic power in the room. The price. The female ghost curled up in pain, her sickle fingers turned red and almost melted, and bubbles kept coming out of them on the seabed. Even the human-faced strange-spined fish couldn't shake Xiao Hao's straightman heart, let alone this ugly ghost. It's rude not to reciprocate. Since it disgusts Xiao Hao so much, Xiao Hao will naturally disgust it back. Look, it has messed up its mentality and has prevented it from scratching the window for several minutes. Made a profit. The recovered ghost once again outputs stably. Why is this child so unwilling to listen to advice? Xiao Hao said earnestly, well, remember to cover it with a layer of soil after using it, so as not to pollute the environment. The ghost's Sen value gradually decreases. Of course, it's best to pack them up and take them back. In our place, qualified cat and dog owners will do the same. Ah. The ghost used all his strength to transform into a giant purple-black energy claw. This time, Xiao Hao didn't need to use the calm card, but instead used a rebound card. The purple-black energy claws did not grab Shanbei's room, but almost tore the ghost apart. Xiao Hao clearly saw that there were cracks in its bones. The dead tree arm left behind during the last invasion of Shanbei's room was charred black, and this time, the charcoal-like arm was almost cut in half. The ghost fell to the ground, silently. Take this opportunity to solve it. Xiao Hao won't fall into the trap. After waiting for several minutes, it still fell down. Xiao Hao simply sat on the bed and watched the performance quietly. Are you kidding? It's impossible to solve the problem by just bouncing it off. If it was really seriously injured, it would definitely stagger away instead of staying there as bait. Since he had nothing to do since he was sitting there, Xiao Hao took out a bucket of popcorn from his space grid and ate it while browsing the forum and reading the barrage. 10 minutes later, Xiao Hao faintly felt its body trembling. I don't know if it's because I'm angry or cold. The ghost got up as if nothing had happened. Xiao Hao, who was browsing the forum, suddenly looked up and asked, "Is it embarrassing?" From the ups and downs of the ghost's chest, Xiao Hao knew how angry it was. What we want is to irritate it. Xiao Hao only has 60 spirit beads, which are only enough for one upgrade. He can't use up all the cards at once, so he has to keep them to guard against ghosts. He had to delay until it left, and then quickly run out to get the spirit beads. Xiao Hao is now seriously short of spirit beads, and the guardian requires too many spirit beads. The ghost continued scratching the window, as if he couldn't hear Xiao Hao's words. Obviously, it didn't know the seriousness of the matter, so Xiao Hao needed to remind it. You should know that I'm a player. Do you know that the player's game panel has a recording function? Xiao Hao said while trying to suppress his smile. Sorry, I just recorded it and accidentally posted it on the player forum. Ah. The ghost's send value is reset to 0. The huge purple-black energy claw fell again. It fell upon itself again. Xiao Hao saw that the cracks on its bones were becoming more dense, and said with confidence, "Bones decorated with cracks look better." The ghost was so angry that he wanted to turn around and leave, but suddenly turned back. Her eyes were fixed on Xiao Hao, as if to say, "No matter what, I will not leave. I want to destroy your Shanbei room in one go." The ghost's eyes suddenly moved towards the card in Xiao Hao's hand, and the strange skull seemed to laugh again. It clearly didn't say anything, but for some reason, Xiao Hao had a strong intuition. It's like saying, "You must not have many spirit beads, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be so anxious. Cards are very rare things. You use them so frequently, your magic power in the Shanbei room must be very little." I don't know whether my translation is accurate or not, but Xiao Hao feels that this is roughly what Ghost meant. Damn it. How can I see so much information on a skull? The ghost no longer paid attention to Xiao Hao, and continued to deal damage steadily, scratching the outside of the glass window with its claws again and again. Xiao Hao sighed secretly. Wild monsters with high intelligence are really difficult to deal with. He was indeed planning to make it angry and drive it away, and then quickly get the spirit beads. Now it no longer paid any attention to him and just kept scratching the window, leaving Xiao Hao helpless. Xiao Hao actually has another way, which is to summon the Shadow Seahorse and use Dark Erosion and Dark Field directly in the room. Their superimposed AoE skills are enough to radiate to the ghosts outside the window. Judging from its ultimate and normal attack, it should not have long-range attack capabilities. So, the ghosts either retreat or are eroded by darkness. But if Xiao Hao released the Guardian, the ghost would most likely think that Xiao Hao was struggling to survive, and then attack Shanbei's room even more persistently. A level 5 seahorse can't take away much health, and it will be a bad thing if it becomes determined to attack Shanbei's room. After thinking about it, Xiao Hao gave up using seahorse. Doesn't it feel that its room lacks magic power and spirit beads? Then let it scratch. When the level 5 base is about to be destroyed, it is suddenly upgraded to level 6. Wouldn't it be furious? More than an hour passed, and there were many scratches inside and outside Shanbei's room, making it look much more dilapidated. The ghost became hopeful and scratched even harder. Unfortunately, under the influence of deep-sea water pressure, when the spider web cracks on the glass window were about to break, Xiao Hao clicked to upgrade. The entire Shanbei house was suddenly renovated. Mana is restored to full. Ah. The ghost's eye sockets were cracked from anger. Xiao Hao smiled and said, "I never said that I don't have enough spirit beads." That innocent look seemed to hurt the ghost's heart, and it finally left. Xiao Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and glanced at the number of spirit beads on the game panel. 0, grabbed the bamboo shoots. I am dying of laughter. This is the first time I see a ghost being played with like this. When I was dragged into the survival game, many of my companions died at the hands of ghosts. No matter what the anchor does, it is not too much. I declare that from now on, I will be a die-hard fan of anchor number 869. Xiao Hao glanced over the game panel in the void and watched the ghost leave quietly. He knew very well that the ghost's departure was temporary. Once it finishes eating or recovers from its wounds, it will come back again. With the help of Barrage, Xiao Hao went out to fight monsters, still focusing on the lone monsters. The number of spirit beads dropped by lone monsters is really small. I spent several hours and only collected 70 spirit beads. Xiao Hao wanted to brush the spirit beads for a while longer, but the barrage of comments prompted that the ghost had come again. There was no choice, Xiao Hao could only go back to Shan Bei's room. I looked at my phone and it was exactly 7 o'clock. This wild monster is just like a worker working the night shift, clocking in on time. It's just that other people need money to punch in, but it costs life to punch in. After scratching the glass window for a while, Xiao Hao always felt something was wrong. I looked at the magic meter and saw that it consumed more than 30 L of magic every time it scratched it. Xiao Hao widened his eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. Damn it, if one tickle would deduct more than 20 L of magic power, Xiao Hao would be confident that he could hold it back once more. But if one tickle would deduct more than 30 L of magic power, Xiao Hao would feel unsure. He quickly clicked to use the slow card, and before Xiao Hao could ask, the barrage of comments gave him a prompt. Hey, the host must not know that ghost monsters' abilities will be enhanced at night. It's dark under the sea regardless of day or night, so why does the ghost state change? Because you are a rookie. Big players are all involved in energy control, so noobs of course don't know about it. Even at the bottom of the sea, dark energy is still suppressed during the day, so dark creatures are suppressed during the day, and the opposite is true at night, gaining a boost in dark energy. Xiao Hao wanted to continue watching, but the magic of the barrage was that its topics could go from increasing energy, to increasing combat power, to increasing sexual ability, and then. Xiao Hao's eyes twitched from time to time. The exotic atmosphere in the barrage gave Xiao Hao a headache. There was no other way, Xiao Hao could only release the shadow seahorse to consume blood. Even the guardian cannot release skills all the time. Therefore, Xiao Hao arranged the seahorse's shifts clearly. All capitalists who see this will call it an expert. Xiao Hao originally wanted to use trash talk to influence the ghost, but this time the ghost would rather scratch his ears than listen to Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao watched with his own eyes as the ghost's sickle finger pierced into his cochlea, and when it was pulled out it was covered with sticky flesh and blood. This horrifying and speechless scene left him completely confused. The comments on the forums were so funny that Xiao Hao was doubting his life. Ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. How powerful is the host to force the ghost into this state? Anchor, please write an encyclopedia of trash talk. I will definitely buy it. He didn't say anything. Although the ghost's self-harm behavior is very nice, Xiao Hao feels hurt for some reason. This ghost doesn't give me any chance at all. Well, let it scratch its own thing and I'll watch mine. Boss, is that video real? Oh my god, this intelligent wild monster is so scary. It can even act. It's over. My guardian is just a level 1 fish. If the monsters attack the Shanbei room, I will definitely be dead. Boss, do you still need a pendant for your thigh? Boss, are you still in need of an apprentice? You guys are so spineless. Can you be as tough as me? Dad, are you still in need of a son? You are so tough. That dad sounded really cool. Number 869, pay attention. If you have a spirit bead, don't rush to upgrade it. Wait until Shanbei's magic power is about to run out before upgrading. This will save magic power. Receive. Listen to what people say and eat your fill. Thank you, big boss. Boss, who thanks you? Since he was free anyway, Xiao Hao decided to share some survival experience on the forum. We are all human beings, and Xiao Hao doesn't mind helping as long as it doesn't mean he will suffer any loss. Besides, the more people survive, the easier it will be to harvest leeks. Ahem, I've gone off topic. After 2 hours, Xiao Hao had no choice but to upgrade Shanbei's room to level 7. Xiao Hao was not in a hurry to use the maintenance card and shield card. Because every time you upgrade, Shan Bifang will not only restore her magic power, but also improve her defense. Therefore, for these cards, the higher the level of the base camp, the more cost-effective the cards will be. After another 3 hours, the upper limit of 7,000 magic points was reduced to only about 100. Xiao Hao still didn't plan to use the card. He planned to sell the many materials in the space grid at a low price in exchange for spirit beads. 3 days have passed, and the players who are still alive will have more or less spirit beads, otherwise the magic power of the level 0 Shanbei room would have been exhausted long ago. Just as Xiao Hao was about to upload the supplies to the exchange with great pain, the ghost's attack stopped. Looking at Xiao Hao's fingers pointing randomly in the air, the ghost grimaced in anger. How long has it been scratching? How come this guy has spirit beads to upgrade? Xiao Hao paused his fingers and turned to look at the ghost who had stopped scratching the window. Xiao Hao noticed that its 10 sickle fingers were orange-red, and hot bubbles kept coming out from the tips of the sickle fingers. It seems that after being tickled for 5 hours, it can no longer hold on. Not only is there the counterattack from Shenbifang, but there is also the dark erosion from Kaiba. I have to say that this ghost is worthy of being the big boss. The seahorses took turns to consume blood for 5 hours, but this deep-sea ghost still looks alive and well. A level 10 mantis shrimp can only last for 20 minutes at most, but this ghost lasted for 5 hours. That's too outrageous. Even if the health consumption during shifts is only 4 times, it is still outrageous. Since the ghost has stopped scratching the window, Xiao Hao is no longer in a hurry to sell the supplies at a low price. It's time to show your acting skills. I don't have any spirit beads. But I can pretend that I do. The ghost's gaze seemed to be questioning Xiao Hao. How come you still have the spirit pearl? Xiao Hao muttered, you've hurt your ears. Even if I tell you where the spirit pearl came from, you won't be able to hear me. Unexpectedly, the ghost seemed to respond, woo. Now Xiao Hao was annoyed. If I had known it could still hear, I would have been able to change its mentality. If I directly say that I have the spirit pearl, it will definitely arouse the ghost's suspicion. Xiao Hao's brain was working frantically, but his expression was calm as he denied it. No, I don't have a spirit bead. Sure enough, this denial only made Ghost even more suspicious. No spirit beads. In the morning, when Shanbei's room was about to be torn apart, he pointed his finger at the invisible void, and Shanbei's room was upgraded to level 6. When he was about to be torn apart at night, he tapped the void again and the base camp was upgraded to level 7. Now when he was about to scratch it again, he pointed his finger into the air. Although it can't see it, it knows the player's panel in the void. If there is nothing, it will be useless even if he points to the void. But every time he clicks on the void, something bad always happens. It's either a card or an upgrade. Now this cunning old fellow told it that he had no spirit pearl left. Then why don't you take your finger away from the panel? This action of his was obviously to wait for himself to consume more of the Shanbei room, and then upgrade again, making all his efforts go to waste. Then, he could laugh at himself. The ghost seemed to be still struggling, so Xiao Hao decided to add fuel to the fire. Eh? You're not scratching anymore. The ghost gave him a hateful look. What's with that expectant look in his eyes? Only 100 L is left. If you scratch it a few more times, Shanbei's room will be broken. Why would any player actively ask it to scratch the window? There would be no harm in scratching it a few more times. But when Xiao Hao said this, it seemed as if he was deliberately playing a trick on himself. The ghost was still struggling, while Xiao Hao tried his best to show his acting skills. As opponents, both sides like to work against each other. This is what Xiao Hao wants to take advantage of. Don't give up. Persistence leads to victory. Look, at this moment, the magic power in the room is only 99 L left. Xiao Hao's urging made Ghost's face look extremely ugly. There are only 3 or 4 more hits left, and the room will be broken. Hurry up, scratch it. Suppressing his anger, the ghost scratched angrily. 66 L of magic remaining. Great. Only 2 more to go, hurry up. 1 claw. 35 L of magic remaining. Xiao Hao's eyes lit up, and he placed his finger on the panel in the air, saying, good boy, so obedient, hurry up, I have obsessive-compulsive disorder, only 1 more time left, hurry up. In order to prevent going too far, Xiao Hao's finger was about to touch the use button of the shield card. The game panel can also be used directly, but Xiao Hao wants to use his fingers to operate it and use actions to hint at the ghost. The ghost's raised arm suddenly dropped. It doesn't want to be fooled anymore. The other party is obviously confident. It has seen too many players who are about to die, most of whom are hysterical. Even a small number of them are strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and there is always a hint of guilt in their eyes. But the human in front of him was calm and composed, without a trace of guilt in his eyes. This means that he really has the spirit pearl, and he is just waiting for me to scratch it again and then upgrade the Shanbei room. It couldn't accept that it was ordered to attack Shanbei's room and then suddenly upgraded and renovated it when it was about to succeed. This makes it feel like a pet being played with. The ghost was not furious as usual, and was in a state of emotional disarray even when he left. This time, the ghost turned silently and slowly floated away. It will no longer look down on this player based on its own strength. It's serious. As Xiao Hao watched the ghost leave, a smile appeared on his face, which gradually became perverted. The empty city plan was successful. Xiao Hao seemed to see through what it was thinking. Are you serious? So what if I'm serious? No matter how serious he is, his IQ is still a flaw, and he doesn't even understand the principle that, even when a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. This is a survival game. Being in such a situation and being controlled by emotions, it is no wonder that such an intelligent creature would die at the bottom of the sea and become a ghost. Take the enemy seriously tactically and despise the enemy strategically. Xiao Hao belittled the ghost in order to relieve his inner anxiety. Next time he deals with a ghost, he will still go all out. While the ghost is gone, Xiao Hao doesn't plan to kill the monsters alone. The efficiency is too low. He was going to try to kill the group of monsters. After the first 2 times of killing monsters, Xiao Hao had a general idea of the monster groups. There are 3 groups of monsters, namely low-level prehistoric spiny shrimps, human-faced spiny fish, and ancient snail fish. The easiest and the most difficult to deal with are both the ancient snail fish. The reason why it is easy to deal with is that it does not have a strong attack capability. Even if the mantis shrimp stands there and is hit by it, it cannot break through the defense. The reason why it is the most difficult to deal with is its abnormal amount of health and peculiar physique. Its body is made entirely of a gelatinous substance, transparent like pudding with a hint of color, and is immune to physical attacks. Even when the mantis shrimp chopped it into pulp, it still stuck together like plasticine without being harmed at all. Only the dark erosion of the shadow seahorse can cause damage to it, but that takes a lot of time. What Xiao Hao lacks most now is time. This is also the reason why he has not looked for the boss-level ancient snail fish. If it takes half a day to kill it, the ghost would have broken into Shanbei's room by then. The more you fear death, the easier it is to die. Xiao Hao decided to target the prehistoric spiny shrimp. There are 3 major groups, and each group roughly looks like it has at least a few hundred individuals. Xiao Hao first sent out the seahorses, and then let the mantis shrimps attract firepower, while he hid in a corner. As soon as the mantis shrimp appeared, a spiny shrimp about 2 meters long rushed up impatiently. With the first blow, its 2 protruding tentacle eyeballs were chopped off. With the second knife, the 2 centipede tentacles it stretched out went out without returning. With the third blow, the crocodile's body was split in 2 before it could escape. The flesh and blood of the spiny shrimp were cut neatly in an instant, and the blood vessels in the cross-section seemed to react and kept spurting out blood. The mantis shrimp stood grimly in place, with 2 giant emerald sickles in front of it, as if it had never been used. That was because it swung the sword too fast, and before the afterimage left had dissipated, its emerald sickle had returned to its original position. Xiao Hao happily received 10 spirit beads. The seahorses are in an awkward situation. They can jointly cast the dark field, but different spiny shrimps flee in different directions, and the seahorse's AoE skills can only follow one of them. Fortunately, the 8-fold superimposed dark field covers a large area. Even if the spiny shrimps in the field flee everywhere, the vitality of several spiny shrimps can always be consumed at the same time. The mantis shrimp brutally killed its first prey, and the scarlet blood spread, stimulating the group of spiny shrimps. The whites of the shrimp's tentacle eyes were covered with centipede leg-like blood vessels. The circular opening below its head was torn open, with the teeth of the blade gradually showing. The remaining blood threads were like parasites drilling into the water. The spiny shrimps pounced on the mantis shrimp, and even though the mantis shrimp waved its emerald sickle, it was unable to kill all of them at once. The spiny shrimp that was not attacked successfully pounced on the mantis shrimp, and its sharp blade teeth scratched the mantis shrimp's emerald armor. The emerald armor is emerald green all over, and even if it is torn by teeth, it is still as smooth as new. More and more spiny shrimps pounced on the mantis shrimp, and the place where the mantis shrimp was located seemed to have become a spherical meatball. The mantis shrimp did not perform any skills. Those few hits were just its basic attacks. Xiao Hao was afraid of scaring the monsters by using his skills right from the start. Now the monsters around the mantis shrimp are dense enough, and Xiao Hao ordered to use his ultimate move. Two giant mantis sickles were waving rapidly, and the outrageous speed was like an electric fan at the highest wind speed. The mantis shrimp was like a 5-star chef. With his amazing knife skills, he cut all the surrounding spiny shrimps into slices of meat. Even the dark red ground was scored with neat knife marks. Wherever the knife passed, the soil and rocks were crushed into sand. And all this happened in just a blink of an eye. The slices of meat in the water were so thin that they were almost transparent, and Xiao Hao could even see through the thin slices of meat floating in the water. One after another, small prehistoric spiny shrimps came forward, but in front of the emerald sickle of the mantis shrimp, they were like mayflies trying to shake a tree. Soon, the sea was dyed red with blood. There were too many prehistoric spiny shrimps and they covered too wide an area. Among their protruding eyeballs, there was always one looking towards Xiao Hao's position. This is also the reason why Xiao Hao is reluctant to provoke the group of monsters, as it is easy to be targeted. The mantis shrimp's move scared them, and the shadow seahorse appeared again like a ghost. Xiao Hao is their best target. As expected, the spiny shrimps couldn't afford to offend the mantis shrimp and couldn't find the little seahorse, so all their hatred was focused on Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao felt like he was screwed. He didn't dare hide back in Shanbei's room. One deep-sea ghost was enough to put Shan Bifang in danger. If there were hundreds of spiny shrimps, Xiao Hao might as well wash his neck and wait for death. But where can he hide? If he gets too close to the mantis shrimp, he will also be sliced into pieces if the mantis shrimp makes a mistake. When he transformed into a dark realm, these wild monsters could also sense him. Every time Xiao Hao transforms into a shadow, he can last for a few minutes. Xiao Hao can only take advantage of this time to try his best to lure the wild monsters towards the mantis shrimp. Unfortunately, although these wild monsters are not smart, they know how to seek benefits and avoid harm, and always avoid the position of the mantis shrimp. So, it evolved into. The mantis shrimps chased and attacked these wild monsters, and the wild monsters chased and attacked Xiao Hao. Although the seahorses kept using the dark domain, Xiao Hao always felt that they were just slacking off and acting as a mood setter. He knew this would happen. The shadow transformation time was about to end, so Xiao Hao simply climbed onto the leather back of the mantis shrimp and ordered it not to attack the back with its mantis knife, but only the front. The back uses its scaly tentacles to attack the spiny shrimp. If the tentacles fail to kill him, at least he still has room to drink blood potion. The scarlet tentacles either strangled, pierced, or flattened the shrimps, and with the technique of outlining the human body, they passed over Xiao Hao's body by a hair's breadth, as if proving its control skills to Xiao Hao. But Xiao Hao was terrified. If its skills were really good, it would not have been tied up by its own scaly tentacles in the first place. Xiao Hao sitting on his back looked like a wax figure. Dare not move. I dared not move at all. He was afraid that the mantis shrimp would move around because of him and accidentally prick him with its tentacles. The 8 seahorses directly cast the dark field with Xiao Hao as the center. With their blood consumption rate 8 times faster, the small monster shrimp would be exhausted to death as long as it stayed in the dark field for 1 minute. Xiao Hao used the gloves to cast the emerald armor. Only after putting on the armor did Xiao Hao feel much safer. There were too many mantis shrimps, and some of them would slip through the gaps between the mantis shrimp's tentacles and bite towards Xiao Hao. Fortunately, the teeth of the spiny shrimp cannot bite through the jade armor. Xiao Hao was not injured, but the price he paid was that his physical strength was lost faster. The seahorses could only reveal themselves one after another, and use their hooked black and gold tails to whip towards the shrimp next to Xiao Hao. Seahorses also have 4 diamond-shaped bone rings on their tails, and the force with which they whip is even greater than that of the centipede tentacles of spiny shrimps. The prehistoric spiny shrimp that bit Xiao Hao was pulled back by the seahorses. Its strong crocodile body suddenly suffered multiple comminuted fractures and collapsed like a fat sea snake. After a while, Xiao Hao received its death notice. The 8 seahorses were like the 8 directions of the Bagua formation, surrounding Xiao Hao and acting as his personal guards. Their body length is only half a meter, which makes them look smaller than those spiny shrimps with an average body length of 2 meters, but their level is actually level 5, which is several levels higher than the spiny shrimps, and they are still rare monsters. Therefore, even in terms of physical fitness alone, seahorses are not inferior to spiny shrimps. More and more spiny shrimps died, and the bloody smell became stronger, which further stimulated the group of spiny shrimps. The shrimp's eyeballs turned completely scarlet, and it gradually lost its sanity, with madness surging like a tide. More and more shrimps slipped through the net. It's no big deal because the mantis shrimp has the passive skill of immortal body, but the seahorse is finding it increasingly difficult. Xiao Hao and the seahorses transformed into shadows and appeared right under the mantis shrimp. As the mantis shrimp opened its mouth, the pieces of meat immediately fell like poplar catkins. There was an eerie sense of beauty to the sight. The bright red dye was splashed wantonly, the bloody brain was like a blooming white lotus, the scarlet crazy eyeballs seemed to be telling of despair, and the broken blade teeth showed deathly silence. Time seemed to have slowed down on this red seabed. Dark red sand was flying, and the emerald sickle was like a flash of emerald green light. As the light and shadow flashed, the blood lotus bloomed. Unfortunately, this million-level special effect cannot last long. Well, to put it in plain terms, Xiao Hao's strength was almost exhausted, and the mantis shrimp had to stop using its 2 proud emerald sickles. Xiao Hao collapsed on the mantis shrimp's leathery back. His face was pale as if he had been sleeping all night and he looked like he had lost all desire to live. As soon as the mantis shrimp cleared the surrounding wild monsters, the prehistoric spiny shrimps came swarming in. Xiao Hao collapsed on the back of the mantis shrimp like a powerless sage, watching them getting closer and closer. But is Xiao Hao really a sage who has seen through life and death? No. No. Xiao Hao just calculated the time accurately. You know, Shadow Seahorse's dark territory and erosion have been continuing. The range of the 8-fold superimposed dark field is much wider than the mantis shrimp's close-range ultimate move. How could these mad monsters detect the gradually decaying body? The spiny shrimp in the dark area had tentacle-like eyeballs that were red and black, its paddle fins were decayed like the wrinkled skin of an old man, its gray-white belly was like a dead pig's skin covered with a layer of dust, and even the centipede tentacles made a bone-breaking sound, as if they were about to fall apart. These thorny shrimps had already turned into corpses before they could pounce on Xiao Hao. The vitality was completely eroded, and the heavy corpses were like falling rocks. Dull falling sounds were heard, and there were already several hills of corpses around. The remaining spiny shrimps were in 2s and 3s. The death of a large number of their companions finally awakened the fear deep in their hearts. The mantis shrimps fled in all directions, and some of them panicked and bumped into Xiao Hao, and were perfectly cooked by the mantis shrimp's superb knife skills. Xiao Hao fell exhausted on the mantis shrimp's back, and silence returned to the dark seabed. While carrying the limp Xiao Hao, the mantis shrimp did not forget to use its scaly tentacles to support Xiao Hao's body on both sides to prevent him from falling accidentally. In this lonely seabed, the red diamond limbs pierce into the ground, and the mantis shrimp takes every step with extraordinary stability. 8 seahorses were stationed around the area to guard against the attack, forming a moving regular octagon with Xiao Hao as the center. With the passive skill of immortal body, Xiao Hao recovered very quickly. The reason why he collapsed from exhaustion was that he had been using his skills continuously and his body was obviously overloaded. After recovering, Xiao Hao always felt that his body was stronger. The immortal body has the ability to develop physical potential. Xiao Hao estimated that it was because of the active exploitation of the body's potential that the immortal body was able to exert a greater effect. It's been almost half an hour since I came out. As soon as he thought of the time, Xiao Hao's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Hao quickly opened the game panel and upgraded Shanbei's room. When he came out, Shanbei's room had only 35L of magic left. After setting the shield card's endurance, he went out to kill monsters. I looked at the shield card's usage time limit and it hadn't been reduced by a single second. Fortunately, otherwise it would be a pity if I had missed the time and wasted such a bug-level card. Xiao Hao just wanted to see how many spirit beads he had gained, but he didn't expect that one of the 8 seahorses suddenly died. This kind of instant kill must be the deep-sea ghost. There were 8 seahorses distributed around him, about 10 meters away from him. Suddenly one of them died, which meant that the ghost was only 10 meters away from him. Xiao Hao didn't even have time to think, his body instinctively turned into a shadow and fled. On the back of the mantis shrimp leather armor where Xiao Hao was sitting, 5 cracks suddenly appeared on the emerald armor accompanied by sparks. The originally flawless emerald armor now had 5 shocking cracks, and blood was slowly seeping out from the inside. Xiao Hao in the shadows immediately took back all the guardians and fled desperately. But the ghost was too close to Xiao Hao. There was no way Xiao Hao could escape or hide in a hidden place. Maybe the noise caused by the monster spawning this time was too loud and attracted the ghost here. The Grim Reaper's scythe swung behind him, leaving scratches on the ground that were even deeper than those caused by the mantis shrimp's enlargement. The aurora shadow transformed by Xiao Hao moved in a very seductive way. If it wasn't, the entire shadow would probably be cut in half by its sickle fingers. The extreme S-shaped movement put Xiao Hao in danger, but the price was that the surface where Xiao Hao passed was left with deep scratches. Even hard soil and rocks can be instantly split by ghosts. Its sickle finger is no worse than the mantis sickle. Xiao Hao couldn't hold out for long in this extreme form of shadow escape. After a period of extreme sprint and a sudden turn, Xiao Hao put some distance between himself and the ghost. But at this distance, the ghost will catch up with him in a few seconds. Xiao Hao and the seahorse turned into shadows and escaped separately. The ghost chased Xiao Hao himself, ignoring the seahorse in the other direction. It's the same black shadow, why can the wild monsters lock onto him? Xiao Hao vaguely knew the answer to this. But he was unwilling to try. The answer is exploration bubbles. The exploration bubble opened a bubble with a diameter of about 2 meters for him, shielding him from the deep-sea water pressure and providing him with air. Conversely, this bubble will also become a glaring target in the eyes of wild monsters. Even if it was a shadow, Xiao Hao didn't dare to cancel the exploration bubble. He couldn't guarantee that the shadow state could withstand the deep-sea water pressure. If his body is still so weak in the shadow state, the deep-sea water pressure can crush his body into meat paste in an instant. With the exploration bubble there, the deep-sea ghost couldn't lose him. But if he cancelled the exploration bubble, the terrifying water pressure might crush him to death in an instant. This location is too far away from Shanbei's room, and Xiao Hao's physical strength can't support it. Even if he uses his skills at overload, it is impossible for him to return to Shanbei's room. Xiao Hao was in a desperate situation, and he was going to die anyway. At this moment, no one knew how happy the ghost was. Although it couldn't catch Xiao Hao for the time being, a few minutes of playing cat and mouse could allow it to fully enjoy the pleasure of torturing its prey. If you dare to tease it, it will pull out your tendons one by one and peel off your entire skin. There is no way. The ghost stuck to him tightly, and Xiao Hao had no chance to escape. I can only take a gamble. Maybe you can still survive from the brink of death. Xiao Hao in the shadows solemnly cancelled the exploration bubble, and the terrifying water pressure filled the entire bubble in an instant. The black shadow of the aurora floating in the sea was stunned, and a feeling of surviving a disaster arose spontaneously. He is still alive. The deep-sea water pressure did not crush him. Yes, no matter how high the water pressure is, how can it affect the shadow? He should have thought of it earlier. He just didn't want to gamble. Now that he no longer has the exploration bubble, he wants to see how the ghost can locate him. Watching the bubbles disappear before his eyes, the ghost suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the shadow group in front suddenly split into 8 groups and fled in 8 random directions. The ghost was stunned. Which direction will it chase? Restraining his anger, the ghost chose to chase after one of the groups. If he chased, there was a chance he could catch up with the player himself, but if he didn't chase, even the only possibility would be gone. The ghost chose this shadow because it was fleeing in the direction of Shanbei's room. Unfortunately, the dark shadow it chose suddenly disappeared when it was about to catch up. This phenomenon was recalled by the players. It chased the wrong one. The ghost roared angrily on the spot. It couldn't remember how many times this player had played tricks on it. The opponent was in a hurry to come out and kill monsters, which made it realize that the other party didn't have any spirit beads at all. The last time I retreated, I fell right into his trap. It actually watched him slip away from its sight again. And now, even if I attacked him by surprise, he still escaped. It slipped away from its fingertips. Its proud sickle finger. The ghost screamed in anger, venting its rage on the surrounding ground. The poor earth was ravaged, and the terrifying pressure made the monsters not far away flee. After venting his anger, the ghost clenched his sickle fingers tightly, and his empty eye sockets looked towards Shanbei's room. It must kill him. We must use the most cruel method to make him live a life worse than death. The furious ghost went directly to Shanbei's room. Looking at the renovated Shanbei's room, the ghost became furious again. Really? Fell into a trap. Looking at the dark and deserted Shanbei room, it must stay here to the death this time. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, scratches appeared on the glass surface, and before it was completely glued together, a few more scratches appeared. At this time, not far away, in a hidden corner, a bubble expanded like a balloon, gradually expanding to a diameter of about 2 meters. The black shadow in the center of the bubble waited until the exploration bubble function was fully turned on before slowly condensing into a human shape. A drop of sweat dripped from his chin, his arms trembled slightly, his black clothes were completely soaked with sweat, and Xiao Hao's heart was beating wildly, as if it had jumped into his throat and wanted to jump out of his throat. Xiao Hao, who had luckily escaped the gates of hell, was still a little frightened. He took a few minutes to catch his breath before he recovered. After his heart calmed down, Xiao Hao's anger rose. One of the shadow seahorses died. I will never let it die in vain. Xiao Hao swears. The anchor ran away. I thought the anchor was dead. I never thought that the host would dare to cancel the exploration bubble. I have to admire this move. The reason why Huaying can block the deep-sea water pressure is because this water pressure does not have energy attack, and the monster's attack can still hit the main body. Transforming into a shadow is in some ways quite confusing. The host's extreme escape just now made me shudder with fear. This ghost is so shameless, he is so strong, but he still launches a sneak attack. We didn't even notice the ghost approaching. Yes, we didn't notice it even with our god's perspective, no wonder the host couldn't sense it either. Looking at the messages that kept popping up in the barrage, Xiao Hao sighed inwardly. Maybe he needs to start trying to not rely so much on barrage. It is impossible for netizens from other worlds to remind him in time every time. Barrage can be an auxiliary, but not a pillar. Xiao Hao secretly took note of this lesson. Opening the panel in the void, Xiao Hao focused his attention on the number of spirit beads. After killing more than 200 shrimps, we only obtained more than 1,000 spirit beads. The explosion rate is a bit low. It seems that there is a large proportion of level 0 monsters in the monster group. In addition to the 80 spirit beads consumed in upgrading the Shanbei room to level 8, there are still 1,220 spirit beads left. Xiao Hao upgraded the 7 seahorses to level 7 and the mantis shrimps to level 8, leaving 100 spirit beads as reserves. Xiao Hao wanted to go back to Shanbei's room first, but the expected prompt popped up in the barrage. Don't go back. It's scratching your window. It's dangerous. You can't go back. Don't get too excited, the host can't see the comments you post. With the host's perception ability, he will definitely find it. Sisters, stay calm. Look at his calm expression, and then compare it to the crazy comments you guys typed. It's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. When Xiao Hao saw this, he always felt something was wrong. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Did netizens from other worlds also have a dynasty period? Or have humans already participated in games? The fog gathered. Forget it, I'll study these things in depth later when I have the chance, as long as I survive. Xiao Hao was not surprised at all that the ghost was tickling Shanbei's room. The person who knows you best is your opponent. Xiao Hao thought that it would not be able to swallow this anger and would go straight to scratch the window, so Xiao Hao walked towards Shanbei's room, just to confirm it in the barrage. Since the ghost is scratching the window, Xiao Hao turned on the light of his mobile phone directly. The anchor is courting death. Wouldn't it be better to secretly kill monsters and get spirit beads? Why do you provoke it? It found out, run away. Xiao Hao did not hesitate and turned into a shadow to escape. The ghost that caught up with him was so angry that his 2 rows of big yellow teeth were almost broken. When he saw that the person had disappeared, he went back to scratching the window. Following the prompt from the barrage, Xiao Hao repeated the previous operation. After a few back and forths, the ghost realized that he had been tricked. He was stopping himself from scratching the window. So, it simply ignored Xiao Hao and focused on scratching the window. After seeing the barrage prompt that the ghost was no longer paying attention to him, Xiao Hao could go and kill monsters with peace of mind. He was afraid that a ghost would suddenly appear when he was killing monsters. Xiao Hao randomly found a few small monsters and killed them for a while. He found that the ghost still ignored him and finally put his mind at ease. Unfortunately, my luck was bad. The few wild monsters I killed were all level 0, and not a single spirit bead dropped. Xiao Hao decided to go further away and prepare to hunt the last small boss, the ancient snail fish. A seahorse died, and Xiao Hao didn't want to deal with it anymore. He wanted to kill the ghost as soon as possible. There is a huge difference between boss and monsters. Monsters are usually level 0 to 2, and level 2 is relatively rare, while boss is level 8 to 10. I don't understand why the monsters at levels 3 to 7 are missing. Maybe the game is secretly controlling it. Riding on the mantis shrimp, Xiao Hao quickly arrived at the location of the boss. It was a giant fish that glowed with blue fluorescence. With a body length of approximately 8 or 9 meters, the gelatinous fish looks a bit like blue crystal jelly, translucent throughout and glowing with fluorescence. It has the ability to be immune to physical attacks. It's a very abnormal ability, but if Xiao Hao were to choose, he would still choose the mantis shrimp. If you choose mantis shrimp, you still have a chance to kill the ghost. If you choose snail fish, you can only defend until death. There is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Since it is immune to physical attacks, the mantis shrimp can only be a spectator this time. Xiao Hao directly released all 7 seahorses and tied shadow ribbons around their bodies. The ancient snail fish did not react much. In other words, fearlessness. Under the erosion of darkness, the fluorescence of the part of the ancient snail fish's body that was in contact with the shadow ribbon gradually dimmed. But after a while, the fluorescence returned to normal. Xiao Hao frowned and looked at the barrage. It's useless. Although the ancient snail fish has little attack ability, its recovery speed is much faster than the speed at which the seahorse consumes blood. Even if 7 seahorses can consume 1% of its health per second, it is still far from enough. Its self-recovery ability can restore 5% of its health per second at the minimum. Low-level archaic snailfish can be killed by seahorses, but high-level snailfish cannot be killed by seahorses. Xiao Hao's plan immediately failed. The seahorse can't kill it, so the only 2 means of attack are useless. Just because there is little offensive capability doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The ancient snail fish has 2 jelly tentacles growing on its head. The wobbly tentacles swung towards Xiao Hao, but this soft attack was chopped into several pieces by the mantis shrimp before it could even reach him. The broken jelly tentacles fell to the bottom of the sea and slowly crawled back like a worm. This is the most abnormal thing about the ancient snail fish. Immune to physical attacks. I'm afraid even the deep-sea ghost can't kill it. The tentacles crawled to the ancient snail fish and merged into its body with a single leap. How do you kill this clay-like monster? Xiao Hao had no clue. The ancient snail fish also has a weakness. It is afraid of fire. Flame is its nemesis. Xiao Hao secretly complained. Where does the fire come from under the sea? Secondly, it is afraid of ice monsters. If you freeze it, its defense will become extremely weak. This hint didn't help him either. Where could he find an ice monster? Even if he found it, he didn't have a quota. The jelly tentacles came over again, and Xiao Hao simply let the mantis shrimp cut it into 8 pieces, and then dismembered its body and sent them to different places. As a result, Xiao Hao looked at the squirming jelly and began to doubt his life. It's useless. Dismemberment won't kill it. Looking at this sticky, gel-like jelly, Xiao Hao was at a loss. Maybe if you look closely, you can see something. The sticky jelly had just been transferred into the exploration bubble, and when Xiao Hao was about to observe it carefully, the jelly actually melted. What is going on? Xiao Hao was confused. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect that. The most abnormal part of the ancient snail fish is also its most vulnerable part. For scientific knowledge, its body is made of a gelatinous substance, which allows it to withstand the most extreme pressure. Any physical attack can be regarded as concentrated pressure on a point, so it is immune to physical attacks. However, this is also its fatal weakness. Once the extreme pressure is gone, it will quickly melt and die. Therefore, the archaic snail fish can only live in the deep sea, where the water pressure can always maintain this terrifying pressure. As long as it is in the deep sea, it has almost invincible defense. If it leaves the deep sea, it will die. Xiao Hao never expected that the way to kill the boss was to use the exploration bubble. No wonder no one approached him when he was hunting low-level ancient snail fish. The feeling is because of the exploration bubble that comes with the game system. Xiao Hao suddenly remembered that the game had hinted that there were many features waiting for players to discover. But this kind of excavation method and this kind of monster-killing method was the first time he had seen it. Well, I thought it would be a thrilling hunting job, but it turned out to be an assembly line. The mantis shrimp puts its body into the exploration bubble in turn, and when the last piece of the body melts, the game pops up a prompt. Spiritual Pearl plus 550. This monster is actually level 10. Xiao Hao felt like pie had fallen from the sky. If you think about it carefully, that's not the case. I'm afraid no one among the players can kill it except him. Just the point of cutting it into pieces, what other wild monsters can do it besides mantis shrimp and ghost? I didn't expect that the last small boss would be hunted down so easily. Xiao Hao was a little uncomfortable with the sudden change from hell difficulty to normal difficulty. I decisively upgraded the 7 seahorses to level 8, consuming 560 spirit beads. The remaining 90 beads were just enough to upgrade the Shanbei room to level 9, so I kept them as a backup. There were still a few hours left before nightfall. Even with the magic power limit of 8,000, Shanbifang couldn't withstand the destruction for several hours. But Xiao Hao was not worried at all. Just wanted to scratch. Let it scratch all day long. Xiao Hao doesn't believe it will continue scratching at night. With this in mind, Xiao Hao simply went to kill some scattered wild monsters. Except for the 90 spare spirit beads, Xiao Hao used all the spirit beads dropped by the scattered wild monsters to replenish the magic power of Shanbei's room. Xiao Hao wanted the ghost to feel like he was struggling to survive. In order to make this feeling more realistic, Xiao Hao continued to use the delay card. A plan had already come up in Xiao Hao's mind. A counterattack plan. The ghost was still happily scratching the window. Strange, why didn't the host use his spirit beads to upgrade, but instead use them to fill the room with magic power? This is such a waste of spirit beads. You still thought the host was on the first floor. The host is in the atmosphere. If you understand this, then you are also a high-level player. I just don't know what the anchor is doing. I encountered another small monster, a small ancient snail fish. Bound by the shadow ribbon, the ancient snail fish gradually degraded. Spiritual Pearl plus 10. Xiao Hao still only kept 90 spirit beads as a backup, and used the 10 newly exploded spirit beads to fill the room with magic power. 10 pills can fill 1000 L of magic power. Picking up his phone, there was still an hour before dark, and Xiao Hao continued to look for lone wild monsters. This time, Xiao Hao found 3 new monsters. There were 3 insects as big as a palm. If it weren't for the barrage prompt, Xiao Hao wouldn't have noticed them. Strange, why are there 3 golden copepods here? This kind of monster shouldn't appear in the novice village. Golden copepods live in groups, and there are only 3 of them here. They must have accidentally separated from the main group for some reason and drifted here. If this is possible, then the anchor is really unlucky. Since I can drift here, I should be able to meet the anchor when he goes to the novice village. I watched other live broadcast rooms and found that the monsters encountered by players were very common. But when it came to Anchor 869, I felt that the game difficulty had increased a lot. Golden copepods are also very good as a type of soldier, but unfortunately a player can only bind one type of soldier. It's still a little worse than Shadow Seahorse. Wild monsters like Shadow Seahorse will not appear in the novice village. The fact that eggs have drifted to the novice village shows that there are many terrifying wild monsters outside the novice village. Before one wave subsides, another wave rises. The ghosts in the novice village gave Xiao Hao a headache, and there were even more perverted monsters outside the novice village. Since the barrage has given such a hint, let's hunt these 3 copepods first. The golden copepod is golden all over, and just by looking at its armor, you can tell that it has amazing defensive capabilities. Darkness fell, and the copepods noticed it immediately. Shadow Seahorse is already level 8, and ordinary monsters cannot detect the seahorse's domain skills at all. The dark seabed combined with the dark field makes this skill difficult to detect in a dark environment. But these monsters outside the novice village noticed it. 3 copepods raised their heads at the same time. Although they were only the size of a palm, their heads had a grimacing look. The ghost face was very small, with flesh and blood squeezed into a ball. The insect-like big mouth occupied half of the face. The hairy tentacles and limbs gave Xiao Hao goosebumps. The ghost face makes people feel uncomfortable at first sight. The left and right halves of its face are not symmetrical at all, its small eyeballs are rolling around, and the position of its growth looks like a child's random scribbles. It has 2 long and thin tails, which are a bit similar to the antennae of a cockroach, but the real 2 antennae look like hairy fingers with branches, like 6 fingers. All the ghost faces were aimed at Xiao Hao, and 6 randomly distributed eyeballs stared at him. Suddenly, 3 copepods flew towards Xiao Hao at the same time, at such an incredible speed that Xiao Hao didn't have time to react. Fortunately, the mantis shrimp had been released by Xiao Hao long ago. Just one cut kills 3 worms. The copepods were blasted into the ground at an even faster speed, raising a cloud of dark red dust. However, there was no pop-up notification of the wild monster's death on Xiao Hao's game panel. 3 copepods crawled out of the pit, their mouths opened, revealing dense golden teeth. This time, their hatred was attracted by the mantis shrimp and they attacked it from different directions. The mantis shrimp has more than 1 emerald sickle. When it swung the giant sickle, 2 copepods were chopped back. The last one was pierced in the face by the tip of the sickle and nailed to the ground. Spiritual Pearl plus 150. Level 5 monster. This is the first time Xiao Hao has seen it. The remaining copepods jumped away, but were restrained by the dark ligaments. There are 2 more, don't let them run away. The golden luster slowly faded and dimmed. Xiao Hao was not happy with these 450 spirit beads. This is just a small monster outside the novice village. Still insects. As we all know, the number of insects is desperate. And these are just small monsters. Another known monster in the novice village is the shadow seahorse that has always accompanied Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao has a deep understanding of how buggy the seahorse is. Xiao Hao's anxiety was relieved only after he tried hard to calm himself down and not think about the future. At this stage, the important thing is to concentrate on dealing with ghosts. Night is coming, and the ghost will soon find out. Outside the French window, the red sickle finger trembled slightly, and hot bubbles kept coming out. It has been scratching the window all day. Judging from the scattered filling of spirit beads, this player can no longer hold on. That day, its mood went through several ups and downs, from excitement at watching Shanbei's house gradually fall into disrepair to anger after it was renovated and filled with spirit beads. Finally, just when it itself was about to be overwhelmed, the magic power of Shanbei's room was finally exhausted. The ghost transformed into a huge purple-black claw, trying to blow up Shanbei's room in one move. But before the giant claw could fall, it disappeared again. It's that damn card again. The ghost hadn't vented his anger yet when he suddenly discovered that Shanbei's room in front of him had been completely renovated. The opponent didn't even upgrade, he just filled up a lot of spirit beads. He seemed to be telling the ghost in this way that he had a lot of spiritual beads and just liked walking the dog. The ghost realized that he couldn't go on any longer. At this moment, the time has arrived. The buff of dark energy made it extremely angry and frustrated. It was fooled again. The reason why the opponent slowly fills up the magic power is to make it think that he can't hold on any longer, and then continue to scratch the window, and the state will continue to decline. He foolishly scratched for a whole day, and was also injured by Shan Beifang's counterattack for a whole day. He did this to prevent himself from scratching at night and enjoying the bonus of dark energy. The ghost roared, and the sharp and tearing soprano voice resounded throughout the entire sea. It's so angry that its lungs are about to explode. It seems that no matter what I do, I will fall into his trap. His fighting ability is nothing to be afraid of, but he is just a newcomer. A rookie who has just entered the game and knows nothing. But relying solely on his intelligence, he can make it go round and round. The skull around the hollow eye sockets seemed to have cracks. The ghost looked at his charred arms, the hot sickle fingers that were worn out, the flesh burned by the Shanbei light, and the bones torn by the giant energy claws. The scarred body and the intense pain continued to stimulate the ghost. It will never let him go, never. It must bite off his flesh and skin bit by bit when he is most lucid, and make the remaining bones into specimens. The ghost left angrily. A shadow crawled out from the back of Shanbei's room and entered Shanbei's room directly through the crack in the door. The corners of Xiao Hao's mouth rose slightly, and the first phase of the counterattack plan was successfully completed. Barrages of comments kept popping up on the game panel. Oh my god. No wonder the host deliberately didn't upgrade the Shanbei room. How many times has the anchor played with ghosts? Too many times. Since the first time it hid in the cave, this ghost has watched the anchor escape time and again. It's too miserable for the big boss of the novice village to do this. Is there any class representative who can give a summary? I'm new here and don't know how the ghost was tricked. The first time was to play hide and seek with it, the second time was to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and the third, forget it, I can't count them all. The anchor used one plan to trick it several times. It's been so long, how can I count them all? I have seen this anchor before, and I regret not following him. The barrage was bustling with activity, but Xiao Hao didn't see any useful information, so he simply went to take a shower and have a good rest for the night. Xiao Hao had to rest well in the next few days to fight the ghost. If I guessed correctly, the ghost would not come to scratch the window during the day. Sure enough, Xiao Hao waited for a long time, but the ghost never showed up. It will probably wait until night to come back. Without enough spirit beads, the counterattack plan would be a joke. While the ghost was recuperating, Xiao Hao prepared to head to the next group of monsters. Forget about the ancient snail fish school. Although these monsters cannot pose any threat, if the mantis shrimps are ineffective, the efficiency of the dark erosion of the seahorse alone is too low. That leaves only the human-faced strange-spined fish. The head of the boss-level human-faced strange-spined fish is the head of a mature woman. The little monster's strange-spined fish has a baby head. Unlike the boss-level human-faced acanthus, which has a confusing skill, the baby head of the monster is a ghost baby. Xiao Hao hid behind a small hill on the seabed, looking at a large group of human-faced strange-spined fish in front of him and a sky full of ghost baby heads swimming around, and his scalp went numb. Each ghost baby head has 2 scarlet eyes. Its eyes have no pupils or whites, but the entire eyeball is blood red. The nostrils were like those of Voldemort, and the mouth was so big that it stretched to the ears, and the mouth was full of densely packed fangs, which made Xiao Hao almost suffer from trypophobia. Back then, many players of our race died at the hands of the human-faced strange-spined fish. Even if it is a level 0 human-faced strange-spined fish, a newcomer with a guardian can easily die. The anchor is dealing with so many human-faced strange-spined fish at once. Isn't that too arrogant? In the early days, those who had long-range skills were the bosses. The anchor is courting death. There is no other way. Only sufficient spirit beads can prevent Shanbei's room from being damaged. The host is choosing the lesser of 2 evils. The sticklebacks generally have water cannon skills, which means that the terrain where the sticklebacks are located is very complex. Because they destroy the surface at every turn. Taking advantage of the complex terrain, Xiao Hao hid in a cave and sent out seahorses and mantis shrimps. The comment was right. Xiao Hao couldn't be exposed to wild monsters with long-range skills. Once exposed, it's almost a death sentence. The seahorse still formed a dark area, while the mantis shrimp attracted the hatred of the group of monsters as soon as it appeared. The first human-faced strange-spined fish, which was the pioneer, had its skull flipped over before it even got close to the mantis shrimp. Xiao Hao happily received 30 spirit beads. A level 2 wild monster, quite fat. The strange-spined fish began to attack one after another, but without Xiao Hao's weakness, the mantis shrimp's 360-degree attack made all the strange-spined fish die before they could bite the emerald armor. If you get close you will die, so the spiny fishes just use ranged skills. Numerous water cannons bombarded the mantis shrimp, but the mantis shrimp did not move at all. The terrifying impact of the water flow rushing over the mantis shrimp feels like taking a shower. The mantis shrimp moves slowly, so the spiny fish quickly found its weakness and kite it directly. The mantis shrimp chased the strange-spined fish but couldn't chop it. Its movement speed was not fast to begin with, and now it was slowed down by the impact of the water cannon, causing the mantis shrimp to fail to catch up with any of the monsters. After chasing for a while, the mantis shrimp stopped chasing and simply turned around with its butt facing them. The shrill laughter of the baby head seemed to taunt the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp's tail grows and blooms like a peacock's tail. This scene was so gorgeous that Xiao Hao couldn't bear to blink. The emerald color gradually changes to black and gold, the sapphire blue outline outlines the typical shape of the peacock's tail, and the red diamond stripes emit substantial light. Suddenly, the bird's tail lifted up and flapped hard. This fan brought out the terrifying undercurrent in this sea area. The sky full of strange-spined fish were impacted by the powerful undercurrent, and each one was blown to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The terrifying impact speed even embedded the strange-spined fish into the ground. The originally bumpy surface was forcibly smoothed into a plane by the aftermath. Is this the fantail skill of the mantis shrimp? This power is outrageous. Even more exaggerated than the single-target skill of the stickleback. The strange-spined fish in other directions were lucky enough not to be hit by the undercurrent. The laughter they had originally made suddenly stopped and they could no longer laugh, as if there was something stuck in their throats. Xiao Hao should be happy that the mantis shrimp has such a perverted AoE skill. However, Xiao Hao couldn't laugh either. Because this terrifying skill flattened the ground. Xiao Hao, who had been hiding in a small cave on a hill, was suddenly exposed. There were wild monsters all around him, and he was the only human being, making him seem out of place. In this complex terrain, Xiao Hao only needed to hide well and then he could collect the spirit beads. Only now did he realize that the mantis shrimp could be so deceptive. The strange thorny fish has a long-range water cannon skill, and the mantis shrimp can't protect him. All the scarlet eyes around were focused on Xiao Hao. They can't afford to offend the mantis shrimps, but can they afford to offend Xiao Hao and the others? Of course, you should choose the softest persimmons. The torrent of water rushed towards Xiao Hao, and Xiao Hao quickly turned into a shadow and escaped. The sea fantail can only fan in one direction, and there are human-faced strange-spined fish all around it. Xiao Hao commanded the mantis shrimps to fan towards the direction with the highest density of fish, while the seahorses turned into assassins, killing each of the strange-spined fish with their bone chains. As the seahorses level up, they can kill monsters with just one basic attack. The dark area continued to expand under the superposition effect. The seahorses had to multitask, using their skills while also showing up to kill the strange-spined fish. The water cannon skills of the stickleback fish posed too great a threat to Xiao Hao. Water cannon is water, but it is also a cannon. One move can send Xiao Hao to see God. Xiao Hao could only transform into a shadow and hide in the dark realm, not even daring to wear the emerald armor. The stamina loss of the jade armor is calculated based on damage. There were so many strange-spined fish and so many rapid water columns. If Xiao Hao dared to expose himself, his strength would be completely exhausted in a few seconds. This means that Xiao Hao must continue to use the shadow transformation skill without interruption. If it is interrupted, you may die. If Xiao Hao allowed the strange-spined fish to run around, he would not be able to kill them all in more than 10 minutes even if he used his skills to the fullest. Xiao Hao, who was hiding in the dark area, quickly observed that the wild monsters around him did not notice that his vitality was being eroded. Under the level suppression, the concealment of the seahorse's skills is revealed. With 7 times the dark erosion and an 8th level seahorse, all the spiny fish in the dark area will die within a minute. The problem is how to keep them in their area instead of running around. Looking at the crystal-clear tail of the mantis shrimp, Xiao Hao came up with a plan. Let the mantis shrimp use the sea fantail to fan in several fixed directions, except for the direction of the dark area. Xiao Hao asked the seahorse to stop single-target hunting and create a safe zone for this area. After a while, these clever sticklebacks found the safe zone and hid in it. The sea fantail is very powerful and it can kill many spiny fish in one go. However, many of the strange spined fish embedded in the ground were able to struggle to get out. So many wild monsters died, but very few spirit beads dropped. This means that the scallop tail can kill level 0 wild monsters instantly, but cannot kill level 1 and 2 monsters instantly. The buffer of the sea water on the seabed prevents these monsters from dying directly. At this time, the seahorse's super wide-range AoE skills can play a key role. Soon, the baby face of the strangely spined fish, which was originally in the dark area, became haggard in just 1 minute. Forehead wrinkles and age spots continued to emerge, and the skin on the face gradually became loose. The blood-red eyeballs of the strange thorny fish gradually turned black and shriveled, the sounds it made became weak, and it soon fell to the bottom of the sea, never to float up again. One after another, the strange spined fish fell down. The remaining strange spined fish saw it but didn't know what was going on. In other places, the mantis shrimp has visible AoE skills that can prevent it from being fanned into the ground. Who would be willing to go out and be abused? Their low intelligence tells them that this place is safer than anywhere else. The strategy of boiling a frog in warm water is difficult to avoid even for humans who claim to be higher animals, let alone these wild monsters with low IQs. The habitat of wild monster groups is home to a large number of wild monsters, and they generally do not retreat. It's like a place where people have lived for a long time. Unless something major happens, most of them are reluctant to leave. Because long-term life experience tells them that living here is safe. Leaving means unknown and risk. All living things tend towards comfort and stability. It was by taking advantage of this point and creating the illusion that there were dangers in other directions and that this area was safe, that Xiao Hao successfully wiped out the entire school of strange spined fish using the method of boiling a frog in warm water. The dark area slowly disappeared, and a bubble suddenly appeared in the center of a black aurora shadow. Although we are in the deep sea, the bubbles do not float up, but instead slowly sink along with the black shadow of the aurora. The exploration bubble lights up completely, the bubble takes shape, and Xiao Hao appears. So cool. As expected of my men. Hey, don't hook up with my boyfriend. Is this a high-level player? Survive in desperate situations. When his location was discovered, I thought the anchor was doomed, but I didn't expect that he could break through like this. This mantis shrimp was so bad that it almost killed its owner. Fortunately, the anchor saved the day in the end. It can be considered as making up for the mistake, but if I were its owner, I would definitely be killed. Because of its long-range attack skills, the strange thorn fish is basically a killer for newcomers. I didn't expect that it would be wiped out by the host. Why didn't the strange spined fish run away in the dark realm? I can't understand this. If you can understand this, then you are also a high-level player. The barrage of comments popped up so densely that Xiao Hao was dazzled. Ignoring these translucent barrages, Xiao Hao looked at the number of spirit beads. 1,560 pieces. A wave of fat. Xiao Hao vaguely remembered that every 10 levels of monsters represented a watershed. Then can he upgrade both the Sanbei room and the mantis shrimp to level 10? Xiao Hao always felt that it was not that simple. Once the mantis shrimp is at the same level as the ghost, it will definitely be able to kill the ghost alone. But the problem is, the barrage has indicated that the ghost is the big boss of the novice village, so how could it be possible to be killed alone? Xiao Hao had some vague guesses about this. A very common way of limiting games is to limit the player's level. Maybe this survival game has similar limitations. Just verify it and you will know. I've earned so many spirit beads, so can I level up to more than 10 levels in no time? Can players in the test server already break through level 10? You idiot, the new players don't know, and you don't know either. The upper limit of the player level in the test server 1.0 version is 10. Yes, each version of the game has a level cap. By the way, the internal testing period should be coming to an end soon, right? It's almost over. The host must not have thought that there will be a break for game updates and we can temporarily return to the real world. The 7 days are almost over, tomorrow is the 7th day. Xiao Hao was stunned. He just wanted to verify it, but he didn't expect so much information to be revealed. Test server. The existence of a test server means there is a formal server. Once the official server is opened, it means that a large number of new players will join the game. Not only that, there are multiple versions of the game. What's even more unexpected is that the survival game actually has a holiday. The amount of information was too much for Xiaohao to digest for a while. Tomorrow is day 7. Then after tomorrow, he can return to the real world. Fortunately, the final stage of the counterattack plan will be in the early morning of tomorrow, so there is still time. After killing the group of monsters, Xiaohao returned to his room and waited for the ghost after he was ready. Success or failure depends on this one move. In Shan Bei's room, Xiaohao felt a little restless. Waiting is torture. After calming down, Xiaohao looked at the barrage to relieve his anxiety. What is Zhuobo doing? Why doesn't he go and brush the Lingshuya? He just finished killing the strange spined fish school, so he should have plenty of spirit beads now. Why don't you dance if you have nothing to do? Ha 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 ha, the host can't see your comments again. Of course Xiaohao had no interest in dancing and pretended not to see it. The barrage did not discuss any valuable information, so Xiaohao jumped to the exchange interface. Unfortunately, there are basically no real good stuff, such as equipment, props, and cards. Even if there are any, they are just some props that are tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. As soon as Xiaohao entered the forum, his avatar lit up, immediately attracting the attention of other players. Boss number 869 is here. Boss, do you have any blood potions? Soul replenishing grass is urgently needed. Xiaohao glanced at the space grid. He had opened quite a few treasure chests in the past few days and luckily opened 2 cards. Magic defense card: when the Shanbei room is attacked, it becomes immune to energy attacks. Time limit: 3 hours. Return card: when the Shanbei room is attacked, it will return double the damage to the enemy while taking damage. Number of times: 1. There are 7 doses of blood medicine left and 9 soul replenishing herbs left. Number 869, we have them all. If you need them, exchange them with equipment or cards. Boss, where are the props? Take a look at the props I posted on the exchange. Number 869, useless items are fine. They should have special effects or be able to improve real-time combat power. This kind of thing is too rare. The ghost searched for such a long time and only managed to find these few things. Suddenly, a friend request popped up on the game panel. Xiaohao blocks friend requests, and only those who meet certain conditions can successfully apply. This means the other party has equipment, items, or cards. Xiaohao approved the application without hesitation. Boss, do you have any equipment or cards to drive away wild monsters? When Xiaohao saw the other party's message, his face was filled with question marks. He himself lacks it and can't drive away the ghost, so how could it be possible? The other party seemed to understand that what he said was inappropriate, and added, Boss, please take a look at this card. If you have any, please exchange it with me. A giant creature is coming towards my Shanbei room. The situation is critical. Xiaohao clicked on the card message sent by the other party and saw a card with quite many restrictions. This card may be useless to others, but to Xiaohao, it is a rare treasure. Curse card: if the HP of an enemy unit attacking Shan Bifang is less than 30%, directly curse 15% of the enemy's total HP, number of times, 1. Generally speaking, if there are wild monsters attacking Shanbei's room, if you can defeat them, there is no need to use the curse card at all. If you cannot defeat them, you will not be able to use the curse card. But Xiaohao's situation is special. He can't defeat the ghost, but he can use the seahorse to slowly drain the ghost's blood. If the ghost's health is too low and he runs away, Xiaohao will have no way to deal with it. With only one silence card, Xiaohao has no chance of killing it in 3 seconds. This is when the curse card comes in handy. Xiaohao is determined to get this card. Is the giant monster just passing by or is he looking for you specifically? I haven't seen it. It must be passing by. Xiaohao thought about it and concluded that if a large wild monster passed by, he would probably just run it over, causing physical damage. Not only that, the water flow caused by passing by may also contain energy impact. The magic defense card is useless, only the shield card can provide perfect defense. If necessary, Xiaohao can exchange shield cards with the opponent. The other party's situation is critical, and Xiao Hao's situation is not optimistic either. Shield cards can be replaced by filling them with spirit beads, but curse cards cannot be replaced. Strictly speaking, there is not much difference in the value of the two. But on the surface, the value of the shield card is much greater than that of the curse card. Invincible defense shield, these few words make it valuable. Xiao Hao sent the information of the shield card over. I think you should be able to see that the shield card is more valuable than the curse card. Boss, I only have one card. This is a screenshot of my space grid. I'll give you whatever you want. The shield card can save my life. Please help me. Xiao Hao enlarged the other party's screenshot, and found that the supplies in it were not only a few types, but also of small quantities. Xiao Hao can be said to have opened treasure chests in bulk. What is there that he doesn't have? All the blueprints in the synthesis room were enough for him to synthesize them all. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hao replied, I don't have the supplies I need. I can exchange the shield card with you, but there are conditions. The other party replied immediately, you tell me. I agree to any condition. I can do anything. That's not necessary. If there is any remaining usage time on the shield card after use, you must return it to me. Ah. Oh, is that so? Okay, I'll write it into the terms of the deal right away. Xiao Hao felt that this sentence seemed to carry a sense of disappointment, and he wondered if it was his illusion. As soon as he received the message, Xiao Hao saw the new cards on the exchange. Xiao Hao never procrastinates when doing things. He doesn't need compliments from the other party, nor does he have any intention of keeping the other party hanging. He just goes straight to the point of making a deal. Perhaps because the other party got what he wanted, he immediately let himself go. Thank you, big boss. Do you really not need me to do anything else for you? As if his words weren't obvious enough, the other party added, anything is fine. Number 869, no need. Well, here it comes. If it survives, I will return it to you according to the transaction agreement. After reading the message, Xiao Hao started counting. The shield card has a 1-minute validity period. If it doesn't leave within a minute, the shield card may not come back. After a full 30 seconds, both sides were extremely anxious. While the other party was worried about his life, Xiao Hao was worried about the time limit of the shield card. After 50 seconds, Xiao Hao had basically lost hope. The other party might be dying soon. Just when I was about to close the game interface, the system suddenly popped up a reminder to collect supplies. It's a shield card. Xiao Hao quickly clicked it and found that the shield card only had 3 seconds of usage time left. I'm sorry, it's too big and walks very slowly, so. 3 seconds is 3 seconds, some is better than nothing. It's okay, this is a deal. Xiao Hao really needs this curse card. With an extra 3 seconds of shield card, it is still a small profit. Thank you so much, big brother. The ground around my Shanbei room has sunk, but the room is still intact. The card is very powerful, and I always feel that big brother is at a disadvantage. How about I warm your bed? Xiao Hao's mouth twitched. The other party is trying to curry favor with someone. In order to curry favor with someone, the other party's moral integrity is shattered. The only information about the player is his number. Not to mention whether he looks good or not, we don't even know his gender. In order to get in touch with him, the other party has tried their best. Xiao Hao didn't reply, but the other party thought he was hesitant. I'm good-looking, sensible, warm-hearted, strong, and can do all the housework. Big boss, would you consider it? Xiao Hao's mouth twitched. I'm a man. I really don't care whether you have enough physical strength or not. That's right, I'm the beauty of the sports department. I have a great body. I can be sweet or salty. Xiao Hao's heart moved involuntarily. Touch the chest. If the heart is not beating, then the person is dead. If that's the case, then it's okay. His affection has nothing to do with the school beauty. Xiao Hao asked tentatively, what if I were a woman? The other party was silent for a few seconds. Sister is so cool, I love her so much. Xiao Hao closed the dialogue box with a grim face. He shouldn't test the other party's bottom line. He couldn't find out. Too deep to grasp. Xiao Hao looked at the space grid. He had a total of 10 cards in his hand, namely, slow card, rebound card, shield card, double card, maintenance card, silence card, calm card, magic defense card, return card, and curse card. A few cards are running out of time, but most are still intact. It's getting dark. Xiao Hao's heart was beating fast. He knew that the ghost was coming. Here it comes. Why is there such a large group? Anchor, look out the window. It's over, the anchor is really dead this time. If the anchor doesn't die this time, I'll eat shit while standing upside down. This time the monster's target is Shanbei's room, there's no way to escape. The barrage of comments suddenly popped up rapidly, and Xiao Hao had a bad feeling. Even sitting inside the house, Xiao Hao could hear the undercurrent of water flowing outside. That was the sound of undercurrents hitting Shanbei's room. Even the objects placed on the floor in the house were shaking slightly, and the shaking of the wooden bed and the ground became more and more violent, as if foreshadowing the coming of disaster. Xiao Hao walked to the window solemnly. Since his seahorse was upgraded to level 8, Xiao Hao's night vision ability also improved to about 20 meters. The wild monster had not even entered Xiao Hao's sight when it had already caused this kind of noise. The darkness of the seabed made Xiao Hao feel more and more uneasy. What exactly are these wild monsters? This unexpected event occurred before the plan was even implemented. Xiao Hao frowned, cold sweat flowed down the ends of his eyebrows, and gathered with the sweat beads on his cheeks, dripping straight down. Suddenly, a pink fluorescent light appeared in the distance, and then a few blue and purple lights lit up like lanterns, and the fluorescent lights became dotted and gradually increased. As the fluorescence approached, Xiao Hao recognized what they were. Ancient snail fish school. Aren't these fluorescent, translucent crystal jellies exactly schools of snail fish? But why would they leave their habitat and attack the Shanbei house? A skull with a bit of flesh and blood floated out from the darkness. Its two uneven rows of teeth bit each other several times and uttered a few low syllables. Heh, 10 sickle fingers stabbed out from the darkness, followed by withered old arms that seemed to be stained with ashes. The skinny body had only a few pieces of rags covering the key parts, and through the gaps between several ribs, one could even see the rotten internal organs. Deep-sea ghost. It was the ghost that drove them here. The ghost did not take any action, but the school of snail fish alone was depleting the magic power of the Shanbei room at a terrifying speed. The anchor is doomed to fail this time. Who said that? I believe that Zhubo can create miracles. Where does the second-year syndrome come from? Stop arguing, this is a critical moment, watch the live broadcast carefully. Xiao Hao ignored the barrage and immediately used the slow card and maintenance card, while releasing the seahorse to superimpose the dark field. Darkness began to encroach, but what the snail fish is best at is self-recovery. Xiao Hao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Even after using the slow card and maintenance card, when Shanbei's room was attacked by a group of people, the magic power was still rapidly decreasing at a rate of more than 10 L per second. Xiao Hao tried hard to suppress his inner panic and suddenly remembered something. Is the snail fish's self-recovery a skill, or is it just its physical condition? Xiao Hao remembered that the barrage had mentioned that the snail fish's gelatinous body gave it nearly invincible physical defense capabilities. But physical defense ability is not equal to recovery ability. If the snail fish's self-recovery ability is a skill, it is now attacking the Shanbei room. Can the calm card block their self-recovery skills? Just try it and you will know. Xiao Hao quickly clicked the calming card. The snail fish keep attacking in turns, and the calm card cannot be blocked by the bug, so it must be used continuously. However, as long as we can accelerate the encroachment of darkness, they will all be killed soon. With the use of tranquilizer cards, the snail fish's fluorescence dimmed visibly. It really works. Soon, several snail fish were degraded, and the degraded liquid splashed on the coral house. The corrosive liquid made the coral house emit a sizzling sound. It seems that the liquid degraded by the snail fish is insoluble in water and has a density greater than that of deep-sea water. Xiao Hao checked Shan Beifang's magic meter and found that the magic power was being consumed at a faster rate. This corrosive liquid can actually wear away the magic of Shan Beifang. Xiao Hao scanned the 10 cards and his eyes stopped on the magic defense card. This kind of liquid corrosion shouldn't be considered a physical attack, right? Xiao clicked to use the magic defense card, and the magic power loss rate immediately dropped. As more and more snailfish were degraded, Ghost soon realized that something was wrong. Low-level monsters cannot sense the invasion of darkness, but ghosts can. The ghost began to drive away the snailfish, forcing those in the territory to retreat, and then let a new round of snailfish come on stage. It planned to let the snailfish take turns to attack, in order to wear Xiao out. Xiao has always used dark corrosion to kill wild monsters, but he never expected that one day, he would be consumed by wild monsters instead. Ghosts can drive away snailfish, but they cannot perform fine-grained control. This happens every minute, and some snailfish are not driven out in time and are killed. In this way, the two sides began a tug-of-war. 1 hour, 2 hours. Xiaohao's slow card's time limit ran out and it came to nothing. The ghost watching the scene finally felt the pleasure of revenge. It knows that the other party has 6 cards like this. All of it comes from it. Drive away these wild monsters and use up all his cards and spirit beads at once. Ghost will not give him any chance this time. As time went by, the snailfish became less and less numerous. The fluorescence of each snailfish went out, just like a candle turning into ashes, and a sense of desolation and decay arose. The outer wall of Shanbei House was covered with corrosive liquid, and even the dark red soil at the edge was corroded to form a small groove. After many snailfish died, their bodies did not have time to crash into the Shanbei House and fell onto the nearby land, forming small pits filled with corrosive liquid. The originally flat land became like a country road that had just rained, with many mud pits. Pretty. The calm card can actually be used like this. I thought the calm card was used to block the monster's attack skills, but I didn't expect the host to use it to block the recovery skills. The host's move is really amazing. When the 3 hours were up, Xiaohao's magic defense cards and calming cards were exhausted, and Shanbei's room was on the verge of ruin. Click to upgrade and renovate the brand new level 9 Sanbei room. Although 3 cards were used up, thanks to the ghost, the snailfish school brought Xiaohao a lot of spirit beads. Perhaps it itself did not expect that its idea of letting the snailfish wear out its coral shell would actually turn out to be a gift of warmth. Originally, Xiaohao had no intention of provoking the school of snailfish. Their self-reply is disgusting. As a result, they were allowed to attack Shanbei's room, but their skills were blocked by the calming card. After fighting for a few hours, Xiaohao's spirit beads actually increased. Xiaohao upgraded all the seahorses and mantis shrimps to level 9, and still had 1,400 spirit beads left. Enough to level up to 10. Thanks, Ghost. All the calming cards and magic defense cards have been used up, and the maintenance card's usage time has also exceeded half. Although the remaining snailfish are few, they have actually consumed more of Shanbifang's magic power. When Shanbifang's magic power was more than half depleted, all the snailfish died. After the last snailfish degraded and splashed on the Shanbei room, the ghosts began to attack the Shanbei room. At this time, the seahorses were already very tired. Xiaohao took the seahorses back and let them recover their strength. I looked at the time and it was just past 12 o'clock. The level 9 Shanbei room can probably hold back the ghost for more than an hour. Xiaohao had been nervous just now, but now that the situation had stabilized, he felt hungry. Man is iron and food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will feel hungry. Wait until the early morning when the buff bonus on the ghost disappears, and that will be the moment of the decisive battle. During this period, Xiaohao must try his best to reduce the ghost's health and destroy the ghost's mentality. Eating in front of a ghost seems like a good choice. Xiaohao glanced at the kitchen, then turned to look at the ghost with a sly smile on his face. The ghost's smug mood suddenly disappeared, and it had a bad feeling. Grilling table, iron block, 0/8, stone, 0/30, coal, 0/10. Raynoid hood, iron block, 0/10, magic battery, 0/1. Xiaohao opened too many treasure chests, with enough materials and sources of meat. A gift from the prehistoric spiny shrimp. A variety of drawings can be easily placed after being synthesized, just like a designer making architectural renderings. Xiaohao was busy as if no one was around, and Ghost was so angry at his ignoring that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. A giant purple-black energy claw slammed into Shan Beifang's room, causing Shan Beifang's magic power to drop significantly instantly. The noise was so loud that Xiao Hao's eyes unconsciously swept over. The ghost was seen holding his sickle finger tightly, standing there, motionless. This consumed several hundred L of magic power in the room, which was naturally a high price to pay. Xiao Hao took a calm look at it and turned back to his own business, as if no matter how the ghost jumped around, it was just a clown in his eyes. Just like that, Xiao Hao started roasting meat right under the ghost's nose. His arrogant attitude made the ghost furious for a while. "I'm hungry." When we were surviving, which player wasn't in a miserable state, starving and cold? How come he is eating barbecue here? What did the anchor do originally? He is so smart. I originally thought he was a brain worker, but now he is grilling. I doubt if he is a chef. Does anyone really eat barbecue in a survival game? Are we really playing the same game? Is this a high-level player? I envy you so much. Xiao Hao wanted to continue to annoy the ghost, but he found that the ghost seemed to be greedy and his eyes were always on the barbecue in his hand. The mantis shrimp slices are as thin as a cicada's wing, and the knife skills are amazing. After changing his mind, Xiao Hao decided to give up on angering it. Maybe, I can use some food to give it something. The hostility has lasted so long and the purpose is so strong that Ghost will definitely refuse firmly. Xiao Hao decided to adopt a roundabout tactic. Xiao Hao took a picture using the game panel and uploaded it to the forum. The boss is actually eating barbecue. Can you really eat barbecue under the sea? The bread I worked so hard to get suddenly tasted dull. Boss, please give me one piece. Just one piece. The information was updated very quickly, and the forum was full of sourness. After so many days of eating only bread and water, those who survived had no appetite. Number 869, who has sleeping pills? Barbecue in exchange. What? How can there be sleeping pills? Where are the sleeping pills? We are all human beings. You have so much food, so just share some. Xiao Hao was too lazy to pay attention to those people who were trying to blackmail him morally and just waited quietly. When people traveled through time, they brought their beds with them. Perhaps a small number of people brought their usual sleeping pills to the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, after waiting for a while, someone on the exchange put sleeping pills on the shelves, although only half a bottle. Xiao Hao didn't waste any time and directly traded a large plate of barbecue. The large plate of meat in his hand suddenly disappeared. Xiao Hao pretended to notice Ghost's doubts and said with a smile, "Anyway, there is a lot of meat, share some with other players." Xiao Hao did not really share it with other players unconditionally. What this sentence meant was to hint to Ghost that he was willing to share the barbecue. After saying that, he continued to take out the slices of meat from the space grid and started grilling. The Ghost clenched his teeth, as if mocking Xiao Hao. He can't even take care of himself, and he wants to share the barbecue. Ha ha. Xiao Hao raised his eyebrows, ate the barbecued meat that tasted like fish and shrimp, and did not forget to take out a can of beer. The barbecue and beer were so refreshing. Fortunately, I didn't waste that bed of snacks, otherwise I would have no beer to drink now. The Ghost's eyes were fixed on the slices of meat on the grill, and his neck, which was covered with purple blood vessels, swallowed. The time was almost right. Xiao Hao finally spoke, "Do you want to eat?" The Ghost's eyes looked coldly at Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao was not annoyed by Ghost's cold attitude and continued to tempt him. "The barbecue is delicious." The Ghost's attack paused. After saying that, Xiao Hao used his shadow transformation skill to turn the barbecue into a shadow, and then sent it to the Ghost through the window. Watching the delicious barbecue changing shape and being soaked in the cold sea water, the taste gradually lost. The Ghost hesitated for a moment, but still swallowed the barbecue into his stomach. This human actually gave it barbecue to eat. "Do you still want to eat?" Xiao Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The Ghost didn't reply, but Xiao Hao was already sensible enough to send out another piece of barbecue. The Ghost was chewing the barbecue with his 2 rows of big yellow teeth, but Xiao Hao did not show the slightest expression of disgust. It did not answer Xiao Hao, but stopped attacking Shan Bei's room. After eating for a while, Xiao Hao thought that the time was almost right. The medicine in the other beer melted. "Let's drink." After saying that, Xiao Hao handed the wine to the Ghost. The sea water kept diluting the wine. Xiao Hao was anxious inside, but on the surface he was still enjoying the barbecue. Drink it quickly. If you don't take sleeping pills soon, the ingredients in them will be diluted. Xiao Hao picked up his beer and took a sip, with his movements a little bigger, to hint to the ghost to drink it. The ghost paused, with salty sea water flowing in his throat, and squeezed only half of his tongue into the beer can. As if he tasted a different flavor, the ghost was shocked and stuffed the entire bottle of beer, including the tin can, into his mouth. The beer can was constantly deformed under the bite of the teeth, revealing many sharp iron pieces and corners. The sharp iron pieces pierced into the ghost's tooth roots and mouth, and even the remaining half of the tongue was scratched by the iron pieces. After chewing for a while, the ghost bit the tin can into a slightly flat iron ball with iron sheets. Because the iron ball was too big for the ghost to swallow, Xiao Hao thought it would spit it out, but he didn't expect it to use its sickle finger to poke the iron ball into its throat. The iron ball crawled down the throat, and the iron piece pierced the throat, just like a scalpel operation, leaving a shocking scar on its throat. Its skin and flesh had been washed white by the sea water, and its blood had long been drained. Even when its entire throat was cut open, not a drop of blood flowed out. The iron block crawled all the way into the stomach. Through the gaps between the ribs, Xiao Hao clearly saw the iron pieces and corners of the iron ball piercing its stomach. He was completely stunned. A chill went straight down Xiao Hao's spine, his scalp went numb, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. The horror level of this ghost repeatedly refreshed his three views. Xiao Hao suppressed his fear and forced his eyes to stay on it. He wanted to see if the drug would work on ghosts. The body of this ghost was originally a corpse, and it was brought back to life by some kind of power. Just think about it and you will know that poison will not work. Xiao Hao was just trying his best to save the situation. As long as it could increase his chances of winning, he would give it a try. Unfortunately. The ghost's skull suddenly shook from side to side. It actually works. Although the effect of the medicine does not seem to be strong, as long as it can increase the chance of winning, Xiao Hao will win. Taking alcohol with sleeping pills will increase the sedative effect of the sleeping pills, inhibit brain activity, and even be life-threatening in severe cases. Xiao Hao took half a bottle of sleeping pills, but it had very limited effect on monsters like the deep-sea ghost. Since he had already taken the medicine, Xiao Hao naturally couldn't continue to deliver barbecue. The ghost was in a trance for a while, then continued to scratch the window. Eat his flesh and scratch his windows. It is unjust that this ghost is not dead. After eating the last piece of barbecue, Xiao Hao wiped his mouth and upgraded the room and the guardian to level 10. When the room was upgraded to level 10, the game popped up a prompt, but Xiao Hao just glanced at it and put it aside. He now needs to focus all his attention on the ghost. The war is about to begin, and he will think about the game prompts after the war. I glanced at the game panel and saw that there were 500 spirit beads left. With enough spirit beads, it was impossible for the ghost to break into Shanbei's room. But Xiao Hao had no intention of using the spirit beads to replenish his magic power. If the ghost felt that there was no hope of breaking into Shanbei's room and just left, that would be troublesome. It's about time and the seahorse has had enough rest. The darkness enveloped the ghost, who paused and continued scratching the window. Once again, they fell into a war of attrition. Time passed slowly and both sides were silent. The maintenance card has been in vain after 8 hours. Xiao Hao noticed the time. There was still an hour before daytime. He immediately used the doubling card to double the power of Seahorse's dark erosion. The ghost sensed the loss of vitality, but it was not ready to stop. It knows that the opponent has used the 5th card and has a 6th card that can rebound the attack. It wants to use up all the opponent's cards at once and break into Shanbei's room in one fell swoop. The ghost would use his ultimate move from time to time, trying to force Xiao Hao to use the rebound card. When the last hour was almost over, Xiao Hao bounced back the ghost's ultimate skill. The doubling cards and rebound cards have been used up and all has come to nothing. As the early morning approached, the ghost looked rotten and his skeleton creaked. It's finally here. What it is waiting for is for the opponent's cards to be used up. In this way, the opponent will have no chance to turn around. But it didn't know that what it wanted to see was exactly what Xiao Hao wanted to show it. After one claw, the ghost suddenly found that the force of the attack was not as strong as before. It's daytime now, and without the boost of dark energy, its attack power has weakened a lot. But if it was asked to retreat like this, it would feel very unwilling. Seeing that the ghost's attack frequency was decreasing, Xiaohao immediately encouraged it. It's daytime now, hurry up and get out of here. Sure enough, the ghost angrily increased the speed of scratching the window. Xiaohao secretly thanked his lucky stars that he had poisoned it, causing it to become unconscious and easily angered. Otherwise, if it wanted to leave, he would not be able to stop it. Xiaohao kept an eye on the curse card on the game panel. The curse card finally lit up with a purple light, indicating that the conditions for use had been met. Its health finally dropped to 30%. But Xiaohao was not planning to use the curse card immediately. Because using the curse card now will not kill it with one strike, but will instead scare it away and leave trouble behind. The ghost scratched for a while and gradually felt that something was wrong. It has already sensed that it is seriously injured. This is a very dangerous signal. But looking at the dilapidated Shanbei house, even a level 10 Shanbei house had already been ruined after being scratched by it for several hours. The ghost hesitated for a moment, but did not choose to retreat, but continued to scratch Shanbei's room. The room was about to be breached, and the magic power was about to be exhausted, so Xiaohao quietly used the spirit beads to fill it. Each time you fill one, you only restore 100 L of magic power, so that the appearance of Shanbei's room still looks dilapidated, and it will not be renovated instantly to stimulate the ghost to drive away. As time passed, the ghost felt more and more that something was wrong. This Shanbei house is obviously about to fall apart, but no matter how it is scratched, it seems to be standing firm. But its vitality is constantly being eroded. 29%. 28%. The ghost's sense of crisis gradually grew stronger, but he didn't understand where the danger came from. Even if it only has 10% of its health left, the opponent will not be able to kill it. Thinking of this, Ghost attributed the sense of crisis in his heart to the fact that his bloodline was too low. 27%. The ghost felt increasingly uneasy. 26%. What went wrong? The alarm in his heart kept sounding like a siren's, and Ghost's confused brain vaguely sensed that something was wrong. 25%. When the health dropped to 25%, the ghost finally noticed. Its health has dropped by 5%, why hasn't this rickety Shanbei house collapsed yet? The biggest anomaly is that Shanbei's house did not collapse. The other party wants to hunt me. Ridiculous. How ridiculous? Even if your health is only 5% left, if you just stand there and let the opponent hit you, it will probably take the opponent a long time, right? People who have no self-awareness at all should die early. Is it because of the abnormality in the room that I feel a sense of crisis? The few remaining muscles on the ghost's face tensed up. Xiaohao looked at the ghost's solemn expression and knew that it had reacted. Seeing Xiaohao's silence, Ghost's sense of crisis eased a lot. Xiaohao's reaction was exactly the same as his previous praise reaction before death. Hasn't he been maintaining more than 100 L of magic power in the room? Then it will just use its ultimate move. Its ultimate move is enough to destroy Shanbei's room in an instant, making him useless even if he has the spirit pearl. The giant purple-black energy claw was about to hit Shanbei's room. The ghost had already grinned a terrifying smile of victory, and Xiaohao had finally waited for this moment. Holding two cards between his index and middle fingers, Xiaohao threw them out instantly. Return the card. Double the reward. Shield card. Invincible defense. The purple-black energy claws slammed into Shanbei Fang, but suddenly an ice-blue energy shield rose up from Shanbei Fang, like an ice crystal tortoise shell, completely covering Shanbei Fang. The purple-black giant claw was like an egg hitting a rock, and could only cause undercurrents in the water outside the protective shield. At the same time, a pair of giant energy claws condensed above the ghost's head. A pair, not just one. The ghost felt a fatal crisis, but there was nowhere to hide. Haven't his cards been used up? All 6 cards have disappeared, so why does he still have cards? The ghost finally felt the fear buried deep in his heart again and deeply experienced the feeling of going from heaven to hell. It was smug 1 second and was taught a lesson the next. A giant purple-black energy claw descended from the ocean and hit the ghost heavily. The moves enhanced by cards are not only reflected in the number of moves, but also in their quality. The giant energy claws were like giant dragon bone claws, and each claw seemed to be a materialized dark laser beam. It was exactly like a pair of devil's hands fallen to the mortal world. The ghost's tiny body was like a puppet, being grasped and exploded by the giant energy claws. Even if the shadow seahorse continued to erode its vitality, it only made its appearance more corrupt. At least it was not so miserable. But its own special move wreaked havoc on itself. The dead tree's arm was finally completely cut off, and even several rows of ribs were broken, its internal organs were shattered, and its skull was covered with cracks, as if it would shatter in the next second. The dark red sand was flying around, as if the entire sea was polluted. The ghost has 16% health left. The ghost was completely panicked and fled in a hurry. It was not sure whether the other party had any backup plans. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. It will come back with revenge. Seeing that the opponent was about to fall, how could Xiao Hao miss this perfect opportunity? Silence card activated. The mantis shrimp that had been hiding outside Shanbei's room all night broke out of the ground. The ghost felt a terrifying force suppressing it. Invisible shackles bound it layer by layer. The surrounding sea water seemed to have solidified into ice. It was suppressed in place and unable to move. The emerald mantis's sickle swung rapidly, like two huge chainsaws sawing at the ghost's neck. The flesh on the ghost's neck was sawed into pieces, but its spinal bones were extremely strong. The two giant emerald electric saws were like sawing on steel, and could only produce sparks. 3 seconds passed quickly, the ghost screamed, and the sickle finger chopped towards the mantis sickle. The mantis shrimp was knocked back, and even the hard emerald sickle was chipped, and cracks appeared on the emerald blade. The ghost has 14% health remaining. The opponent's cards kept coming out, and the ghost didn't dare to delay at all and fled quickly. While running away, he did not forget to turn around and stare at Xiao Hao, his empty eye sockets seemed to be cursing him. But how could Xiao Hao let the tiger go back to the mountains? The last card, success or failure depends on it. It kills 15% of the enemy's total health in one go. Curse card. Launch. The purple card suddenly enlarged into a purple light gate, which shattered into strange talisman fonts. The talisman fonts were connected to each other, as if they were connected into a purple Hun Tian Ling. The talismanic Hun Tian Ling was like a water snake, winding forward at an alarming speed, and soon caught up with the ghost and tied up the ghost's hands and feet. The ghost struggled desperately and tore several pieces of the talisman Hun Tian Ling into pieces. The torn talisman fonts reconnected and wrapped around the ghost again, quickly wrapping it up layer by layer, turning it into a mummy. The strange bright purple font suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and the scorching light penetrated the ghost's bones, piercing the ghost's body like a needle. The bright purple light was like a pearl in the dark night. From a distance, a purple lotus suddenly bloomed in the endless dark seabed. The light of the purple lotus ignored the swallowing of the sea water and tore apart the endless darkness, just like the night finally ushered in the sunrise. Even other players who were far away from each other noticed the twinkling purple stars in the distance. Ah! The ghost screamed in pain, feeling that its life was about to come to an end. Pain, resentment, resentment. Before its health dropped to 0, it uttered a few incomprehensible syllables: hiss, shatter, rage. With the help of the game translator, Xiao Hao understood. That was the most vicious language. The deep-sea ghost tribe will definitely cut you into pieces. Unfortunately, such light was fleeting. When the light dimmed, Xiao Hao discovered that the wrapped ghost had turned into ashes and spread into the sea. The huge rock that had been weighing on his heart finally fell. Xiao Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and then he noticed the cold sweat on his forehead. It took all 10 cards to finally destroy the ghost. I hope that if Xiao Hao encounters a group of ghosts in the future, he will have enough power to protect himself. Undercurrents surged beneath the dark sea. A huge pit formed at the ghost's last location, and even the dark red mud was dyed purple. Xiao Hao took back all the guardians and returned to Shanbei's room. Even though the battle was over, Xiao Hao was still frightened. Fortunately, the gentle light of Shanbei was cast, illuminating the small corner where Xiao Hao was in this dark world and soothing Xiao Hao's emotions. Since he is the big boss of the novice village, there should be rewards in the game, right? Xiao Hao opened the game panel with great anticipation, hoping that the monster would drop something. Before he had time to check the reward, the panel was flooded with bullet comments. Ah! My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Help! Why is the anchor so handsome? Oh my God! I was so excited watching the whole thing. Killing an enemy above your level is nothing, many players can do it, but killing an enemy above your level is too exaggerated. Have any of your race's players ever killed an enemy of a higher level? No. Neither do our races. Those of us who cleared the game barely made it. Not to mention crossing levels, even monsters of the same level are hard to deal with in the later stages of the game. No matter what kind of wild monster it is, every time you surpass a level, the attack, defense, health, etc. will differ by at least 10 times. Although there are some tricks, not every player can do this. I remember someone in the barrage said before that if the anchor didn't die this time, he would stand upside down and eat shit. Where is he? I just checked and he has cancelled his account. I guess he is here to get free food and drinks. This new player is not simple. When the ghost drove away the wild monsters at the beginning, he just hid in the house and observed, and then he came up with a way to crack it. Then he poisoned the wine, got information, and delayed time. In the end, he decisively killed them without any hesitation. The boss is coming. He is the master of the Silver Clan. Boss, please analyze the anchor's operation again. Give us some pointers. Ah, yes, give us some pointers. The host's operation seemed to be smooth and flowing. From the outside, it didn't seem difficult. However, the host didn't show the real difficulty. 1 minute on stage is the result of 10 years of hard work. Just the fact that he broke the deadlock in the room showed that the host's observation ability was not simple. Second, the food was poisoned. We all know that it was just a secret poison, nothing serious, but the key is which player brought the poison. Where did the poison come from? This is not ancient times, where can I find ready-made poison? Even if I trade, I can't get poison. If I'm not mistaken, the anchor mixed 2 non-toxic things together to form a chemical reaction, which caused the poisoning effect. In the final counterattack, it seems that the card took up most of the credit, but if you look closely, it is not difficult to find that his plan was based on the card. As we all know, there are many types of cards and props, and the cards that come out are completely random. It is impossible to use the cards according to your plan. Instead, your plan should be based on the cards. Make plans under restrictions to maximize the effectiveness of the cards. This newcomer also did a good job in this regard. I only saw the big scenes, but there are so many twists and turns in it. The boss is worthy of being a boss, he hits the nail on the head. I've wasted my time studying. Just the mentality of poisoning a ghost, I don't think I'll ever learn it in my lifetime. Finally, there is a newcomer who can kill the ghost. I declare that I will be his die-hard fan from now on. Ghosts are the most annoying of all monsters. Even when they are dead, I still can't rest in peace. Yes, there are always some scumbags who are lucky enough to be chosen, and in the end they die and turn into ghosts, harming others and themselves. Looking at the game panel, Xiao Hao was a little surprised. This time even those who have completed the game came to watch his live broadcast. Xiao Hao really wanted to ask what other games were coming up, but he suppressed his curiosity. Once netizens discover that he can see the barrage, no one can say whether this game bug will be fixed by the game maker. If it really gets corrected, he will regret it to death. Therefore, in order to continue to see the content of the barrage, Xiao Hao had to hide the fact that he could see the barrage. Sorry, fans of another world. If he is lucky enough to survive and complete the game, he will repay you well. As Xiao Hao read the barrage, he discovered an important piece of information. The ghosts are actually transformed from dead players. Xiao Hao originally thought that it was just a highly intelligent species among monsters, but he didn't expect that it was once a player. In this case, the ghost tribe is closely related to netizens from other worlds, and even some of them are of the same tribe. The ghost tribe? Isn't it a gathering of players of different races? Damn it. This means that there are endless types of ghosts, special moves, and trump cards. They know everything about the players, but the players know nothing about them. Xiao Hao closed his eyes tiredly, silently digesting this bombshell. After being stunned for a long while, Xiao Hao came back to his senses. The comments were still discussing how awesome Xiaohao's performance was that night, but Xiaohao's attention shifted to the rewards for killing monsters. Spiritual Pearl plus 6,000. As expected of a big boss, the spiritual beads he exploded were measured in thousands. I looked at the remaining number of spirit beads, 6,400. There are so many that you can't use them all up. When the game is updated, he will get a super upgrade. There is a second reward for the big boss. Ghost Sickle Ring. Equipment exploded. You can also get equipment by killing monsters. Although the proportion of players who can get equipment in the forum is extremely small, Xiaohao is still jealous. He fought 4 small bosses, and even the mantis shrimp, which was a hidden boss, only dropped spirit beads, and didn't give him any equipment. He felt bitter, but he didn't say it. His previous equipment came from looting and trading. I have to thank Ghost for this. The shadow mask and the start-over gloves were both gifts from Ghost. Even the bouncing marten boots that were traded were thanks to the soul-replenishing grass cultivated by Ghost. The 4th piece of equipment was dropped by a Ghost. It turns out that all 4 pieces of equipment are thanks to Ghost. Shadow mask. Redo gloves. Bounce marten boots. Ghost sickle ring. The equipment dropped by the big boss must be extraordinary. Xiaohao couldn't wait to click on the specific information of the Ghost Scythe Ring. Ghost Scythe Ring can form the Grim Reaper's sickle fingers of a deep-sea ghost. The 10 sickle fingers can control their size to a certain extent and attack the enemy. Xiaohao took out the ring and put it on the middle finger of his left hand. With a thought, his 10 fingers suddenly stretched out and transformed into 10 sharp sickles, just like the deep-sea ghost. Xiaohao's heart moved, and his 10 sickle fingers were like the golden hoop enlarged, the largest of which could become a giant death sickle as tall as an adult. Swinging the Grim Reaper's scythe, Xiaohao didn't even feel tired. The consumption of physical energy is roughly equivalent to throwing a punch forward. In front, there is Immortal Body, to continuously develop the potential of the body, and in the back, there is Shadow Transformation as a backup. The normal attack is Scythe Finger, and the defense is Emerald Armor. He has almost everything now. Xiaohao looked at the game prompts excitedly. He remembered that when he was dealing with Ghost before, the game had popped up a prompt. Game tips. 1. The internal beta test server is closed and will be on holiday for 7 days. The public beta test will be opened after 7 days. The game progress of the internal beta test players will remain unchanged. 2. The number of players in each type of survival game is expanded to 10,000. 3. The horror of the real world has revived. Please enjoy the real gameplay of the game entering reality. The game will soon open up farming gameplay and unlock the economic system, so stay tuned. When the game popped up the prompt, Xiaohao was dealing with a ghost and just glanced at it quickly. Now, Xiaohao was a little worried as he pondered every word of the game prompts. The real world is about to end. If nothing unexpected happens, players will become the hope of salvation. It is not clear whether the expansion of the number of players is a blessing or a curse. After all, the player mortality rate is very high. The words in the barrage clearly hinted at this, scumbag. It is very likely that under extreme resentment, the player may transform into a ghost and become an enemy. Xiaohao glanced at the game prompts again and was about to close the panel when his sight suddenly focused on the second point of the game prompts. What does per game type mean? There is more than one type of survival game. But shouldn't changes in gameplay come after the game is updated? Why there is more than one category of games? The host should have figured it out. The hint is so obvious, the host must have noticed it with his observation ability. Survival games are not limited to the deep-sea survival game, the anchor was just selected for this one. Speaking of the scariest survival game, I think it's Nightmare Survival. The player mortality rate of this game has always been the highest. Surviving in the fog and the eternal night are also terrible. No, I think surviving in space is the hardest. There's not even gravity. Looking at the barrage of comments, Xiaohao felt dumbfounded. Are there so many types of survival games? Anyway, after today, the game will be closed. When we return to the real world, we will reveal all the games. When Director Liu walked out of the office, he did not see cockroaches, but saw many subordinates hiding on the side. Looking at so many male subordinates huddled together, Director Lu's temples were throbbing with veins. What a bunch of rubbish. They're so scared by a cockroach. Director Lu wanted to continue scolding, but one of the staff members pointed at the ceiling behind Director Lu with trembling hands. Cockroach, cockroach. Ugh. Some female colleagues were even so scared that they covered their mouths, fearing that screaming would attract cockroaches. Director Lu followed the staff member's finger and turned to look at the ceiling. His original anger disappeared in an instant, and extreme fear crept into his heart. Ah! Director Lu was so frightened that he fell to the ground, staggering backwards, and even a part of his suit pants became wet. Although many colleagues were scared, they couldn't help feeling disgusted when they saw Director Lu wet his pants. The cockroach on the ceiling is at least half a meter long, not counting the antennae, and at least 1 meter long including the antennae. Compared to the terrifying spiny shrimp that Xiao Hao had encountered that was 8 or 9 meters long, this cockroach was not even a level 0 wild monster in Xiao Hao's eyes. But to ordinary people who have never experienced survival games, this cockroach is particularly terrifying. Not only that, cockroaches can eat almost any organic matter. Not only do they eat living things, but also soap, leather, hair, wood, etc. are also in their diet. Now that this cockroach has mutated, humans are naturally on its menu. Perhaps it was the smell of Director Lu's urine that attracted the cockroach. The cockroach's 2 antennae moved leisurely and its head slowly turned towards Director Lu. Don't come over. Director Lu's suit pants became even wetter. Xiao Hao disliked Director Lu more than the disgusting appearance of the cockroach. The 6 thorny legs slowly moved forward, and the cockroach crawled towards Director Lu. At the critical moment, Director Lu finally reacted, quickly got up and ran into the office, then closed the door. However, the cockroach seemed to have identified Director Lu and pounced on him, breaking the lock of the wooden door. While the cockroach's attention was all on Director Lu, many people in the company had already run out of the building, some calling the police and some running away. At this time, only Director Lu and Xiao Hao were left in the office. The door creaked, and seeing the cockroach slowly crawling in with its long brown legs, Director Lu became ruthless and ran behind Xiao Hao, pushing him hard on the back. However, Xiao Hao, who possessed the immortal body skill, had already reached a non-human level of physical fitness. Director Lu's push was like pushing a thick steel plate, and he couldn't move it at all. The cockroach turned its head towards Director Lu when it was halfway forward, but because Director Lu hid behind Xiao Hao, it could see Xiao Hao straight on. Xiao Hao's pupils shrank slightly, and his left hand held the fingers of his right hand, which then turned into a small sickle. The cockroach that was halfway through its crawl seemed to sense something and stopped instantly. Not only are cockroaches tough, but the antennae on their heads can also easily detect danger. Compared to those pigs, the cockroaches sensed a deadly danger in this human. The position seemed to shift in an instant, and the cockroach felt an intense sense of fear. This human is so terrifying that killing it is no harder than crushing an ant. It seemed to have returned to the past, when it hid in a dark and damp corner, never daring to appear in front of people. As if it was afraid of Xiao Hao's sudden attack, the cockroach quickly retreated and even flapped its wings rapidly, fearing that it would be crushed into meat paste if it was a step slower. As the cockroaches left, screams of humans could be heard in the distance. As he watched the cockroaches retreat, Director Lu's fear gradually subsided, and he realized what he had just done. Xiao Hao, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Xiao Hao stood there, his fingers had long returned to their original shape, and he said nothing. Director Lu knew he was in the wrong, so he said in a weak tone, well, Xiao Hao, take your time with the planning, it won't be a problem. Xiao Hao glanced at the messy company and looked at Director Lu with disdain and indifference, as if to say, after this happened, you still want me to work. Director Lu was suddenly annoyed. He was used to exploiting others, and now the danger was not over yet. He actually said such words to Xiao Hao. If you want to continue exploiting, it's not too late after the danger is over. Someone just scared the cockroaches away, and he still needs to rely on others. How could he say the wrong thing at this critical moment? Director Lu smiled and said, well, it's okay if you don't do it. If you feel tired, just take a rest. Director Lu couldn't stand listening to this, so he quickly changed the subject and asked, Xiao Hao, why do cockroaches run away when they see you? Director Lu is very hateful, but Xiao Hao doesn't want to kill anyone because of this. Xiao Hao is now in the real world, and killing people only brings temporary pleasure, but will leave a lot of trouble afterwards. Therefore, Xiao Hao did not intend to kill Director Lu, but if he did not kill him, he had to have a suitable excuse so as not to arouse suspicion. Because of fear. Director Lu was stunned. Fear. Xiao Hao explained calmly, I don't know why the cockroach became so big, but before it grew that big, it had been avoiding humans. So, it is still afraid of humans. But because you are afraid of it, it thinks it is stronger than you, so it dares to show off its power and treats humans as prey. At this point, if you don't want to die, you have to overcome your fear. Just treat it as a weak cockroach like before and awaken the fear deep in its heart, and it will avoid humans reflexively. This statement was well reasoned, and not only Director Lu was convinced, but even the barrage of comments was convinced. The anchor is so strong that he can scare away wild monsters even if he hides in the crowd without any extraordinary force. What he said is quite right. In the early days, this was indeed a common way for people to survive against newly mutated creatures. After all, the proportion of players to the entire population is still too small. The experience that our race gathered some time after the doomsday came, but the anchor actually revealed it on the first day. No wonder he is a master of the game. I am impressed. Unfortunately, this survival method cannot last long. When the wild monsters realize that they have become really powerful, the lives of ordinary people can only be left to fate. After taking a quick look at the comments, Xiao Hao didn't find any useful information in it. I see. Director Lu was still trying to find a topic to talk about, but Xiao Hao just walked out of the office. He didn't want to continue smelling the smell of urine. Director Lu was afraid and embarrassed to keep Xiao Hao, so he had to stay where he was. After Xiao Hao left, he hurriedly called for help. Glancing at the messy office, Xiao Hao noticed that someone was hiding here, but he didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. Sitting back at his workstation, Xiao Hao waited for a while, and as expected, gunshots rang out. After all, he is not a professional actor. Xiao Hao took a while to calm down and barely managed to express the emotion of fear. A group of police rushed in, and some people hiding in hidden places dared to come out. Everyone was terrified until the police announced that the mutant cockroaches had been eliminated, and then everyone gradually regained their senses. Xiao Hao thought that everyone would be called to record their statements, but the police only asked them verbally and did not call everyone to record their statements. While others didn't think too much about it, Xiao Hao immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. They don't even have to record confessions, which shows how short-staffed they are. When something like this happens, there's no need to go to class and everyone can go home. After Xiao Hao left, he didn't notice that a criminal policeman behind him was squinting his eyes and watching him. The morning sun was shining and the phone rang. Xiao Hao seemed to be sealed in a quilt. It took him a lot of effort to turn off the ringing of his cell phone and struggle to get up. The old rental house only has one bedroom and one bathroom, and the two rooms together are less than 20 square meters. Xiao Hao walked into the bathroom as usual and brushed his teeth in a daze. Just halfway through brushing, Xiao Hao suddenly woke up. It seems like I am participating in some survival game. Memories were like a surging tide. Xiao Hao silently recited the game panel in his mind, and a light red game panel really popped up in the void. The toothbrush in his mouth fell unconsciously onto the sink, and Xiao Hao was completely stunned. He remembered. The 7 days of the game were too difficult. Under the pressure of the ghost, Xiao Hao had very little rest time. Because it was time for the game to be on vacation, Xiao Hao didn't plan to go to bed, but instead wanted to see how to return to the real world. So, Xiao Hao was waiting to travel back all day. Unexpectedly, while waiting, he became drowsy and forgot everything, and then when he opened his eyes he found himself back in the real world. Xiao Hao didn't think that he was too sleepy to be confused, he still had some willpower. So, his sleep should be related to games. Does the anchor actually live in a place like this? This is too crude. I feel sorry for my idol. Have you ever seen such a strong idol? Thinking back to when we traveled through time, we were also so confused. Later, I got used to it. The game forced me to fall asleep before I could travel through time. During the time I traveled through time, even we couldn't see the live broadcast. No matter how you look at it, the anchor is still so handsome. Xiao Hao sighed, picked up the toothbrush and continued brushing. With the immortal body, one can constantly develop the potential of the body and eliminate toxins from the body. Not only will the figure gradually improve, but even the appearance is also rising. The skin is so delicate that it really looks like it has been beautified. After brushing his teeth, Xiao Hao opened his phone. After looking at the date, Xiao Hao felt something was wrong. 7 days passed in the survival game, why only 2 days passed in the real world? He is an office worker, and the weekend finally comes. But before the weekend is over, he is notified to go back to work again. In this river. Give me back my weekend, damn game. Although he knew that the end of the world was coming, this was also a gradual process. If Xiao Hao didn't want people to know that he was a player, he'd better continue going to work. He is an orphan with no money and no power. His sudden resignation at this critical juncture could easily arouse suspicion. There are so many players in the game, and so many people suddenly disappeared for 2 days. Rumors have already been flying around. It is estimated that the survival game will be exposed soon. I don't know whether to say it's lucky or unfortunate. He is an orphan with few friends, and no one knew he was missing for 2 days. The last time he ate barbecue, the slices of meat he took out were exactly the same as those that had just been cut. Xiao Hao knew that time was still for the supplies stored in the space compartment. Once he took out the shrimp meat, it would be enough to fill a building, so he didn't need to store supplies at all. In other words, if Xiao Hao doesn't want to be sliced, or doesn't want to bear some inexplicable responsibility, it's better for him to hide himself. The best way to hide myself is to continue to be a hard-working worker like before. After realizing this, Xiao Hao's face fell into dismay. Okay, change your clothes and go to work. Squeezed in the crowded subway, Xiao Hao almost couldn't help but turn into a shadow. It is better not to use supernatural powers lightly. If you plan to hide it, do it carefully to avoid being accidentally discovered and then helplessly pretending to be cool, and finally having to shoulder inexplicable responsibilities. On the subway, many people watched the news broadcast loudly. We learned from the broadcast that many missing persons have returned, with more than half of them leaving only a corpse. A small number are still on the missing list, and the others are still under investigation. According to the reporter's speculation, it was a group of perverted murderers who committed the crime, but Xiao Hao, who knew the inside story, thought she was talking nonsense. What the people should know will be known to the people. For fear of causing panic, the public will not be informed. After squeezing through the morning rush hour, Xiao Hao finally arrived at the company and returned to his workstation. As soon as he sat down, the female colleague next to him asked in surprise, "Xiao Hao, did you go to the hospital for beauty treatment?" Xiao Hao opened the computer file and replied at the same time, "No." "Then how did your skin become so good? You look much more handsome. What brand of skincare products did you use? Or did you take hormones? Let me tell you, taking medicine is not good." Facing the endless chatter of his female colleague, Xiao Hao showed an awkward but polite smile. "No, maybe it's because I got enough sleep these 2 days and my condition has improved." The female colleague wanted to say something, but when she saw that Xiao Hao had already opened the PPT and started making a marketing plan, she didn't want to continue interrupting him. In the past, Xiao Hao was a bit socially anxious and didn't like talking to people. After being baptized by the game, Xiao Hao now simply doesn't want to talk to anyone. When he is in a weak position, he can only erect his thorns to protect himself. When he becomes strong, he is like a tiger walking alone, while cattle and sheep are in herds. Halfway through the planning, a colleague's voice came from outside the office. "Xiao Hao, Director Lu wants to see you." Xiao Hao raised his head and replied, "Okay." After saying that, Xiao Hao stood up and walked towards Director Lu's office. He probably knew what was going on. The first words he heard when he entered the door confirmed his thoughts. "Xiao Hao, is the marketing plan ready?" Xiao Hao said calmly, "You just assigned me this task last Friday. It's impossible to finish it in this short time." Director Lu frowned immediately. "What did you do over the weekend? You haven't finished such an important plan yet." If it were the Xiao Hao of the past, in order to survive in society, he would definitely complete his work tasks early, be constantly exploited, and suffer terribly. But now Xiao Hao wishes you would fire him. Quitting without a plan will arouse suspicion, but being fired reasonably will be much more comfortable. The end of the world is coming anyway, and he no longer pursues money. Weekends are not working hours, so I have no reason to take the initiative to work overtime. Director Liu was about to say something, but his words were stuck in his throat, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. What the other person said was not wrong, and he had no reason to refute it. In view of Xiao Hao's hard work in the past, Director Liu said with an "I'm doing this for your own good" look, "Xiao Hao, young people should be brave and fight. Only by working hard can you make a name for yourself. You can't just lie down and give up just because everyone on the internet is saying so. You have to think about your future." Xiao Hao watched coldly, but Director Liu seemed not to notice and continued, "You have to know that in today's social environment, it is not easy to find a job. What's more, while many people are lying down and doing bad things, you should seize the opportunity to work hard to improve yourself and achieve overtaking. Isn't this better?" Xiao Hao had just thought of something sarcastic to say, but before he could say it, there was a scream outside the office. "Cockroach! There's a cockroach! Why is it so big? Run! It's gone over there." Ah! Director Liu, who had transformed himself into a life mentor, felt good about himself. He even thought that as a veteran, he could guide the younger generation. When he was shining, his speech was suddenly interrupted and he was very angry. He walked towards the office door, turned the doorknob and yelled, "What are you making so much noise for? Can't you kill the cockroaches?" Xiao Hao stood in the office and watched the show quietly. If it were an ordinary cockroach, it certainly wouldn't cause a commotion. But the end of the world was about to come, and the sound outside was screaming so loudly, Xiao Hao knew that this cockroach must be no simple creature. Perhaps this is a sign of the end of the world. Xiao Hao watched Director Liu stride out of the room and waited quietly, waiting to see Director Liu's cowardly look. "Captain Wang, we successfully wiped out the mutant cockroaches without causing any casualties. Mutated creatures in other places would basically cause casualties. Fortunately, a player took action in time. There were no players here, so this mutant cockroach did not kill anyone. The people in this company are really lucky." Several policemen discussed in low voices. After a while, they noticed the stunned captain, Captain Wang. As if he had been called back to his senses, Captain Wang said softly, "Did you notice the young man named Xiao Hao? The young man who scared away the cockroaches? Well, there's something wrong with him." The policemen looked at each other in confusion. They didn't think there was anything wrong with him. Like everyone else, he looked frightened and was timid when facing the police. At most, when facing a crisis, the other party has more courage and more brains than others. Captain Wang has been a criminal police officer for more than 10 years and has extensive experience in interrogation. The other person looked no different from everyone else, but his intuition told him that he was hiding something. What's more, he learned from the men who wet his pants how he scared away the cockroaches. Every word he said made sense, but Captain Wang just felt something was wrong. The cockroach was clearly running for its life. With such strong firepower ahead and bullets pouring down on it, it will surely die. But despite this, it still took the risk and insisted on going in their direction. This means that for cockroaches, there is something far more terrifying behind them. Does it really have this effect if we just rely on our human identity to scare people from a psychological perspective? They are human beings too, why don't they have this effect? There was a group of them, and each of them was carrying a gun. What on earth could make it think that these humans with guns were far less dangerous than the things behind them? Captain Wang frowned and ordered, "Take away the cockroach that has been beaten into a hornet's nest. Also, bring me the surveillance footage of this company. I want to see why the mutant cockroaches are running away." "Yes." At the same time, Xiao Hao, who was squeezed in the subway, rubbed his temple helplessly. He was still noticed. Fortunately, none of my abilities were exposed, so even if the police got the surveillance footage, they wouldn't be able to see anything. After returning home, Xiao Hao searched the internet for news and checked the situation in various places. As expected, there are mutated creatures all over the world, but the frequency of mutation is relatively small. Basically, there are only 1 or 2 cases in a city, and some cities don't even have one. There were black question marks above Xiao Hao's head. There are only 1 or 2 cases in a city, why did he happen to encounter them? What bad luck. Of course, Xiao Hao would not be so foolish as to believe the content of these news. He must have concealed a lot of things. However, Xiao Hao guessed that it would be made public soon. Because only when it is made public, players who are selected to participate in the public beta will have a greater chance of survival. Since he didn't have to go to class anyway, Xiao Hao simply stayed in the small rental house to get information. The Dragon Pool was born in the secret base of Dragon Country. Wolonki is composed of players from various games, and currently the number of people is extremely small, only 65 people. For the entire country, this number is a drop in the bucket. Not only that, among the 65 people, most of the players are just making up the numbers, and there are less than 10 people who truly possess powerful supernatural powers. The most powerful special forces from various fields are training 62 people. Because the remaining 3 people are special forces, they have become the 3 major imperial pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. I have to say that Dragon Country is the most mobile country in the world. This level of achievement has been achieved on the first day of the gaming holiday, which is beyond the reach of other countries. The players being trained looked worried, but no one gave up training. Being able to walk out of the survival game, the desire to survive is overflowing. Wolonki has an extremely exaggerated logistics team. Not only does it have tens of thousands of people, but each of them is an elite among the elites, and Captain Wang is one of them. After eradicating the mutated cockroaches, Captain Wang was assigned to the Bo-Le group. Among the 65 people, most were missing persons who returned and were found to be players as soon as they returned, while a small number were discovered during investigations. The task of the Bo team is to find the remaining players hiding in the crowd. Xiao Hao ranks first on the list of suspected players. Captain Wang could not see from the surveillance that Xiao Hao had used any extraordinary abilities, but the more so, the more he felt that this young man was not simple. The mutated monsters still have the strength to fight against other players. But when facing him, I don't even have the courage to take action. Thinking of this, Captain Wang ordered, "Pack up and go visit this mysterious young man." Several team members were already ready to go, yes. Inside a black business car, several team members looked at Xiao Hao's information with some discomfort. "Captain, the information shows that he is an orphan. Do we need to find his parents first and then go look for him?" Time waits for no one. The players said that the vacation is only 7 days. We can't find the parents who abandoned him more than a decade ago in just a few days. This aspect may be a bit taboo for him, so we try to avoid it when we talk to him. He has not had a good life in the past decade or so, and was even bullied at school. If necessary, bring the bully to justice and punish him severely. We investigated the company he worked for. His job. This company is not very legal, and none of the company's leaders are good people. Oh. The more they discussed, the heavier the mood became. When an orphan is bullied, no one will stand up for him. He has probably experienced more vicissitudes of life in the past 10 years than others have in their entire lives. For a person like this, it would be good enough if he doesn't destroy/rule the world if he gains power one day. Why do we still need him to make self-sacrifice? On the contrary, he was not surprised at all that such a person could survive the game. Although it is not certain whether he is a gamer, Captain Wang has already treated him as a gamer. Even if it is eventually discovered that he is not a player, he deserves this treatment just based on the fear survival method he proposed. The business car drove into the civilian residential area, and several team members in plain clothes walked straight into an old residential building. After getting to know Xiao Hao's past and living environment in depth, several team members felt a lump in their stomachs. Xiao Hao lived on the 7th floor, but there was no elevator. Several team members climbed to the 7th floor and were about to knock on the door, but they were out of breath and a little hesitant. The other party must be very tired having to climb such high stairs every day. The world has never treated him kindly, and now their task is to convince him to treat the world kindly. Boom boom boom. Xiao Hao, who was looking up information, frowned. He always paid the rent on time, and the landlord usually wouldn't look for him. Even if he did, he wouldn't be so polite. Boom boom boom. Xiao Hao originally wanted to pretend that he was not at home, but then he changed his mind and thought, since they had come to his house, he must have investigated everything that needed to be investigated. Pretending that he was not at home would make him feel like he was trying to cover up something. After closing the laptop computer he used for work in the office, Xiao Hao stood up and opened the door. If it is a blessing, there will be no disaster. If it is a disaster, there will be no escape. The wooden door creaked, and Xiao Hao saw that Captain Wang from the criminal police team in the morning. Sure enough, the other party still noticed something. Xiao Hao's expression remained unchanged. The other party might be experienced, but Xiao Hao, who had been struggling to survive in the steel forest for nearly 20 years, was no pushover. The old wooden door slowly opened, and Captain Wang in front saw Xiao Hao, as well as the small bedroom behind him, the yellowed painted walls, and a small bathroom of only 2 or 3 square meters in the corner. The entire rental house has no living room, let alone a kitchen. The door leads to the bedroom, which only has a small table, a small chair, and a bed that takes up 1/3 of the space. There is not even a chair to entertain guests. It's just past noon, and it's a hot afternoon, but there's no air conditioning in the bedroom, and the air is stuffy. Captain Wang, who was about to speak, felt his heart tighten, and suddenly an indescribable emotion surged up. The words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say anything. Investigation data shows that the other party had excellent grades in school, but after dropping out of school, he was unable to do many jobs well. He sold insurance, worked in sales, and worked as a salesperson. Is he really stupid or not good at speaking? No, it's not. Everyone knows why. Now, does he still want to take advantage of the other person's kindness? Captain Wang felt a pain in his heart. He is a middle-aged man in his 40s and has a son who is about the same age as him. Thinking of his own son, he would be heartbroken if he had the same experience. Trying hard to suppress his inner emotions, Captain Wang knew that everything was for the sake of Longhua. Hello, Xiao Hao, I'm Wang He, the captain of the criminal police team this morning. As he spoke, Wang He stretched out his right hand. Looking at the hand suspended in midair, Xiao Hao hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and shook it. Hello, I'm Xiao Hao. Captain Wang is here to talk to me about what happened this morning, right? It's not very convenient to host you here. I know a cafe nearby. How about we go there to talk? Looking at the other person's sunny smile, Wang He nodded, okay. Xiao Hao picked up his cell phone, locked the door and led the way down the stairs. In the narrow corridor, several team members were silent. Xiao Hao booked a private room on the software midway and took several team members directly into the room. Wang He originally wanted to order something, but the waiter had already brought the coffee. Everyone, this cafe's signature iced cappuccino coffee is delicious. Try it. When Xiao Hao was doing business in the past, he liked to negotiate in this cafe. Since the expenses would be reimbursed, he was not afraid of the expensive coffee. Wang He nodded in response to Xiao Hao, while secretly winking at one of the team members. The players who can enter the bowl team are not stupid. With the captain's look, he immediately understood, sorry, you guys chat first, I'm going to the toilet. The team members who went out did not forget to close the door. Wang He took a sip of coffee and it was almost time to start the main topic. Adjusting his mood, Wang He put away unnecessary emotions and said, Xiao Hao, the fear survival method you proposed this morning is very novel, but I have a few questions that I hope you can help answer. Xiao Hao's expression turned serious, and he immediately replied, Captain Wang, rest assured, I will tell you everything I know. Can you tell me why you were so calm when facing cockroaches? Most people would be lucky if they didn't freak out when faced with such a situation, but you were able to deal with the mutant cockroaches calmly without any training. Xiao Hao did not answer immediately or start talking. The more outstanding your performance is at times like this, the more likely you are to arouse suspicion. Moreover, when Xiao Hao heard Captain Wang's words, he knew there was a trap. With words like, calm, unhurried, Wang He determined from the beginning that Xiao Hao was confident when facing the cockroaches, and once he followed Captain Wang's words, he would definitely show up. After organizing his words, Xiao Hao said in an awkward tone, I was actually quite scared at that time, but I realized that the door was blocked and I couldn't escape, so I just tried to scare it. I didn't expect it to work. Captain Wang, who had already prepared a series of questions, was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Hao's cowardice. The trap of this question is avoided, and the corresponding series of questions cannot be asked in succession. Wang He had no choice but to adopt other solutions and start with other problems. At the time, the cockroach was frightened by you and ran to the corridor. Facing a group of armed policemen, the policemen were not afraid of cockroaches. Why didn't the cockroach run back and return the same way? Did the cockroach feel that the danger behind was more terrifying than the danger in front? Xiao Hao had already prepared his words, but he looked confused and said, "How should I know this? It's like when you hold a slipper to hit a cockroach. The cockroach may just run away, or it may just be blind and run towards you. I'm not a cockroach, so I can't understand its thoughts." Wang He frowned slightly. Did the other party really not know, or was he playing Tai Chi with him? Wang He didn't think for too long, because if he thought carefully and stopped asking questions, it would give Xiao Hao more time to react. "I learned from Lu Hugong that he pushed you with all his strength out of fear, but he couldn't move you at all. Why are you so physically strong?" Before Xiao Hao could reply, Wang He quickened his voice and asked loudly, "You are a player?" "Right." After saying that, Wang He stared at Xiao Hao, trying to find Xiao Hao's flaw. Faced with Wang He's sudden questioning, Xiao Hao had already prepared himself mentally. Therefore, his heartbeat did not speed up due to the fright. After going through the trials between life and death, Xiao Hao's growth rate is beyond imagination. When people are lying or being exposed, they will always unconsciously look away and dare not look others in the eye. But Xiao Hao looked straight at Wang He with a confused expression, and a bit of shock and confusion. Wang He suddenly became confused. Could it be that the other party was really not a player? He blinked and quickly glanced at the other person's feet. Don't get me wrong, he doesn't have any hobbies, but he wants to see if the other person's toes are facing the direction of the door. He has interrogated many prisoners. When the prisoners show fear, worry, and want to escape from here, their toes will unconsciously point towards the exit. The door is the exit of the secret room and also the escape exit in the subconscious mind. But at this glance, Wang He did not notice the problem with the opponent's toes, but he also found a flaw that was not a flaw. The other person's toes were indeed not pointing towards the exit, but his legs had not moved since he sat down. When I looked up, I saw that the other person was holding the coffee cup with both hands. Since they started talking, his body had hardly moved. Why not move? To prevent him from interpreting body movements. With his eyes fixed on Xiao Hao's fingers, Wang He had another thought in his mind: the iced coffee is so cold, but he keeps holding it. Is it really to prevent any flaws in his body movements? If that's the case, the other party is more terrifying than he thought. It seemed like a long time had passed, but only 2 or 3 seconds had passed. Elite is not just talk. Wang He's thoughts raced several times or even dozens of times faster than those of ordinary people. Xiao Hao seemed to have just reacted, and directly avoided the pit of physical fitness, threw the question back to Wang He, and asked in a puzzled tone, "Lu Hugong, Director Lu, I know, what does player mean? Is it a game? If it's pesticide, then I am indeed a player." As he spoke, Xiao Hao seemed to notice Wang He's gaze, and he let go of the hand holding the iced coffee and covered his neck with it. This inconspicuous action suddenly increased Wang He's pressure, making him feel as if he was facing a highly intelligent gangster. He could have used the unusual body movements as a breakthrough to further uncover Xiao Hao's secret, but Xiao Hao's one action completely dispelled it. The other party told him through body language that the reason he kept holding the coffee cup was not to suppress body language, but because the weather was hot and he wanted to cool down. The box was air-conditioned, but even so, it was perfectly fine for him to use that as an excuse. Wang He thought about it for a while and decided to give up the aggressive way of asking. He adopted a sincere approach and said seriously, "If you are a player, please tell me that Dragon Country will not do anything to you. Instead, it will do its best to train you." Xiao Hao had a question mark on his face. What player? The Dragon Kingdom will do its best to train players and improve their survival rate. Players will no longer be bound by material conditions. What are you talking about? Not moved yet. Wang He continued, even more, the Dragon Kingdom will settle all the injustices that the players have suffered. Xiao Hao's tone paused. What's the point of saying this now? When he was the weakest and most helpless, even the teacher stood on the side of the child with parents. But when he became strong, delayed justice was worse than dog shit. Xiao Hao believes that the saying, good and evil will be rewarded in the end, it's not that there is no reward, it's just that the time has not come yet, is nothing more than self-consolation for the weak. An evil person did evil all his life and enjoyed wealth and glory all his life, but was finally punished and died tragically in his later years. A good person suffered injustice all his life, but was only understood and respected in his later years. Is it fair? If justice does not come in time, then let justice eat shit. What's more, the justice that came to him was actually conditional. Xiao Hao smiled. What you said makes my heart move. Wang He's mouth curled up, but before he could open his mouth, his smile froze. Because he heard Xiao Hao's next words. So what kind of game is this? I want to play it too. The benefits are so good. At this time, the brother who went to the toilet finally came back. He winked at Wang He, and Wang He immediately understood. The order has already been bought. In fact, they can get reimbursed, and the other party cannot be unaware of this. But even so, the other party still paid the bill first. He knew very well that the other party was extremely poor, but even so, he was still very happy to pay the bill. Some people like to take advantage. There are also some people who won't take advantage of you even if you give them an advantage, because they don't want to owe you anything. Wang He was silent for a long time, feeling a little tired. He realized that the other person no longer loved this world. Money, power, and women, the other party can clearly obtain them easily. But the other party not only refused, but also did it very decisively. He said tentatively, the Dragon Kingdom will give you justice, and none of those bullies will escape. No need. It's been so long, I've forgotten it. Wang He looked at Xiao Hao deeply. The other party didn't give him any chance at all. If forgetting were really that easy, there wouldn't be so many psychological problems. Psychologists have studied and found that the psychological trauma of bullied people usually takes until the age of 40 to heal, and some may even suffer for the rest of their lives. The other party was too cruel to me. Once people encounter injustice, they always want to punish the evildoers to ease the pain in their hearts. But when the opportunity was presented to the other party, he didn't want it. Is it to keep the pain in his heart going, so as to urge him to become stronger? Or, he didn't want to owe anyone anything, so in the coming chaos, he just watched everything happen indifferently without doing anything to stop it. Has this world extinguished the fire in his heart? He is late. The quality of kindness can also be worn away. The other party's kindness has long been armed, and no one can easily take advantage of it. Wang He stood up somewhat dejectedly. He knew that he would return empty-handed today. Regardless of whether Xiao Hao is a player or not, he will not join the dragon pool. Then there is no point for him to stay here. I have finished asking my questions. Thank you for your hospitality. Many failures come from being too complacent before success. Even though Captain Wang had said this, Xiao Hao remained cautious and did not show any relieved expression. Instead, he smiled and said, Captain Wang hasn't said what game it is yet. Even with his rich experience, Wang He couldn't see Xiao Hao clearly. Wang He said meaningfully, you will know tomorrow. Watching Wang He and others leave, Xiao Hao did not forget to reveal a puzzled expression at the right time. Today's news has been warming up, and the game will be announced tomorrow, which is why Wang He is not afraid of leaking the game. Wang He got back into the business car and after thinking about it, he decided not to remove Xiao Hao's name from the list of suspected suspects. He found no evidence to prove that the other party was a player. But he still believed in his intuition, that feeling was very strong. Since the other party is unwilling, he can't force it. After all, even if players do not join the dragon pool, their interests are the same. The business car slowly drove out of the residential area. On the 7th floor, next to a window screen, Xiao Hao looked at the departing business car and finally felt relieved. The anchor was right not to join. In the early stages of the game, players of many races were sliced. It's okay. Some races don't have it. Most of them are similar to humans. Some countries directly slice them up for research, while others choose to trust their own citizens. Anchor, I watched the live broadcast rooms of other Dragon Country players. Dragon Country did not lie to you. Players who join the Dragon Pool do have those benefits. Wouldn't it be a loss for the anchor if he didn't join? It's okay. No matter how much Dragon Country gives you, you can't bring it into the game. The space grid can only receive supplies obtained in the game. Rights and obligations are equal, there is no such thing as being at a disadvantage or not. What a pity, the anchor is one of the best among all human players. Many other high-level human players have hot weapons such as guns. It is really unfair to cross over with people and beds. Even so, the anchor still beats them all. Whether it is equipment, spirit beads, or bound guardians, the anchor is one of the leaders of mankind. Fortunately, this is a common bug in the beta version of the game. Players won't have to worry about encountering this bug after the public beta. Is this a bug? Xiao Hao looked at the content of the barrage. The space grid could not collect materials from the real world. He had experimented with it today. But Xiao Hao didn't think that the travel of people and bed together was a bug. He feels that this is a benefit that the game provides to beta testers. The purpose is to prevent players from dying too quickly. There is no such benefit in the public beta because the players of the internal beta server brought the game information, and when the mortality rate is reduced, the benefits will naturally disappear. Xiao Hao wanted to continue reading the comments and dig out more information, but the netizens in the other world are no less than human netizens. The barrage content can smoothly transition from topics about bugs to postures, too. Please get an administrator for the game. Xiao Hao closed the game panel with a gloomy face and continued to search for information. Due to the animal mutation, Xiao Hao first looked up the animal habitats in various parts of Longua, as well as various biological knowledge. He didn't know if these would be useful in the future, but it was better to be prepared. As the morning sun shone, Xiao Hao sat at his workstation with a gloomy face. That kind of thing just happened yesterday, but I was still notified that I have to go to work today. Can you believe this? Due to the inhumane behavior of the leadership, many employees resigned and even went on strike today. Colleagues were discussing yesterday's events in groups of 3 or 4, and were not focused on their work. Xiao Hao also followed suit, wearing headphones and watching the news on the computer. First there were several incidents of superpowered people injuring others, which were then quickly suppressed by the dragon pool. Through these incidents, Longua told many players, even if you are a superpowered person, you still have to abide by the rules. Then, while everyone's attention was on the superpowered people, Longua announced the game and began to explain some common knowledge about the game. From the news, Xiao Hao learned that there are actually 10 types of survival games. In addition to the deep-sea survival game, there are also desert, Cretaceous, space, fog, glacier, floating island, nightmare, eternal night, and cave survival games. In this case, there are a total of 10,000 players in the internal beta test and 100,000 players in the public beta test. It seems like a lot, but when distributed among the nearly 10 billion people in the world, the number seems insignificant. Afterwards, the official began to explain how to survive if you are selected to enter the game, how different survival games have different key points, etc. The internet exploded because of this, and there was no celebrity in the top 10 of the hot search list, all of them were game-related keywords. In addition, netizens have uncovered the fact that foreign players are generally stronger than Dragon Country players. The reason is that China bans guns, but foreign countries do not. As a result, many foreign players accidentally cheat in playing games. Many netizens called for the ban to be lifted, but unfortunately, the ban still has to be imposed. For the sake of social stability, it is impossible to lift the ban for the benefit of a very small number of people. In response to this, many foreign netizens even went over the firewall to mock Longua. Ha ha ha, the Dragon Kingdom is getting worse and worse. Luckily I was born in cattle country where guns are not banned. Now I sleep with a gun every night. We have more than 200 players in Bear Country, and there are more than a dozen level 10 players. We have it in our country, too. Ahem, if it's level 10, we in Tiger Country have exactly 10. Are there 10 Dragon Kingdoms? No, I see, there are not even 5. Among the 10 great nations, Dragon Nation is probably at the bottom. Ha ha ha. Many Chinese netizens were furious but didn't know how to refute. Even some argumentative people were so angry that they smashed their keyboards. The facts are there and cannot be refuted. Wang Lifang, a wealthy woman from Dragon Country, has moved to our Nyo country. Do you not know about this? Their big star fan Ruoro also came to Lion Country overnight. Ahem, warmly welcome the Dragon Country to buy boys singer team to Tiger Country. After foreign netizens made a deliberate reminder, netizens in Longwa discovered that many wealthy people and celebrities in the country moved to other countries overnight. As if it had been agreed upon, they seemed to have known something in advance and started preparing yesterday. They arrived in other countries today, and some of the wealthy people even changed their nationality. In order to better integrate into the new country, some celebrities even said that the air abroad is especially sweet, which made netizens angry. Many fans and girls of the very white boys have finally seen their true faces and no longer have the online fighting power they used to defend their idols. On Weibo, many wealthy celebrities who have arrived in the new country are showing off their newly purchased guns, and are dismissive of the behavior of fans who have unfollowed their accounts. Some even mock the fans who have unfollowed them for being jealous. The internet was in a mess. Xiaohao looked at those foreign netizens and wealthy celebrities who kept showing off their guns, and he was hesitant to speak. Let's not talk about whether this gun can be brought into the game. With a probability of 1 in 100,000, it will be a random shot among 100,000 people among 10 billion people. Isn't it too early to show off the gun now? The probability is not even 1 in 100,000, because the 100,000 players include beta testers. So what if you have a gun? Do you have any sense at all? Are you so sure that you will be selected as a player? You know, the social environment in Long country is much safer than that in other countries. Now they are in a hurry to go abroad, the little fat sheep are in a hurry to be slaughtered, Xiaohao can only admire them. It is true that you can get guns when you go abroad, but if you have guns, others have them too, which makes it more dangerous in the real world. They didn't know that the next time they traveled through time, only they would travel through time, and their beds and personal belongings would have to remain in the real world as decorations. The more happily they dance now, the more awkward they will be next week. Among the beta test players, foreign players may have an advantage, but this is only temporary. After 7 days of survival game, Xiaohao didn't believe how many bullets were left in their space. What's more, bullets can only hit low-level monsters at most. When facing monsters like mantis shrimp, they can't even penetrate the skin. After the game version is updated, the level cap will definitely increase. By then, the hot weapons in their hands will definitely be ineffective, and pistols are not much stronger than slingshots. Xiaohao was still thinking about the game, but he didn't know that Director Lu had walked up to him. Xiaohao. Who allowed you to watch these things while you were at work? Director Lu relied on Xiaohao just yesterday, but after a while, he became more and more unhappy. He actually peed his pants in front of so many colleagues. Compared with Xiaohao's calmness and courage, he hated Xiaohao. He forgot about pushing Xiaohao, and instead explained Xiaohao's action of saving him to himself. The police had already arrived anyway, it would make no difference whether Xiaohao saved him or not, it was a waste of time. Xiaohao unplugged his headphones, and the computer immediately started playing news reports. Whether you are at work or school, please follow the instructions of Commander Walonki, watch the CCTV news carefully, and learn the knowledge of the survival game. Xiaohao looked up at Director Lu and blinked, as if to say, Commander Walonki asked to see it, what? As a director, is your position higher than that of the commander? Director Lu was so embarrassed that his face was about to turn red. In order to get himself fired as soon as possible, Xiaohao fanned the flames and asked, isn't it embarrassing? Puff. Puff. Some colleagues in the room couldn't help laughing for a moment, but then they came to their senses and quickly covered their mouths. They didn't dare say anything in front of Director Lu, but behind his back, they laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Although they were also scared, they were not afraid to wet their pants. The mutated cockroaches were indeed scary yesterday, but they did not cause any casualties. Even some female colleagues reacted and covered their mouths to avoid the cockroaches. None of them was like Director Lu, who yelled, "A cockroach scared you like this," and then collapsed to the ground and peed her pants the next second. Director Lu also knew that he had become the topic of conversation in the company, and he had been holding a grudge. Now Xiaohao was trying to embarrass him, and he was immediately irritated. Xiaohao, you don't have to come to work anymore. Xiaohao looked calm on the outside, but he was actually smiling brightly in his heart. Yay! Resignation and dismissal. Resignation seems more respectable, but if there is no mistake, the benefits of dismissal are far greater than resignation. Xiaohao has been struggling in this world and has long learned to put his face aside when it comes to interests. Xiaohao tried hard not to laugh out loud, and said in a fake annoyed tone, "Then pay me the salary, and I'll leave right away." Director Lu finally felt better. "Go to the finance department to get it." Xiao Hao did not stand up immediately, but said calmly, "The company fired an employee without notifying me a month in advance. According to the regulations, it is not excessive to compensate N+1, right? N means the worker's working years, and 1 month's salary is compensated for each full year. He has worked in the company for 2 years, so he will receive 3 extra months' salary." Director Lu suppressed his anger and said, "Okay." Xiao Hao still did not move, and continued, "I still have annual leave and compensatory leave to take. The annual leave is 3 times and the compensatory leave is 2 times the salary. If it's okay, I'll leave now." Director Lu's forehead veins were exposed. "Xiao Hao. The company has treated you well and spared no effort to train you in the past 2 years, but I didn't expect to train an ungrateful person. How can you be so cruel?" Xiao Hao moved his fingers and tapped lightly on the desk. "Why the personal attacks? Or should we just kill him with a knife? I just saved this guy yesterday, and today he says I am a heartless person. Forget it, it's not worth it because the scumbag will be exposed. The way to train you is to work overtime. Oh, by the way, thank you for reminding me, the overtime pay for the past 2 years also needs to be calculated." Director Lu choked, feeling like he had shot himself in the foot. Xiao Hao ignored Director Lu's ugly expression and continued, "All the conditions I proposed are reasonable. If they don't work, we can only go to labor arbitration. Director Lu doesn't want the company's embarrassment to be exposed, right? Does the company's embarrassment refer to bullying employees, or to the embarrassing thing that happened to him yesterday?" Director Lu was so angry that he was shaking all over. He hadn't been so angry for a long time since he took this position. "Threaten. A naked threat. Here you go. Get out of here right now." Xiao Hao raised his eyebrows, closed his computer, and went to collect his salary happily. "Thank you, Director Lu. His monthly salary is only 3,000. The compensation is now nearly 20,000. It can be seen how much overtime Xiao Hao had given them for nothing. The end of the world is approaching, and Xiao Hao doesn't know how much use money will still have. Director Lu, who promotes wolf culture in an annoying way, is very nice." On the way back, Xiao Hao felt that the air had become sweeter. Xiao Hao rarely took the subway, but walked back instead. The fast-paced life kept Xiao Hao busy all the time. Now that he is free from work, he feels relieved. Although there is a bustling city around him, Xiao Hao feels a sense of tranquility. With the money, Xiao Hao had a great time the whole afternoon without worrying about spending all the money. The sky darkened and the breeze cooled. Xiao Hao originally wanted to go back to take a shower and play with his phone, but as he walked, he suddenly felt something was wrong. We are almost reaching the residential area, where ordinary people live. There are many streets and alleys. Although there are not many people, it is not that quiet. Xiao Hao stopped. Something is wrong. A faint sense of crisis arose in his heart. At this stage, even if a mutated animal appears, Xiao Hao will not feel a sense of crisis when facing something that is not even a level 0 wild monster. In this case, the anomaly here is caused by the players. Is this a test from the dragon pool, or is there just a perverted player here? If he happens to be a player and happens to have a grudge against Xiao Hao, the probability is too low. Xiao Hao was more inclined to believe that it was a test of the dragon pool. Thinking of this, Xiao Hao continued to move forward. As he walked, Xiao Hao suddenly stopped again, his pupils shrinking slightly. The shadow under the street lamp ahead is wriggling. It is similar to Xiao Hao's shadow seahorse transformation skill, but not exactly the same. The shadow of the shadow seahorse is just a simple black shadow. The shadow under the street lamp ahead slowly condensed into a person. At first glance, it looked like the shadow of a girl, but upon closer inspection, it was creepy. I saw the girl's shadow with her head smashed to pieces, white brain matter and blood splattered all over her body. Her whole body seemed to have suffered a severe impact, and her bones were severely dislocated. The female ghost walked towards Xiao Hao, her bones creaking and her walking posture was weird. It seemed that her knees and elbows were broken in reverse, with only flesh and blood sticking together. "Save me." The familiar yet unfamiliar voice made Xiao Hao's heart tremble wildly. He remembered. The girl, named Genan, was his junior high school classmate and desk mate. She committed suicide. A few days before she committed suicide, she asked Xiao Hao for help. But Xiao Hao is just an orphan. He can't even take care of himself, so how can he help her? At that time, Xiao Hao was going to school and dealing with gangsters in and outside the school. He knew that the girl had a good impression of him, but he still refused to help the girl. So, he didn't understand why the girl committed suicide. Xiao Hao doesn't think what he did was wrong. An orphan like him would be very likely to be implicated if he got involved with him. Because of this, Xiao Hao never makes friends. When the end of the world comes, all kinds of monsters and demons may appear one by one. Xiao Hao is not sure whether the female ghost in front of him is real or fake. Xiao Hao did not run away directly, but repeated the rejection he made many years ago. "I'm sorry, I can't help you." The upper part of the girl's head was rotten, and the lower part was barely visible with a vague outline of flesh and blood. The flesh was wriggling, and a hoarse voice sounded, "Why?" The girl squatted on the ground in pain, supporting herself with her hands, and said heartbreakingly, "You are my favorite person, why can't you help me, save me?" "Xiao Hao. Why are you so cold?" The girl seemed to be blaming the world for its injustice and human indifference, but Xiao Hao remained unmoved. In this world, kindness is a luxury. If your kindness does not have a sharp edge, you will become the target of bullying. Xiao Hao does not have antisocial tendencies, these are just his life experiences. Because I am the same as you, with no one to protect me. Xiao Hao's tone was unusually low. Some flowers grow in greenhouses, and some grow in cracks in rocks. If you want to survive, you have to protect yourself. The female ghost was sobbing. Xiao Hao continued, "You can't ask a flower that is swaying in the wind and rain to protect another shaky flower. It can't do that." After saying that, Xiao Hao walked around the female ghost without looking back. Everyone is responsible for himself. No matter who you like, it is your own business and has nothing to do with the other person. If because you like someone, that person has to bear inexplicable responsibilities, then the person who is liked is too unlucky. "Xiao Hao, I really like you so much." Xiao Hao paused and frowned slightly. "I've liked you since the first time I saw you. You are completely different from other boys, your face is always clean, your words are always refreshing, and your grades are always the best in the grade. You respect everyone, no matter if they are fat, thin, beautiful or ugly, you always treat them equally. You don't know how many of us girls secretly like you. Compared to those naive boys, you don't know that I counted the sweat you shed while working and studying, and I felt sorry for your unyielding stubbornness when you endured the hooligans. I really like you, just stay and accompany me." The ghost's words made Xiao Hao confused again. If he was from Walonki, how could he know so much? Xiao Hao did not leave immediately. That's how it's played out in the movies, if you don't resolve the monster's knot and then run away, it will always follow you. Xiao Hao didn't want to take it home. He doesn't have that strong taste. Xiao Hao turned around, but couldn't help but take a few steps back. The female ghost was almost touching his face. Looking at the eyeballs mixed with blood and flesh on its head, Xiao Hao did not show any impolite expression, but said calmly, "Since you know how hard I was at that time, have you ever stepped forward to help me?" The female ghost was stunned, obviously not understanding what Xiao Hao meant. "What you want to say is that many girls secretly like me, and I am just polite on the surface, but actually indifferent to them. I reject them all, right?" The female ghost didn't say anything, so Xiao Hao continued, "You see, the environment I'm in is not good, but I can handle it in an orderly manner. Therefore, you label me as powerful and gifted. But you don't know that the reason I refuse to let anyone get close to me is not because I am really that cold, but because you have never really thought about the problem from my perspective, and you have never really understood me. What I mean by powerful is just for survival. Anyone who is forced to this point can only choose to be powerful. This powerful makes you forget that I am just an ordinary person." Xiao Hao deliberately emphasized, "I am just a person, an ordinary person, I am not a god. I'm exhausted from doing my job well. How do you want me to save you? Don't tell me that you don't need to be saved. Those thugs can do anything." After saying that, Xiao Hao turned around and left, not forgetting to add, if you don't have the ability to protect yourself, please be more self-aware. Staying close to me will not only fail to solve your own problems, but will only bring more trouble. Xiao Hao doesn't like trouble. After walking a few steps, Xiao Hao stopped again. On the wall of the building in front, several identical female ghost images crawled over like spiders, with their limbs grabbing the wall at extremely terrifying angles, and even their heads reversed 180 degrees clockwise. Xiao Hao. I'm dead. How about you fulfill my wish? Don't be so cold and selfish. Several female ghosts spoke at the same time, and Xiao Hao was stunned for a moment. If these female ghosts are the same monster, then isn't this multitasking ability too abnormal? Alas, if I can't solve this ghost problem with words, I can only solve it with force. Xiao Hao silently recited the game panel, and a light red game interface popped up in the void. Before Xiao Hao summoned the Guardian, he saw the barrage prompts pop up in the game. Looking at the content of the barrage, Xiao Hao was a little annoyed. The people of Wolonki have passed. Anchor, don't be fooled. Isn't this Qin Feng, one of the current captains of Wolonki? This is the monster ghost, from the nightmare survival game. Ghosts are good at illusions and belong to the military type. The more ghosts there are and the higher their level, the more realistic the illusion they can create and the larger the range of the illusion. If it was just a simple test, Xiao Hao understood. After all, in a stable social environment, it is understandable to appropriately eliminate hidden dangers for everyone's safety. But the illusion created takes advantage of the dead, which is so disrespectful to the dead. Although he was angry, Xiao Hao did not explode immediately. The first thing the Iron Forest taught him was to learn to control his emotions. If you can't control your emotions, you won't be able to adapt to the Steel Forest. Since it has been confirmed that it was man-made, Xiao Hao doesn't need to follow the ideas in the movie and can just run away. As long as he remains an ordinary person when his life is in danger, he can completely clear himself of suspicion. Xiao Hao's escape made Qin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, frown slightly. The ghost is indeed his guardian, but the ghost's illusions are not controlled by him. What is conjured up does not depend on him, but on the other party. No matter what the illusion was, the other party's escape made him a little disappointed. As a veteran Special Forces soldier, overcoming fear is a piece of cake for him, and he doesn't have such high expectations for ordinary people. It's just that he had seen Xiao Hao's performance in the surveillance video in advance and had high expectations of him. Now seeing him running away, he naturally felt disappointed. Xiao Hao was running through the streets and alleys, with 10 humanoid spiders following behind him, confessing their love to Xiao Hao from time to time. I like you so much, Xiao Hao. I love you so much. Don't run away, you can't escape from my palm. Little guy, sister will take good care of you. The corners of Xiao Hao's mouth twitched wildly, but the comments on the game interface were almost making people laugh like crazy. They knew this was a farce and didn't worry about Xiao Hao's life safety at all. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, I am dying of laughter. Little anchor, sister will take good care of you, come to sister's arms quickly. Come to the bowl quickly. Hurry up, anchor. That female ghost is about to kiss you. I hope Xiao Hao won't have any psychological trauma when he sees girls confessing their love to him in the future. While running away, Xiao Hao tried his best to control his speed, even though the female ghost would touch him in the next second. With his non-human physique, if he really explodes, his speed can easily break the world record. As he ran, Xiao Hao felt that the female ghost behind him was slowing down. Have the people in Wolonki given up? Xiao Hao's speed also decreased. Xiao Hao thought he had gotten away with it again, but when he saw the thing in front of him and slammed on the brakes, he realized he was happy too soon. On a dilapidated earthen tile wall, a terrifying baby was crawling, its ping-pong ball-like eyes staring at Xiao Hao. The baby's broken body was not a human body, but a ceramic doll. The baby's head was very small, but its 2 eyeballs were surprisingly large. The eyeballs are not blood red, but plastic eyes like those of a rag doll, which makes them look even more weird. Xiao Hao slowly moved back to avoid irritating the monster. He also took the time to look at the barrage and filter out useful information. Ghost Baby, a high-level wild monster in the nightmare game, the player's warrior guardian. Qin Feng is also a very good player. Although he also carries a gun with him, in the nightmare game, the gun is of no use at all, and he is also a player who does not cheat. I remember that the most perverted ability of the ghost baby is parasitism. It parasitizes into the body of a living organism and then breaks out of the body to end the mother's life. Its reconstruction ability is also very abnormal. Even if its ceramic body is broken, it can be reconstructed. It can be said to be an alternative immunity to physical attacks. Compared to the ancient snail fish, its reorganization is terrible. It has to die when its stamina is exhausted. The physical attack immunity of the ancient snail fish does not consume stamina. The ancient snail fish also has big flaws. Have to. At the critical moment, the barrage actually started to quarrel. When Xiao Hao saw the parasitic skills of this ghost baby, he felt a chill in his anus. Can't afford to offend. A childlike clear voice rang out, "Big brother, give me a hug." The ghost baby's white ceramic lips did not move, but it was able to make sounds. Xiao Hao couldn't help but sigh that the monsters in the heavens and the world had a really strong ability to learn languages, and it seemed as if everyone could speak Chinese. "Host, don't be afraid. Once you put on the jade armor, this ghost baby will be useless." In front of the mantis shrimp, the ghost baby is just a younger brother. No way, the mantis shrimp is too strong against the ghost baby. The ghost baby can drill into the body of a living being through holes such as the eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, and can even drill directly into the soft skin, but facing the mantis shrimp's full-body jade armor, it has no way to start. It can't even get close to the mantis shrimp. It can cut it into pieces in 1 second and it can't even put it back together. Xiao Hao didn't know the ghost baby's habits, so he didn't respond casually. He wanted to see if the barrage had any good ideas, but it turned out that the barrage ideas were useless at all. If they weren't afraid of being exposed, shadow seahorses and mantis shrimp would indeed be no worse than these monsters. The ghost baby slowly crawled towards Xiao Hao, its ceramic limbs broken, but even so, the fragile fulcrums at the joints could still strangely support its body. "Big brother, why don't you speak? If you don't say anything, do you agree that I can get into your belly?" Now Xiao Hao was no longer calm. There's no weird stuff in his stomach. Fear comes from the unknown and the weak. Although the ghost baby's appearance hits the pain points that most people fear, Xiao Hao has seen more perverted ones, so this is nothing. But in order to act more realistically, Xiao Hao had to pretend that he was suppressing his fear, and his voice trembled with tactfulness. "Little boy, what's your name?" The ghost baby paused. "Big brother, I don't have a name. Why don't you give birth to me again and give me a name?" Xiao Hao's expression immediately straightened up, and he said like a teacher, "No, that's not right. Men can't have children, only women can. Since you ask for that, I can't do it, but I can help you find a suitable candidate." The corners of the baby's porcelain mouth curled up strangely, and cracked to the ears. "Really? That's great, thank you, big brother. Where is the candidate?" Xiao Hao immediately turned around and pointed at the female ghost. It fits your requirements perfectly." Before the ghost baby could speak, Xiao Hao immediately said to the female ghost, "Don't you like me? Then do something for me, it's not too much, right?" Several spider women ghosts were speechless. Before they could find an excuse, Xiao Hao immediately said, "If you are not willing to help me with even one thing, why should you ask me to help you? Let's just part ways from now on." It is not difficult for a ghost to create an illusion, but it must meet certain conditions. Why didn't the ghost attack right from the start? In Xiao Hao's opinion, the ghost's attack required its own set of logic and reasons, otherwise it would not have talked to him for so long. Unlike other survival games, the monsters are flesh and blood, and after synthesizing the spear, you still have a chance of winning if you fight them head-on. In the nightmare game, look at all these monsters, shadows that create illusions, ceramic dolls. How can this be fought? Would it help to poke the shadow with a spear? Or to break the ceramic ghost baby and watch the ceramic reassemble? There must be a way to subdue and kill the monsters in the nightmare game. What Xiao Hao is doing now is to repeat what the players in the nightmare game have done. How did the other party manage to defeat the nightmare monster and subdue the first wild monster without any weapons? Xiao Hao was stalling for time with the other party in order to find a solution. "Female ghost, don't you like me? Then please help me do something." "Ghost baby, I have found the right person for you, go ahead. The ghost shadow and the ghost baby are in the same camp. Now according to the logical development, they have to fight again. Can this constitute a logical error? Even if they are not in the same camp, no matter which side is defeated, the player can capture the first wild monster. The two sides were frozen in place, as if there was some bug. Xiaohao secretly took the opportunity to slip away. After Xiaohao's figure disappeared, Qingfeng walked out from an inconspicuous corner and took back all the guardians. During the ghost chase, the ghost could have killed Xiaohao directly several times, but Qingfeng ordered the ghost to slow down. At a critical moment of life and death, if the other party is really a player, he would not be hiding. What Qingfeng didn't know was that this life and death situation was deliberately created by Xiaohao. If the ghost shadow really took action, Xiaohao's instantaneous outburst would be enough to kill him instantly, and all his guardians would die tragically as well. When facing wild monsters, it may take a long time for dark corrosion to reduce their health. When facing fragile creatures like humans, dark corrosion is enough to drain their vitality in an instant. Don't forget, Xiaohao himself also has the skills of dark domain and dark erosion. Qingfeng, letting him go, was actually equivalent to letting himself go. What a pity. Qingfeng looked regretful. If he could be selected as a nightmare survival player, he would definitely be able to soar to the sky. All 10 survival games have a safe house. The deep sea has its coral houses, and nightmares have their havens. Qingfeng is a special forces soldier. He is first-rate in terms of IQ, EQ, and physical fitness. He also has a very good mentality. Although he looks depressed and indifferent on the surface, emotions actually don't affect him at all. The negative effects of fear, shock, etc. inflicted by monsters in the nightmare game have a great impact on people with a heart as hard as iron like him. Despite this, he spent a long time pondering in the safe house before coming up with a solution, while the other party only managed to crack it temporarily. In fact, after becoming a guardian, the logic of wild monsters is no longer necessary, because you only need to show that these monsters are in the same group and that they are beating you at the order of their master. Then this logic is impeccable, and no matter how strong your ability to talk is, it will be useless. But in the nightmare game, these monsters have no owners, which is also the key to the player's survival. The other party reacted because he had watched the central news, right? Even if you have read the game's survival knowledge beforehand, it is not easy to find a way to crack it in such a short time. Thinking of this, Qingfeng left the place and crossed out Xiaohao's name from the suspected list. What he didn't know was that Xiaohao did watch the central news, but he only watched the first few minutes before being interrupted by the company leader. He didn't even read any of the subsequent game survival knowledge. He had originally thought that he would have a 7-day holiday, and today was only the second day, so he was not in a hurry. He would watch the replay after returning home, but who knew that someone would come to test him today? Qingfeng not only seriously underestimated his martial arts skills, but also underestimated his IQ. And this is exactly what Xiaohao wants. After circling around for a few times, Xiaohao didn't sense that the other party was chasing him, and he also understood that the other party had given up, so he felt at ease and returned to his own cabin. Take a bath, sleep, and learn survival tips tomorrow. I wonder if you have this feeling. I was very sleepy at night, but I couldn't bear to sleep. Xiaohao is in this state now. He knew why this happened. Because before, his daytime time basically did not belong to him, and only the night time did he feel that it completely belonged to him. Therefore, I would feel reluctant to go to bed at night, as if as long as I stayed up a little later, I would have more private time. The phone rang and a group notification popped up. Xiaohao lay on the bed, looking at the messages in the junior high school class group, frowning slightly. The general meaning is that there will be a class gathering tomorrow, and the rich second generation will treat us and give us gifts, so I hope everyone will give me some face. The rich second generation's name is Jin Chuanfu, and most of his classmates give him face. Because it's valuable. His face is worth several months' salary for most people. Those who don't have money will come for this gift even if they can't take leave or just skip work. And those who have money, how can they miss this opportunity to show off in front of their old classmates? Under the financial offensive, almost all the students in the class agreed to come. Jin Chuanfu even specifically tagged Xiaohao, saying that he was the only one missing. Come on, who's afraid of who? Xiao Hao sent a message, got it, no need for the gift. Looking at Xiao Hao's message, the female students were somewhat delighted, while the male students. Most of them are so angry that their teeth are itching. They all accepted gifts, but Xiao Hao didn't. Doesn't that make him seem aloof? When I was in school, I was inferior to him in every way. I finally waited until he dropped out of school. I wanted to see the miserable appearance of this workingman struggling at the bottom of society. But when he said that he didn't accept any gifts, I immediately felt that he was disabled but mentally strong. What's wrong with being poor? At least you have some backbone. Although he was bullied and beaten several times in junior high school, he also used his IQ to outwit those idiots, and those idiots still don't know about it. What's more, the final outcome was that Xiao Hao was admitted to a key high school, and those gangsters stopped studying and were trained like dogs after entering the society to work. They were ordered around and insulted every day, which was considered as evil deeds being rewarded with evil. It's hard to say who is more embarrassed when we go out to party now. Putting the party aside, Xiao Hao looked at the panel in the void. The host is so amazing. He can even crack the most perverted monsters like the nightmare game. Although the monsters transformed by ghosts had a certain element of luck, the fact that they were eventually led to logical oppositions was due to the host's careful planning from the beginning. He showed weakness to the enemy, and inadvertently changed his identity from protector to protected. The ghostly monsters asked him for help at first, but in the end, they had to help him in order to make the logic rigorous and logical. At first I thought the anchor had backed off, but it turns out I was the clown. How high is Zhubo's IQ to have found the monster's weakness in such a short time? I saw from Qingfeng's live broadcast room that he crossed out the host's suspected player list, which made me laugh to death, ha 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 ha. You may not know this yet, but Qingfeng has become the Special Forces King of Dragon Country. I wonder how wonderful Qingfeng's expression will be when he finds out the truth and Xiao Hao can kill him instantly with one move. I am waiting to see Qingfeng's confused expression. +1. +2. Xiao Hao was very satisfied knowing that his name was crossed out. Sure enough, watching barrage is a very pleasant thing. Watching it in the morning is good for health, and watching it at night will help you sleep well. When turning off the lights, Xiao Hao did not forget to say, "Good night. Good night. Good night, my stinky little brother." What do you mean it's yours? It's obviously mine. Well, they are arguing again. In the dark night, no one saw the smile hidden in the corner of Xiao Hao's eyes. Jin Chuanfu booked an entire 5-star hotel. There were guide signs and a welcome sign at the door, banners and flowers in the lobby, and a huge display screen in the most conspicuous place inside, as well as many exquisite tables and chairs, ribbons and balloons, snacks and drinks, etc. As soon as Xiao Hao reached the door, he was stopped by the security guard. I looked down at my clothes. Maybe it was because the other students attending the party were dressed more formally, while I was wearing casual clothes. A simple class reunion turned out to be so luxurious. Looking at the overall golden color and this expensive and earthy background, Xiao Hao was speechless. The security guard looked at Xiao Hao standing at the door and said helplessly, "There is really no name Xiao Hao on the invitation list. I really can't let you in." Xiao Hao blinked, then he understood why the security guard stopped him. It turns out that it wasn't a case of looking down on others, it was simply that the other person didn't see my invitation information. All the classmates have it, except him. At the same time, Jin Chuanfu smiled and said to everyone, "Why hasn't Xiao Hao come yet? He's not standing us up, is he?" Immediately, a girl retorted, "Xiao Hao has always been trustworthy. There must be a reason." One boy said sourly, "Even if there is some reason why you can't arrive on time, you can't just not say hello, right?" The girl who spoke didn't know how to respond, so another boy responded, "Xiao Hao is really powerful. He wants all of us to wait for him. Isn't it because you are too poor to come here? You're still saying in the group that you don't accept gifts. You're really trying to save face but end up suffering." The words became more and more unpleasant, and some girls couldn't help but chat with Xiao Hao privately to inquire about the situation. When asked the reason, the girl frowned and said, "He has already arrived, but he is not on the invitation list. What's the point of stopping him at the door? Why are you in such a hurry to come forward? Are you attracted to that pretty boy?" Seeing that they were about to quarrel, Jin Chuanfu quickly said, okay, it's my mistake. Let's go greet him together, okay? Even the most obtuse person would know that something was wrong. Jin Chuanfu clearly had no grudge against Xiao Hao, but he seemed to be targeting him. Just as Xiao Hao was about to leave, Jin Chuanfu walked to the lobby door with his classmates and said proudly, sorry, I thought you were not coming, so I didn't add your name. Since you are here, come in. The condescending yet condescending tone made all the male classmates secretly happy. There is no rule that academic masters cannot be sarcastic. Xiao Hao didn't tolerate the so-called rich second generation. He picked up his phone and read out the message Jin Chuanfu sent last night in a sarcastic tone. Oh, handsome Xiao Hao, you won't be so disrespectful, will you? Do I have the honor of inviting you to the party? After a pause in his sarcastic tone, Xiao Hao returned to his original voice and said, I give you this honor, and I hope you won't be so shameless. Xiao Hao's ability to make people angry was also at the top level. Just a few words from him made Jin Chuanfu's face turn dark. To others, there seemed to be no conflict between the two parties, but in fact, their conflict had been planted from the very beginning. In junior high school, girls were relatively simple and not so realistic, which led to the fact that even though Jin Chuanfu was rich, he was ignored because he looked like a pig. Xiao Hao saw through his boring jealousy at a glance. How could a person who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth deliberately control his emotions and expression? If this guy didn't have a complicated background, Xiao Hao wouldn't be able to kill him. Unfortunately, although Xiao Hao was smart in junior high school, he lacked life experience and was not ruthless enough. If you don't understand, either stay away from them and don't provoke them. If you do provoke them, just cut the roots. This also laid a hidden danger for Xiao Hao in high school. He vaguely realized that the reason he was forced to drop out of school was related to Jin Chuanfu. In the hotel lobby, Jin Chuanfu was followed by 2s and 3s of lackeys, nodding and bowing. Most of them were thugs who had bullied Xiao Hao in the past. They have no academic qualifications, no background, and even their pitiful IQ is a flaw. They can only flatter the rich to barely make ends meet. They no longer have the arrogance they had in their youth. Life has long since smoothed out their edges. A few girls wanted to come over and talk to Xiao Hao, but when they saw everyone's formal dresses and compared them with Xiao Hao's casual clothes, they immediately gave up the idea. Xiao Hao glanced at these junior high school classmates. It was a class reunion, but they had to make it look like a business gathering. He wasn't going to talk about business, so what was wrong with wearing casual clothes? Besides, the group notification didn't say we had to wear formal attire, so we respect them enough for coming. Etc. Really, no mention of a dress. Or, you just didn't tell him. Thinking of this, Xiao Hao smiled disdainfully. Jin Chuanfu is really good at doing these things that are not presentable. Xiao Hao simply sat down and ate the snacks on the table. I've never seen the world. A clear voice sounded beside Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao felt it sounded familiar and looked up to see who it was. It was a girl who confessed to him in junior high school. Xiao Hao forgot her exact name. I have to say, girls are really a strange species. Their likes and hates for you can change very quickly. Obviously he has never changed and is still the same person, but she can like you and then hate you in a short period of time. Looking at Xiao Hao trying hard to recall, the girl's mouth twitched slightly. He actually forgot. Her secret love was so unforgettable and touching, but he actually forgot it. Why would she fall in love with such a bastard? Isn't he very smart? Why can't I even remember his name? If Xiao Hao heard the voice in her heart, he would probably tell her. He would naturally put those unimportant people out of his mind. The girl suppressed her anger. Sometimes, if she didn't push him, he wouldn't know why the flowers were so red. It's very rude not to reply. Xiao Hao was very distressed. He was indeed too lazy to remember girls he didn't like. There was no other way, so Xiao Hao had to reply, "Thank you for the compliment." The girl's face was frozen. "I'm not praising you. I say you haven't seen the world, why are you thanking me for the compliment? Listen to me, thank you, because of you, the 4 seasons are chilled." After taking a look at the girl's uncertain expression, Xiao Hao felt relieved. He is single based on his own strength and practices a little single trick every day. Even the girl who spoke up for Xiao Hao at the beginning couldn't stand it anymore. "Xiao Hao, don't go too far." This girl with a strong sense of justice was named Lin Nao, and Xiao Hao remembered her. She was one of the few junior high school classmates that Xiao Hao could remember the name of, because this girl had spoken up for him when Xiao Hao was being bullied. Of course, the relationship between the two parties is simply that of classmates. Xiao Hao only feels grateful to her and has no other thoughts. The same is true for Lin Nao. A sense of justice is her personality, not an emotion that only comes from love. Xiao Hao still gave face to Lin Nao. Xiao Hao quickly searched for the list of his junior high school classmates in his mind. The details were connected one by one, and the faces and names matched one by one. Xiao Hao quickly remembered the girl's name. "Okay, what can I do for you, classmate Du Shiji?" As soon as this name was spoken, Du Shiji felt instantly relieved. This bastard was really trying to get her attention. If your attitude is a little better, it's not impossible for her to change her mind. Although he doesn't have much money, he's good-looking. He's down-to-earth and smart, so he's a potential stock. There's a high possibility that he'll achieve success in the future. If you invest in him now, you can also get a pure personality, which is worth it. Du Shiji had long forgotten that her current love no longer had the purity it once had. She has too much to consider. Du Shiji was still thinking about his own little thoughts when the huge screen in the lobby lit up, showing Jin Chuanfu holding a microphone. Jin Chuanfu smiled and said to everyone, "Today, all the classmates are gathered together. I have rashly called everyone together, so I will give you some gifts to express my apology." Jin Chuanfu was still speaking politely, and Xiao Hao raised his eyebrows. He had a premonition that Jin Chuanfu's purpose was about to be exposed. Jin Chuanfu's bodyguards gave out gifts one after another, and even wanted to give one to Xiao Hao, against Jin Chuanfu's wishes. Xiao Hao smiled and refused, not caring at all. "I believe everyone has seen the news recently, the survival game has suddenly appeared." As expected. Jin Chuanfu's goal is to attract players. He didn't expect that there would be a player among these classmates, the probability was too low. What he wanted was to attract players through various complicated relationships. If any of the students present have any distant relatives or friends who are players, they can also gain considerable benefits if they can introduce them to Jin Chuanfu. It may seem like a useless effort, but it is actually very effective and has a good chance of attracting players. With Jin Chuanfu's brain, he would not have thought of these things, even his speech was very well reasoned. Listening to Jin Chuanfu's speech, Xiao Hao quickly came up with a theory. 6 degrees of separation theory. This theory means that there are no more than 6 people between you and any stranger. In other words, you can get to know any stranger through at most 6 middlemen. This is the theory of 6 degrees of separation, also known as the small world theory. This class reunion cost a lot, but the real big money came from the profits of the middlemen. As long as someone can become a middleman to recruit players, he can rest easy for the rest of his life. Maybe a classmate doesn't know any players, but who can be sure that the friend of the son of his father's friend is a player? The official will not leak players' information, so won't these rich people find it themselves? As long as enough profits are made, it is only a matter of time before players are attracted. Due to official restrictions, they are unable to recruit through the media, but every time there is a policy, there is a countermeasure. No wonder Jin Chuanfu was so polite at this party, unlike before when he acted like a hooligan towards his desk mate Qiu Yanan. Xiao Hao also vaguely felt that Qiu Yanan's suicide was related to Jin Chuanfu. But what does this have to do with Xiao Hao? His kindness had stopped flowing a long time ago. He could only control himself from harming others. He didn't care about other people's grudges or hatreds. From the perspective of interests, Jin Chuanfu naturally held this party with the purpose of building good relationships with his classmates. As for Xiao Hao, not to mention that they had a bad relationship, as an orphan, he had no relatives or friends, so naturally he would not become a middleman. Therefore, it is logical that Jin Chuanfu only targeted Xiao Hao. After figuring it out, Xiao Hao almost laughed out loud. Whether it was the security guard at the hotel entrance or the bodyguards brought by Jin Chuanfu, everyone around him treated him with courtesy. From this we can see that his family's requirement of him is to have good relationships with every classmate and achieve win-win cooperation. Even if he had conflicts with Xiao Hao, lost his interests, and apologized and made amends for the immoral things he had done in the past, the Jin family would not be hostile to Xiao Hao. If their attitude is good enough, they may even have a chance to cooperate with Xiao Hao. But Jin Chuanfu was clever enough to isolate Xiao Hao and push him to the opposite side. The funniest thing is that the player that the Jin family tried so hard to find happened to be Xiao Hao, who was pushed to the opposite side by his own son. Spend a lot of money, but get a hostile player in return. Still a top player. Listening to the speech, Xiao Hao couldn't help but sigh. Jin Chuanfu's father is indeed smart. He just announced the game yesterday and started planning for the future today. No wonder he can control such a large group. It's a pity that she gave birth to a stupid son who made enemies everywhere. You know, the end of the world is coming. Jin Chuanfu's father had made plans early on. Xiao Hao didn't know whether he wanted to establish himself as a king in the troubled times, but with this trick, at least he had the ability to protect himself, and the Jin family would not be eliminated early in the troubled times. It's a pity that thanks to his son, what's the use of the players recruited in this way? Xiao Hao would not take the initiative to provoke the Jin family and give himself an opportunity to be used against him or be gossiped about. But this doesn't mean that Jin Chuanfu won't continue to provoke him. As long as the time is right, Xiao Hao will wipe out the Jin family in one go. So what if we want to attract players? 10 players are not enough for Xiao Hao to chop down. Xiao Hao only needed to quietly watch Jin Chuanfu jumping back and forth on the edge of death. Jin Chuanfu's speech was endless, and except for Xiao Hao who felt bored, the other students were very excited to listen. As long as they find the players and recommend them to Jin Chuanfu, they will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. In the face of interests that make countless people jealous, some people who originally remained neutral or even had a good impression of Xiao Hao, all turned to Jin Chuanfu. This includes Du Shiji. They could all see that Jin Chuanfu was hostile to Xiao Hao. Looking at his junior high school classmates who had switched sides one after another, Xiao Hao sneered in his heart. If you can't become a middleman, even if you switch sides, the Jin family won't bother with you and you won't get the money. If you can become the middleman, the Jin family will come to give you the money without you having to switch sides. Xiao Hao, who had seen the fickleness of the world, was not surprised by this. While eating snacks and reading the barrage of comments, a message suddenly popped up on the game panel. System prompt: the real world is experiencing a temporary biological evolution. Players who have not yet experienced the game into reality gameplay, please enjoy the real-life gameplay. After reading the game prompts, Xiao Hao's pupils suddenly shrank. What's the meaning? Evolutionary tide. Why is there an evolutionary trend? Xiao Hao carefully studied the game prompts and immediately figured out the reason. Survival game. Since it is a game, the protagonist is naturally the player. But in the real world, mutated creatures are almost all dealt with by ordinary people. If wild monsters are dealt with by ordinary people, how can players experience real gameplay? Within a few minutes, emergency announcements popped up on the internet, television, radio, etc., asking people to go home immediately and lock their doors and windows. Jin Chuanfu, who was giving a speech at the podium, was interrupted by the sudden announcement and was completely confused. After hearing the content of the news, everyone's face changed drastically. What's the difference between this and the end of the world? The students no longer cared about flattery. No matter how great the benefits were, they were not as important as their own lives. The dresses that were originally meant to show off one's status now seemed to be a hindrance, and some people even had their dresses torn because of their excessive movements when running away. Cracked. The crisp sound of pants tearing was unbearable to watch. My dear brother, you know the quality of your own dresses, so don't take such big steps, okay? This evolutionary trend hasn't come yet, but you've already died. At this time, Xiao Hao, who was wearing casual clothes, was much more agile than the others. He ran away in a few seconds and disappeared without a trace. Those students who had not yet had time to run out of the hotel were all confused. A girl complained, "Xiao Hao is too selfish, shouldn't he escort the girl home first?" These words made the other boys who were originally jumping around dare not respond. In order to show their gentlemanliness, they don't mind escorting girls home. Danger is approaching now, it's good enough that I don't use you as bait when escaping. The streets were filled with the roar of cars and the subways were packed with people. Some students who lived far away from home were in tears as they couldn't even get a taxi. Now the taxi drivers were also busy escaping. Xiao Hao could have gone back directly, but he stayed and secretly protected Lin Nao. There is a lever in his heart, and he clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. He could protect Lin Nao again and again until the gratitude in his heart was exhausted. The first repayment should start with escorting her home. He didn't want to be discovered, so he had to leave first and then return in a shadow in an empty corner. Crowds of people are surging and traffic is congested. If this continues, no one will be able to return home. Soon, Longhua was commanding people on the internet again. Everyone please enter the nearest building immediately, lock the doors and windows, and block the exits. Everyone please enter the nearest building immediately, lock the doors and windows, and block the exits. Everyone please enter the nearest building immediately, lock the doors and windows, and block the exits. The warning sounded like a death drum, and the surrounding environment was filled with official instructions. Xiao Hao frowned when he received the news. No wild monsters have been found here yet, but the official warnings have changed so quickly, indicating that an evolutionary wave has already erupted somewhere. The students who had just run out of the hotel had to return, and many passers-by also ran into the hotel. At the subway station not far away, people were originally crowding in, but now they were all fleeing in panic, with terrified faces. Xiao Hao saw with his own eyes that many limbs and organs were thrown out from the entrance of the subway station. Originally there were sporadic wailing sounds in the subway station, but after a few seconds, the only sound left was the chewing of flesh and blood. After a while, a giant ant crawled out from the entrance of the subway station. It was about 2 meters long, with a hideous mouthparts and disgusting mucus all over its body. Giant ants came out one after another. Xiao Hao wanted to kill them, but he heard the sound of an airplane in the sky. When I looked up, it was a fighter jet. By this time people had already entered the buildings and the streets were almost deserted. Bullets from fighter jets poured down, and the giant ants were quickly shot into a sieve. The streets and nearby buildings were stained with blood, and disgusting mucus was everywhere. In order to reassure citizens, the scene of killing monsters was broadcast live on the internet. The Dragon Kingdom wants people to know that even if the end of the world comes, the Dragon Kingdom can protect its citizens. The army entered the city, and teams of special forces infiltrated every corner of the city in an orderly manner. Monsters keep popping up, and players from all over the world are ready to fight. Since the game gives this prompt, it means that players must take action. If players don't take action, the evolution trend will not end. Official players, take action. In the live broadcast, Xiao Hao finally saw the strengths of the players in each game. Players of space games are mostly bound to genetically modified creatures, which have a bit of a sci-fi feel, and their tentacles are mostly giant steel knives, iron spears, etc. Players of the cave game are bound to insects, and there is no need to say much about how powerful insects are. The desert is mostly inhabited by fire monsters, the glaciers are inhabited by ice monsters, the fog is inhabited by all kinds of terrifying plants, and the deep sea is undoubtedly inhabited by water monsters. The floating island game is about flying creatures, the Cretaceous is about mutated dinosaurs, and the Nightmare and Eternal Night are similar, with mostly ghost-like and weird monsters. Although these players are basically only level 2 or 3, with a few being higher, they are still more than capable of dealing with gigantic animals. Since it is the end of the world, it won't be that simple. These gigantic monsters will probably quickly upgrade to real wild monsters. People hid in their houses, staring blankly at the world that had suddenly changed, their worldviews shattered. In the city, there were fish floating in the air, plants with vines waving, semi-mechanical creatures wielding steel knives, strange insects over 2 meters long hunting, and even looming ghosts. All the demons and monsters came out at once. Some of them are the players' guardians. But more of them are brutal monsters. As the players are gradually losing, the camera turns to an aircraft carrier flying in the sky. Longhua has even played its trump card. This kind of black technology is rarely displayed in Longhua. Compared with foreign players, Dragon Country players are generally weaker. At this time, Dragon Country must take out deterrent weapons to deter the villains. On the aircraft carrier, the 3 people in the lead, 2 men and 1 woman, were very imposing. The live broadcast screen directly displays the information of 3 people. They are about to become an open military force to protect the Dragon Kingdom. Wu Ting participates in the Cretaceous survival game, the Dragon Kingdom's Soldier King. Judging from the live broadcast, he is a big muscular man with a strong face. Mu Sa-ing participates in the floating island survival game, the Dragon Kingdom Soldier King. This is a soldier king who has the style of a domineering female president, the ultimate strong woman who is beyond ordinary strong women. The last one is Qing Feng. Nightmare game player, Dragon Country Soldier King. If he wasn't standing with the other two, this one would look the least noticeable. He has an ordinary face, is thin, and looks a bit depressed and gloomy. But being able to stand with the other two, everyone knew that this person was not to be judged by appearance. The flying monsters first noticed the aircraft carrier, but before they could attack the aircraft carrier, huge blood-red sparrows rushed over. The blood-red sparrow is about 2 meters long. No matter what wild monster it is, it cannot withstand the lightning flash of the blood-red sparrow. There is also a giant eagle about 8 or 9 meters long guarding the sky above the aircraft carrier. Obviously, these flying monsters are from the floating island survival game, Mu Sa-ing's Guardian. There are more monsters on land, especially in the suburbs. Before those wild monsters formed a monster tide, the velociraptors rushed in to hunt them. The leader was a Tyrannosaurus rex. Quite like the Tyrannosaurus rex in Jurassic World. The hunting of ancient overlords, dinosaurs, was much more ferocious than that of modern animals. The velociraptors can also cooperate in combat. Many large wild monsters, which are obviously level 8 or 9, cannot withstand the hunting of the velociraptors. From ordinary animals, they mutated to level 8 or 9 in an instant. The cheats given to them by the game were outrageous by billions. Ants can kill elephants if they are numerous. No matter how fast the dinosaurs were, there were only 11 of them. Faced with the constantly mutating creatures, they gradually became unable to cope with the situation. If you are a careful viewer, you will find that the shadow of the velociraptor is somewhat unusual. That's right, Qing Feng's ghost is hidden in the velociraptor's shadow. This is why the velociraptors can keep killing and yet remain unharmed. The illusion created by the ghost caused the wild monsters that approached the velociraptor to kill each other. In the official live broadcast room, people's comments of amazement, cheers and shouts filled the live broadcast screen. Xiao Hao simply blocked the barrage and watched the operations of the top players of Dragon Country. After watching for a while, Xiao Hao suddenly felt that the place where the war broke out was a little familiar. Watching the live broadcast carefully, Xiao Hao noticed that in the corner of the live broadcast background, there was a highway sign for the Lanlong City exit. Blue Dragon City. Isn't the city where I live Blue Dragon City? Large weapons cannot be used in the city, and there are relatively fewer mutant creatures, and they are weaker, so they can be eliminated by having fighter jets and special forces cooperate with ordinary players. The suburbs can only be given to players. The more ordinary people intervene, the more fierce the evolutionary trend will be. Having learned a lesson once, the Dragon Nation will naturally not make the same mistake again. The tide of evolution gradually eased, and doomsday seemed to be suppressed. But Xiao Hao knew that the end of the world would not be that simple. Outside the city, a tree suddenly grew taller and reached the sky. A giant eagle about 10 meters long was perched on a tree thousands of meters high. This exaggerated change immediately attracted the attention of the aircraft carrier, and the 3 soldier kings frowned slightly. They felt a sense of oppression from this tree and this eagle. The evolutionary tide gradually came to a halt, as if this tree and this crocodile were the final bosses of this evolutionary tide. White-eyed eagle, entangle the flower eagle. As soon as Mu Sa-ing's order came out, the giant eagle above the aircraft carrier flapped its wings and rushed towards Huajiao like a divine bird. 2 giant birds were fighting in the air, but the giant tree continued to grow. Under Wu Ting's command, 11 dinosaurs rushed forward and tore into the trunks of the giant trees with their bloody mouths. But no matter how many trunks and roots they tear off, giant trees always grow out quickly. In just a few minutes, the white-eyed eagle was beaten to a state of disarray by the peacock, and 10 velociraptors were tied up by branches as flexible as poisonous snakes and hung upside down in the air. The Tyrannosaurus rex faced the giant tree head-on. Its giant steel teeth could bite off the trunk of the tree with every bite. Even branches and vines could not bind the Tyrannosaurus rex. With a scratch of its forelimbs, the sharp dinosaur claws could cut through the tree trunk. The giant tree seemed to be aware of the power of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Suddenly, roots sprouted from the ground and pierced directly into the corpses of the surrounding monsters. The stabbed corpse shrank quickly, and the tree roots were like giant straws, devouring the flesh and blood of the corpse. As a large amount of flesh and blood was devoured by the giant tree, the entire tree grew taller again, and the places that were bitten by the Tyrannosaurus rex also recovered to their original state. Mu saying solemnly, "These two monsters should both be level 10, but they are much stronger than ordinary level 10 monsters. My white-eyed eagle has been suppressed." If Xiao Hao stood here, he would tell them, this is the difference between ordinary monsters and rare monsters. Although both are level 10, rare monsters are much stronger than ordinary monsters. A level 10 prehistoric spiny shrimp is nothing but a little brother in front of a level 10 mantis shrimp. Seeing that the player could not stop the monster, the aircraft carrier fired shells, but Hua Diao avoided them all with his flexible movement, and the giant tree could not be blown up. Even if it was seriously damaged, it was able to recover in a very short time. The tanks fired shells, but they were like mayflies trying to shake a tree. The branches of the giant trees pierced the tanks. In front of the giant trees, the tanks were like toys in the hands of children and had no killing power at all. The crown of the giant tree grew bigger and bigger, blocking out the sun and the sky. The crown even covered the sky above the city. Just one leaf is 1 or 2 square meters in size, and there are countless leaves like this on the crown of a giant tree. From a distance, Xiao Hao could already see the treetops blocking the sky on the horizon. It's hard to imagine that such a wild monster is only level 10. During the live broadcast, everyone was in a panic, especially the citizens of Blue Dragon City who were almost going crazy. Some were praying for support from the Dragon Country, some were praying for God's blessing, and there were also countless people promoting doomsday theories. Not only are the people anxious, but the players standing on the aircraft carrier are also anxious. The battlefield is on the edge of the city. The Dragon Kingdom doesn't dare to release weapons that are too exaggerated, and the players can't stop the monsters. The Dragon Kingdom's top leaders are almost going crazy. Our people are right behind us. Tens of millions of compatriots are right behind us. One can imagine the pressure the 3 military kings are under. Are you done? Wu Ting's tone was anxious, his Tyrannosaurus rex was about to collapse. After hearing these words, the audience watching the live broadcast were stunned, and quickly realized that Longhua still had a trump card. With his head down as if in deep thought, Qing Feng was silently sensing something. Suddenly, his eyes opened and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It's done. The audience was confused, but Xiao Hao reacted immediately. Ceramic ghost baby. I never expected that this giant tree would be haunted by the ghost baby. Xiao Hao realized that he had seriously underestimated the ghost baby's parasitic ability. Roar. The giant tree actually roared like a monster, its trunk twisted in pain, and the giant trunk and branches pieced together into a super-giant ghost face. The ghost face roared in pain and continued to devour the monster that had long been dead, but to no avail. One of the leaves on its crown turned white. Not only did it turn white, the entire leaf gradually became stiff and shiny, as if it had turned into an exquisitely crafted ceramic leaf. The second piece, the third piece. More and more leaves turned into ceramic leaves. The giant tree lashed at these ceramic leaves angrily. The leaves really turned into ceramic and shattered into pieces. It seemed as if the sky was raining ceramic fragments. Countless ceramics fell from the sky and shattered into pieces, with the sound of them breaking into pieces continuing. The giant tree's screams of pain became increasingly shrill, and soon its branches and roots began to wither, and its shaking became increasingly weaker. The upside-down velociraptor also broke free and watched the giant tree struggle before its death. Many residents of Lanlong City cried with joy and clasped their hands together to thank Longhua, but the following scene in the live broadcast frightened them so much that they trembled all over, the chill went straight into their spines, and goosebumps covered their bodies. Even if the giant tree was withered, its size was abnormally huge. 2 giant ceramic hands pierced out from the trunk of the dead tree and directly tore the trunk of the giant tree apart. Even the giant tree's ghost face was torn in half, and a terrifying ghost baby as big as a skyscraper crawled out from the trunk of the giant tree. The weird giant plastic eyes, each as big as a room, and the limbs are still made of broken ceramics, which makes people extremely worried that its fragile fulcrum cannot support such a huge body. The live broadcast room was filled with ghost cries and wolves howling, and there were even many impatient people cursing what the top leaders of Longwo were doing. As a result, the giant ghost baby suddenly shrank and jumped onto a blood bird. The blood bird brought the ghost baby onto the aircraft carrier. Only then did people realize that the ghost baby actually had an owner. The ghost baby is from Dragon Country. The ghost baby climbed onto Qingfeng's shoulder like Pikachu and lay there quietly, as if it was exhausted from the parasitism, and fell asleep on its master. Those who were impatient and criticized randomly were quickly blocked. Many Dragon countrymen laughed until they cried. Dragon Country is still the powerful Dragon Country. No matter how terrifying a creature is, once it arrives in Dragon Kingdom, if it is a dragon, it must coil up for me, and if it is a tiger, it must lie down for me. Many people in the live broadcast room began to celebrate, but Xiao Hao avoided the surveillance and walked into a dilapidated men's clothing store helplessly. The giant tree and the flower eagle may have a huge difference in size, but as both are rare monsters, the flower eagle is not much weaker than the giant tree. It's a little too early to celebrate now. The three soldier kings also realized this and looked at the huadiao hovering in the air with frowns. At this time, Musang's white-eyed eagle was covered with wounds, but the huadiao was unharmed. The difference is obvious. Qingfeng's ghost baby had just parasitized a giant tree and was in a period of weakness. It was not realistic to let it parasitize huadiao again. The ghost baby cannot fly, even if it can ride on the blood bird, but as soon as it gets close, it might be fanned into pieces by the flower eagle. However, the ghost is not a shadow seahorse, so it cannot transform into an aurora shadow, and it cannot fly. The illusion it creates cannot easily cover the huadiao, and the huadiao can easily leave its skill range. In fact, even if the ghost's illusion could be successfully performed, it would have little effect on huadiao. One is the level suppression. Qingfeng's ghost is only level 4. Second, illusions are most effective on highly intelligent creatures. The huadiao has just mutated, and its IQ and memory are extremely limited. Its strong body gives it unparalleled confidence, and it is difficult for illusionists to find its psychological flaws. Even if it is transformed directly into a level 4 wild monster, it can be killed in one move. Wu Ting's dinosaur was completely useless, and he couldn't even touch the huadiao. The Tyrannosaurus Rex might be able to bite off the huadiao's neck with its terrifying bite force, but the prerequisite is that it is close to the huadiao. With its tonnage, Musang's guardian can't carry it at all. While netizens were still excited, foreign netizens came over and poured a bucket of cold water on them. No way, just 2 bosses, and they beat the Dragon Kingdom like this. Ahem, like the top players in Dragon Country, the number of our Ox Country is 4 times that of Dragon Country. Tiger Country is not talented, only a little more than 3 times. It's too early to be happy. We just defeated the giant tree boss. Didn't you see the giant flower eagle? In my opinion, the 3 top players of Dragon Country can no longer hold on and can't deal with huadiao at all. It's the 3rd day of the players' holiday, and Dragon Nation is about to collapse. Unless you use large-scale heavy weapons, you won't be able to hurt huadiao. This is the edge of the city. Using large-scale weapons, do you intend to take over this city? For the safety of the empire, it should be deployed. If it were any other country, they would have already launched it. For the top leaders of other countries, necessary sacrifices are understandable if they can save an entire empire. Following the ridicule and discussion from foreign netizens in Longwo also began to worry. Yes. This flower sculpture and the giant tree are on the same level. Destroying a giant tree almost exhausted all their energy, even the fighter planes were almost all blown up. Now facing the agile eagle, who can control it? Top foreign players can still win by relying on numbers, but there are only 3 top players in Dragon Country. The top players at this stage refer to those who have upgraded their safe houses and warrior guardians to level 10, and do not include soldier guardians. Not every top player can defeat all the big and small bosses in the game like Xiao Hao, including the hidden boss 1,000 meters away, and kill 3 groups of wild monsters. Most of their troops are only level 3 or 4, and at best level 5. Even a level 10 guardian would not dare to provoke a group of wild monsters easily. Without a skill like shadow transformation that allows him to escape and hide, he could only avoid the group of wild monsters. The blood sparrow and white-eyed eagle were gradually defeated, and the dinosaurs on the ground could only look at the peacock, which was useless. One by one, the blood sparrows were seriously injured and were summoned back by Mu saying. There were fewer and fewer guardians who could distract Huadiao, and the few other Dragon Country players could only send generals to delay time. Right under the eyes of everyone in Dragon Country, Huadiao flew into Lanlong City in a swagger. Foreign netizens were almost laughing like crazy at this scene, while Chinese netizens were anxious and angry, and cursed the ancestors of these mockers. As soon as they entered the city, the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carriers did not dare to fire shells, for fear of accidentally injuring civilians. Senior officials from other countries sent text messages asking if support was needed. They naturally wouldn't be that kind. They have their eyes on aircraft carriers. In order to put pressure on the top leaders of Longhua, they even deliberately mentioned the transaction in the live broadcast room. I heard that our players from Neo Country are ready to support Long Country, but the prerequisite is that Long Country sends an aircraft carrier. We in Tiger Country can do that, too. Turtle Country is no exception. If Dragon Country can give us one aircraft carrier per country, we promise to help you through this difficult time. You're not so stingy as to care about the lives of tens of millions of citizens. Is Dragon Country preparing to abandon Blue Dragon City? I guess so. Look, Longhua didn't say anything. He just watched the Huadiao fly into Lanlong City indifferently. The ridicule and questioning from foreign netizens made a group of Chinese netizens furious. Bullshit. All countries may abandon their people, but Dragon Country will never give up. You asked for an aircraft carrier right away. You're really asking for too much. The online combat capability of Longhua netizens is not to be underestimated. Their foul language can make them doubt their lives. But the crisis is right in front of us. While foreign netizens can leisurely type on their keyboards, Chinese netizens have no mood to fight back from multiple angles and levels. They are as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Come on, Huadiao is a special boss that cannot be killed without the use of large-scale weapons. Your players are not strong enough, so it can use Blue Dragon City as its slaughterhouse. If you don't want to give up Blue Dragon City, the only way is to ask us for support. Everyone was afraid of death, and many citizens of Blue Dragon City even began to force Dragon Country to agree to the deal. They don't want to die. Well, do you agree? Are you crazy? Did you learn history in vain? What can I do? I don't want to die. I can't help it, I just want to live. I haven't had the chance to be filial to my parents yet. I left my hometown and came to Lanlong City. I feel so sorry for them. Woo-woo. Please, save me. My child is only 5 years old. The Blue Dragon City citizens' cry for help silenced other Dragon Country netizens. It seems that even the argumentative people's fighting power has decreased a lot. No matter what, they are our compatriots, how can we have the heart to abandon them? The culture of Dragon Country is that when one side is in trouble, all sides will come to its aid. Even if they are in other cities, they cannot bear to abandon their compatriots. The top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom are in a dilemma. The best option is to give up Blue Dragon City. Other empires are watching covetously. Do they really think that they can live in peace by trading aircraft carriers? History tells them that it is not. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. No matter how much food you give them, it won't satisfy their appetite. The value of an aircraft carrier is hundreds of billions. By retaining aircraft carriers and maintaining its status as a great power, other countries will be wary and dare not invade the Dragon Country at will. Take from the people and give back to the people. When a leader of the Dragon Kingdom said this, all the senior staff seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. They can give up anything except their people. In the video of the secret meeting, when the top leaders of other countries saw Longhua give in, their mouths curled up wildly and they almost couldn't help laughing. Dragon Country, Dragon Country. They have been suppressed by the Dragon Kingdom for too long. Even if they unite to suppress Long Kingdom will still stand firm. The Dragon Kingdom seems to have no weaknesses. No matter how you put pressure on their top leaders, or how you intimidate or bribe them, they will always be on the side of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, they have finally found the weakness of Dragon Kingdom, the people. In their hearts, they mocked Longwa for not knowing how to make choices, and Longwa mocked them for not knowing that the people are the foundation of the country. The leader of the dragon country Walonki sighed, and just as he was about to agree, he suddenly discovered something unusual. The 5-star hotel is one of the landmark buildings in Lanlong City. The skyscraper hotel symbolizes safety and abundant food. At the beginning of the evolution tide, many people ran into the hotel for refuge. They didn't know how long this evolution tide would last, so more citizens gathered in the hotel. Now, in the eyes of Huadiao, Lanlong City has become its hunting ground. For the first hunt, it will naturally fly towards where there are many people. The tall, big, conspicuous hotel, packed with people, looked like a bright light bulb or a plate full of meat in its eyes. Naturally, it didn't think much about it. It flew into Blue Dragon City and immediately flew towards the hotel. The people in the hotel were so scared that their legs went weak and no one dared to walk out of the hotel. Some people were even so frightened that they wanted to have some fun before they died. Fortunately, they were restrained by others and tied to chairs, unable to move. The camera moved as the flower sculpture flew, and soon captured a figure walking on the street next to the hotel. The figure was wearing a black windbreaker that was long and hung down to his knees. A black hood covered his head, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. His black marten boots stepped steadily on the concrete ground. There were many broken branches on both sides of the street, covered with blood and monster slime. At first glance, the scene was devastated. Many comments from netizens immediately popped up in the live broadcast room. "It's already this late, why are you still pretending to be cool outside? Looking for death? Don't you know it's dangerous outside? Wait, don't you think he's an expert? He doesn't look afraid of that peacock at all. Could he be a folk master? It must be the boss. It must be the boss, right? Please, save us." When the 8 or 9 meter tall flower sculpture flies, it brings with it a gust of wind that can make the flowers, plants and trees on both sides of the street shake. However, it has no effect on Xiao Hao, who possesses the immortal body skill. The wind seemed to confirm what was said in the live broadcast room about the folk masters. The strong wind even broke the tree trunk behind the figure, but the strong wind could only blow up the corners of the figure's windbreaker. He is truly an expert. He will definitely be able to stop Huadiao. Seeing that someone from Long Country was messing up the situation, foreign senior officials were so angry that they were blowing their noses and glaring. The aircraft carrier was about to be obtained, but an accident happened at this moment. Foreign senior officials quickly contacted hackers and internet trolls to put pressure on Longwa, asking them to agree to the deal as soon as possible to avoid any further complications. So what if there's one more top player? That's right. This kind of special boss, even top players must work together to defeat it. Let's quickly request support. You know, the earlier we request support, the earlier our country's players can arrive at the battlefield. Since there are changes now, the top leaders of Longwa will certainly not be foolish enough to agree to it. The Dragon Kingdom appears to be very powerful, but they know in their hearts that there are also hidden talents among the people. Huadiao sprinted towards the hotel at such a terrifying speed that even an aircraft carrier could not keep up. Just as the Huadiao was about to crash into the hotel, the figure suddenly leaped lightly, as if Superman in a DC movie took off rapidly, and with this leap, he jumped several hundred meters high. With a bang, a large spiderweb-like crack appeared on the roof of the hotel, and in the center of the crack was the black figure. Even the entire skyscraper shook, shaking off some dust and shocking the people in the hotel. Question marks filled the screen in the live broadcast room. Excuse me. Are you sure this is a player and not Superman? I was in the hotel and the whole building shook slightly, but I don't know why I suddenly felt at ease. Xiao Hao looked at the cracked rooftop, but what he was thinking was, I shouldn't have to pay any money, right? After all, he saved so many people. Maybe, possibly, should, no need. These bouncy marten boots are really awesome. Regardless of whether I have to pay for them, this domineering jump is so handsome. Seeing Huadiao getting closer and closer, Xiao Hao's ghost sickle ring was activated, and his 10 fingers faintly transformed into sickle fingers. But Xiao Hao didn't expect that this ghost sickle ring was more perverted than he imagined. Before the sickle finger appeared, the Huadiao flying in the air had already sensed it and was so scared that it slammed on the brakes. Even the ghost baby sleeping on the sky mothership was suddenly awakened and hid in Qingfeng's arms, trembling with fear. The sudden breaking of Huadiao suddenly raised a gust of wind. Xiaohao stood like a pine tree, but his long windbreaker fluttered in the wind. For a moment, even time seemed to slow down. The black figure with his head slightly lowered looked like a lone warrior seeking the best, like a martial arts master about to go into battle in a martial arts blockbuster. The audience watching the live broadcast were all stunned. Although they knew that this person must be no ordinary person, it was too outrageous to be so awesome. The camera inadvertently turned to the ghost baby, and everyone realized how terrifying the figure on the rooftop was. The ghost baby killed the giant tree. But even such a creature was still trembling with fear in its master's arms. The silhouette of that skyscraper is still imprinted in their memories. They really couldn't imagine that the terrifying ghost baby that could crush them to death with just one finger was now just like an ordinary baby and didn't even have the courage to face the figure on the rooftop. This figure just stood out. The special boss that required the cooperation of many top players to hunt was frightened and braked suddenly. It could only stay in place and flap its wings, not daring to take another step forward. Who is he? How could the current players be so strong? Questions kept popping up in everyone's minds, and Xiaohao on the rooftop was also a little confused. The game panel popped up comments from netizens from other worlds, and Xiaohao finally understood what was going on. The anchor is so handsome. Anchor, I want to give birth to a baby for you. The equipment dropped by the big boss in the early stage can almost be said to be a divine weapon, which has a very severe suppression effect on lower-level wild monsters. The deep-sea ghost is close to level 20, and the equipment it drops is naturally of this level. When facing wild monsters of level 10 or below, as long as they are not strange monsters like mantis shrimp, they can basically kill them in one claw. Of course, these wild monsters will be afraid when they sense the aura of a superior who is above their class. The sickle finger transformed by the ghost sickle ring is no worse than the deep-sea ghost itself when wielded. Looking at the barrage on the game panel, Xiaohao realized that this gaming holiday was a real holiday for him. It's like walking sideways. Just standing on the rooftop, revealing the aura of the ghost side ring, even some wild monsters in the city that had not yet been cleansed were all scared and prostrated on the ground, as if worshipping their king. Not only the top player Wu Ting's guardian Tyrannosaurus Rex, but almost all the guardians were walking back and forth with uneasy expressions, as if the creature on the hotel rooftop was an invincible existence. The players' guardians frantically warned their masters, "Danger! Stay away!" Even in a survival game, their guardians have never felt so eager to escape. Never. The live camera recorded this scene faithfully, and there was a brief gap in the originally dense barrage of comments. It seemed like everyone was shocked and couldn't even type at the same time. Since he can do whatever he wants in the real world, Xiaohao feels great. With a slightly hoarse and low voice and a playful tone that was a little comfortable and lazy, Xiaohao said what he was thinking, "Want an aircraft carrier?" As soon as he finished saying this, Xiaohao was slightly startled by his own voice. This shadow mask also has a voice-changing effect. Listening to what he said, it really sounds like the ultimate boss in a blockbuster movie. Then Xiaohao became bolder, and he let go of everything. He spoke loudly and forcefully, "Don't be afraid of burning your hands." After saying that, the head under the black hood was raised. People thought they could see the face under the hood clearly, but unexpectedly it was still a black shadow. This group of black shadows was facing Huadiao, and even more so, facing the live camera, facing the villains who coveted the Dragon Kingdom. The voice that struck people's hearts was as loud as a bell, and the strange black shadow's face seemed to penetrate into the depths of people's souls. The domineering tone contained anger, and the flowing black shadow's face was full of murderous intent. "Want an aircraft carrier? Don't worry about burning your hands." As the live broadcast clearly broadcast these two sentences, foreign senior officials who coveted aircraft carriers broke out in cold sweats. Even through the screen, the overwhelming terrifying aura still penetrated into the bone marrow. They know a lot and have met a lot of people. Xiaohao's aura is no different from those who have walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They realized that the men had actually walked out from a pile of dead bodies. If a top-level soldier targeted them, they would be wary, but not too scared. But if a monster's top player targets them, they will have nowhere to escape. Among all the top players in all countries, there has never been a player who can stun wild monsters and make them unable to move. If this person really wants to fight to the death, none of these senior executives will be able to escape. The way they do things in their minds is completely different from that of Longwa. If the formula of Longwa's work is people, national interests, personal life, then the formula they follow is personal life, national interests, people. The complete opposite of Dragon Country. A certain rule flashed through their minds, and the top leaders of these countries quickly withdrew their hackers and water armies, no longer daring to force Longwa to trade. Before finding out the details of the black figure, they decided not to provoke the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Hao really walked through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Whether it was the mountain of corpses left by deep-sea ghosts, or the schools of spiny shrimps, schools of strange spined fish, and schools of snail fish, every time Xiao Hao was surrounded by corpses. His growth was much greater than he had imagined. He had actually experienced several times the situation where blood flowed all over the sea. Therefore, if Xiao Hao was really furious, his actual murderous intent would be like that of a butcher who slaughters pigs all year round. He could really rely on his aura to scare the pigs so much that they would collapse on the spot. That sentence not only warned the villains, but also frightened the Huadiao so much that it fluttered its wings and almost lost its flight. God knows it was just a small peacock, a weak creature that no one cared about a day ago, but in the blink of an eye it started to fight with this monster. Huadiao tried to escape in a hurry, but a teasing voice sounded behind him. Want to leave? The voice was very light, but it made Huadiao frightened. The sense of crisis continued to sound an alarm for it, and the Huadiao flapped its wings desperately, just wanting to leave the area as soon as possible. It's too late. Shadow seahorses emerged from the game panel in the void. They were only half a meter long, and almost all the monsters present were bigger than them. But all the monsters were afraid of them. Huadiao is a rare wild monster, and so is Shadow Seahorse. They are also all level 10. But there are 7 seahorses. Don't say it's Huadiao, even if it's a snake spirit, it can't lose if it plays the Calabash brothers and sends them away one after another. As soon as the 7 shadow seahorses came out, both players and ordinary people were jealous. Look at their own guardians. These guardians completely disregard other people's intuitive feelings. Their appearances are simply wanton and can be as ugly as they want. Compared with many wild monsters, there is no ugliest, only uglier ones. That giant insect over there not only has a giant mouthpart that spews out a foul smell, but its body is also covered in yellow mucus. This guardian from a space survival game is simply a real-life version of Parasite. Except for the barely visible steel knives on its tentacles, the rest of its body is all flesh and blood without skin, and its eyes and mouth are randomly distributed. Look at their guardian, with its sharp and cool appearance, it is simply the black and gold aristocrat of the monster world. Not to mention whether his fighting ability is strong or not, his appearance alone is far superior. Not to mention that my strength is several levels lower than others. The players suddenly felt empathy for each other. It is true that if you compare yourself with others, you will die. If you compare goods, you will throw them away. These players don't know yet that the owner of this figure. She is good-looking, especially like the audience who is clicking the power button of the mobile phone now. With the enhancement of the immortal body skill, her appearance keeps rising. The 7 shadow seahorses quickly transformed into auroral shadows and rushed towards the flower eagle, just like 7 auroras cutting through the sky. The Huadiao had not run far before it was caught up by the aurora shadow. The aurora shadow shuttled around it and soon transformed into strips of dark shadow ribbons. The shadow ribbon was as soft as gauze, but it could bind Huadiao tightly. No matter how Huadiao struggled, it was in vain. The ribbon was extremely resilient, like an oversized rubber band. Even if Huadiao tried to flap its wings occasionally, it could only hold itself open for a while before being tied up again by the ribbon. Under the eyes of people all over the world, even the eyes of netizens from other worlds were focused here at the same time. This special boss, which only required the cooperation of top players in battle, was tied up to death by Shadow Seahorse. The eagle flapped its wings in the air, and its shiny feathers gradually dimmed. It fell to the ground from mid-air, raising a cloud of dust. Even though the beautiful feathers were all covered in clay, Huadiao's attention was still focused on the shadow ribbon. It struggled hard to break free from the shadow, but it became increasingly powerless. It clearly felt the loss of its vitality and only then regretted coming here to hunt. It's obviously safe to hide in the forest and hunt in the forest, so why run out? Its previous survival experience has told it more than once not to get close to humans, so why would it want to provoke them? It regretted it. This was its last thought before it died. The pupils gradually blurred, the vitality of Huadyao drained away, and the shadow ribbon slowly returned to the hotel rooftop and hovered beside the men in the black windbreaker. The 7 aurora shadows turned back into entities, with diamond-shaped bone rings, black gauze bone spurs on the dorsal fin, and porcelain white stripes dotted above them, occasionally reflecting light, like loyal knights guarding the human figures. The setting sun cast its shadow from behind the figure, the breeze blew in his face, the corners of his long windbreaker fluttered, and the red sun behind him burned the clouds red, dyeing half of the sky behind him red. In the city of Blue Dragon, where tall buildings stand in rows, the mirrored exterior walls of hotel buildings flicker red. After being washed by the tide of evolution, many glass windows of tall buildings are broken, reflecting the remaining light. The sunset dyed the broken lenses of the entire city. At first glance, the entire Blue Dragon city looked like a rippling red sea. The surface of the red ocean was closely connected with the sunset, just like an endless fire was burning. Above the Red Sea, the hotel building is like a guiding lighthouse for this sea area. A figure stands on the lighthouse, and the hem of his windbreaker takes on a wavy shape under the wind. This scene is as beautiful as an exquisitely crafted oil painting. The magnificent scenery bestowed by nature stunned the people in the live broadcast room for a moment. After a long while, the comments on the official live broadcast became dense, and some of the comments were even stammering, as if they were expressing the sender's mood. So beautiful. So domineering. Want an aircraft carrier? Don't worry about it getting too hot. I've decided. I'll change my Weibo signature to this one. Mom, I'm in love. This light, this angle, the photo is so beautiful. Every frame can be used as a desktop. I have 2 phones, one for recording the screen and the other for taking crazy screenshots. So cool, whoa. A super player hidden in Blue Dragon City. There is such a super master in Blue Dragon City. Are there any other big guys like this in Red Dragon City, Black Dragon City, and other cities? It's hard to say. Our dragon country is indeed home to many hidden talents. I was wondering how the Dragon Nation could be so much weaker than the other nations. Turns out they just didn't make a move. The withdrawal of naval forces from other countries does not mean that all civilians from other countries will also leave. They couldn't accept that there was a player in Dragon Country that everyone had to look up to. Impossible. How could such a powerful player appear in Dragon Country? I don't believe it. If there's even one player like this, I'd be so lucky. How can I imagine there's another one? Dream on. Could it be that the player found a loophole in the game, so he was able to achieve this level? It's very likely. Let the player confess and share everything he knows for the sake of the future of mankind. The crisis has passed. How can Dragon Country netizens continue to allow people from other countries to run wild? It's time to show some real skill. Hey! Whose dog got out without being tied up? Isn't this the lackey of the Ox Country, the Turtle Country? Why don't you just change your name to Dog Country? Naming yourself Turtle Country is an insult to turtles. What are those people talking about? If they change the name to Dog Country, it would be such an insult to dogs. You're still morally blackmailing me with leniency for confessing. I'm giving you face. Do you deserve it? I'm here to make a key, do you have one? It's so funny. You want to take advantage of the situation and ask for an aircraft carrier? Take a piss and look in the mirror. I heard you were having friendly exchanges with foreign hangmen. Why didn't you invite me? It's not too late for you to come now. Really? How can you say that about them? And use animals as metaphors? What do you mean? Are you still a dragon countryman? That's all I mean. How can you insult animals? Don't you know you should love animals? How can you compare animals with such disgusting, perverted, #you and #at %at #things? I feel relieved when you say that. I'm sorry, I apologize, they really don't deserve to be compared to animals, there is absolutely no comparison. I was wrong. I really shouldn't compare them with cute cats and dogs. I'm sorry for the animals. When it comes to sarcasm, my great dragon kingdom will never admit defeat. Longwa netizens conducted in-depth analysis of these foreign friends who climbed over the wall from multiple angles and levels, including birth, appearance, quality, personality, and human nature, and finally made these people realize their own despicableness and were speechless. There is still a small part that is unwilling to give up and wants to struggle again. We have more top players than you. The number one player is a dragon countryman. We have more players than you. The number one player is a dragon countryman. If all of us players spit together, we can drown him. I admire people like you who are ugly but have beautiful dreams. All of you players combined are not even enough for him to pinch with one hand. You can't see his face clearly, so how can you say he is from your dragon country? Maybe he is from our tiger country. If you are deaf, I suggest you donate your ears. You should thank God for hearing such a pure and attractive dragon country blue dragon city accent. The most meaningful thing they have experienced since they were born is probably seeing and hearing the number one player in dragon country. Then they have no regrets in their lives and can go to hell. Be civil and keep the conversation friendly. The one above, I'll wait for your next words. We should send them to God peacefully. As expected of you. As expected of you. Now, it's the turn of foreign netizens to smash their keyboards. The online combat power of Longwa netizens is so strong that they may not be able to defeat others even in their own territory, let alone in other people's territory. The senior officials of Longwa wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, their eyes moistened. From the moment the players appeared, they noticed that foreign players were much stronger than Dragon Country players. Whether it was the number or the level of the Guardians, all aspects were completely crushed. As a big country, no one knows how much pressure they have withstood. You know, if you are not careful, you will be jointly targeted by other countries and devoured without leaving a single bone. Fortunately, after all the hard work comes happiness. The Dragon Kingdom also has its own backbone. Just as he relaxed, the senior executives quickly realized something and immediately gave instructions to their secretaries and subordinates. Quick! Contact the other party. No matter what, we must keep him. Try to meet his conditions and never anger him. The magnificent scenery made Xiao Hao stunned for a moment. The angle he was standing at was just right for him to take in the entire scenery. He didn't even notice the aircraft carrier entering Blue Dragon City. After watching for a while, just as Xiao Hao took a step and prepared to transform into a shadow and leave, the aircraft carrier had already approached the hotel building. Etc. Please wait a moment. Hearing the words coming from the sky not far away, Xiao Hao paused and turned his head slightly. With the shadow mask, he is not afraid that others can see through him. Can you join the dragon pool? You can ask for any conditions. Xiao Hao didn't need anything, but before he could say anything, Wu Ting, the master of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, seemed to have seen it and said quickly, "Don't worry, joining the dragon pool will never restrict your freedom. We won't force you to do anything." Xiao Hao knew very well that there would be gains and losses. If he really joins, takes so many things, enjoys so many rights, he will definitely have obligations to fulfill. If you just extend your hand without taking any action, he will have no control over the situation when the time comes. Xiao Hao shook his head gently, and many players and citizens were inevitably disappointed. Qing Feng, who had always been invisible, suddenly said, "Longguo really needs you to join us. It really needs you." Hearing this, Xiao Hao felt that Qing Feng was hinting at something and that there was something else behind his words. In the early days of Players' Rise, they were still inferior to large-scale weapons. At this time, Longguo needs him, and not necessarily by force. After a little thought, Xiao Hao understood. National self-confidence. There are far more players from other countries than from Dragon Country. The Dragon Kingdom needs a deterrent figure to guard it so as to give the people of the Dragon Kingdom enough confidence. Wu Ting, Mu Sang and Qing Feng are very strong, but they cannot distance themselves from the top players in other countries. The only one who can calm people's hearts is Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao chuckled, which made many players on the aircraft carrier a little confused. National self-confidence does not necessarily mean strengthening one's own country. It is also acceptable to suppress others to maintain balance. A word came out from the flowing shadow face. Not only were the players on the aircraft carrier surprised, but even the people of other countries who were watching the live broadcast were horrified. Although there are few players in Dragon Country, they are united. Unlike other countries, they do not slice up players. Just one sentence caused an uproar. The internet was instantly in an uproar. How is it possible? Our country, our country. The citizens of other countries wanted to make some excuses, but unfortunately, they couldn't even convince themselves. Don't they know what the nature of their own country is? They live in that country. Life is priceless. Perhaps the Dragon Country government can truly implement this, but in other countries, these words are just to fool children. In the face of interests, they are nothing. You are talking nonsense. No way. Our Neo Country players never said such a thing. It is even more impossible for us in the Turtle Country to do such a thing. We are the Tiger Country. Some netizens even climbed over the firewall to watch their live broadcast replays and news. If a few players from Dragon Country attacked people because of past personal hatred, then players from other countries killed people for seemingly no reason. They even specifically attacked their officials, and in just a few days some secret laboratories exploded one after another. What the media says is groundless. Can we really believe it? Xiao Hao lifted the fig leaf of other countries, and the bloody reality was revealed to everyone. National self-confidence. Anyone with a bit of common sense would trust Longguo more. Even many foreigners trust Dragon Country more than their own country. It's not that these foreigners who believe in Dragon Country are traitors, but Longguo does things in an authentic way. This country is not like other countries that always confuse right and wrong and pursue profit. The policies implemented by the Long Kingdom always stand from the perspective of the people. Their history textbooks are always objective and truthful. They are open and honest in what they say is right and in what they say is wrong. They are not like some countries that even distort their history. Therefore, even many foreign people have to face reality at this point and admit that their own country is indeed not as good as the Dragon Country. Wu Ting said solemnly, "This is a live broadcast now, are you sure what you said?" "I'm live streaming now, I'm not talking nonsense, I have to be responsible for what I say." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Hao replied affirmatively, "It's true, no doubt about it." Xiao Hao said to the many players on the aircraft carrier, "Even if I don't join the Dragon Pool, you can still trust the Dragon Country. In Dragon Country, national self-confidence is easy to gain. Even if we are not as good as other countries in some aspects, we only need to compare ourselves with many other countries to see which one is worse, and our self-confidence will return. It's not that I'm so outstanding, it's all because of the support from my peers." Looking at the seahorse floating next to the human figure, this monster that is obviously a deep-sea creature, finally an internal test player of the deep-sea survival game guessed it. "Boss. You are player number 869, right?" After he said this, other deep-sea survival players also reacted. "Oh my god. It's the invincible boss number 869. I'm your fan." A beautiful young girl said excitedly, "Boss, do you remember me? It's me who exchanged the curse card with you. The bed warming service I mentioned before is valid forever. He is the one who is eating barbecue while others are struggling to survive, number 869. The players of the Deep Sea Game beta test were excited, while the other players looked at Xiao Hao curiously. When they were doing the devilish training together, they had heard about number 869 from the Deep Sea Survival game more than once. Since there was no such person in Walonki, they thought he was a foreigner, but they didn't expect that he was one of their own. At that time, when they heard the Deep Sea Survival players bragging about how awesome number 869 was, they still didn't believe it. No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than the three leaders? Unexpectedly, number 869 was much stronger than those three. Those three combined were not even strong enough to defeat him. "Boss. Let me warm your bed. I can unlock any position." Hearing what the shameless female college student said, many male compatriots watching the live broadcast and male players at the scene felt jealous as if they had eaten lychee plums. Xiao Hao's veins jumped and he really wanted to ask her, "Are you okay? Even if you want to warm his bed, you don't have to say it in public." If he agreed, how would others view him? His moral integrity would be shattered to pieces. Ugh. Wrong. He is obviously upright and noble, how could he agree to such a thing? Need not. Xiao Hao's answer obviously made everyone present look at each other in confusion. Does he like men? Immediately, a male player got excited. Well, I can do that too. Xiao Hao. No need to. The veins on Shadow's face are about to show under the mask. Musang said quickly, as long as you join the dragon transformation pool, you can choose anyone present. Xiao Hao. She looks like a strong woman, but isn't this too strong? Is this a competition to see who has no bottom line? Someone with a bit of self-esteem immediately retorted, who said that? I didn't agree to it. Although her voice was soft, everyone was a player and was keeping an eye on all directions and listening carefully. Her words still attracted everyone's attention, and even Xiao Hao turned to look at her. Xiao Hao was still relieved that the people present still had some moral integrity, but he didn't expect. The person who didn't agree saw the boss looking at him and immediately changed his mind. Okay, I agree. Xiao Hao. It's his fault. He shouldn't expect anything less from them. The shadow seahorse turned into a bubble and disappeared without a trace. Xiao Hao also turned into a shadow and left from the backlit side of the hotel building. Before the figure disappeared, a few words floated in the air, no need. Many players felt a little regretful when seeing the big guy disappear before their eyes. If one is not enough, you can pick a few more. Why do you just leave like that? At this time, netizens in Longguo were also amused by the players' humor. It's so funny. We're all players, but we all just want to cling to the big guys. I can warm the bed, too. Boss, can you turn over my sign tonight? The boss is too busy saving the world to flip the signs, so let me do it. The boss is worthy of being a boss. Even in the survival game, he can still afford barbecue. Unlike me, I am so poor that I can only eat northwest wind. You are all so scary, unlike me, who only feels sorry for Gigi. I climbed over the Great Firewall of China and guess what I saw? You won't believe it. Luckily I recorded the screen. This evolutionary trend ended late in the Dragon Kingdom, and the problems that had been covered up in other countries were almost erupting. In foreign live broadcast rooms, there are even players who take advantage of being by the sea to escape from their own country. Some players took advantage of the evolution trend to escape from the laboratory and directly ran in front of the live camera to be exposed. Looking at the knife marks on the bodies of the players who had been experimented on, some of which had not even been sutured yet, people in other countries were in a panic for a while. The Dragon Country players immediately felt relieved. So what if the other players are strong? Still in danger. They may not be as good as players from other countries, but in terms of international strength, Dragon Country can definitely compare. The Dragon Kingdom has not yet fallen to the point where it needs players to support it alone. As the live broadcast was coming to an end, the camera turned to the top leaders of Longguo. Dragon Nation players, leave your safety to us, you just need to focus on getting stronger. Players and netizens cheered. Even though the live broadcast was over, the black screen couldn't stop the enthusiasm of netizens. Domineering. Leave the security issues to Dragon Nation, players, go for it. Being behind temporarily is nothing. I will always support you. Although the number 1 player did not join the Dragon Pool, the number 1 player is still from our Dragon Country. Number 1 player YYDS. Other countries were ashamed, and even though their media strongly whitewashed them, they were still disunited. Some players from some countries even wanted to change their nationality and leave their country, but they were restricted from traveling by their own country. They had just helped their country through the crisis, but not long afterward they were restricted from traveling. They felt betrayed. The Dragon people are different, even if the number of players is smaller, the Dragon people still give their full support. After this incident, the first player's words, if you want an aircraft carrier, you don't have to worry about getting burned, became a meme. Even other memes have evolved. For example, if you want to eat Dragon Country food, you don't have to worry about burning your mouth. If you want to step on the land of Dragon Country, you don't have to worry about burning your feet. There were other low-level monsters in the city. After Xiao Hao returned to the rental house to change his clothes, he quietly returned to the hotel building. During this time, he had looked at the game prompts. Spiritual Pearl plus 550. I didn't expect that I could still obtain spirit beads by killing monsters in the real world. Number of spirit beads, 6950. Then the wild monsters hunted by ordinary people would be wasted. As expected, it is more appropriate to leave wild monsters to players to deal with. It is only the third day of the holiday, and even though there are already a lot of spirit beads left, Xiao Hao still plans to get more spirit beads just in case. On only the third day, an evolutionary wave appeared. We must not let our guard down in the remaining 4 days. Thinking of this, Xiao Hao decided to escort Lin Nao home and then continue to brush some spirit beads. Other cities also saw an evolutionary surge, but none as severe as Blue Dragon City. Therefore, most players gathered in Blue Dragon City, and many wild monsters in other cities were killed by ordinary people. The most difficult time has passed. The remaining wild monsters are no longer able to cause any trouble. Blue Dragon City has been roughly cleared, and the people hiding in the buildings have returned home one after another. Unfortunately, the traffic congestion was extremely serious. Not only were all the underground subways paralyzed, but even the roads became bumpy. When I saw the hotel building from a distance, I found a police car at the door, taking several suspects back to the police station. After a little thought, Xiao Hao knew why those people were taken away. When the evolutionary wave started, everyone thought they wouldn't live long, but there were always a few people whose animal nature took over. As soon as Xiao Hao walked into the hotel building to look for Lin Nao, many people looked at him with contempt. Another person who wants to take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. Starving ghost, you look pitiful. There is some leftover food on the table over there. Go and eat it. Why are you reminding him? People who like to take advantage of others are the most annoying. It's better if you like to take advantage of others, but don't be a pervert. You have no manners at all. Xiao Hao had a black question mark on his face. Looking at the clothes he was wearing that he bought on PinCC, and the total cost of his entire body was less than 100 yuan, Xiao Hao almost broke his teeth. It was probably because the evolutionary trend had just begun, and many poor people ran into the hotel building and started scrambling for food. There is no essential difference between the poor and the rich. They all compete for food, but the poor have no money and can only rob, while the rich have money to buy it. Therefore, the survival behavior of the poor in order to obtain food becomes uncivilized. Xiao Hao was dressed in shabby clothes and was classified as a poor person, and was also labeled as uncultured. Well, I got caught in the crossfire. Those people were wearing expensive clothes and their voices were getting louder and louder. If you didn't know, you would think Xiao Hao had done something against the law. Xiao Hao naturally wouldn't indulge them. You guys are really well-mannered. You have such high moral character that you always say bad things about others and even look down on others. If someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard. If someone criticizes me a grain of rice, I will take away 3 bushels of rice. What did you say? How do you talk like that? Do you have any qualities? See, I just kindly told him where to find food, but this is how he treats us. Xiao Hao wanted to retort, but his next words forced him to hold back. People are different. Some people can say the famous saying, if you want an aircraft carrier, you don't have to worry about it, while others say things that sound like farts. You're kidding. The number 1 player is a big shot, so of course his advice is valuable. He's just standing on the rooftop of the hotel, and his every move is fascinating. How can he compare with the big shot? Forget it, let's not bother with this kind of people, let's go. Let's go, ignore him. Listening to the other party scolding and praising him, Xiao Hao watched those people leave in confusion. Seriously. Whether it is that so-called famous saying or his current swearing, what he says is in the same style. There is no difference between a simple warning and a contemptuous counterattack. When you are particularly rich or have a high status, what you say is full of wisdom. Every sentence is a golden sentence and can be interpreted as philosophical. When you have no money and no status, even standing there without saying anything or breathing is wrong. I'm too lazy to deal with that group of people. It is impossible for Xiao Hao's identity to be hidden forever. I wonder what their expressions will be when my identity is exposed. Putting aside his fearless thoughts, Xiao Hao quickly found Lin Nao in the crowd. Lin Nao looked a little frightened, but not injured. Those classmates gathered there, and Xiao Hao did not intend to talk to them, but prepared to secretly escort Lin Nao. "Nao, how are we going to get home? I guess I can't get a taxi. I can only walk home. I'm scared to be alone when we're separated. Those boys. Forget it, don't count on boys." He just kept on chirping and refused to leave. Xiao Hao was almost fed up with waiting. In the end, after Jin Chuanfu was picked up and dropped off, the remaining classmates were kicked out by the hotel staff. Xiao Hao didn't care which direction the other students went. There is a lever in Xiao Hao's heart. Once the favors and grudges are settled, everyone will part ways. Girls would rather take a detour to crowded places than take small paths with fewer people. Security is greatly increased, but it wastes more time. Finally, the female students went away in groups of 3 or 4, leaving only Du Shiji and Lin Nao. They are neighbors. Their home is not in the downtown area, and as they walked, there were fewer and fewer people around. The two girls were holding hands and turning a 90-degree corner in an alley. But as soon as they turned the corner, Du Shiji screamed, and it was too late for Lin Nao to cover her mouth. Xiao Hao, who was in the distance, quickly turned into a shadow and appeared behind Lin Nao, and immediately saw a giant python. This alley seemed to be the feeding place of a giant python. The whole alley was filled with blood, and body parts, internal organs, and broken bones were everywhere. The pungent smell even made Xiao Hao in the shadows frown. The two girls were so scared that they burst into tears and trembled all over. The giant python was attracted by the cry, turned its head and looked, its lantern-like pupils revealing human-like excitement. From time to time, tongues would pop out of the snake's mouth, and its long, forked tongue would be covered with scarlet mucus. The two girls were so scared that their legs went limp. Their inner voices told them that they could not escape in this path, and no one would come to save them. The giant python pounced on them with all its might. Du Shiji closed her eyes and screamed in fear. Blood splattered all over her. She cried even harder, tears and snot streaming down her face. But when she opened her eyes, she found that the giant python's head had been cut off. The head at its feet had eyes flashing with excitement, but it had already died before it realized its own death. She looked at Lin Nao in surprise, only to find that Lin Nao was breathing heavily and looking at the sky. "Nah, Nao, what happened just now?" Du Shiji sobbed and kept wiping her eyes. Her arms were covered in snake blood and her fingers were soaked with tears. Lin Nao was also very scared, but she still suppressed her fear. "I don't know, someone saved us." "Did you see who it was?" Du Shiji looked around carefully, as if expecting someone to come out to protect her. "No, I just saw a giant knife, like a giant sickle that suddenly fell from the sky, and then its head fell off." The two girls were still frightened and huddled together. They looked up but saw nothing. They didn't know that Xiao Hao was in the shadow of the corner behind them. "I don't know who you are, but thank you so much." Lin Nao was the first to calm down, wiped away her tears, and spoke to the air. Du Shiji also said tremblingly, "Well, thank you, I don't know how to thank you." The two of them kept expressing their gratitude while waiting there for a while, but no one came out. Lin Nao sighed and said, "Let's go." He or she has either left or doesn't want to reveal his identity. Du Shiji seemed to have thought of something. "Don't want to reveal your identity? Are you the number 1 player?" "I don't know. If he is really the number 1 player and he doesn't want to reveal his identity, we'd better cooperate with him." Du Shiji was as obedient as a rabbit at this moment, nodding continuously. She didn't know that the number 1 player she revered was Xiao Hao, whom she had been thinking about for so many years. It was good enough that the first player could save their lives, and they didn't dare to ask for more, such as escorting them home. If the first player got tired of it, they would be in trouble. The two girls held hands even tighter. The python's body was still twisting, and blood from the cut surface kept gushing out of the blood vessels. The two girls were so scared that their hearts were beating wildly. They forced themselves to be quiet and take another route. Their legs were numb from walking, but they were finally almost there. Xiao Hao felt almost numb all over. They had been walking for too long. The sun had already set and only some residual light was left in the sky. It would be dark soon. In a room upstairs in a residential building, a middle-aged woman suddenly shouted, "Xiao Jie, don't come back. There's a snake." When Du Shiji heard the voice, a feeling of grievance surged in his heart and he couldn't hold back his tears. "Don't worry, Mom, the snake is dead." The man in the other room yelled, "Yao Yao. Don't come back. There's a snake. Run." Lin Nao and Du Shiji looked at each other, then smiled and shouted to the uncle upstairs, "Dad, it's okay, the snake is dead." The two girls were like close sisters, crying and laughing as they walked. Their families are all fine. Thank God. What's the death? Run away. Go. Don't come back. Compared to the anxious middle-aged man upstairs, the two girls were much more relaxed. Their parents don't know yet that the python is dead. Seeing their anxious looks, Lin Nao felt warm in her heart. It's okay, the giant python is dead, it's safe. The parents upstairs were almost going crazy and their voices were hoarse from shouting. Run. Don't come back. Hurry up and leave. There are snakes here. Du Shiji and Lin Nao had already approached when they realized something was wrong. The parents looked anxious, as if there was a snake in the building. But they clearly found the giant python in the alley. Could it be that there is more than one python? Thinking of this, the two girls froze. There are a lot of snakes here. Run. Countless snakes suddenly emerged from the corridor, and snakes also emerged from hidden places such as sewers, flowers, plants, and trees. Dense groups of snakes were stacked one after another, and countless cold snake eyes were flashing cold light. Only then did Xiao Hao react and was speechless. If they entered the game world and reacted so slowly, they would be dead. Xiao Hao behind him blinked his eyes, looked at the stacked snakes pouring out like they were free, and exclaimed, "Wow! Is this stirring up a snake's nest?" They wanted to run back, but it was too late. There were a lot of snakes staring at them from behind. The snake eyes of these hunters made them feel like they were falling into an icy cave. No, don't. Lin Nao thought quickly, "You are still there, right? Please, save us. Don't be afraid, Yao Yao. Dad will come down to save you right away." Lin Nao felt a pain in her heart and shouted to her father upstairs, "Don't come down. I'm not calling you." Then, Lin Nao shouted towards the sky again, "Please, save us." Du Shiji also reacted and followed Lin Nao and shouted, "Save us. Save us." It seemed as if their prayers were answered. It's getting dark. Dark realm. The entire residential area seemed to be covered with a layer of black gauze. The survivors in the residential building seemed to realize something and followed the girl downstairs and shouting for help towards the sky. "Save us. Please, present-day Bodhisattva. Save us. We will work like slaves to repay your kindness. As long as you save my daughter, I'll do anything for you." There was an endless stream of cries for help, as if the sky held hope for their survival. The survivors were desperately begging for help like they were grasping at a lifeline, and many even kowtowing towards the sky on their knees. There is no need for Bodhisattva. Xiao Hao thought of his muscular body and the corner of his mouth twitched. Ahem, let's fight first. The shadow surged towards the area like a tide, and even the snakes were stained by the shadow. The skin of some colorful venomous snakes gradually faded and their bodies dried up quickly. Darkness encroaches. The snakes became agitated, the massive death of their companions caused them fear. Unfortunately, no matter which direction they flee, they cannot escape the darkness. A large number of snakes died of decay, and many snake carcasses fell from trees and residential buildings. Seeing a large number of snakes die, the survivors cheered and shouted towards the sky to express their gratitude. Some even kowtowed in tears, indicating that they had become his believers. The darkness receded like a tide, leaving behind a field of corpses. This time, Xiao Hao personally performed the dark domain and dark erosion. It was just a layer of darkness, and the snakes were soon drained of their vitality. When Shadow Seahorse reaches level 10, all its skills will naturally reach level 10. A level 10 skill can deal with monsters below level 0, so there is naturally no need to go to the trouble of summoning the seahorse. The first time Xiao Hao used these two skills, he felt very tired, but he found that his physical fitness seemed to have improved a little bit. If I have to make an analogy, it's like your body after fitness, you feel tired but your muscles are filled with blood. It seems that the dark erosion can also enhance physical fitness, but it is very energy-consuming. There was no more wild monster in the dark area, Lin Nao was safe, and Xiao Hao left. In his heart, Lin Nao's kindness has been repaid. If no monsters appeared on her way home, Xiao Hao would think that it was not enough. But she encountered several crises, and Xiao Hao not only saved her twice, but also saved all her relatives and friends, so the grudge was settled. It was already dark when we sent it off. It was truly dark. On the way back, there were many corpses and remains, both human and monster. Many people covered their faces and cried, including many soldiers. Soldiers have guns in their hands, but their lives are still fragile. On the side of the busy street, many soldiers knelt beside the corpses, tears welling up in their eyes, their heads lowered, their chins trembling, and they tightly grasped the front of the corpse's clothes. Some soldiers slowly stood up and saluted, looking at the corpse for several minutes without blinking. Their raised arms seemed to have no feeling, their hands just remained raised. The street lights are on. There were corpses lying all over the avenue, and the blood was gradually drying up under the light of the street lamps. Xiao Hao just walked through this avenue, but it seemed as if he had walked a very long way on the road of life. After returning to the rental house, Xiao Hao wanted to go online to check the number of casualties, but his cell phone had no signal at all, and someone next to him was complaining that he couldn't make a call. Is the base station destroyed? This is not very friendly to his internet addiction. Well, there is no other way. I should go to bed early tonight. Ah. Xiao Hao, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened. Who is it? There are ghosts howling in the middle of the night. How can we sleep? Xiao Hao stood up irritably and opened the curtains. Looking through the glass window, Xiao Hao's anger instantly disappeared. Since acquiring the ability of night vision, Xiao Hao's eyesight has not only improved to the point where he can see in the dark as if it were day, but his field of vision has also been greatly improved. Under a dim street lamp, the roof of a black car was dented, and a huge insect-like monster was lying on the roof. Several insect limbs kept knocking on the car window, and the cracks on the window increased visibly. The insect-shaped monster is similar to a scorpion, with a pair of giant pincers, 6 slender insect limbs, a sharp arthropod scorpion tail, fiery red armor, a ferocious mouth full of sharp teeth, and a pair of blood-red eyes. Translucent mucus dripped from the gaps between the sharp teeth and onto the top of the car, making a sizzling sound. White smoke came out of the car under the mouthparts, and small holes were soon corroded in it. The car owner frantically called for help in the car, but the residents who were awakened did not dare to shout loudly. They all drew the curtains and hid in the house, fearing that the monster would come to their door. Seeing the car owner terrified, Xiao Hao felt no sympathy at all. What have you been doing so far? During the day today, the radio has been warning all residents to return home quickly and lock their doors and windows. Especially after the battle, many police and troops are clearing monsters, clearing roads, and helping people return home. Where did he go? You go home so late at night, do you think your life is too long? This is not the way to seek excitement. You may end up losing your life. The communication base station was destroyed and even phone calls could not be made. Seeing that the insect limbs had already pierced through the car window, it was too late for Xiao Hao to save people. Xiao Hao lived on the 7th floor, so far away that even if he turned into a shadow he wouldn't be able to catch up. After a few seconds, Xiao Hao finally came under the street light. The roof of the car was overturned by the monster, and the upper body of the car owner had already entered the huge mouth of the insect monster. Blood spurted out from the blood vessels, and the insect monster was chewing the car owner's body. A figure was looming under the car lights, and the car owner had already become a corpse. Xiao Hao only smelled the smell of alcohol and blood in the car. The end of the world is coming. Are we going out for a drink at this time? Still drinking and driving. Xiao Hao could never understand why there are always people who are willing to commit suicide in such a way, and to the point where you can't save them even if you want to. He chuckled, you deserve it. Suddenly, a sound was heard beside him. The insect monster stopped chewing with its mouthparts and looked at the figure in front of the car lights with its bloodshot eyes. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." Xiao Hao hit the insect monster rudely, and the insect monster ran away in fear. After running for a while, it realized that something was wrong. It is habitually afraid of humans and forgets that it already possesses great power. The insect limbs controlled the car-like body to turn around, and its blood-red eyes stared at Xiao Hao. The scorpion's tail suddenly stretched out, and its sharp stinger stabbed towards Xiao Hao. The ghost sickle ring merged into his finger. Xiao Hao raised his hands and chopped down in an X shape. This time, its segmented scorpion tail really turned into limbs. Mucus oozed out of the fleshy limbs, and the insect monster rushed around in pain. Rustle. Rustle. Even though the scorpion's tail was cut into pieces by Xiao Hao, it did not dare to attack Xiao Hao again. The aura of the ghost side ring reminded it of the person in front of it, who was none other than the king who stood at the highest point during the day. It wanted to turn around and run away, but was pierced by a giant scythe of the Grim Reaper. The sharp tip of the scythe also pierced the concrete floor. The insect monster was nailed to the concrete floor and couldn't move. The end of the handle of the Grim Reaper's scythe is connected to Xiao Hao's right index finger. The insect's struggles gradually became weaker, and the game popped up a prompt, Spirit Pearls +30. In the dark night, under the dim street lights, the survivors in the residential building looked at the familiar black windbreaker and trembled with excitement. Player 1. As expected of the number 1 player. Incomprehensibly strong. The monster that easily overturned the roof of the car was killed by the first player with just one finger. Fortunately, it was midsummer and the night wind was cool, which blew away Xiao Hao's sleepiness. Player 1. Boss, look here. Boss, can you sign an autograph for me? It's cold at night, come and sleep in my bed, it's warm enough. Get lost, you big bastard upstairs. My bed smells delicious, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Shut up. Don't tarnish the boss. After the monster was killed, the survivors became bolder and each of them became like a fanatical fan, expressing all sorts of random feelings to Xiao Hao. Their intentions made Xiao Hao upset. Why are his fans so different from others' fans? Could it be that after that shameless female college student took the lead, everyone thought he liked this tune? No way. No. Damn it. Xiao Hao blended into the darkness, his eyelids twitching wildly. Don't let me see that female college student again. Otherwise, punishment is inevitable. The dermis is itchy and it is ruining everyone's life. The shadow blended into the darkness, and Xiao Hao became invisible, so he didn't have to worry too much about being discovered. Back in the small rental house, Xiao Hao had just laid down on the bed when he heard another burst of ghost screams outside. Are you annoying? How can you disturb others in the middle of the night? How can you have any manners? Xiao Hao was so angry that he threw away the quilt, put on his windbreaker, and pulled open the curtains. On the wall of the high-rise building opposite, a giant flying insect similar to a dragonfly was climbing. A woman was frightened and kept screaming, which attracted the giant insect's limbs to stop on her window and keep knocking on it. Why are there still so many wild monsters? Wasn't it clean during the day? After a while, screams were heard from other directions again. Xiao Hao had a feeling that he would not be able to sleep tonight. Wearing a windbreaker and a hood, a dark shadow descended from the sky. The dragonfly monster's insect limbs kept poking the glass window, and the glass soon shattered. It tried to get into the window, but when it got halfway in, the other half of its body had already fallen downstairs and turned into a pulp. The dragonfly monster was cut in half and died after struggling for a while. The aurora shadow in the air disappeared, and Xiao Hao had a bad feeling. The number of insects is much larger than that of animals. After clearing the Wolonki, players can only search above the city. It is fast, but too many wild monsters are missed. Not only that, there are many wild monsters that only come out at night. This resulted in hidden dangers being left until nighttime to erupt together. Looking at the amount of spirit beads accumulated on the game panel, Xiao Hao decided to stay up late at night to kill monsters and then have a good rest during the day. In the real world, the speed of obtaining spirit beads by killing monsters is much slower, but it is safer. Xiao Hao stood on the rooftop of a high-rise building, rubbing his temples gently. I don't know why, even though he has resigned, he still feels like he is working. I was exploited by the company when I was working, and now that I'm not working, I'm exploited by games. That's outrageous. After killing a few giant insects, gunshots were heard in the distance. The more contact you have with them, the greater your risk of exposure. Xiao Hao hesitated for a moment, but decided to go over and take a look. It was a highway across the mountains, and Xiao Hao recognized that this was the location of the giant tree battle during the day. It was because the live broadcast camera captured the signboard of the highway that Xiao Hao had time to prepare a set of clothes, otherwise he would have been exposed. The remains of the giant tree were crawling with giant insects. Xiao Hao realized that those insects had eaten the remains of the giant tree, which was why they mutated. If he really died, he would still be causing trouble for others. Military vehicles, tanks, and helicopters arrived here, and the sound of gunfire continued. In the center of the battlefield, Xiao Hao clearly saw the monsters tearing open the tanks and rip open the soldiers inside. Dense bullets were fired at these insect monsters, but most of them were bounced off by the monsters' leather armor, creating only a few sparks. A few bullets hit the gaps in the insects' armor, causing little damage to them. But insects are too resilient, and only by concentrating firepower on one monster can you barely kill it. Even the tank's shells can only kill the insect monsters by hitting them head-on. The aftermath of the explosion and the shrapnel from the grenades are unlikely to cause much damage. There were many human bodies broken into several sections on the ground, with white brains and red internal organs. Some of the bodies had even just died, and Xiao Hao could still see the wriggling internal organs. Some scorpion monsters used their giant claws to directly clamp a soldier in two, while others used their scorpion tails to pierce the heart. The beheaded soldier dragged his intestines out and crawled with his 10 fingers pierced by the gravel. He died soon after. The giant blood-sucking needles of mosquitoes, the flesh-crushing mouthparts of centipedes, the corrosive webs of spiders, the giant tentacles of rhinoceros beetles. Some insects even pierced a soldier's thigh and dragged it back to the nest, then put it back and dragged it back again, as if they were playing with their prey and chirping proudly. In the center of the giant tree wreckage, there was an oversized milky white insect with a huge mouth nearly half a meter long at the end of its tail, from which eggs full of mucus were squeezed out. One by one, the giant caterpillars tore open the soft skin of the white eggs, and disgusting mucus flowed all over the ground. The eggs were piled up in the remains of the giant tree. Countless giant caterpillars squeezed each other, making everyone's claustrophobia come on. Kill. For the Dragon Kingdom. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. The soldiers stood on one side but refused to retreat even a single step. Teams of soldiers stood in a circle with their backs to each other, their faces wet and sticky with sweat, their hands tightly gripping their submachine guns and firing non-stop. Their hands trembled from the recoil. The monsters were roaring, and the soldiers were roaring too. Their voices had long been hoarse and sparks continued to spew out from the hot muzzles of their guns. The soldiers used their bodies to withstand the violent recoil of the submachine guns, and blood appeared at the corners of their mouths, but they had no time to wipe it off. The smoke was extremely eye-catching under the illumination of large incandescent lamps, and fleeting flames kept flashing. Xiao Hao could see the fear in the soldiers' eyes. Xiao Hao also saw an acquaintance among the team leaders. The captain of the criminal police team, Wang He. Save him. Captain. He's too far away to be saved. We have to save him even if we can't save him. Wang He looked at the soldier being toyed with by the insect monster a few hundred meters away, his eyes bloodshot. The soldier said nothing, his legs were bloody, but he still used his arms to support himself and crawled back. He wanted to get his weapon back and die together with these monsters. The soldier's palms were covered in blood, especially his left palm, which was pierced by a hard branch. One could vaguely see the white bones stuck together by flesh and blood. His weapon was right in front of him, he only had to climb 2 more meters to reach it. Unfortunately, the insect monster had already come behind him. It is a giant wild monster similar to a mantis. It chirped excitedly, then used its sharp tentacles to stab the soldier's thigh. The soldier thought he was going to be dragged away again, but he didn't expect that the sharp mantis tentacles would pierce another Black Death scythe. The Grim Reaper's scythes seemed to be copied and pasted, suddenly changing from 1 to 5, and they chopped fiercely at the mantis monster. 5 more bloodlines suddenly appeared on the wild monster's body, and the entire wild monster's insect body was instantly cut into 8 pieces. The aura of the ghost scythe ring spread, and the wild monsters stopped attacking and stayed where they were, trembling. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom continued firing out of inertia, and only realized something was wrong after a while, and stopped firing. At this moment, the battlefield was eerily quiet, and both sides of the battle seemed to have stopped in time. Wang He had been keeping an eye on the soldier, and when he saw the sudden figure appear, he was so excited that his voice almost broke. "It's the first player." Before the other soldiers could react, Xiao Hao had already picked up the wounded soldier, and with a light jump, he jumped several hundred meters and directly jumped to the central boundary line of the battlefield. Boom. The concrete floor of the highway was slightly sunken, with spiderweb cracks several meters in diameter. The lights of military vehicles and helicopters unconsciously moved to Xiao Hao's body. He was still wearing the familiar black windbreaker and had a shadowy face that could not be seen clearly. At this time, in front of Xiao Hao were many embarrassed yet stubborn soldiers. Behind him, endless terrifying monsters were baring their fangs and claws. The place where Xiao Hao was located was like the dividing point between 2 worlds, separating the human world from hell, clearly. Xiao Hao handed the injured soldier to Wang He. Xiao Hao frowned under the shadow mask. "Where are the other players?" Wang He's tone seemed to be somewhat complaining. "There is more than one Blue Dragon City in Dragon Country." "Yes, most players have already supported Blue Dragon City during the day. They also have to go back to their hometowns." No one expected that just after they returned, a group of wild monsters broke out in Blue Dragon City again, and they had no time to run back at this time. Xiao Hao glanced at the many soldiers. Their uniforms were covered with blood and monster slime, and their hands holding submachine guns were shaking violently. Some soldiers even spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as they came back to their senses from the battlefield. Only then did they realize that the handle of the gun had been blocking their chest and the recoil had injured their internal organs. They looked at Xiao Hao with complicated expressions. Each pair of eyes was filled with pain and resentment, and their bloodshot eyeballs were red, as if they would break down and cry in the next second. Xiao Hao pursed his lips under the shadow mask and turned slowly. The entire battlefield was filled with smoke. Xiao Hao clearly saw many crashed helicopters, as well as tanks and military vehicles that had long since turned into wreckage. In these wreckages and on the land, in addition to the corrosive mucus of the monsters, blood and limbs can be seen everywhere, and a lot of blood even gathers in the pits, forming blood pits. In just a few minutes, more than half of the soldiers were killed. Every soldier's face was covered with blood and tears. Xiao Hao understood their complaints. They were blaming him for coming too late. Xiao Hao understood their pain. They blamed themselves for being too weak. With the defense line broken, the soldiers could only use a human wall to block the monster's advance. After all, behind us is Blue Dragon City. There are tens of millions of citizens living here. They knew that the monster tide broke out too quickly and it would be impossible for Dragon Country to provide support in a short period of time. But they still refused to run away and still believed that someone would come to support them. They blocked everything. They trusted the black figure on the skyscraper with their lives. Fortunately, they waited. The first player did not disappoint them. Xiao Hao is a peaceful person and generally doesn't get angry. If the deep-sea ghost hadn't threatened his life and bit him like a mad dog, he wouldn't have had to suppress his anger and seek revenge. Even if he is in a survival game, he will not get angry easily. Whether it is a boss-level prehistoric spiny shrimp or facing a desperate situation when facing a group of strange spined fish monsters, Xiao Hao did not complain about the world, but rationally looked for ways to survive. And now, anger was growing in Xiao Hao's heart. He is an orphan and rarely feels kindness from others. But he did not hate the whole world because of this. His clever brain told him, even so, the peaceful life was achieved by these people carrying heavy burdens forward. He doesn't think that no one in this world loves him, he just thinks that the whole world is sorry for him. Without them, Xiao Hao, an orphan, would have lived a life that was more than 100 times more cruel. Everyone is complex and contradictory. Indifference and violence kept switching in Xiao Hao's heart. Flames of anger burned in Xiao Hao's chest, and his eyes beneath the mask were bloodshot. Xiao Hao's shadow suddenly boiled up, and at this moment, darkness descended. Under the incandescent lights of military vehicles and helicopters, everyone could see Xiao Hao's strange shadow clearly. The shadows are wriggling, boiling, swallowing up the ground, and swallowing up the light. It was as if the abyss beneath the ground had appeared, and the terrifying darkness swallowed everything. At an incredible speed, it swept away all obstacles. The dark horizon devoured the remains of the giant tree and the entire battlefield. Darkness falls, covering the sky and the sun. These wild monsters thought that the king would let them go as he did during the day. But this time they were wrong. This king wants to slaughter them all. The group of wild monsters became agitated, with fear and anxiety intertwined. Their pitiful brains could not understand why normal hunting behavior would arouse the wrath of the king. With the addition of 7 shadow seahorses, the dark realm is multiplied 8-fold. The wild monsters felt thirsty, as if the water in their bodies was being constantly drained away. In places they cannot see, their vitality is being unraveled and extracted bit by bit. The illusory vitality seems to gather into silk threads and emerge from their bodies. The human soldiers were also panicked. The flashlights were clearly on and all the large incandescent lamps, such as car lights, were on, but it was still dark in front of their eyes. They couldn't see anything, and they couldn't see their hands in front of them. As if sensing the soldiers' uneasiness, Xiao Hao controlled the dark realm to break away from the human battlefield and focus all his attention on these insect monsters. Only then did they truly realize the horror of the number 1 player. Their lights shone into the darkness ahead, but it was like a black hole and was completely swallowed up by the darkness. The battlefield of hell seemed to be shrouded in a dark fog. The only sound that could be heard at the scene was the sound of the helicopter's rotors breaking through the air. The soldiers looked at each other, but still held their submachine guns tightly in their hands. The wounded soldier looked at the dark fog anxiously, regardless of the bloody bandages on his body. Soon, from the darkness came the most primitive sounds of wild beasts fighting and the dull sound of corpses falling to the ground. They heard it clearly. The wild monsters were always just a little bit away from breaking out of the darkness, but once they approached the boundary of the dark area, the sound of knives cutting flesh could be heard. Wang He and other team leaders talked in a low voice using headphones. "Do you think he can win?" "I don't know if he can win, but since he is the number 1 player, he shouldn't die here. He created this dark fog. He should be confident. If one person faces a large group of monsters, even if he doesn't get killed, he will be exhausted to death, right? No matter what, we must be prepared for battle and keep the soldiers focused." "Yes." In just 1 minute, a figure walked out from the darkness, with steady steps and his own aura. The fog dissipated, revealing the devastation. All the wild monsters died. Some were fighting each other in the dark, some were drying up and rotting, some seemed to be cut into pieces by laser beams, and some were pulled into several pieces of meat by some huge force. Even the queen insects that continued to lay eggs among the remains of the giant tree were chopped into meat paste. Countless insect eggs exploded, and disgusting insect pulp flowed out of the giant tree like resin. A breeze blew, and the pungent smell of monster slime spread across the battlefield. The corners of the Black Shadow's windbreaker kept swaying. The soldiers stared at the tragic death of the monster in amazement, and then all their eyes focused on Xiao Hao. "Is this the first player?" "This is player 1. The soldiers cheered for victory and survival, but it only lasted for a few seconds before they could no longer laugh. Too many comrades died in battle. Wang He suppressed his pain and said to Xiao Hao, "Join the dragon pool. Dragon country needs you." Many soldiers turned their attention back to Xiao Hao. The fighting power displayed by the first player is too strong. It's truly an army of 1 man. In fact, he alone is worth an army. Xiao Hao lowered his head slightly, was silent for a while, and then shook his head. Why? Wang He couldn't help but question his tone, and the many soldiers present couldn't suppress their disappointment. He possesses such powerful fighting ability, why can't he join the dragon pool and protect the dragon kingdom? Xiao Hao sighed softly. The voice under the shadow mask was still magnetic and low, "You will understand later." After saying this, Xiao Hao's figure gradually faded, which was a sign of transformation. "I don't understand. Dragon Nation players are already weak, and they need people like you to take the lead. But you chose to escape." The figure faded a little, and Xiao Hao raised his head slightly, and said to Wang He with a shadowy face, "Not all top players can join the dragon pool." Xiao Hao did not explain any further, and directly turned into an aurora black shadow and rushed into the sky. Once he joins the dragon pool, his every move will represent the dragon kingdom. This is a kind of restraint and shackle for him. Just imagine, if a player from another country cheated on him or the dragon kingdom, could Xiao Hao act without any scruples? If he is from Wolonki, will his actions have an impact on diplomacy? The survival game has just begun, and he cannot put any shackles on himself. As long as he is an individual, his actions do not represent Dragon Country, but only represent himself. If players from other countries dare to mess around, even if he retaliates 1,000 times, the top leaders of other countries will not be able to use this to attack Dragon Country, because Xiao Hao does not represent Dragon Country. Failure to shoulder one's responsibilities or unwillingness to face one's weaknesses is called escaping. Xiao Hao did things in accordance with his conscience and to everyone. He just chose a path that was most beneficial to himself. Xiao Hao did not correct Wang He's words. He thought that was it, so that was it. When I was a child, I was afraid of meeting ghosts when walking at night. Now that I grow up, I am afraid of meeting people when walking at night. If humans could truly unite as one, he wouldn't have to hide his identity. Just as he said, Wang He will understand later. After Xiao Hao left, only a ruined battlefield remained. The soldiers could no longer hold back and burst into tears. These tough guys are not afraid of getting hurt or bleeding, but they are afraid that their close ones will leave them one by one. They cried like a bunch of children. The comrade in arms with whom they had been living day and night was dead. They don't know how to face their families. Wang He had tears in his eyes at this time, and he tried hard not to make a sound. The captain did not stop the soldiers from venting their emotions. As his soldiers died one by one, their hearts were bleeding. Military vehicles and tanks were covered in dirt mixed with blood. Soldiers collected the bodies of their comrades, wanting to bring them all home. It was a cool breeze in midsummer, but it pierced my heart. It's really a cold summer. The only sound on the battlefield was the panting of people carrying heavy objects. No one spoke and the air was eerily quiet. From time to time, someone would angrily hack at the monster's corpse, and no one would stop them. Xiao Hao watched everything on the ground from midair, and left after a while. Help! Bugs! There are bugs. On a balcony of a commercial apartment in a high-rise building in an upscale residential area, a flying insect smashed the balcony glass door. Glass fragments were scattered all over the floor, and high-grade wooden boards, sofas and other furniture were all corroded by the monster's slime, emitting sizzling white smoke. The family of 3 hid in the bedroom, but the bedroom door was soon pierced by insect limbs, and the entire wooden door shattered into pieces in an instant. An adult man and woman protected the little boy behind them, their hands shaking uncontrollably, but they still held 2 golf clubs tightly. The flying insect chirped excitedly and flew towards them. The 3 members of the family all showed desperate expressions. At the critical moment, a black gold tail full of hooks suddenly hooked the body of the flying insect, and the tail pierced into the body of the flying insect. The 2-meter-long flying insect was thrown back into the living room at an extremely fast speed, and even cracks appeared on the living room wall. While Shadow Seahorse's attention was focused on the flying insects, the woman tried to launch a sneak attack with the golf club, but was quickly intercepted by the men. "What are you doing? Kill the monster. Didn't you recognize this little one? It's the one from the live broadcast during the day. It's here to save us." When the woman calmed down, she realized that she had almost caused a big disaster. A family of 3 huddled in the corner of the bedroom, listening tremblingly to the sounds of fighting coming from the living room, waiting for the 2 monsters to decide the outcome. After a while, the living room became quiet. The little boy's mouth was covered tightly by the woman. The men hugged the woman and said, "Wait here for me. I'll go take a look." "Don't." The woman grabbed the man's hand, tears streaming down her face. "It's okay. He's the top player. The monsters under him must be very strong. That bug must be dead." The men kissed the woman on the forehead, holding the golf club in both hands, and walked lightly towards the bedroom door. When he walked to the bedroom door and shifted his gaze to the living room, the men realized that he was covered in cold sweat and his legs were sore. The entire head of the flying insect was smashed, its body was twisted and deformed, its bones were shattered, its muscles were torn, its limbs were violently smashed and embedded in the wooden board, and its wings were torn all over the floor like paper. The seahorse monster had long disappeared. All the furniture in the living room was destroyed, but the man didn't feel sad at all. His heart was full of gratitude. The man let down his guard, showing a smile uglier than crying, and said to his wife, "It's dead, the first player saved us." The family of 3 immediately hugged each other and sobbed softly. Such scenes have been played out dozens of times in Lanlong City. The soldiers were unable to stop all the insect monsters. Many flying insects had already flown into Blue Dragon City, and some even drilled through underground. In order to get rid of the remaining insect monsters as soon as possible, Xiao Hao sent out all 7 seahorses except the slow and flightless mantis shrimp. Cries for help continued to be heard in every corner of Blue Dragon City, as if the entire Blue Dragon City was wailing. Xiao Hao's seahorse was clearing out the wild monsters in the city, while he used his bouncing marten boots to make his way. The city center has the most people and the most wild monsters, so Xiao Hao rushed here in person. From a distance, Xiao Hao saw the hotel brightly lit during the day. Many monsters were climbing on the outer walls of the hotel, and gunshots were heard from time to time in the hotel rooms to stop the monsters. It was still the same street as during the day, Xiao Hao walking step by step. The moonlight is hazy and the shadow of the moon is dancing. The shadows of leaves swayed on the cracked concrete floor. A gust of wind blew by, and the leaves on both sides of the street made a rustling sound, and the moonlight on the ground became mottled and hazy. Xiao Hao raised his head gently, and the moonlight sprinkled on the face of this flowing black shadow, making it look a little weird. The hotel building seemed to have really become a beacon of Blue Dragon City, standing out extremely clearly in the dark night. The eyes under the mask became moist and he sighed slightly. Obviously, the people in the hotel are officials. The reason they turn on the lights in the middle of the night is to attract wild monsters and prevent them from hunting civilians as much as possible. Almost all the glass windows of the entire hotel were smashed, and the people in the building were still fighting the monsters and were unwilling to escape. If they flee, civilians will be in danger. Xiao Hao's sight seemed to penetrate through many obstacles and looked at the embarrassed yet respected figure in the building. Number 1, 3 insect monsters on the 22nd floor, over. Roger that, number 3, over. Number 1 bug monster on the 4th floor, over. Roger that, number 2, over. The frozen meat trap is effective. The 6th insect monster is dead and the 7th is seriously injured. Over. The alarm trap took effect. The 7th insect monster died. Number 12 and 13 were seriously injured and died. Over. The bait plan has taken effect. 5 insect monsters have been attracted at the same time. Take care of my family. Number 9. A man in a dirty police uniform closed his eyes in despair. A 3-meter-long caterpillar pounced over excitedly. After waiting for several seconds, the man opened his eyes in confusion. In front of me is a figure in a black windbreaker. The caterpillar was neatly cut into 2 halves from head to tail, and its body fell to the ground, one on the left and one on the right, exactly symmetrical. The remaining 4 flying insects were nailed to the ground by 4 giant sickles and struggled in pain. Green body fluids flowed all over the ground, corroding the floor of the luxury hotel. Under the bright moonlight, the police officer could see clearly that the figure raised his right hand, and the ends of the handles of the 4 Grim Reaper sickles were connected to the 4 fingers of the figure's right hand. Number 1. The tone of the voice on the intercom was obviously a little excited. Number 9, you're still alive. The first player has appeared. Tell the first player to support the giant tree ruins battlefield. We can hold on here. Before Officer 9 could reply, a hoarse voice came out, "No, I just came from there." The sheriff in the command room was suddenly so excited that he was incoherent. So, did the giant tree win? Did it stop? The figure turned to look at Officer 9 and said into the intercom in his hand, "Don't worry, all the monsters in there are dead." After saying that, Xiao Hao looked at the police officer who stood up in a panic and said, "Take me to the command room." Number 9 now hopes that the figure will quickly support the other brothers. There are monsters on other floors, our brothers. Dead. Yes. All the monsters in the entire building were dead. Although he only came to the floor where Officer Number 9 was, the dark realm invaded the entire building. While he was speaking, the life force of the last monster in the building had been drained. The police officers who were dealing with the situation on other floors, the police officers who were setting traps, and the police officers who were being chased by the monster were all stunned for a moment when they saw the monster suddenly die. Police Officer Number 9 said in shock, "You mean, all the monsters in the building are dead?" I. Police Officer Number 9 was excited and in disbelief, and quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. Number 1. A voice crying with joy came from the intercom, "Bring our hero to the command room." In the hotel corridor, the decorative lights on both sides were broken, and the ground was littered with fragments, body remains, and monster slime. Number 9 explained as he walked, "We are dealing with monsters in the hotel and trying to kill as many monsters as possible." The police team enters in groups. After one group is sacrificed, another group will enter to delay as much time as possible. What this means is that before their team, several teams of police officers had already died in the hotel. When dealing with monsters in the hotel building, if too many people enter at once, more people will die. Therefore, the police adopted this guerrilla warfare approach and successfully held out until reinforcements arrived. Along the way, Xiao Hao remained silent, quietly listening to Police Officer Number 9 explain their various fighting methods. Xiao Hao thought about asking his name, but he told Xiao Hao, "Here, they don't have names, only numbers. That's the number of the suicide squad. The name remains engraved on the tombstone." The elevator door slowly opened, and a police team with tattered clothes like beggars was already standing there waiting, saluting in unison. Xiao Hao hesitated for a moment, but still returned the greeting. It was still a shadowy face. Although Sheriff Number 1 couldn't see the face clearly, he still said enthusiastically, "First player, thank you for your hard work." Xiao Hao was not in the habit of saying polite words, "It's okay, just tell me where you need support." Although he looked cold, the sheriff was relaxed by the first player's easygoing attitude, "Please follow me." The hotel building is not entirely composed of rooms for customers, but also has managers' offices, monitoring rooms, etc. Number 1 brought Xiao Hao into the monitoring room. Most of the surveillance images showed the corridors on each floor, and many of them were black. It was obvious that the monitors were broken during the chase. The sheriff led Xiao Hao to the rightmost surveillance screen and said solemnly, "Since the communication base station has been destroyed, people cannot call us for help if they are in danger. We can only use the hotel building to attract those monsters and minimize the number of attacks on civilians." What is shown on the display screen here is not the surveillance footage inside the hotel, but the peripheral surveillance footage of the communication base station. Dragon Country is ahead of other countries in communication technology. A city only needs one communication base station to cover the entire city. Moreover, telecommunication service operators are state-owned enterprises in China and they will not cheat the people even if they have a monopoly. Therefore, once a communication base station is occupied, the entire city's network system will be paralyzed. Generally speaking, even if a communication base station fails, there will be backup equipment, so there is no need to worry about communication problems. The current situation is that the communication base station is damaged and there are no staff inside to repair it or activate backup equipment. The sheriff continued, "We dispatched many maintenance personnel and police officers, but every time they approached a base station, they would die inexplicably. According to our guess, it should be some kind of ghost-like monster. The strange thing is that no matter how we try to guide it to leave, it won't be fooled." As he spoke, the sheriff pointed to the various areas of the communication base station and introduced them to Xiao Hao. "This large room is the machine room, and that one is the office." After the sheriff's explanation, Xiao Hao roughly knew the map distribution of this base station. The final problem was the communication base station. The sheriff said worriedly, "We don't know how many monsters there are inside. These ghost-like monsters seem to have intelligence. Can you solve it?" Xiao Hao didn't make any promises and lowered his head in thought. Ghost. Wisdom. Could it be another ghost transformed by a dead player? Did any players die in Blue Dragon City? The seemingly irrelevant question made the sheriff a little confused, but he still replied, 3 players died in the battle with the giant tree. How did these 3 players die? Show me their information. The sheriff didn't waste any time and told his men to get the information through the intercom. While waiting, the sheriff asked his own question: could it be that the dead players are occupying the base station? Seeing the sheriff's worried look, Xiao Hao gave him a positive answer: it is possible for a player to turn into a ghost after death. You said it has intelligence, so it is possible that it was the player's doing. Just as he finished speaking, a barrage of comments suddenly popped up on the game panel. Strange, how did the host know that the player might become a ghost after death? He has been dealing with ghosts, so this should be a guess, right? This guess is too accurate. This information is of great importance and the sheriff must determine its accuracy. Do players really become ghosts after they die? How do you know? Xiao Hao must give an explanation. The sheriff's suspicion is not important, but the suspicion of netizens from other worlds is important. You should know that we players have game panels, right? The sheriff nodded. He couldn't see the panel in the void, but he did know what it was. I encountered a ghost in a survival game and tried to test it. It also knew the player's game board and seemed to be very familiar with it. It also had intelligence. Xiao Hao said, as if to say, I figured out the answer myself, so I speculate that some ghosts may have evolved from dead players. The sheriff was silent for a moment, and Xiao Hao immediately looked at the barrage, hoping that netizens from another world would believe this explanation. There is no way. The players may turn into ghosts. This information is too important. Even if it is risky, Xiao Hao must provide it to the authorities so that they can take precautions. When did the anchor test the ghost? Is there any class representative who can give a summary? I guess it was the first time the ghost was attacked by Rebound, and when he pretended to be dead outside the door, the host tried to find out. How do you say it? The ghost pretended to be dead, which means it has intelligence. The host told it that its behavior was uploaded to the forum by him. If the ghost didn't know about the forum, it wouldn't be furious, but the fact is that the ghost knew about the forum and attacked Shanbei's room in a rage. The host probably guessed that the ghost was probably a former player. The anchor is so awesome. I deeply realized how great it is to see the big picture from the small details. Why don't we have this kind of talent? We have to suffer a great loss every time before we can summarize the rules. As expected of my idol. The host will definitely pass the level. I will ask for his autograph when the time comes. I believe it. Xiao Hao breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the class representative. It can be seen how important it is to have a fan who is good at imagination. The sheriff came back to his senses and said gratefully, this information is too important. We will definitely take precautions. As he spoke, his men brought 3 documents. Xiao Hao took it and checked the information. Wadonglan, female, floating island survival player, guardians, stingray and banshee. Chang Jiqian, male, cave survival player, guardians, riftworm and regenerating earthworm. Qiu Qingnan, male, nightmare survival player, guardian, ghost banner. The information of the first 2 players is ordinary, but they have harmonious and happy families. Xiao Hao's focus was on the third one. Qiu Qingnan, Qiu Yanan's brother. For some reason, ever since returning to the real world, Xiao Hao has always had an inexplicable connection with Qiu Yanan. Oh, no, it's a bad fate. Qiu Qingnan, 24 years old, is a talented lawyer with a 90% winning rate in defense. He has won. Xiao Hao knew at a glance what competitions he had played, what awards he had won, what achievements he had made, etc. His focus is on the major turning points in Qiu Qingnan's life. When he was in high school, his sister Qiu Yanan committed suicide. For this reason, he went to school to make a scene with his parents, but nothing came of it. In the end, his personality changed drastically, and he went from being an unknown person in high school to a super academic master. Xiao Hao frowned and read Qiu Qingnan's information several times. The sheriff waited quietly at the side. After Xiao Hao put down the information in his hand, he asked, do you think Qiu Qingnan was behind the communication base station? With only one piece of information, Xiao Hao was not sure. It's hard to say, he is more suspicious than the other 2. That. Anyway, the monsters at this stage will not exceed level 10, and Xiao Hao's skills are very comprehensive. Even if he cannot defeat the strange ghost, he can still escape. I'll go take a look. The first player finally agreed, and the sheriff felt relieved. Okay, then we'll drive you there. Need not. Driving too slowly. After saying that, Xiao Hao jumped out of the window of the tall building. The police officers all looked up and saw the small figure printed in the center of the moon. Salute. The police officers watched Xiao Hao walk away until he could no longer be seen. According to the official information, Genan is a low-level player and his ghost flag only has the skill of virtualization, but Xiao Hao doesn't quite believe it. Whether it is true or not, the barrage will tell him. Relying on his bouncing marten boots to jump forward, Xiao Hao murmured, "Ghost banner." Then, the barrage prompt popped up. As expected of a netizen from another world, he has won my heart. If the ghost sickle ring obtained by the anchor is his early game Easter egg, then the ghost flag is Genan game Easter egg. The ghost banner is difficult to use and has a high upper limit. If you play it well, it will definitely be the number 1 in nightmare survival games. Maybe the number 1 in 10 games cannot compare to the ghost banner. Once bound to the ghost banner, it can no longer be bound to the warrior guardian, but the ghost banner can ensure the loyalty of the guardian of the soldier type. It may seem useless, but ghosts are considered a type of soldier. Ghosts are the most powerful and risky soldiers in the 10 games. Because of their intelligence, ghosts are likely to rebel against their masters. Ghosts are what players become after death. Even if they are considered as soldiers, they have various skills. It would be great if I had a human flag, and I could recruit 100 absolutely loyal people, ah ha 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 ha. The last line of comments made Xiao Hao's face turn dark. As expected of an online friend from another world, you don't understand my heart at all. The ghost side ring is an equipment that he can only obtain after defeating the big boss. According to netizens, it is called a game Easter egg. So, Genan also killed the big boss. I had to put in a lot of thought, use all the cards, and even use the plugin with barrage prompts to achieve this. Genan is just too insanely strong. If he was so strong, why did he die in the war? This is illogical. Or he's not dead at all. The player has a wide variety of skills, and faking his death is not impossible. Could it be that he wants to fake his death and then avenge his sister? Upon learning that Genan also obtained the game Easter egg, Xiao Hao's face became solemn. You really can't underestimate the people in the world. The early artifacts were still a little inferior to the ghost banner. Once the game was updated, the power of the early artifacts gradually dissipated, while the ghost banner continued to strengthen. Fortunately, the ghost flag was discovered before it grew up, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. As I was thinking, a towering communication base station came into view in the distance. The communication base station was built in the suburbs. Although the moonlight was bright and clear tonight, it felt gloomy and damp here. As Xiao Hao approached, the police officers in the hotel also saw the figure in the surveillance video. Unfortunately, the surveillance footage only showed the periphery, and all the monitors inside were destroyed. If you want to enter the base station for maintenance, the first hurdle is to open the iron door. The maintenance workers died before they could even open the door. The bodies outside the door all had purple faces. Xiao Hao looked closer and found that each of them had several needles stuck on them. Suddenly, Xiao Hao jumped up without any warning, and several poisonous needles pierced Xiao Hao's original position and went straight into the gravel on the surface. Xiao Hao gently landed on the electric pole, his shadowy face facing the glass window inside the base station. Inside the glass window was a vulture that was more than 2 meters long. It had a ferocious female ghost head on it, and its long and thin tail was filled with densely packed poisonous needles. The female ghost's bloodshot eyes stared at Xiao Hao, and after a while, they slowly disappeared. What's happening? Is this the Wudonglan in the information? But how could Wudonglan have the skill to become invisible and disappear? Is this a skill she acquired after she died and became a ghost? Wudonglan did not bring any sense of oppression to Xiao Hao, she was not even at level 5. Xiao Hao's doubts grew more and more serious, so he simply transformed himself into a shadow and entered through the gap in the iron gate. A base station covering an entire city is naturally relatively large. The space behind the big iron gate is as big as a large auditorium. There is an office area and many equipment tables. The equipment tables are filled with sophisticated instruments, and the dense wires make Xiao Hao dizzy. In the dark and silent base station, the only sound was Xiao Hao's footsteps. The dong 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 sound seemed to be beating on his heart. Xiao Hao could feel that there was more than one pair of eyes staring at him in the dark. At the corner of a large instrument, Xiao Hao saw an expressionless man. It's Chang Ziqian. Why do all the dead players appear? Chang Ziqian's face suddenly cracked, just like a human whose brain was parasitized by a parasitic beast. His entire head was like a blooming carnivorous plant, suddenly splitting into a bloody mouth. The head split into flat strips of flesh and blood full of sharp teeth. As the man shook his neck, the strips of flesh and blood came towards Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao jumped again to avoid, but unexpectedly, a vulture banshee suddenly appeared in the air, and its tail full of poisonous needles hit Xiao Hao's back fiercely. Xiao Hao's body was like a kite with a broken string, thrown from midair to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Just above the dust, a 5-meter-long human-faced spider appeared, clinging to the ceiling. The human face on its back had 6 pitch-black eyeballs, staring at the rising dust. In addition to the sharp teeth and bloody mouth on the front of the spider, there is a huge mouth below the human face on the back that almost tears the back apart. A purple-red tongue sticks out of the huge mouth, and the palm-sized tongue coating seems to be imprisoning a human face, struggling in pain. A gorgeous woman suddenly popped out from behind a large instrument, wearing a seductive bikini. As her body was revealed little by little, it was revealed that her lower body was actually a fat snake tail. The woman's brown pupils also looked at the rising dust, a sweet smile appeared on her face, but the scales on her snake tail stood up, and the sharp scales scratched countless scratches on the concrete floor. Boom, boom, boom. There were footsteps on the ground. A man put his hands in his pockets and laughed contemptuously. "Number 1 player. That's all." The mantis scythe softened, and Xiao Hao said coldly, "Qiu Qingnan, you shouldn't kill people." After the shadow mask changed his voice, Xiao Hao's words sounded particularly touching, just like a righteous hero in a blockbuster movie showing mercy to the world. If it is for revenge for his sister, Xiao Hao agrees with both hands. But why were the knives wielded against these innocent police officers and maintenance workers? Mind your own business. I called you the number 1 player to give you face, don't be ungrateful. If you continue to hinder me, I will recall the main force to fight you to the death. Xiao Hao was a little surprised. As expected, he was a player who got the Easter egg like him, but he didn't even use his main force at this level. But he still smiled. "Could it be that you saw my troops take action?" Xiao Hao's mantis shrimp has never been his strength, the shadow seahorse is. Ignoring the dark erosion of defense, Xiao Hao has the capital to do whatever he wants. Ahem, it's the capital for fighting. Qiu Qingnan's tone turned completely cold. "You forced me to do this." 2 brides suddenly appeared on the left and right of Qiu Qingnan, turning from virtual to real. One is a bride from an ancient wedding in the Dragon Kingdom, wearing a red veil and all red. One is the modern wedding etiquette, wearing a luxurious white wedding dress, a white veil, and all in white. Xiao Hao blinked, looking confused. How come they ended up getting married after fighting? The 2 brides have a bit of the white moonlight and crimson mole vibe. Qiu Qingnan said in a cold tone, "Kill him." The red bride raised her hands as if performing some aristocratic etiquette, and gently bent down and bowed. The red silk wrapped around her body suddenly moved, and the soft red silk seemed to float in the air, swimming towards Xiao Hao. Mantis shrimp. Xiao Hao was just about to ask the mantis shrimp to cut the red silk, but the white bride moved faster. The white bride turned gently like a dancer on the dance floor, and her skirt began to spin. A goddess skirt also appeared in the air, like a celestial veil, enclosing the red silk inside the skirt, and slowly moved towards Xiao Hao. When the mantis sickle was swung down, Xiao Hao thought that the mantis sickle could tear off the thin veil as thin as a cicada's wing, but he didn't expect that the sickle would scratch through the white veil like a blade, and it just scratched through it. Not only could it not cut it, it didn't even leave a trace. Punch it with the end of the sickle. The mantis shrimp attacked according to Xiao Hao's instructions, but the sickle spikes could only lightly scratch the hem of the tianxia skirt. The hem of the veil will swing by itself, so no matter which direction you stab, you can't stab it vertically, you can only scratch the white veil. The scaly tentacles stabbed out suddenly, but it seemed like hitting the water surface, only causing ripples on the white gauze. Xiao Hao watched the mantis shrimp being suppressed for the first time, and a word emerged in his mind: use softness to overcome hardness. There are many large equipment here, and Xiao Hao can't let the mantis shrimp use the fantail, which makes the mantis shrimp almost useless. After sensing it silently, Xiao Hao realized that 4 shadow seahorses were rescuing people and 3 were patrolling. In that case, Xiao Hao recalled the 3 shadow seahorses that were on patrol. Xiao Hao didn't believe that he could not break these pieces of rags even if he ignored the dark erosion of the defense. The black gold noble emerged from the game panel. There are red gauze and white gauze on the scene, so let's cover the dark area with a layer of black gauze. As the dark erosion began, Qiu Qingnan's face changed drastically. Xiao Hao originally thought that the dark erosion could kill Qiu Qingnan, but he did not expect that Qiu Qingnan's face would switch back and forth between old and young, sometimes old, sometimes rejuvenated. Xiao Hao suddenly remembered that players can inherit all the skills of a certain type of soldier. Damn it! This is the most perverted ability of the Ghost Banner. The player has gathered the skills of all the guardians. This rejuvenation is, as expected, Chang Jiqian's regeneration skill. Xiao Hao never expected that this regeneration skill could even regenerate vitality. Looking at Qiu Qingnan's ugly face, Xiao Hao realized that this regeneration skill would consume a lot of physical strength. As expected, Qiu Qingnan roared, "Everyone, kill him!" The positions changed. The mantis shrimp was unable to break through the white gauze skirt, so Xiao Hao simply put away the mantis shrimp and turned into a shadow to hide in the dark area. The white gauze skirt returned to Qiu Qingnan and surrounded him to prevent any sneak attacks, while the red silk searched everywhere. Wherever the red silk covered, the plants withered and the equipment aged. This red silk looked light and seemed useless, but it turned out to be similar to Shadow Seahorse's dark corrosion skill. The area covered by the red silk became larger and larger, gradually covering the entire base station. Both sides knew that they couldn't fight for a long time, so they decided to end it quickly. The darkness eroded to such an abnormal degree that even the deep-sea ghosts that surpassed their class had to lose a lot of blood before they could be successfully killed. However, they ran into a wall here in Qiu Qingnan. Xiao Hao originally didn't want to use the ghost sickle ring as a cheating device. After all, as the game is updated, the Guardian is upgraded to level 10, which is the same level as the ghost sickle ring, and the practicality of the ghost sickle ring has dropped sharply. By then, the ghost sickle ring will no longer have any suppressive power, and that will be Xiao Hao's true strength. As a result, Xiao Hao was forced to use it now. He didn't want to experience what it would feel like to be covered by red silk. Even if he had the immortal body skill, he didn't want to take the gamble. The god of death swung his scythe in the air, cutting off all the red and white gauze. If they were of the same level, the Grim Reaper's scythe would not be able to break through the White Veil's defense. Unfortunately, the Grim Reaper's scythe that transcends classes is so unreasonable. Qiu Qingnan was shocked. He was caught off guard that Baisha's defense was broken. Impossible. How is it possible to physically break through the Moonlight Veil's defense? Obviously, Baisha is also immune to physical attacks, and it is almost unstoppable. The white gauze and red silk suddenly turned into rags all over the sky. Qiu Qingnan looked at the red silk and white gauze floating in the air in disbelief. Trampling the red silk and white gauze under his feet, Xiao Hao said calmly, "You lose." The aura of the ghost scythe ring spread, and all of Qiu Qingnan's guardians suddenly became agitated. Qiu Qingnan's eyes were blank, and he did not come back to his senses even though the guardian kept warning him of the impending danger. Qiu Qingnan bent over, grabbing his collar in pain, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Every night he would be awakened by nightmares, and his heart would be torn. Obviously I tried so hard. Why does it fail? Tears fell heavily. Qiu Qingnan knew that he had lost and could not escape even if he had wings. Why? I just want revenge. They could have collaborated. They have a common enemy. But Qiu Qingnan is too extreme. Xiao Hao sighed softly, "You shouldn't implicate innocent people." Qiu Qingnan's eyes were bloodshot, and he was heartbroken. When did I implicate an innocent person? Xiao Hao was puzzled. How dare you say you didn't kill those corpses outside the base station? Qiu Qingnan was even more puzzled. The poison needle is a paralytic toxin, it won't kill you. The poisoning will make you unconscious for a day or two and you will be fine. Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao. The number 1 player. Nothing more than that. As the man was speaking, the snake woman lifted a sofa chair and placed it behind the man. The man sat down and crossed his legs, and the snake woman massaged him from behind. Yeah. The smoke gradually dissipated, and a green figure stood in the center of the smoke. The man with his legs crossed narrowed his eyes slightly. Wudonglan's poisonous needle tail could not cause any harm to him. It's you, Genan. Wearing emerald armor, Xiao Hao stared at Genan, who suddenly appeared. Is he really at a disadvantage? No, just simply luring the snake out of its hole. The vulture banshee suddenly shot out a large number of poisonous needles. The human-faced spider on the ceiling sprayed out spider webs from the end of its end, and Chang Jiqian's sharp teeth and flesh lashed out. For a moment, the opponent's attack skills were everywhere from all directions. Guardian. As if no one has it. Peacock mantis shrimp. A mantis shrimp appeared beside Xiao Hao, waving 2 giant emerald sickles like rapidly spinning electric fans. The poison needles could only be blocked by the waving mantis sickles. The collision between the knife and the needle made a ding-ding-ding sound. Poison needles were scattered all over the ground, and strips of flesh and spider webs were also chopped into pieces. Low-level monsters are low-level monsters. No matter how terrifying they look, they are still low-level monsters. The mantis shrimp's tentacles suddenly grew, and the scaly tentacles stabbed towards the 3 enemy units. Under the suppression of level, Lin He's tentacles tied up the vulture banshee, the human-faced spider, and Chang Jiqian, and threw them to the ground fiercely, just like Xiao Hao was thrown to the ground just now. They don't have Xiao Hao's jade armor. The 3 monsters are embedded in the ground, and the edges of the monsters' bodies on the concrete ground are covered with cracks. Suddenly, Chang Jiqian jumped out from the dust, and his whole body turned into a large humanoid insect, rushing towards Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao stood on the ground calmly and motionlessly. Chang Jiqian had underestimated the mantis shrimp. An afterimage flashed by, and in the eyes of the swordsman master, everything slowed down. The blood spilled in the sky, the leaves about to fall, the clouds blocking the moonlight, everything has a traceable path. When the speed of the jade sickle reaches a certain level, the knife becomes a meat grinder. Chang Jiqian fell at Xiao Hao's feet. Yes, spill, not fall. He had been minced into a bowl of minced meat. The corners of Xiao Hao's mouth rose slightly under the shadow mask, but soon his face became stiff. The pieces of flesh at his feet actually began to wriggle, wrapping around his feet like a swamp monster. He was chopped into meat paste, but he is still alive. Xiao Hao thought of Chang Jiqian's guardian, the regenerating earthworm. With such a guardian, Chang Jiqian knew without hesitation to choose the regeneration skill, but this perverted level of regeneration is really no joke. Xiao Hao's face changed drastically. It was so disgusting. Stepping on these bloody minced meat was like stepping on mud. The minced meat was actually climbing up along his calves. Even though his entire body was covered in emerald armor, he still felt his stomach churning. Xiao Hao raised his legs to try to break free from the meat paste, but he seemed to be sinking deeper and deeper into a swamp. The emerald armor suddenly faded, and Xiao Hao's entire body turned black and white, turning into a ball of aurora black shadow. The shadow returned to the back of the mantis shrimp, and Xiao Hao hurriedly commanded the mantis shrimp to retreat. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. The mantis shrimp's scaly tentacles stabbed towards Genan, ready to take him down in one fell swoop. The snake woman who was massaging immediately made a circle and protected Genan behind her. Her arms, which were obviously petite and slender, actually grabbed the 2 scaly tentacles of the mantis shrimp. The yellow-brown eyes shone with light, and the captured scaled tentacles were petrified bit by bit. As the petrification spread, the mantis shrimp immediately drew its knife and cut off its tentacles. The snake girl threw away the scaly stone in her hand, and the 2 long scaly tentacles instantly shattered into pieces, and the scaly tentacles on the mantis shrimp's head also grew back intact. Genan realized how powerful the number 1 player was and didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He stood up and glared at Xiao Hao. If you think that this is all I am capable of, then you are underestimating me. After saying this, Genan just vanished in front of Xiao Hao. Also disappearing were the 4 monsters under his command. The surroundings became quiet again and Xiao Hao frowned. To the upper right of Xiao Hao, the poison needle shot towards Xiao Hao at a tricky angle, and even the mantis shrimp didn't react. Unfortunately, in front of the emerald armor, the poison needle was like stabbing on gold and iron, and another series of ding-ding sounds were heard. The emerald sickle was swung, and Xiao Hao saw with his own eyes that the sickle went through the vulture banshee. He thought it would be cut in half, but unexpectedly it went straight through. The vulture banshee seemed to turn into a 3D image and disappeared instantly. Is this virtualization? Another way to become immune to physical attacks. Immunity to physical attacks seems to be a common method used by monsters in nightmare games. Although it is not completely immune, it is perverted enough. A huge snake tail suddenly appeared above Xiao Hao's head. Xiao Hao was quick-witted and rolled over to avoid it. There was a loud boom on the ground, and a huge crack appeared on the concrete floor. With the violent vibration, the poison needles on the ground were shaking. Xiao Hao's eyes swept across the poison needles on the ground, and his attention immediately focused on the poison needles. Why didn't the poison needle become empty? Without the main body, the poison needle cannot be transformed. The snake tail cracks on the ground must also be solid to create this effect. Xiao Hao suddenly had an idea. The moment Qiu Qingnan's monster attacked, it materialized. If he could hit it at this moment, he might be able to cause damage. Since this is a game, there are no invincible skills. Even Easter eggs. Xiao Hao immediately turned into a black shadow, and at the same time ordered, Mantis Shrimp, ultimate move, Mantis Scythe. When he faced the Mantis Shrimp, his situation was very similar to Qiu Qingnan's. It was the Mantis Shrimp's non-stop ultimate skill that forced the Shadow Seahorse into a desperate situation. Even if Qiu Qingnan can become virtual, he will inevitably consume physical strength. In other words, he is most likely hiding in a corner somewhere. The sickle is swung, and the afterimage flashes. The giant mantis sickle was waving rapidly, even bringing up gusts of wind. Even the windows of the base station seemed to have encountered a storm, flapping and shaking violently. The dense wires on the equipment in the base station kept swaying, paper documents on the desks were flying all over the place, and the tables and chairs were shaking, as if they would be blown into the sky in the next second. Outside the range of the mantis shrimp's moves, poisonous needles and spider webs tried to hinder the mantis shrimp from time to time, but they were all useless. The mantis sickle cut off all attacks instantly. That's enough. Qiu Qingnan's voice came from the instrument in the corner. Xiao Hao's move was like cheating, he was determined to find his true identity. This is not the seabed. The area is large enough. If he uses the mantis sickle in the limited space, the turbulent gas flow alone will be enough to cause him great suffering. Qiu Qingnan turned from virtual to real, glaring at Xiao Hao. We don't interfere with each other, don't get in the way, number one player. Xiao Hao sneered in his heart. Haha, it's okay that he killed so many people, but he even cut off my network. This is a huge grudge. Ahem, that's not right. Try again. He cut off my network and yet he still killed so many people. This is unforgivable. The Grim Reaper's sickle shrank and turned back into a finger. As the aura of the ghost sickle ring dissipated, Qiu Qingnan's guardian fell silent. Xiao Hao ordered the 3 seahorses to go out again to patrol and rescue people, and then deal with Qiu Qingnan's affairs. Do you know how many people are in danger and cannot seek help when the internet is paralyzed, and can only wait to die in despair? Qiu Qingnan frowned. Didn't the evolutionary tide just pass? Apparently he didn't know about the monster tide yet. The remains of the giant tree outside the city were eaten by insects, and a new wave of insect monsters broke out. What did you say? Qiu Qingnan's face changed drastically. Qiu Qingnan seemed to be struggling with something inside, and his expression kept changing. After a while, he finally decided something, his face pale. Let's go support them. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hao realized what he had given up. Revenge. Now that he has faked his death, he can secretly take revenge on those murderers who hurt his sister. Now that they have come back from the dead, it will be difficult for them to attack again. After all, he is not the only one in his family. No, the monster tide has been resolved, and my shadow seahorse is also patrolling over the city. Xiao Hao was more interested in his revenge than the crisis that had been resolved. Tell me what you originally thought. Tell you. Qingnan asked in an inexplicable tone, tell you how I plan to kill people. Discuss with you how I will kill people in the future. This is one of the reasons why Xiao Hao did not join the Hualong pool. If he was really from Hualongqi, it would be dereliction of duty if he did not arrest Qingnan now. Good and evil, he has a lever in his heart. The end of the world has already come, and no one can predict to what extent it will explode in the future. At that time, will the law still be useful? Xiao Hao smiled, yes, let's discuss how to kill Jin Chuanfu. Qingnan's eyes narrowed, what did you know? Did my sister tell you something before she died? I just guessed that Qiu Yanan's suicide was related to Jin Chuanfu. Xiao Hao paused, did not hide Qingnan, and even took the initiative to reveal his identity. When she was in junior high school, she did ask me to help her, but I refused. Qingnan's breathing became heavier, and he stared at Xiao Hao, why? When a person encounters hardship, they will seek help from others. She asked me to help her, but she didn't say what. How can I help her? I've been targeted by gangsters myself, so how can I have the energy to help her? Glancing at the messy scene, Xiao Hao continued, she probably asked more than just me for help, right? You and your family must have also received her signal asking for help. Did you care? Qingnan clenched his fists and trembled slightly. Xiao Hao's words touched the pain point in his heart. A junior high school girl cautiously asked her family for help, but her family didn't care and she committed suicide, leading to tragedy. The consequence was that her family suffered self-blame and guilt for so many years. Yes, she is his own sister, and he himself doesn't care about her, so why should he ask others to care? He himself didn't realize his sister's abnormality and didn't stand up to help her. Why should he ask others to help her? As a lawyer, Qingnan is very good at suppressing his emotions at critical moments. By now he had regained his sanity, and the rage of hatred was once again suppressed in his heart. Why do you want to reveal your identity? Qingnan only needs to go to that middle school and this genius lawyer will be able to identify Xiao Hao's true identity. Xiao Hao took off the shadow mask, his eyes sparkling in the moonlight, because we can cooperate, this is my sincerity. Sharing each other's secrets is the fastest way to build closer relationships. Xiao Hao has something on Qingnan, so he is not afraid of his identity being exposed. It's you. Qingnan widened his eyes. The number 1 player turned out to be his sister's deskmate in junior high school. He remembered that his sister would occasionally mention the name Xiao Hao, which made him, as her brother, feel uncomfortable. You also have a grudge against Jin Chuanfu. Xiao Hao smiled, but his smile was a little cold, the one who has the power to force the top student in the high school grade to drop out of school and has a grudge against me, I can guess without any evidence that it is Jin Chuanfu. Qingnan's eyes lit up, and he also put away his guardian. Killing him alone may not be enough, at least we have to kill his whole family. Don't test me. If I were so soft-hearted, I wouldn't refuse to join the dragon pool. Xiao Hao put on the shadow mask again and continued, anyone who hurts your sister, as long as it's related, no matter how much you kill, I won't stop you. What's more? Xiao Hao's eyes were vicious under the mask, I also want to kill his entire family, leaving no one alive. Qingnan laughed, a little crazy, it's really. That's great. After a while, Qingnan stopped laughing, since you have shown your sincerity, let me tell you about my situation. Qingnan told his story. Xiao Hao briefly summarized it into the following points. 1. After Qiu Yanan committed suicide, Qingnan tried every means to find the murderer and wanted to use legal loopholes to kill Jin Chuanfu. This is why he became a genius lawyer. 2. The assassination operation had just begun when the game came. Qingnan became a player and the assassination operation was forced to stop. After returning, he was missing for 2 days, so his parents called the police and his identity as a player was discovered by the authorities and the Jin family. 3. In the giant tree battle, the players recruited by the Jin family attacked Qingnan. After Qingnan killed the 2 players in ambush, he bound them and used his regeneration skill to fake his death, hiding in the dark and preparing to assassinate the Jin family. 4. In order to prevent the Jin family from notifying official rescue in time, he captured the communication base station and sent the main force to the Jin family's residence, intending to kill all the Jin family members at once. As a result, Xiao Hao arrived and the assassination operation was forced to stop again. Well, sometimes, supporting too quickly is not a good thing. Xiao Hao unexpectedly saved Jin Chuanfu's family by accident. It's really fucked up. Xiao Hao felt more disgusted than eating a fly. Both of them have their own moral bottom line, and both are ruthless. Both are very smart. Not only do they have common interests, but they also know each other's little secrets. This is a great partner. The two sides shook hands and said, "Happy cooperation." Having missed this assassination opportunity, we can only wait for the next opportunity. Qiu Qingnan disappeared and left, handing the communication base station to Xiao Hao. With a sudden pull, the heavy iron door made a metallic sound and Xiao Hao slowly walked out of the door. Inside the surveillance room of the hotel building, many police officers looked at the familiar windbreaker in the picture. The shadowy face under the hood remained in the surveillance screen, and the stones in the hearts of the police officers fell to the ground. "Great, you're the first player." He did it. I knew that when the number one player came out, there was nothing he couldn't do. Quick, send maintenance personnel immediately and make sure to restore the network signal as soon as possible. It wasn't long before teams of maintenance workers and police officers arrived. The way they looked at Xiao Hao was as fanatical as crazy fans. Only when they looked at the many corpses on the ground did their eyes dim and they raised their hands in a mourning gesture. After working all night, Xiao Hao was exhausted. Before leaving, he reminded everyone, "Oh, by the way, they are not dead, don't bury them. They are just paralyzed by the poison, just let them sleep for 2 days." After saying that, the black figure jumped up, and the residual force created a small wave of dust on the ground. The small figure was once again imprinted in the center of the moon, and then turned into a black shadow of the aurora and disappeared without a trace. Everyone's brain seemed to have crashed, and they didn't react until Xiao Hao left. They all looked at Xiao Hao's back as he left, tears in their eyes, shining brightly under the moonlight. "What? You said that the first player not only came back to support the hotel building, but also took back the communication base station from the monsters." Wang He, who was on his way back, was stunned after listening to the reports from other police captains. Does he have super speed or the ability to clone himself? In just such a short time, he solved it all by himself. When the returning soldiers received the news, their tired bodies trembled. They thought they would have to support the hotel building and communication base station after returning. They were still thinking that they didn't know how many people would die if they went back to provide support, but before they even went back, the job was done. The number one player, forever the god. Wang Yi glanced at the exhausted soldiers and shivered a little. "Okay, let's talk about it when we get back." In the police station conference room, the chief, corps commander, mayor and others gathered together to discuss future plans. The Legion leader said righteously, "With great power comes great responsibility. No matter what, we need to find the number one player as soon as possible." The mayor shook his head. He has refused to join the Dragon Pond several times. Wouldn't it disgust him if we did this? The director held the information in his hand and said, "But we can't give up looking for him. Maybe he will suddenly come to his senses one day, and if we don't recruit him, won't we miss the opportunity?" The Legion leader looked at the photo in his hand and said, "His abilities are really comprehensive. He can transform his fingers into giant sickles, has an inhuman jumping ability, and can turn into a shadow to hide. Players all have weaknesses to some extent, but he is omnipotent no matter how you look at it." Looking at the long windbreaker in the photo, the figure with his hands in his pockets, wearing a black hood, and his face covered in shadows, the Legion leader took a sip of water and continued, "I'm afraid he has more than one piece of gaming equipment on him." The mayor compared the sorted information one by one. Not only that, other players have more or less duplicate guardians, but his guardian seems to be unique. Even internationally, no one has the same guardian as him. He has only exposed the guardians of the arms, and the guardians of the generals have not shown up. It was outrageous enough that he suppressed the giant eagle, but he actually concealed his abilities. The director's mouth twitched. He had seen evil spirits before, but he had never seen one as outrageous as this. Even for players in the dragon pool, there is a lot of uncertainty, let alone Xiaoyao, the number one player outside. It's like a walking nuclear weapon. As long as a person is a person, he or she will have joys, sorrows, anger and happiness. How could they dare to bet that the emotions of the number one player will always be stable? What if someone in Blue Dragon City is so blind that he annoys him and he is doomed to fail? The reason we want to find him is more about giving him a comfortable environment so that the police officers and soldiers can get along with him. Over time, he will be influenced by them. We don't ask him to become obedient, but just to abide by the law. Wang He, the leader of the Bull team, closed the file and said, "Leave this to the Bull team. We will organize our words and try our best to find him. Even if we cannot recruit him, we will not make enemies with him." The Legion commander nodded. "Okay, let's discuss the next question." At the same time, in the secret meeting room of the Jin family, Jin Fengnian looked at his dozing son and felt very disappointed with him. "Jin Chuanfu, stand up during this meeting." Jin Chuanfu was startled and quickly stood up, lowering his head, a little at a loss. The group is not controlled by one person. The shareholders were all very unhappy because the son of the old boss had caused a big disaster. "Mr. Jin, you'd better discipline your children strictly. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lost two great generals. Humph, my classmate's brother is a player, and he turned us into a mortal enemy. We could have recruited him, but we would have lost more than just two players. He also wants us to clean up his mess. Lao Jin, do you know how big a risk we took? They are businessmen, not officials, and certainly not politicians. Businessmen only care about money, but no matter how rich they are, they must know themselves. Playing with fire can easily lead to a return to the pre-liberation era." Jin Fengnian did not scold these shareholders, even though he had absolute control. He knew very well that to survive in this world, one must rely on the collective and that an individual could not go far. Since his son got into trouble, he must bear the wrath of the shareholders. To have come this far, Jin Fengnian's IQ and EQ are so high that Jin Chuanfu can't even catch up with him. Jin Chuanfu, who was standing, didn't even understand why the shareholder who was usually timid in front of Jin Fengnian suddenly became tough, while his domineering father did nothing. Isn't it just raping a girl? She is not the first, nor the last. Why does Qiu Yanan have so many problems? It was really lucky that his brother became a player, but fortunately he was killed. Jin Chuanfu thought so but didn't say anything. As long as he didn't act unruly in front of his father and did what his father said without thinking, he wouldn't make any mistakes. The shareholders kept on criticizing the boss for a long time before they gradually calmed down. Anyone who could sit in this position was a shrewd person, and even if they were still angry, they knew not to go too far. Jin Fengnian waited until the time was right before he spoke. "Okay. Thank you all for your help in Chuanfu's matter. The 6 degrees of spatial plan will continue to be implemented, and we will recruit as many players as possible. Even without talking about the 6 degrees of separation plan, everyone knows that it must be implemented." Jin Fengnian was reminding them that this plan was proposed by him, and even if Jin Chuanfu caused everyone to suffer a lot of losses, this plan could make up for it. In this way, everyone discussed the implementation details based on the plan, and finally established a cleanup project. The clearing project refers to the people that everyone has offended. These enemies are listed in a list and should be cleared as soon as possible to reduce the risk before the game is updated. Both Xiao Hao and Qiu Qingnan's parents are on the list. Jin Fengnian watched Jin Chuanfu's class reunion through the bodyguard's video. For this, Jin Fengnian gave Jin Chuanfu a beating. When Jin Chuanfu framed Xiao Hao without authorization, Jin Fengnian almost vomited blood in his heart. An orphan can struggle to survive in society and at the same time get the first place in the grade. Jin Fengnian has been thinking about how to recruit him into the group and train him to become one of their own while he is still young. If that kid could dig into the Jin family, not to mention that the Jin family would prosper, at least with his intelligence, there would be no problem consolidating the Jin family's power. What happened is that before he could even recruit the person, his stupid son had offended the person to death. You know, Liu Bei was able to become a leader only because of the support of his subordinates. Even if Jin Chuanfu himself had no ability, he could still rely on the talents around him to stay on top. But in the end, he pushed the talents around him away. After so many years, he has experienced the dangers of society, but he still maintains a clean heart. It is clear that he is not a villain. If you treat him kindly at this time, apologize and make amends for what happened in the past, you may be able to recall this talent. As a result, the stupid son offended someone to death again because of his bored jealousy. As a father, he was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Why didn't I shoot him into the wall back then? The troubled times are coming. Why are you making enemies at this critical moment? The more troubled the times are, the harder it is to find intelligent people. Jean Feng sighed in disappointment and walked out of the meeting room. In the empty meeting room, only Jin Chuanfu was left standing there, secretly delighted. Because he saw that Xiao Hao was on the Jin family's purge list. All this was due to him. In the early morning, Xiao Hao was fast asleep. The Longhua government called on citizens not to go out, and at the same time dropped dry ice and other catalysts into the sky over the city to create artificial rainfall and prevent the plague. The bodies were carried away one by one, and the blood and mucus in the streets were gradually cleaned up. Some recruitment banners were also put up, and many soldiers and police officers were on duty in the rain. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Hao hadn't slept all night and was now fast asleep. Boom, boom, boom. Still no response. The police officers outside the door looked at each other, still holding daily necessities in their hands. Wang He hesitated for a while before speaking. Forget it, let's go to the next one. Captain, Boss Qingfeng has already said that he is not a player. Wang He's eyes dimmed. Yes, what a pity. Then, Wang He murmured to himself, but after reasoning and analysis, many results point to him. According to the residents here, player 1 showed up here last night. The one who saved Lin Nao happened to be the number 1 player, and Lin Nao was Xiao Hao's junior high school classmate who had helped him before. Xiao Hao, either he is not a player and these things are just coincidences, or he is the number 1 player. The police officer who came out of another house looked at Wang He and whispered something and asked, "Captain, what are you mumbling about?" Wang He raised his head and said, "Let's do it again in the afternoon." Many police officers. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Hao, who was brushing his teeth, was completely stunned when he heard a knock on the door. He knew that the more times he made a move, the greater the chance of being found. This polite knock on the door must be that Wang He again. More annoying than the landlord. After tidying up his clothes, Xiao Hao opened the door. "Captain Wang, what brings you here?" Looking at Xiao Hao's familiar fake smile, Wang He suddenly felt unwell. He remembered that the other party was not interested. He couldn't send anyone to monitor him. What if he really was the number 1 player and didn't take action in anger? Suppressing his strange emotions, Wang He smiled and said, "Delivering supplies to the people." Xiao Hao took the rice and vegetables from him. "Thank you. I don't want to say a word more." Wang He was still planning something and preparing to speak when Xiao Hao suddenly felt a sense of being watched. Since his physical fitness has been continuously improving, his sixth sense has also become much stronger. This strong sense of voyeurism makes him feel as if there is a pair of eyes staring at him in the dark. Is it official? Just try it and you will know. Captain Wang. Xiao Hao interrupted what Wang He was about to say and whispered, "I feel like someone is following me recently." Wang He was shocked. Follow him? Yes. If the official can detect the first player, then everyone else can too. Are you sure? Wang He's expression was serious and he didn't seem to be faking it. Xiao Hao immediately ruled out the possibility of official surveillance. The light in the entire residential building suddenly dimmed a little. No one present noticed it, they just thought that the clouds in the sky were blocking the sun. In fact, it was Xiao Hao's dark domain. He just tried his best to control the domain so as not to swallow the light. In Xiao Hao's dark realm, Xiao Hao can sense everything. It's like a god's perspective. Found it. The neighbors in front of me on the left were all sleeping on the ground. There was a man at the door, observing them through the peephole, with a dagger hanging on his waist. The probability of him being discovered by ordinary people is not high, and this kind of surveillance is not the style of the Dragon Kingdom. Then the biggest possibility is the Jin family. Xiao Hao said to Wang He solemnly, "I'm sure." Wang He frowned slightly. The communication base station was badly damaged and has not been repaired yet. Xiao Hao, who is suspected to be a player, has encountered such a thing again. He cannot help but take it seriously. Thoughts popped up in his mind one after another, and were then screened out. Wang He suddenly thought, doesn't this give me a legitimate reason to monitor him? How about I send someone to keep an eye on the area? Xiao Hao was surprisingly easy to talk to this time. Okay. Last night, Shadow Seahorse went out on patrol to kill monsters. He could earn spirit beads just by lying down. He didn't need to do it himself to kill monsters. He could also stay in the rental house to prove that he was not a player. Nice. After discussing with Wang He, Xiao Hao closed the door contentedly. In the dark area, Xiao Hao clearly saw the positions of the police officers and the killers. The killer cautiously approached the door and observed Xiao Hao through the crack in the peephole. Xiao Hao couldn't stand being stared at, so he had to go to the bathroom to calm down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the killer outside the peephole took the wire and opened the door in a few seconds. The door creaked open, and the killer's heart skipped a beat, his whole body freezing. Fortunately, at this moment, the sound of flushing was heard from the bathroom. The killer breathed a sigh of relief, approached the bathroom with his experience, landed silently, and quickly crouched to the bathroom door. Suddenly, there were footsteps in the corridor outside the door. The killer's heart was pounding with fear, because after he unlocked the door, he did not lock it again to prevent it from making any more noise. If someone caught him killing someone at this time, the consequences would be disastrous. The killer didn't have time to think, so he could only lie down and crawl under the bed. Almost simultaneously, a neighbor passed by and the target opened the bathroom door. At this moment, God knows how nervous the killer was. He was originally a thief, but money tempted him, and this was the first time he killed someone. Weird, did I forget to lock the door just now? The killer was delighted when he heard the target's words. Fortunately, the target did not suspect anything. Then, the target was heard to say another sentence, forget it, just open the door and window to ventilate. Killer. How could he kill people with the doors and windows wide open? In the entire rental house, apart from the bathroom tucked away in the corner, there is only one bedroom, which is on the 7th floor, with the doors and windows wide open. The target has exposed himself to everyone, so how could he dare to come out and commit the crime? The killer was so angry that his teeth itched, but he could do nothing. After saying that, the target really opened the doors and windows and walked to the bed. The heels of their feet were stepped on each other, and the sneakers were almost placed in front of the killer. At such a close distance, the killer could even smell the scent coming from the sneakers. Because the doors and windows were wide open and air was flowing, the smell in the shoes was blown directly onto the killer's face. This taste, this sour and refreshing. The veins on the killer's forehead popped out. Click. Bed, it vibrates a bit, the target should be to lie directly on the bed. After this shock, the killer didn't dare to move at all, for fear of being discovered by the target. The consequence was that he had to keep smelling the sour smell in his sneakers. The killer tried to move his head little by little, but the bed started shaking again. The target seemed to be stretching, and his head froze again in fear. The wind blows. The killer almost choked. How about taking a nap? The target muttered to himself comfortably. Sleep. Go to sleep. Please, go to sleep. Once he falls asleep, he will find an opportunity to kill him with one blow. The bed fell silent, and the killer secretly rejoiced. Is he asleep? He fell asleep, so he could move his head a little. Forget it. I can't sleep. The target suddenly blurted out this in excitement, almost frightening him to death. The killer's heart was beating like a drum, and he was so scared that his eyes went dark and cold sweat broke out. In order to relieve the tension, the killer had to take deep breaths, and the smell in the air made him want to cry but could not. What a sin! This was the worst luck he had ever had as a thief, no, a killer. The sound of pages turning came from above, and the killer felt numb. Damn, why aren't you asleep yet? The killer didn't know how long the target would continue to read, and could only adapt to the sour taste and gradually numb body with tears in his eyes. Ahem. The heart that had finally calmed down was startled by the target's cough and started beating again. Damn it. Just be quiet. He shouldn't have come. Bang. The killer heard the book close. Is it finally time to go to bed? The killer's eyes widened, and he almost prayed to God. Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped in front of him, and the killer felt unwell. The goal is to wear shoes. Because the target's shoe was put on too much, the heel of the target's shoe moved backwards and just poked the killer's eye. As we all know, sports shoes have sand and dust on both the soles and heels. The killer's right eye turned red after being poked. He closed his eyes tightly in pain and clenched his teeth, fearing that he would scream out in pain. The sand in his eyes pricked him so much that he couldn't open them, but he still held it in tightly, afraid to make the slightest sound. The goal is to get out. It's better to go out. The killer just wants to escape from here as soon as possible. The target put on his shoes, but did not walk towards the door. After a while, a hissing sound told the killer that the target had just opened a can of drink. Then he sat back down on the bed. It's such torture. Cool. A sudden scream scared the killer so much that his face turned pale. I'm so happy you'll be paralyzed at Ewan, #Ewan. After a while, there was another sound coming from the bed, and the killer was so angry that he almost couldn't help but come out and fight Xiaohao. Let's learn to meow together, meow 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 meow. I love you walking alone in the dark alley, I love you for not kneeling. Hey ABC. Help. The killer shed tears. I don't know if it was because of the pain from being poked in the eye or because of the injustice. After more than 10 minutes, the music finally stopped. It was hot and stuffy under the bed, and the sour smell of sneakers was everywhere. The killer was sweating profusely. I felt like I was enveloped in some strange smell, like a human-shaped bun being steamed. A few minutes later, a familiar mimi sound made the killer's face full of despair. That's the sound of the game starting up. After a while, the killer heard the target's refreshing and refined greeting. Qing Bing, sir, are you conducting a military parade? Are you a farmer? You made the guy on the other side so fat. The jungler doesn't join the team, are you sitting in the bush to recuperate? After a few games. Thanks to pesticides for adding some anger to my dull life. The killer really wants to confront the target, his rage is about to explode. Huangdang. The target wanted to throw the empty drink can into the trash can, but his technique was too poor and he missed it. Seeing the beverage can rolling towards him, the killer was so anxious that he almost vomited blood. Will you die if you take a few more steps and put it in? Damn it. The beverage can rolled closer and closer, and the killer could even see the clear words on the drink, Coca-Cola. Don't come over here. Stop. Stop. As if sensing the killer's intention, the rolling speed of the beverage can slowed down. The killer was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but the wind blew and the drinks can successfully rolled under the bed, right to the killer's elbow. The killer's face froze. Don't pick it up. Don't pick it up. The more you fear something, the more it will come. The killer saw a hand slowly reaching down. The killer felt distressed by the devilish exploration gesture. Seeing that the target's hand was about to touch him, the killer had no choice but to gently push the drink can so that the target could get it. But this push was very abrupt, and the friction sound between the beverage can and the ground was clearly audible. Why do beverage cans roll into your hands by themselves? The killer's heart was in his throat. Everything around him seemed to have gone quiet. Coupled with the omnipresent sour smell, the killer felt difficulty breathing. The target took back his hand holding the drink can, and a moment later. Ah, ha ha ha, how is that possible? There was a fake laugh from above, as if the person was trying to ease his own embarrassment. Yes, yes, how could there be someone under your bed? The killer muttered to himself. However, the killer saw a foot reaching down, this time not as casually as the previous times, but particularly gentle, even a little cautious. The target wants to get out of bed and look under the bed. The killer knows very well what the target will see once he looks under the bed. A sock-clad foot touched the sneakers, then slowly retracted as if it couldn't fit into them properly. The killer breathed a sigh of relief, his forehead covered with sweat. In times of chaos, severe punishments should be used. He originally wanted to kill someone and run away after getting the money, but if he was discovered before he could do anything, his end would be terrible. After a few minutes, the air was still quiet. The target never made the same noise as before. But the killer became even more panicked. He felt that the other party should be a little worried and scared, but he was even more scared. Now the doors and windows are wide open, he only needs to shout and he'll be finished. Suddenly, the bed made a noise and it was obvious that the target had moved to the edge of the bed instead of lying in the middle of the bed. As the bed made noises, the killer could imagine that the target was gradually planning to look under the bed. The killer couldn't imagine what he would do when their eyes met. Should I kill him and flee to the ends of the earth, or kneel down and beg him to let me go? But my family is in the hands of a mysterious person. The killer felt a sense of suffocation, as if the air had solidified. Soon, the killer saw the man's short, spiky hair. Then, a man's forehead slowly dropped to a sword-like brow. The killer even forgot to breathe. He stared at the target's forehead with wide eyes, his face flushed. If the target moves down a little bit, he can see the killer's ferocious expression. Then, the target stopped moving. He seemed to be afraid that he might see something and did not dare to put his head down again. Knowing that taking a look is the best way to dispel doubts and fears, the target seems to be chickening out. The man's forehead slowly moved up and returned to the bed. At this point, the killer kept congratulating himself on his target's cowardice. The killer breathed in little by little through his nose, and his whole body went limp with fear. Another gust of wind blew, and the killer even got used to the sour smell in his sneakers. There is no hope in life. The killer's mind was a little dizzy. Ever since he crawled under the bed, he had been tortured by the ups and downs of emotions, and his heart had been beating rapidly and had never slowed down. He wanted to cry, and wanted to stand on a river bridge and roar into the wind to release his stress. The air was still eerily quiet, and the killer was shrouded in despair. "I'm hungry, time to have dinner." The target seemed to be talking to himself, and also seemed to be telling the thing under the bed he was leaving. For some reason, the killer heard another meaning in these words: after he left, whatever was under the bed had to leave too. The killer felt like he had survived a disaster. Got it. He will get out of here as soon as you leave. His family was kidnapped, so he really shouldn't have believed in other people's threats or inducements, but should have trusted the police. Seeing the target put on his shoes quickly and neatly, the killer was so excited that he almost cried. Suddenly, the wooden door slammed loudly, almost giving the killer a heart attack. The killer's heart felt like it was hit hard by a hammer, and it hurt so much. Is this a warning? The killer crawled out from under the bed weakly. Halfway through the drill, the door suddenly opened and several policemen rushed in. The killer's face turned pale, his legs were still stuffed under the bed, he couldn't even resist. The last person to enter the room, that familiar face, was exactly the target's face. Although he had a handsome face with a gentle smile, the killer felt as if he had seen a devil. For some reason, the killer felt a sense of relief in his heart. He was probably being tortured to death. The target spoke in a gentle and polite manner, but the content of his words made the killer shudder. "You don't think you're hiding well, do you?" At that moment, the killer's heart seemed to stop beating, his eyes opened wide unconsciously, his eyeballs bulged out, bloodshot, and his whole body felt like he was falling into an icy cave. Target. I knew it all along. The fear was like a thorn in the flesh. The killer actually saw some kind of madness and mockery in the target's clear eyes. It seemed as if the other party had always been hiding behind him, ready to stab him at any time, but those ordinary eyes seemed to see through his soul and could throw him into the abyss at any time. The hot summer wind blew, and the cold was biting. The killer was taken away. The police officers looked puzzled. Although he was an assassin, he looked like he was being tortured. Looking at the killer's facial muscles tense and his face turning blue to almost purple, if they didn't know Xiao Hao, they wouldn't be able to tell who the victim was. As the victim, Xiao Hao also had to go to the police station to give a statement. After a series of tedious procedures, the police and Xiao Hao finally understood the whole story. Wang He nodded secretly. No wonder this killer didn't look like a killer. It turned out that he was a professional thief. Xiao Hao felt that the skills he had specially used at the end were wasted. He was constantly being inflicted with fear, and finally his life force was extracted using darkness, which was enough to scare him to the extreme and make him unable to fight back. Xiao Hao gently pointed out, "If you succeed in killing me, are you sure your sponsor will really give you money and let your family go?" The killer's heart was in turmoil. He chose to compromise and kill because he was afraid that his family would be hurt. Why didn't he kill you? You know, only the dead can truly keep secrets. As soon as Xiao Hao finished speaking, the killer turned pale. If nothing unexpected happens, something has happened to the killer's family. Xiao Hao originally wanted to return the gift to the Genan family intact, but the killer was so incompetent that Xiao Hao was speechless. The killer's expression became more and more ugly, but Xiao Hao felt that his plan was a waste of time. The killer opened the lock very easily, and Xiao Hao's eyes lit up. Although his performance was poor later on, Xiao Hao still held on to a glimmer of hope. It turned out that this guy was just a thief, and Xiao Hao was greatly disappointed. How much does the Genan family despise him to send such a thing to deal with him? Yes, he knows that he is a player, but the other party doesn't. After finishing the statement, Xiao Hao went home without hesitation. Wang He and the others now had a reasonable excuse to monitor him, and Xiao Hao felt a little better. He was operating under the noses of Wang He and the others, while the guardian of the first player was out hunting, which once again cleared his suspicion. Regardless of whether it was Lin Nao's escort operation or last night's hunting operation, Xiao Hao knew that Wang He must have targeted him again. He never underestimated the power of the Dragon Kingdom. When Xiao Hao walked out of the police station, it was dark again. Back in the rental house, without internet, Xiao Hao had to play the downloaded standalone game. However, the shadow under his feet began to creep secretly and soon disappeared without a trace. The game may have realized the correct posture for launching monsters. As long as the monsters are of low level, they will generally be handed over to ordinary people. Only when they are of high level will they be handed over to players. Therefore, the frequency of monster mutations in the real world has decreased, but the overall level has increased significantly. Longhua called on people not to go out, which is quite similar to home isolation. At night, Xiao Hao lay on the bed and dozed off, concentrating on sensing the situation of the shadow seahorse. The farther away, the weaker the induction. The shadow seahorse was hunting monsters everywhere, and Wang He was overwhelmed when he received the news. You said Xiao Hao didn't go out, but the number one player took action. It seems his analysis is all wrong. Okay, I understand. Wang He felt a little tired, like a defeated rooster. He suddenly realized that perhaps all this had been a setup from the beginning. The first player deliberately led him to investigate others. The reason why they directed their attention to Xiao Hao was because he was the first to propose the fear survival method. The first player took advantage of the situation and shifted their attention to Xiao Hao, while he himself hid perfectly in the dark. Captain, are you still monitoring Xiao Hao? Let's monitor it for another day. If there are no abnormalities, we will withdraw. Wang He sighed. When will the base station be repaired? Tomorrow morning at 5 or 6. Good. Day 5 of the survival game. Xiao Hao behaved normally the whole day. As the communication base station was repaired, the citizens of Lanlong City were able to receive signals. Many netizens cried with joy. For them, the days without the internet were like years. It was not until the evening that a distress signal came from the neighboring Red Dragon City. As a last resort, Wang He withdrew his surveillance on Xiao Hao ahead of schedule and fully supported Honglong City. In order to avoid causing panic, the news of Red Dragon City was not spread to the public, in the hope of secretly dealing with these monsters. It was not until late at night, when the monster tide was completely unstoppable, that reporters were allowed to broadcast live, hoping that civilian masters like the first player would reappear and support Red Dragon City. This led to a complete outbreak of monsters in Red Dragon City, but Xiao Hao was completely unaware of it. It was not until a burst of screams came from the residents watching the live broadcast that Xiao Hao realized something was wrong. By then, it was too late. It is impossible for Xiao Hao to rush over every time a monster wave breaks out in Dragon Country. Not only was the distance far, but the monsters that erupted this time were ghost-like creatures, which was Qingfeng's area of expertise, so Xiao Hao watched the live broadcast leisurely and did not forget to take out a handful of popcorn. The familiar aircraft carrier gave Xiao Hao a sense of déjà vu as if he was watching a blockbuster movie. Leading the way were the familiar three people. Wu Ting, Mu Sang, Qing Feng. Most ghosts are immune to physical attacks, so this time, they are in trouble. Xiao Hao wanted to see whether Longhua had any other cards. Some ghosts that looked like deep-sea ghosts and had physical form were bitten to pieces by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Without a physical entity, relying solely on the ghost of Qing Feng can only be a drop in the bucket. The other players on the aircraft carrier took action, but with little success. The tide of goblins is stacked up in layers and has no entity. After a wave of physical attack bombardment, the players are faced with a fierce counterattack from the tide of goblins. Many guardians were killed on the spot. The players on the aircraft carrier turned pale, and some players with weak physical fitness vomited blood on the spot. Xiao Hao frowned. He remembered that when Shadow Seahorse was killed by a deep-sea ghost, he was not affected. Could this also be the difference between military branches and generals? The death of a unit has no impact on the player and they can be replenished. The death of the general will cause the player to suffer heavy losses and completely lose the binding quota. After several battles, the players' levels gradually increased and they were able to barely hold back the tide of ghosts and monsters. Especially Qing Feng, his 10 ghost shadows seemed to have all been upgraded to level 10. Xiao Hao opened the game interface. He had more than 10,000 spirit beads. When the game was updated, he would be able to make a big upgrade. Just when Xiao Hao finished looking at the number of spirit beads, the prompt that popped up in the barrage made him shocked. It turned out to be a special boss of nightmare game monsters. A goblin wave of this magnitude. It's the ghost of the breeding mother. All creatures that die at the hands of the mother ghost will be transformed into ghosts. If you are not careful, not only a country, but the entire world will fall. All the ghosts that have revived the mother ghost also have the ability to transform ghosts, and the number of ghosts will increase exponentially. Now Xiao Hao was in no mood to watch the show. In the live broadcast, the bodies of many killed guardians began to rot, and then stood up tremblingly as if infected by zombies, and their scarlet eyes were directed towards their former masters. Before Xiao Hao had time to get up, he noticed something strange behind him. He rolled his eyes in annoyance. You should at least knock before entering, right? Qiu Qingnan breathed rapidly. Shouldn't you go to support Honglong City? Xiao Hao turned his head and looked at him helplessly. Do you think I'm a god? How can I get there from such a long distance? Besides, you are the player of the nightmare game. This kind of monster should be under the control of players like you, right? I'm busy. The Genan family actually wanted to plot against my parents. We're already at odds. Xiao Hao immediately became interested. What's the result? Escaped. Xiao Hao. Aren't you, a top player, a little bit unqualified? You were so arrogant when you were fighting me, but why are you so weak when facing the Genan family? Qiu Qingnan seemed to see through what Xiao Hao was thinking. You are alone, unlike me, you don't have weaknesses. 2. Xiao Hao was alone and didn't want to touch the Genan family, let alone he had a big family. The Genan family is a huge group. Just by framing Xiao Hao to drop out of school, there is no telling how many people are involved. How easy is it to eradicate it completely? This is not something that can be solved by killing Genan Chuanfu's family. Killing Genan Chuanfu's family will bring about crazy revenge from his entire group. By then, even if he is the number 1 player, he will have to flee for his life. If Long Guizhen gets serious, Xiao Hao doesn't think he can hide it. So. Xiao Hao glanced at Qiu Qingnan. Why did you come to see me? Of course I'm asking you to support Red Dragon City. Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao looked at Qiu Qingnan with an expression that said, are you kidding me? Even though the barrage of comments pointed out the power of the breeding mother ghost, Xiao Hao still had no way to deal with it. There is no other reason. When crossing a city, all traffic has stopped. Does he really think he has unlimited physical strength? Even if he uses bouncing marten boots to get on the road, the flowers will be cold by the time he gets there. Xiao Hao said something to him in a bad mood, and then sat back to watch the live broadcast. If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm not going. If it wasn't for settling my parents, I would have gone there by myself. Qiu Qingnan took a can of drink from Xiao Hao's drink box without Xiao Hao's consent. I've seen that thing in the nightmare game. You don't want to know the consequences of that kind of thing exploding. Squeak. Qiu Qingnan was not polite at all. He opened the can of Coke and took a big gulp. Only a unique domain like yours can block all the monsters transformed by it. The tragic scene in the live broadcast made Xiao Hao feel upset. Xiao Hao was in a bad mood and spoke with thorns. I thought you would be cynical after what happened to your sister, but I didn't expect that you would be biased towards Longhua. Yes, why couldn't they give my sister a fair trial? I resented Longhua for that. Qiu Qingnan's eyes dimmed. Later, I understood. It's not easy for Longhua to achieve this. It can't do everything. I can't selfishly ask it to understand me, but I won't understand it. To some extent, Qiu Qingnan and Xiao Hao are really similar. Xiao Hao also resented Longhua. Why did the environment in Dragon Country make it so difficult for him to survive? Why did he have to face all kinds of injustice all the time? It was not until later that he learned to sympathize with Longhua and tried to like it. Just as Qiu Qingnan said, it is not easy for Longhua to achieve this step. If it happened abroad, it wouldn't be as simple as whether the trial was fair. It would be lucky that his entire family wasn't killed. We always feel that if we don't live well, it is the country's fault, and we always have a prejudice against it, thinking that it is backed by rich people. But in fact, it is your backer. If it didn't provide you with a protective umbrella, you would have been eaten to the bone. Xiao Hao sighed helplessly and looked at Qiu Qingnan suspiciously. Do you think I can catch up? Qiu Qingnan smiled. Don't underestimate our country. Xiao Hao put on his black windbreaker unhappily, and said, I'm not as rich as you. Remember to compensate me for the drink, or I'll hit you on the head. Qiu Qingnan almost spit out the soda in his mouth because of laughing. He wanted to tease back, but by the time he swallowed the soda, he had disappeared without a trace. He said he wouldn't go, but he acted so quickly. He doesn't look as calm as he appears. He must be very anxious, right? It's just a can of drink, right? I'll compensate you. If I have to use one word to describe Red Dragon City, it would be hell on earth. There really are evil spirits everywhere. The southern district of Honglong City has completely fallen. The awakened citizens are rushing north desperately, using the Hualong Pond to delay the army of ghosts. As night falls, these ghosts have an increase in dark energy and become more rampant. The lights in the entire city had long been turned off, and the roar of explosions from guns and artillery shells continued. The ghost wave broke out too quickly, and the war had already begun before too many people could react. Not only was the volume of the broadcast turned up to maximum, but many staff members also held loudspeakers to notify citizens to evacuate. Teams of uniformed staff led the citizens, and many people were unwilling to give up their belongings, which slowed down the escape progress of the entire team. The police officers lit torches and kept urging the citizens to speed up. Some people with poor psychological quality became even more panicked, their hands and feet trembled, and they fell flat on their faces. The flames dotted the dark city, illuminating the chaos and blood in the city. Citizens in the southern district of Honglong City who did not have time to evacuate were screaming and wailing everywhere. On the street, many rotten corpses pounced on the living people with excitement and screams. After a while, the screams of the living people stopped and they slowly stood up. The fresh flesh and blood rotted in just a few seconds, dragging several sections of broken intestines, which rolled on the ground and were covered with mud. Despair was like a huge wave that covered the sky and earth. Wherever you looked, there were waves of terrifying ghosts and monsters. Not only humans, but also animals and insects were all transformed into ghosts. The tide was made up of rotting corpses, undead spirits, strange cats, dogs, insects, birds, etc. It was a vast expanse with no end in sight. Captain, there are more and more monsters. As Musang spoke, her pair of black pupils were suddenly dyed scarlet. Holding the sword in both hands, she shuttled through the tide of monsters at an extremely fast speed. As her body moved rapidly, she even left streaks of bright red in the air. The long sword swept across, and the rotten corpse heads fell off their necks in an instant. Wu Ting's face was solemn. No one knew what skill he used, but his whole body swelled up like the Hulk. His exaggerated muscles were like red-hot iron and stone, and his bronze skin was covered with armor similar to that of the Middle Ages. I believe in Longhua, the think tank will definitely be able to come up with a solution. Qingfeng's entire body was looming, as if made of 3D images. The monsters passed through his body but could not cause any harm to him, but how long do we have to wait? If we wait any longer, the entire Red Dragon City will fall. There was a burst of noise in Wu Ting's wireless headphones, and Qing Feng and Musang immediately quieted down and hunted the monster silently. After a while, Wu Ting conveyed the above meaning. Wu Ting was worried, the think tank has found the source of the disaster. Musang and Qing Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. After a while, they noticed that Wu Ting's face looked strange. Qing Feng controlled the ghost to kill the invading ghosts. What's the bad news? The order we received is that we must kill the source as much as possible, and even if we cannot kill it, we must try to delay it. Wu Ting paused. Once the citizens of Red Dragon City are evacuated, nuclear missiles will be dropped to completely end this disaster. Mu Saiying's face changed drastically. What? Even if the South District fell, there are still many survivors. How can? Wu Ting interrupted and scolded. What other methods are there? These ghosts transform monsters like viruses. If one of them escapes and flows into the ocean, not to mention Dragon Country, the whole world will fall. Is there no other way? Qing Feng did not show the pained expression like Mu Saiying, and he was unusually indifferent. Unless killing the source can stop the transformation ability of the other monsters, otherwise, the nuclear missiles have to be launched. Wu Ting's eyes dimmed. According to the think tank speculation, the transformation ability of these ghosts is inherited from the source, not borrowed. Mu Saiying's breathing stagnated, and an indescribable emotion was stuck in his throat, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Slowly exhaling, Wu Ting closed his eyes heavily. When he opened them again, his eyes became unusually resolute. Leave this to the other players. Let's go meet the source of the disaster. The top 3 players in Walonqi rushed to the satellite position. Without them to hold them back, the other players had a harder time resisting. North District. Wang He stood at a high point, holding a loudspeaker. Don't panic. Everyone listen carefully, evacuate in an orderly manner, don't crowd. In case of a stampede, the safety passage will be blocked. The outskirts of Red Dragon City have long been blocked by layers of blockades, and the Dragon Country's top brass have even mobilized some large equipment. The entire Red Dragon City, whether in the sky or underground, is almost closed to all but those who can enter but not leave. Only a few safe tunnels were left for citizens to evacuate Red Dragon City. The arms depot in Red Dragon City has long been opened, and every soldier is armed to the teeth. One player even dug a moat between the north and south areas, barely blocking the tide of monsters and buying time for the citizens to evacuate. Large quantities of arms were dropped into Red Dragon City, and even into the South District, with instruction manuals included, giving the surviving citizens a better chance of escaping to the North District. Number 2 came to Wang He and whispered, "We are seriously short of manpower, and the first line of defense has been breached by the monsters." Wang He frowned and asked, "Isn't it the Red Dragon City's army commander who is in charge of guarding the defense line? Why is this happening?" Number 2 continued to report, "The Legion commander was assassinated. Some of these monsters are intelligent. Every city has an armed defense force, and the leader of the Red Dragon City's army is none other than the Red Dragon City Legion commander. The Hualong Pool is under the command of the Dragon Country Central Committee, which is responsible for killing and wounding. The Honglong City Police Department is responsible for searching for survivors, the army is responsible for the defense line, and the support forces are responsible for escort." As a result, not long after the war began, the leader in charge of the defense line, the Legion commander, died. Wang He wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and whispered, "Keep it secret, don't cause panic, and speed up the evacuation." Number 2 said in embarrassment, "The evacuation speed of citizens has reached its limit." Wang He's nails dug into his palms unconsciously. "No matter what, we must ensure that the people are evacuated safely. At least before we die, we must not let the monsters reach the safe passage." On the ground, thousands of troops in various uniforms were on standby. From their uniforms, we could tell that they were police, armed police, army, navy, air force. But compared to the million-scale monster wave, this amount of troops is a drop in the bucket. Many young and middle-aged men who were evacuating gritted their teeth and went to the temporary conscription office. After registering their identity information, they put on military uniforms and received their ammunition. Even among this group of troops, there are middle-aged and elderly troops. They are retired soldiers, and now, they are asking to go to war. Wang He is ready to face death. Be prepared to support the defense forces ahead. No monster here can escape. Yes. Also, our support troops cannot just stay here. If the first line of defense collapses, many people will definitely not have time to evacuate. You and your brothers will lead the team to support the search team and bring the citizens back in the shortest possible time. Yes. Number 2's eyes seemed to light up with some light. Number 1. The Honglong City Command has set up a total of 3 defense lines, with adjacent defense lines of 8 or 9 kilometers. As the first line of defense quickly collapsed, the citizens between the first and second lines had no time to evacuate. Some of the evacuation teams hid in shelters, while others hid in banks. Hundreds of people were trapped in a relatively remote middle school, and there were dozens of search and rescue team members waiting for rescue. A little girl with a broken leg hid in the arms of a rescuer and shivered. The rescuer gently comforted her, "Little sister, don't be afraid. I will definitely protect you." The broken leg was wrapped with many bandages, but blood still seeped out. The little girl tried hard not to cry or make a fuss, for fear of being left here. The citizens looked sad and desperate. They had been planning to take a hot bath and have a good sleep not long ago, but they did not expect the disaster to come so suddenly, leaving them with no time to react. Once negative emotions continue to spread and accumulate to a certain level, they will probably lose their fighting spirit before the monsters even get here. The rescue team members whispered to comfort everyone, their cautious tone afraid that the monsters would hear, "Don't worry too much, Dragon Country will not abandon us. The disaster in Blue Dragon City can be resolved by Dragon Country, so we can do it too." A middle-aged woman holding a child could no longer bear it and questioned while crying, "That's because Blue Dragon City has the #1 player. We don't have that in Red Dragon City." Someone started the conversation, and someone else immediately followed suit. "If there were a powerful player in our Red Dragon City, he should have come out long ago, but no. The southern part of Red Dragon City fell in a short period of time. Yeah, there's no hope." Seeing that the situation was getting worse, the search and rescue team members hurriedly stopped them and said, "Be quiet, don't attract monsters." With this scare, those who wanted to vent their negative emotions immediately stopped talking and could only wipe their tears, silently venting their inner panic. "Everyone, listen to me," the search and rescue team leader said solemnly. "We have all received 9 years of compulsory education, and we have all learned history. Looking back at history, when our dragon country was at its weakest, it once hovered on the brink of extinction. That was the most difficult time. Did the Dragon Kingdom ever give up on its people?" The citizens gradually calmed down, and the search and rescue captain struck while the iron was hot. "Please, everyone, believe in our country. We can't give up on ourselves. We must maintain our strength and stay optimistic in order to win the war." The search and rescue team members breathed a sigh of relief when the citizens regained their senses. In fact, the search and rescue team leader was also unsure. This middle school is relatively remote, so it has not been visited by monsters for the time being. The monsters are focused on dealing with tanks on the streets and fighter jets in the city. But this middle school is on the verge of collapse. In such a dangerous environment, who will come to rescue them? The search and rescue team leader himself knew that they would most likely die here. However, every second you live gives you more hope. The entire middle school is located halfway up a mountain. The principal specially chose this quiet location. Not only is the air fresh and the environment quiet, which is conducive to children's study, but you can also see far into the distance, allowing students to see the rising sun every morning and make the hope brought by learning right before their eyes. Now, the search and rescue team leader sees the retreating army and the surging tide of ghosts on the distant horizon from afar. What they see now is no longer hope, but only despair. There were already ghosts wandering around at the foot of the mountain, and now it's getting worse. There were flashes of fire in the distance, and the rumbling sounds of explosions were getting closer and closer. A rescue team member couldn't help but ask the captain, "How about we rush out? Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope." The search and rescue captain rubbed his sore temples and exhaled, "No. There are too many people here, and it will definitely attract monsters. If one person dies, the virus will spread immediately, and no one will survive. What's more?" The search and rescue team leader looked at the little girl in the female team member's arms and said painfully, "It's too far. We can't walk 7 kilometers on foot." The team member who asked the question looked as if he was dead. "Yes, it's too far away, no one came back to save us." On the other side of the mountain, a large truck and a small truck drove over, killing countless monsters on the way. There were many scratches on the large truck, but fortunately the thick iron plate was not penetrated. Just when the people in the middle school were falling into despair, they suddenly heard a whistle coming from the darkness. A handsome man in military uniform walked out from the darkness, grinning and showing 2 rows of white teeth, "Have you been waiting for a long time?" If Wang He was present at the scene at that time, he would definitely recognize this handsome man. "He is number 2. Hundreds of people had moist eyes as they looked at the blood on the man's body, and many of them cried for joy. They were not abandoned. The search and rescue team members saluted in unison, and the citizens followed suit and saluted the rescue team. The captain stepped forward, and the handsome man said, "Support troops, S team number 2. Team S, except for number 1 who leads the entire Team S, each of the other members has a complete team under his command." Behind the handsome man, there was a team carrying a pile of heavy boxes. When the box was opened, there was a large amount of ammunition inside. Old people, children, and women evacuate on the trucks. The rest of the young and strong be fully armed. Number 2 said loudly, "Oh, by the way, if you are a coward, you can also get on the truck with them." A young man was immediately excited after being provoked by this. "Stop looking down on others, I want to kill those monsters." Another high school student excitedly picked up a brand new submachine gun and said, "This is the first time I've touched a real gun." The woman with a ponytail also stepped forward to receive the equipment, and did not forget to throw a smug look at number 2, "We women can also go to the battlefield. You should say that the elderly and children can get on the truck." "I refuse to admit that I am old. I can do it too." Now the old men were not convinced. "They say that the bear country is a fighting nation. We dragon country can be one too. There are hundreds of people, and half of them want to fight. There is almost not enough equipment to share." After a simple instruction, all those who were afraid of fighting got on the truck, and the newcomers who were not proficient in using guns served as fire support on the roof. Only the search and rescue members and support troops moved forward on foot. Fortunately, the truck was modified and divided into 2 floors. The lower floor was for the elderly and children to take shelter, while the upper floor carried the recruits. They had a relatively wide field of vision on it, and not only could they provide fire support, but they could also take turns to rest when they were tired of shooting. The noise of the truck was bound to attract nearby monsters. Chewing and roaring sounds could be heard from the shops and restaurants on the street from time to time, and as the trucks passed by the street, everyone ran out of them. Ordinary people are transformed into monsters and become corpses. These monsters are considered the weakest in the entire Ghost Tide. After being strengthened by the game, they become monsters with certain levels, which is terrifying. Large pieces of rotting corpses had mutilated limbs and pus on their faces. As more and more corpses walked out from both sides of the street, the truck was surrounded by a vast sea of rotting corpses. The small truck led the large truck, and several heavy machine guns on the roof were cleaning up the corpses, but the corpses still rushed forward fearlessly. After a while, the whole street was shaking slightly, and the sound of sharp claws rubbing against the ground came from the next street. The rumbling sound was creepy. Judging from the sound of its footsteps, it was a large monster, and it was moving towards the truck. Number 2 nodded slightly, and 2 of the team members rushed over. Soon, a lot of fire started behind the car. The violent explosion made everyone furious and heartbroken at the same time. The captain of the search and rescue team shouted with red eyes, "Number 2. We should be the human bombs, not you." Number 2 shot at the monster with a cold expression, "No one is nobler than anyone else. Even the support troops from other cities can be sacrificed." No. The captain's heart ached. He knew that by doing this, he was sending his soldiers to their deaths. The troops that can come to support us are all elites. Your lives are more valuable than ours. Number 2 immediately understood what the search and rescue captain meant. The troops that come to support Red Dragon City are the most elite troops. However, they were the second-rate soldiers in the search and rescue team, and that's why they were assigned to the search and rescue team instead of fighting on the front lines. Although they are all soldiers, the support team can always hit the target with a headshot, but the search and rescue team cannot do that, so the search and rescue team leader takes over the job of the human bomb. If it weren't for the people, Number 2 would never agree to let the search and rescue captain take this job. But now, the safety of the people is the most important thing. As long as they can be sent out safely, it is worth it even if they all die. Number 2's eyes flashed with tears and blood, and he said sternly, "The suicide suit is in the pickup truck, don't force your soldiers to die." The search and rescue leader heaved a sigh of relief, then laughed and said, "Who wants to die with me?" "I." If I was afraid of death I wouldn't come. A little girl with a broken leg was suddenly squeezed into the lower door of a truck. She glanced at the search and rescue team and quickly found the big sister who had been holding her. Seeing the older sister getting out of the pickup truck wearing a self-exposure suit covered with bombs, the little girl was so anxious that she burst into tears. The rumbling sound of footsteps was heard again behind the car. The self-exposure of the two players just now did not kill it. The female rescuer who had just gotten off the car yelled at the captain, "Let me go." Her words were immediately opposed by other rescuers. "No. We are not dead yet, how can we let you go? Look down on us men." The female rescuer laughed until tears came out. "Ha ha ha, there is no distinction between men and women on the battlefield. Captain, you are the one who said that they are more valuable alive than us. Similarly, you are more valuable alive than me." The female rescuer's words made them feel suffocated. She wasn't as physically strong as them, so she had good reasons. "No." The little girl with a broken leg burst into tears at the crack of the truck's rear door. "No, don't abandon me, woo-woo. Big sister, don't." The female rescuer came to the back door and comforted her. "It's okay, big sister will be back soon. Be obedient and she will be back when it's safe." The little girl was crying and twitching, supporting herself with her hands, her face covered in oil. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. The female rescuer had no time to continue comforting the little girl and immediately rushed over, accompanied by other female rescuers. The little girl cried heartbreakingly. The little girl was smart and she knew that she would never see her again. The person who hugged her and gave her warmth when she was in despair will never come back. Another explosion was heard not far behind the car. A few explosions made it stop again. As the truck bumped along, the little girl's forehead accidentally hit the iron door. Blood flowed from her forehead to her chin, but the little girl didn't care. The little girl stared at the ape monster that was as tall as a building with her bloodshot eyes, and her hands even bled. The little face covered with blood, tears, and oil looked like an abandoned little beggar, but her little eyes were filled with raging rage. She watched with her own eyes as the self-destructive suit on her elder sister exploded, watched with her own eyes as her elder sister's body was blown into pieces of flesh, as the flames and blood merged to form a flaming red lotus for a moment. The bomb's flame impact and iron shrapnel hit the ape monster, but could only scratch its skin. Even if everyone concentrated their firepower on it, they could only hurt the monster but could not injure it at all. So, the little girl saw the ape monster catching up with the truck again and again, and saw the older brothers and sisters who saved her rushing up and exploding themselves again and again. The little girl's tears dried up, and the seeds of pain and madness were planted in her heart. She tightly grasped the rough parts of the car door. Blood oozed from her small palms and her 10 fingers were rubbed with blood. Her flesh and blood were exposed to the air and still pressed against the parts. One could even see the white bones in the gap between the torn flesh and blood on the tip of her middle finger. And this scene is just a microcosm of the entire Red Dragon City. Lonely and desperate souls wailed everywhere. The 3 most powerful people in Walonki seemed to have fallen into a monster pool. As they approached the source, the monsters around them became more and more turbulent. Not only the guardians of these 3 people, but even the ghosts and monsters began to show their magical powers. The source of the disaster summons monsters of different levels together to form a defense circle around itself. White-eyed eagle, kill that 2-headed snake. Tyrannosaurus rex, I'll leave that tank elephant to you. Ghost baby, parasitic bloodthirsty crocodile. The eagle and the snake were fighting, the dragon and the elephant were competing for supremacy, the ghost baby even tore open the belly of the bloodthirsty crocodile, the blood sparrow was stabbing the bird monsters in the sky, the velociraptor was defending against the monsters around the 3 people, and the ghost shadow was pointing its spear at the incorporeal ghost monsters. The 3 of them made their way through the tide of monsters, with corpses piled up like a mountain. Their killing efficiency was very high, but the density of the monster tide did not decrease at all. Wu Ting panted and said, "We can't waste any more energy. Mu saying, let the white-eyed eagle take us there." Good. The 2 eagle claws of the white-eyed eagle crushed the 2 heads of the 2-headed snake. With a casual flap of its broad wings, it killed many monsters. It rushed past the 3 people like a divine bird. The 3 major players seized the opportunity to jump onto the back of the white-eyed eagle, leaving behind a vast wave of monsters and flew away. Because the first line of defense collapsed too quickly and they were in the monster tide of the southern area, they had to kill more monsters to reduce the pressure on the front line. Only now did their physical strength not allow it to do so, so they chose to leave. After resting for a while, they went to find the source of the disaster to settle the score. It was once a prosperous city with tall buildings, but now it is in ruins as if it had been hit by a tsunami. The monster tide in the southern area is so dense that it can really be described as a tide. Due to the ever-expanding size, the land could no longer accommodate so many monsters. There were so many monsters on the streets that they covered 1 or 2 floors. Looking down from the high-rise buildings, it was densely packed with monsters. The squeezing and wriggling between the monsters were just like waves in the ocean. Among the tide of ghosts, there are several giant monsters that are as big as tall buildings. They are high-level monsters that have been strengthened by the game. These giant monsters surrounded a high-rise building. On the rooftop of the surrounded high-rise building, an extremely strange monster stood, as if waiting for Wu Ting and the other two. If Xiao Hao stood here, the barrage would immediately tell him that this was the ghost of the breeding mother, accompanied by a large piece of bad luck go away. The mother ghost is an extremely strange and terrifying monster. If you don't look at the details, it is a spider-shaped monster. But if you look at the details, anyone who is a little timid will have nightmares at night. The 8 spider legs of the mother ghost are made up of strange human limbs. They are more like arms with extremely exaggerated muscles than legs. Its arms and body did not grow normally, but were sewn on, as if they were pieced together by a mad scientist. Each arm was about 2 meters long, with flexible hands at the end similar to those of an orangutan. Not only were they covered with black hair, but even the 10-centimeter-long nails were dark red as ink and as sharp as bone spurs. The body of the reproductive mother ghost is divided into 2 parts, the head of the front body and the abdomen of the rear body. The head is a giant spider head, with 8 bowl-sized purple-red eyeballs embedded in the hairy spider head, a pair of giant fangs at the front, and venom gland openings at the tips. Thick purple mucus drips from the tips of the teeth, and the corrosive venom has caused several small holes in the concrete roof. The most horrifying thing is its mountainous belly. Its abdomen was made up of nearly 1,000 heads glued together, including those of men, women, young and old, all of whom looked like they were struggling in pain, with their facial muscles stretched to the point of being almost torn, and their hideous expressions like those of hysterical perverts. The sweat that oozed from these heads during their painful struggles was transparent and sticky. The hair on some of the heads with long hair had not been washed for who knows how long, so it was oily and sticky, tightly clinging to the faces of the heads. Some of the hair even ran into the head's facial features. The hair in the mouth, nostrils, and ears was like glue, sticking tightly. Wu Ting and others above the white-eyed eagle felt a palpitation in their hearts. The sense of oppression brought to them by the source of the disaster is exactly the same as that brought to them by the first player. This breeding mother ghost has already exceeded level 10. The building where the colony mother ghost resides has all kinds of monsters crawling on the outer surface of its walls, continuously delivering human heads. Whenever a head is delivered to it, it will stuff it into its abdomen, and the head will instantly revive, struggle in pain, and wail silently. The white-eyed eagle continued to warn Musang, but they had to go and contain it. No one knew how powerful the source of the disaster would become if it continued like this. Wu Ting's bronze skin turned red, and a cluster of flames ignited in his hands. The flames burned more and more vigorously and shot towards the building. He did not attack the source on the roof, but burned the monsters that were climbing with their heads. The flames burned the small monster that was hit right in the center into charcoal, and it fell from the building in pieces. The splashing sparks burned the surrounding monsters, and these monsters fell one after another, but barely survived because of the monster meat pads on the ground. A single move affects the entire body. As soon as Wu Ting made a move, he immediately attracted the attention of the source and the surrounding high-level wild monsters. The 3 of them jumped off the back of the white-eyed eagle and faced the source head-on. The guardians dispersed to deal with high-level monsters, and a small number of soldiers were responsible for stopping the small monsters from climbing up the tall buildings. Wu Ting thought the source would attack them immediately, but he didn't expect its spider arms to insert into its abdomen looking for something. After a while, it pulled a head out of its abdomen. The top of the skull was stuck to the spider's palm, and as the spider's palm moved forward, the head was sent in front of Wu Ting and others. The head stopped struggling and wailing, but glared at Wu Ting, who was in the lead. "I order you to retreat. No. Commit suicide, die for me." The familiar voice made the three of them tremble with anger. The owner of this head is none other than the commander of the Red Dragon City Legion. It even wanted to use military orders to murder them. "Are you trying to disobey military orders?" Wu Ting's eyes flashed with blood and fire, and a ball of flame pointed directly at his head. "They accept dying in battle, but they will never accept being used like this after death." The head was burned by the high temperature and soon turned into pieces. The spider head turned its head around, seeming to not understand why the other party would destroy the head. Judging from the memories received by this head, they will not resist. The mother ghost inherited the memories and instincts of these heads, but not much wisdom. It killed a large number of soldiers and learned from their memories that the Legion commander could command everyone here. Its instinctive choice made it assassinate the Legion commander. But now they no longer obeyed the Legion commander, which made it difficult for it to understand. But it doesn't matter. As long as it kills enough humans, as its memories grow, its wisdom will become higher and higher, and things that it cannot understand now will be understandable after a while. The flames burned the head but could not burn the spider's hand on top of the skull. The war was about to begin. A gray tinge appeared on the horizon. Wu Ting's flames burned on the source, as if it was just blowing a gust of hot wind, which had no killing power to the source. Musang spread a pair of blood-red wings behind him. Holding the sword in both hands, he attacked the breeding mother ghost at an extremely fast speed, just like a superpowered person with speed skills in the movies, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the spider's head. But when her sword stabbed towards the source's front claws slashed fiercely at her sword. The dark red bone-spiked nails collided with the long sword in Musang's hand, like a violent collision of metal. With a clang sound, gaps and cracks appeared on the long sword. Musang trembled all over, the base of his right hand was torn and blood was flowing. At the same time, Wu Ting put his hands together and shot out a column of red fire, which continued to bombard the spider's abdomen. The heads piled on its abdomen struggled even harder. It was unknown when Qin Feng disappeared, and the Spider-Man monster's attention was all on Musang and Wu Ting. Musang did not dare to confront head-on anymore, but relied on his speed to contain and harass the source. Wu Ting acted as a flame turret, while the invisible Qin Feng secretly prepared for a sneak attack. The sky was gradually turning gray before the sun rose. With this little bit of light, the satellite live broadcast could finally see the situation in Red Dragon City clearly. The people of Long Country, who had not slept all night, saw the tragic situation in Honglong City and turned pale. The host did not appear in the live broadcast room, but his voice was heard. He was calming the people and introducing the monsters. The leader of Walonki is fighting against the culprit of this war. Seeing that Walonki and others were having a very hard time resisting, the people became as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Even though it was just a distraction, the two long swords in Musang's hands were all turned into broken swords, his hands were almost completely disabled, and only a pair of wings were left flapping in the air. While being restrained by Musang, Wu Ting tried almost all weapons. Whether it was various guns, bombs, or even the layers of self-explosion clothing, none of them were effective against the source. On the contrary, when he acts as a flame turret, he can burn those heads. Although the power is weak, at least it can destroy the source. Now, Musang can hardly lift his hands and can only be restrained by Wu Ting. They must buy enough time for Qin Feng. Wu Ting, wearing golden scale armor and with all his limbs transformed into dinosaur claws, started a life-and-death struggle with the source. If the attack, defense, physical strength, etc. of the breeding mother ghost are maxed out, then Wu Ting's skills are maxed out. As a martial arts master, Wu Ting has mastered the techniques of body, boxing, and kicking to perfection. Even so, Wu Ting was still in danger. He had used his body skills to the extreme, but was still easily hit by the spider's claws. Wu Ting tried his best to use the force-dissipating technique to barely block the attack from the source, but his muscles were still torn bit by bit and his internal organs were injured. Musang seemed to be suspended in midair, and his originally scarlet pupils suddenly turned white. A warm current suddenly surged through Wu Ting's torn and sore muscles, and even Musang's hands gradually healed. White eyes, it turns out to be a healing skill. Soon, Musang collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion, his white eyes still moving intently. It lasted for a while before Musang finally couldn't hold on any longer and closed her eyes. 2 streams of blood and tears flowed from her tightly closed eyes. Wu Ting made another roundhouse kick, but this time the spider's hand grabbed his ankle and threw him out fiercely. Wu Ting was thrown onto the rooftop and rolled for a long time. Even though he was wearing golden scale armor, he still vomited blood after he stopped. He tried hard to lift his body, and his hands trembled as he ignited a fire, but after a while, the fire went out and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The Spider-Man walked slowly towards Wu Ting and suddenly realized something. One of the heads in its abdomen gradually turned into ceramic. Musang and Wu Ting, whose blood was on the ground, suddenly saw their eyes light up. Qing Feng had succeeded. The Spider-Man monster roared angrily, and its spider claws crushed the ceramic head. Several spider claws then inserted into its abdomen, as if searching for something. After a while, several more heads turned into ceramics. The spider claws of the breeding mother ghost were all stirring in their abdomen, and the ceramic heads were directly squeezed out and shattered on the concrete floor. One of the 8 spider claws soon grabbed something and pulled it out fiercely. It's Qing Feng. The spider claw grabbed Qing Feng's waist and threw him hard towards the elevator room on the rooftop. The entire elevator room collapsed and Qing Feng was buried under the rubble. Celebrate, celebrate the harvest. Musang's tears of blood flowed again. Even if the mother ghost captured Qing Feng, there were still other heads that turned into ceramics. From the very beginning, it was double parasitism. The mother ghost roared angrily, and the 8 spider claws began to stir again. Even the head in the abdomen wailed, sharply and piercingly. Soon, the ghost baby was caught and its ceramic head was crushed to pieces. Even for a ghost baby, it was still too difficult to deal with a monster beyond its class. Qing Feng's guardian is not dead and is still carrying out Qing Feng's orders. This means Qing Feng is not dead. Musang tried to move his white eyes towards Qing Feng, but after a while, Musang stopped. The Spider-Man monster seemed to be admiring the 3 people's struggle before death, and Musang looked desperate. Is there any difference whether you get treatment or not? Their physical strength was almost exhausted, and they all collapsed to the ground with serious injuries. None of the 3 noticed that a small black dot appeared in the distance, jumping around like a flea. Seeing these 3 people being slaughtered, not only the audience was going crazy, but the top leaders of Longhua were also restless, with red eyes. What should I do? What should I do? Stand up. You are the most powerful leaders in Walonqi, how can you die? No, woo-woo. Red Dragon City was filled with monsters, and the live broadcast room was filled with a sad atmosphere. Soon, some sharp-eyed netizens noticed the jumping of a flea in the background of the live broadcast. What is that? What? Look, there seems to be a black dot jumping behind Wu Ting and the other 2. Quick! What does the technician do? Zoom in. Is this support? Why are you here just now? After being reminded by netizens, the live satellite broadcast turned to jumping black dots. As the camera zoomed in, netizens saw the black windbreaker and almost screamed with excitement. It's the first player. It's actually him. Isn't he in Blue Dragon City? I actually came to Red Dragon City on foot. For a moment, netizens were moved by the first player and their eyes were red. In the live broadcast, a familiar figure was walking on the rooftop of a high-rise building, jumping continuously towards the direction of Wu Ting and the other 2. It must be so tiring to walk from Blue Dragon City to Red Dragon City. Even a player would be exhausted to death. Xiao Hao had used up half of his strength and was breathing heavily. While jumping, he did not forget to take out his mobile phone to check the situation in Red Dragon City. After blocking the barrage, Xiao Hao saw that Wu Ting and the others could no longer hold on, so he had to take back his phone and sprint forward. The 3 of them have appeared in the field of vision, and Xiao Hao knows that he has caught up.